Chapter 1261. Wei Wei Bai only wanted his love. Once he fell in love with her, he had no value. This was the truth accumulated from so many dreams. He experienced it one dream after another, thinking that it was their previous life. Every time she woke up, it coincided with his dream, and he guessed that she was asleep. That dream was synchronized with his. It was not the memories of their previous lives. Later, he finally discovered a terrifying pattern. Every time he completely fell in love with her, she would leave him. The rationality in his mind calculated these coincidences and finally discovered a fact that was not a coincidence. For some reason, she needed his love to leave the dream. She woke up from a vegetative state. Yi Xuan, I suspect that her life depends on my love to continue. Perhaps in the beginning, on the day she had a heart attack, the doctor announced that she might not be able to hold on and would die. But later on, she miraculously woke up. He should have known that she needed his love at that time to wake up, because his dream started at that time. That person said, I saw her future was vague and dark. It was similar to yours, but not as scary as yours. It was more like her fate was intertwined with Yi Xuan's. Yi Xuan's abyss of darkness covered her originally ordinary life, so he could not see Wei Wei Bai's specific future. Yi Xuan, can you make it so that she can't leave me so easily? That person said, is it to change the ending of the tragedy? Yi Xuan, yes, I don't want her to stay in the dream forever, but at least stay with me until we're old. He did not want her to leave again and again. He had a terrible premonition that if he watched her leave him like this again, even if she woke up in reality, he would not be able to bear it and explode. As for the consequences of exploding, he was actually a little confused. There was only one thing he was sure of. He would not hurt her. That person said, bring her to me. I'll see if I can change it. After saying that, the person on the other side disconnected. Yi Xuan's account also automatically transferred a considerable amount of money to that person's account. Yi Xuan looked up and saw that person's account name. Blind fortune teller, fortune telling, marriage, career, misfortune, and the gender of a second child. You're not allowed to be free. If he didn't know that this person really had a book, he would have seen this kind of small advertisement. He didn't want to talk to him at all. Yi Xuan turned off their communication and glanced at Wei Wei Bai's head. The golden powder was still there, and Wei Wei Bai shouldn't be able to see it. She sat on the sofa, oblivious. Her toes were casually placed on the carpet, and her fair ankles were exceptionally delicate. As Yi Xuan looked at her, she automatically overlapped her with the woman in her dream. She should have a different appearance in his dream, but he couldn't remember what she looked like. But he knew that she was enough. The follow-up to A Singer's Ex-Boyfriend is a Cat. The concert venue was packed with fans, and the scalpers were selling like crazy. A ticket was sold at a sky-high price, and it was still being fought over. It was a huge stage for 100,000 people. The votes were sold in an instant. Even at the peak of Oh Jinma's popularity, ticket sales weren't as fast as today, because this concert was Oh Jinma's last concert. After Wei Wei Bai's death was announced, there was a wave of condolences on the internet. // Chapter 1262. Her song was also made into an album by Oh Jinma. The sales skyrocketed, and the album was constantly out of stock. The industry was also full of good reviews. At the same time, Oh Jinma was silent. He didn't send any news. It seemed that he was too weak to stand up because of Wei Wei Bai's death. Everyone knew how much he loved Wei Wei Bai. During the half-year, when Wei Wei Bai was in a vegetative state, he took care of Wei Wei Bai's news, and he matured and grew up. A man's mature charm was more attractive than an angel's. It increased his popularity instead of decreasing. But Wei Wei Bai's death cut off his news. The fans waited for a long time before they received news of this concert. What shocked the fans was that it was actually his farewell concert. No matter how much they couldn't accept it, Oh Jinma had already made up his mind, and no one could change it. When the concert was about to start, the assistant appeared backstage with a worried expression. Brother Mo, it's about to start. A man sat quietly on the chair. Under the lights, his amber eyes were so clean and cold that it was scary. It was barren and emotionless. Oh Jinma looked up at the assistant and nodded. Then he picked up his guitar and walked onto the stage. The assistant looked at his lonely back and suddenly thought of the day Wei Wei Bai died. No, actually 3 days had already passed. There was no news from O Jinma, so he went to look for him. Then he found that O Jinma was burying a cat. The big-faced cat had died of old age. It was already very old, and had spent the last year of its life being adopted by Wei Wei Bai. Then it met O Jinma, and its life became better. The assistant saw that the cat had died. Although he was sad, he wasn't shocked. He said, "Brother Amo, the cat is dead. Is Sister Wei very sad?" Was it because Wei Wei Bai was sad and he was too busy comforting her that he didn't contact them? O Jinma buried the cat in silence. Then he turned around. His chin was full of stubble and there were dark circles under his eyes. It was obvious that he was dispirited and haggard. The assistant was shocked. "Brother Amo, what's wrong?" O Jinma looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Go and contact them. I want to send Wei Wei away." It was only after he sent Wei Wei away that he found out. Wei Wei Bai was dead. Meanwhile, O Jinma had been guarding the dead Wei Wei Bai for 3 whole days. Not eating or drinking, just guarding a corpse like this? If O Jinma didn't think that Wei Wei Bai would rot at this rate, he wouldn't have asked his assistant to contact the funeral parlor. This was because O Jinma felt that Wei Wei Bai would definitely not like him leaving in an ugly state. When she had turned into a cat, there were many times when she disliked the big-faced cat. That was why she cared about her appearance. On the day of the funeral, there was a heavy downpour. It seemed like O Jinma had deliberately chosen it. The weather forecast said that it would be the heaviest rain of the year. The funeral was quiet and simple. There were a few helpers, but the main one was O Jinma. When it was time to bury the ashes, the storm came as expected. It actually hurt when the rain hit the body. However, O Jinma said, "You guys can go down a mountain first." The storm blinded everyone's eyes. They only saw O Jinma standing straight in front of Wei Wei Bai's tombstone quietly. The assistant had no choice but to lead the helpers down the mountain. He knew that O Jinma needed a quiet space. Before he went down the mountain, he turned around and saw O Jinma kneeling in front of the tombstone. He seemed to be holding a red velvet box tightly in his hand. There should be a ring in that box. He was very familiar with it, because when O Jinma bought the ring, he had also helped him with the reference. Transmigration system, my Adonis, come over here. / transmigration system, my Adonis, come over here. / transmigration system, my Adonis, come over here. Transmigration system, my Adonis, come over here. Transmigration system, my Adonis, come over here. Chapter 1263. It seemed like he was waiting for Wei Wei Bai to wake up so that he could propose to her immediately. The rain was so heavy that it blurred O Jinma's figure. However, the assistant knew that O Jinma's heart-wrenching cries were buried in the heavy rain. This was also the reason why O Jinma chose to hold the funeral on such a stormy day. This was the only way that no one could hear his cries of losing Wei Wei Bai. On the stage, O Jinma hugged his guitar and looked at everyone indifferently. The glow sticks were like stars that lit up the entire stage. He was too used to this scene. He was used to a lively stage. He knew his own personality. He was actually afraid of being alone. Even though he liked to write songs in peace, he was actually someone who couldn't stand being alone. Hence, on the stage, his fans became his pillars of support. Their liveliness made him feel less lonely. This was also why he was so afraid of being abandoned by his fans. After Wei Wei Bai appeared, he realized that he didn't need a stage or fans anymore, because her existence was his greatest peace of mind. O Jinma adjusted the microphone and said indifferently, "The song I want to sing today is I Have You for the Rest of My Life, and I Have You for the Rest of My Life." He still remembered how he felt when he saw her release this song on Weibo. He was very happy. He had never been so happy. He was so happy that a big boy who was afraid of being alone suddenly became strong and mature, because he knew that there was someone who held him in her heart. He was no longer the O Jinma who had no fans and nothing. Someone wanted him. O Jinma tried his best to sing. However, he realized that he couldn't sing that kind of happiness. As he sang, all the fans at the scene cried. On the other hand, O Jinma was expressionless. There wasn't a single tear in his eyes. He sat there in a daze for a long time. The stage was silent. However, no one protested. Ojinma suddenly laughed at himself. Actually, I used to think that you were the most important people to me. You were my motivation to improve. You were the ones who pushed me to the top of the music industry. But later on, I met her. I'm actually not an angel. I'm selfish and evil. I knew that her real song might have been stolen by Jiang Ro, but I still allowed her to be attacked by you. Because she knows that my name is Big Tree. I come from the countryside. I used to climb up the tree naked. I also stole her sweet potatoes and ate them like a hungry ghost. Ojima said this and smiled faintly. He wasn't embarrassed at all. Look, I'm not the noble prince or the elegant angel. He lowered his head and looked at the guitar. Her name is Xiaohua. She came to this city because of me. I'm afraid that she will tell you that I'm just a village boy. I'm pretending to date her, but I'm actually lying to her. This was his dark history. Could cause great destruction, could. But he didn't care, was Jean Ma. I was lying. Me. I was lying. I was lying. Was. The fans quieted down. They watched him slowly talk about his selfish past. Oh, Jean Ma. Later on, I was slapped in the face. I fell in love with her. She gave me everything you could give me. Security, happiness, and anticipation for the future. Maturity and strength. She gently changed him into a responsible man. Chapter 1264. I thought that after losing her, all of you would be able to give me some support. Ojinma touched his guitar and smiled helplessly. In the end, it didn't work. All of you are no longer meaningful to me. Fans were no longer of any use, because he realized that Wei Bai could give him something. No one could give him anything. Ojinma's pale face had no makeup. His fair fingers strummed the guitar strings. His fragile skin was cut by the strings, but he didn't feel any pain. I wrote a song, The Big Tree and the Little Flower. He wanted to tell her that he was the big tree next door, and she was his little flower. The song was light and beautiful, and it was Wei Bai style. But it was so sad that people couldn't suppress the urge to cry. The concert venue became a mourning for Wei Bai's funeral. Ojinma was the calmest one. After he finished the song, his fingers were cut by the guitar strings, and the guitar was stained with blood. When the curtain fell, Ojinma said to everyone, "Goodbye. We won't see each other again. Won't see each other again." The person he wanted to see was really gone. After that, the fans couldn't see any news of Ojinma anymore. He really left just like that. He didn't make a comeback, and there was no news about him. He disappeared from the face of the earth. His assistant could contact him occasionally. Although he left, the dividends from Sanxing's shares were still given to him. He didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Even if he didn't do anything, there wouldn't be any problems with material matters. One Christmas, his assistant finally found out that he was singing on the streets of a certain country. The assistant ran over and saw Ojinma wearing a mask. His hair was messy, and his clothes were messy. He was carrying Wei Bai's guitar and had a hat by his feet. He didn't know how long he had been singing. There were many coins in the hat and a large amount of money. Ojinma sat by the roadside. Snow fell on his hair and shoulders. He looked at his assistant indifferently, then pretended not to know him. He picked up the hat, poured out the coins in it, and put the hat on his head. Then, he carried the guitar and walked back. Her long back was still beautiful, but she had a downtrodden temperament. The assistant followed him and found that he was staying at the best hotel. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. In fact, knowing that he had never mistreated them materially, they were not so anxious. But he still lived like a vagrant. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared again. They were able to find out which country he was in through his spending records, but they couldn't find any trace of him. Later on, his assistant heard that he had gone to the Antarctic tundra alone. Then he never came back. In the end, Ojinma couldn't find his own happiness and self-destructed because of his spiritual support. When the assistant was old enough to have dementia, he could still remember the story of Big Tree and Little Blossom. He cried whenever he thought about it. He didn't even know why he was crying. That story clearly had nothing to do with him. Yi Yuxuan sighed faintly. The man in her dream had traveled all over the world. After he had seen enough of the beautiful scenery, he searched for everyone. He would never be able to find another woman who could bring him happiness. He could understand Jinma's feelings of being a vagrant in the end. He couldn't bear to lose the most important person. He could only numb himself and search for someone who was similar to her to comfort his broken heart. In the end, he self-destructed. Perhaps, if this continued, he would self-destruct one day. Wei Wei sensed that Yi Yuxuan's gaze was especially strange. She shouted for the system. The system didn't dare to make a sound. Wei Wei, this stupid system always dropped the ball. When it was about time to sleep, Wei Wei stared at the only bed in the room. This was a proper 5-person bed. No matter how she rolled, it wouldn't fall to the ground. In the bathroom, the sound of Yi Yuxuan washing up could be heard. She tried her best to control herself and not move her head towards the bathroom. Because that damn bathroom was half open, the door was frosted glass. She could see the hazy water vapor. Under the steam, a perfect and muscular body was moving seductively with the steam. Yi Yuxuan actually renovated this kind of bathroom. She couldn't tell that he was so open. Wei Wei struggled in her heart. She had to sleep on the sofa. If she didn't let Yi Yuxuan have any ideas, it would be bad. It was just the two of them. What if he couldn't control his beastly nature? The bathroom door opened. Wei Wei couldn't help but turn around to take a look. Dense steam flowed out. Yi Yuxuan casually draped a short towel around his waist. Under his smooth forehead, a pair of beautiful eyes were stained with steam, bringing about a natural sexiness. The lines from his shoulders to his chest were just right. His muscles weren't that exaggerated, but they were especially good-looking. When he walked, his slender legs were faintly discernible under the scarf. Wei Wei stared blankly for a moment. Then, she turned her head with difficulty. Out of sight, out of mind. Yi Yuxuan walked to her side. As if by accident, the towel around his waist fell to the ground. Wei Wei lowered her head and saw the towel fall by her feet. The man was incomparably indifferent. He bent over, revealing his strong waist. He reached out his hand and slowly placed it on Wei Wei's leg. Wei Wei, the towel is a little far. Help me hold it. Wei Wei, don't stop me. I'm going to strangle this damned little vixen. Slash. Chapter 1265. Wei Wei's hands trembled as she reached for the damn towel. A slender hand was suddenly placed on the back of her hand. His wet fingers and short nails gently scratched the back of her hand. Wei Wei's body stiffened, but she heard the man's low, frosted voice. I thought you wouldn't take it. So he took it for himself. He was innocent. He didn't have to go to jail for murder and arson. He saw her bend down to take it, so he bent down to touch her hand. Wei endured. She endured the explosion. Was he done? He was doing it on purpose. He was definitely doing it on purpose. He was doing it on purpose. Wei felt like she was enduring like a little wife. It wasn't like her at all. If he dared to show it, why wouldn't she dare to look? She picked up the towel and suddenly looked up. She saw his underwear. Wei, what kind of underwear are you wearing under the towel? Or boxers? Wei gave a fake smile and passed the towel to Yi Yuxuan. Hold your towel properly. Don't drop it again. Yi Yuxuan looked at her deeply and then took it. This sound coming from his nose simply gave people goosebumps. Wei couldn't help but reach out to touch her arm. Then he got on the bed as if he had no other purpose. Wei was seduced, neither up nor down. She couldn't help but ask the system, did Yi Yuxuan take the wrong medicine? Why was he taking the initiative to seduce her, and in such a scheming way? The system was facing the harmonious bullet screen army and couldn't hear the host's words at all. Yes, the bullet screen army was upgraded again. The towel hadn't dropped yet. When Yi Yuxuan walked out half-naked, the system was blocked. Wei didn't hear the system's reply and suddenly wondered if the system was in love. How could it disappear like that? Blocked system. Injustice. Wei dawdled again. She nestled on the sofa and watched Yi Yuxuan sit on the bed and read a book. She didn't look like a little fairy at all. After flirting with her, he put on a serious expression. Wei took a deep breath and tugged at the blanket on the sofa, intending to make do with the sofa for the night. She had already said that she was not tempted. She had to have a backbone and not be tempted like this. Her self-control was very strong. Yi Yuxuan faintly lowered his head. Under the white light, his bare upper body and the beautiful lines of his muscles moved with him, and there was a kind of temptation that made people unable to look away. His hands, however, were as flawless as jade as he gently flipped through the pages of the book. So what if he was reading a book? Was he reading a pornographic book? How could she be tempted by flipping the pages of a book? Wei Wei Bai pulled the blanket over her head and then lay down on the sofa with her back facing Yu Xuan. Out of sight, out of mind. Her damned heart, it was going to beat faster again. She spat at her own heart. Why is it beating? Don't you know that your heart is disabled? If it beats too fast, it will die. She reached out and clutched her chest, trying hard to delete the seductive images of Yi Yuxuan's body in her mind. For someone like her who was used to seeing all kinds of big scenes, she shouldn't lose her composure like this. She was used to seeing big scenes. Wei Wei Bai repeated the brainwashing and finally succeeded a little. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from behind her. Then, when she was unprepared, her whole body was lifted up. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. Her face was pressed against a warm skin, and under the skin, there was the steady sound of a heartbeat. Is at https://www.sashu.com/ Chapter 1266. Sound after sound, along with the warmth of the skin on his chest, made by Wei Wei's face redden. This was uncontrollable. It was a woman's instinct that was aroused by strong male temptation and hormones. It was useless to be used to big scenes. Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened as Yi Yuxuan carried her to the bed. In fact, when she was flirting with Yi Yuxuan in the past, she was really fearless to the point of being lawless. But that was because she had no other thoughts about him. That was why she could mess around. But now, she was clear about the change in her feelings. That was why she started to shrink back and didn't dare to cross the line easily. She had seen many cases of wooing others and wooing herself in the end. In fact, if it wasn't for the system's emotional shield, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on to so many strategies because feelings were both sides. Her acting skills were based on her being unmoved. So no matter how much she was hurt, as long as her heart was calm, she was able to stand up countless times without any fear. Some people said that only when one had true feelings could they influence the person they wanted to woo. Actually, it was wrong. She had feelings from the beginning. Then, she couldn't strictly control everything. Jealousy, happiness, sadness, pain. Once these emotions surfaced, there was no need to do anything. She would lose no matter what. On the contrary, people who were unmoved in their hearts could be in an invincible position. In reality, Wei Wei Bai really felt that kind of heavy feelings. This made her look at Yi Yuxuan as if she was looking at a bomb, and it was a strawberry-flavored bomb. It would be a pity if she didn't open it. Yi Yuxuan put her on the bed. His arm muscles bulged slightly. He sat on the bed sideways and pulled the blanket over. What are you afraid of? I won't force you. Wei Wei Bai trembled. She felt that when Yi Yuxuan said that he wouldn't force her, the look in his eyes was like that of a big bad wolf, naked and scorching. She slowly shifted her body, changing her position so that she wasn't so close to Yi Yuxuan. She did not insist on sleeping on the sofa. It was not a matter of being pretentious or not. But if she really insisted on sleeping on the sofa, Yi Yuxuan would probably be happy to hug her a few times. The more he hugged her, the more he would have the chance to do that. She had to work hard to isolate the ambiguous atmosphere between them. Yi Yuxuan didn't seem to understand what she was thinking. Instead, she moved her body naturally. He squeezed her. Wei Wei Bai was cursing in her heart. This was harassment and molestation. The bed was so big. She had shrunk to the side of the bed and was about to fall off, but this arsonist was still pushing his luck. His chest pressed against her back, and the fiery temperature simply boiled her body. Her whole body was red, and her breathing began to become heavy and chaotic again. Wei Wei Bai resisted with all her might. Yi Yuxuan, stay away from me. The bed is so big. Yi Yuxuan said lightly, the blanket is too thin. I'm a little cold. Wei Wei Bai, cool my foot. This room is designed to automatically adjust all kinds of temperature to ensure that it can be maintained at the most comfortable temperature for the human body. How is it cold? She resisted stubbornly. If you're cold, then get more blankets. If you continue like this, I'm going to sleep in another room. Actually, she wanted to sleep in separate rooms from the beginning. Why did she only think of this now? It was all Yi Yuxuan's seduction that made her dizzy. Yi Yuxuan's voice was still indifferent. There are no extra blankets, and there are no other rooms here. This room was designed for me alone. There is no room for outsiders. To read the at https://www.sashu.com/to read at https://www.sashu.com to read at https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 1267. Wei Wei clutched her chest and complained to the system. Yi Yuxuan, that rascal, has gone astray. He kept biting and flirting with me. My heart disease relapsed. I had no choice but to run away. The system's face was cold. Coward. He's a 10,000-year-old stone man. Can't you handle him? Wei Wei was an old demon. There was no reason for her to have a heart attack because of Yi Yuxuan. Wei Wei sighed. Even the stone man has become a demon. He was no longer the little Xian who didn't know anything and would get shy when she pressed him against the wall. The system said, but your life points increased to 2,500. Keep it up next time. Wei Wei said, I can't wait to kneel down and worship Yi Yuxuan. Without Yi Yuxuan, she really couldn't live. If it wasn't for her short life, she would have submitted to Yi Yuxuan. After all, it was common to repay a life-saving grace with one's body. Of course, if the person repaying the grace had a face full of pockmarks. Sorry, I'll be your slave in my next life, but don't even think about it in this life. Wei Wei suddenly realized that something was wrong. She was wearing a tattered dress, sitting in a pool of blood and mud. Her fair fingers were full of blood and mud. It was raining. Torrential rain. The ground was full of corpses, washed by the rain. The air was filled with the smell of blood. She looked around and saw that everything was red. Wei Wei felt that another incomparably savage plane had arrived. Then she suddenly felt cold all over. Under the cold rain and blood, under the gloomy sky, a figure slowly appeared. He was wearing a black robe, holding a long sword in his hand. The sword was full of horrible bloodstains. After being washed by the rain for so long, it still hadn't been washed clean. The man wore a black mask, like a god of death. He stepped on the corpses and walked towards Wei Wei. His voice was cold and calm. The next saintess of the demon sect? This mission is to obtain the love of No Trace of Snow. Target: No Trace of Snow. Progress: 0 time, 8 months. Wei Wei was at a loss. Her long dress was torn, revealing a pair of snow-white feet. A silver bell hung on her ankle, and blood stained her white toes. There was a strange mixture of cleanliness and seductiveness. The man's cold eyes were not moved at all. He raised his sword. In your next life, don't be a member of the devil's sect. Wei Wei meow meow meow. What about the memory input? It was just a strategy quest. She was completely confused about her current situation. Was she going to be sent back the moment she transmigrated? The man's sword was extremely nimble. Wei Wei suddenly rolled on the ground. She was not afraid of getting dirty. After avoiding this dangerous attack, she got up and ran away. However, the white sword light cut through the clothes on her back. Her clothes were suddenly torn, revealing a large area of her thin, snow-white back. Her white and tender skin was beautiful under the washing of the rain. The red blood lotus on her shoulder was in full bloom. The man's sword was about to pierce through her heart. But when he saw this flower, he immediately stopped. This is Wei Wei hugged the torn clothes with both hands and ran into the depths of the fog without a care. Suddenly, there were many footsteps in the distance. The man looked up and sneered. Then, he put away his sword and followed Wei Wei's footsteps. His eyes were terrifyingly cold. Wei Wei had already received the memory. She was the daughter of the demon sect Saintess and the next Saintess. The Saintess did not have martial arts. She was like a mascot in the demon sect, an ambassador of the public relations department. And the man just now, who wanted to kill her with a sword, was called No Trace of Snow. He was the leader of the Wulin Alliance. Chapter 1268. The leader of Wulin, the Saintess of the demonic sect. This was a love-hate relationship. Wei expressed that she was not looking forward to it at all. As for why the leader of Wulin wore a mask to kill the demonic sect, it could not be seen by others. It was because the leader of Wulin had an even more terrifying identity. He was the leader of the demonic sect. Wei Wei Bai expressed that this was a messy relationship. She glanced at no trace of Snow's information and could only praise this old man as a werewolf, a little more than a ruthless person. This man was crazy to the point of morbidity. He liked to play with people's hearts and was terrifyingly hypocritical. His biggest interest was behind the scenes, planning terrifying massacres time and time again. Then, when no one could catch the murderer, he would put on the white robe of the leader of Wulin, appearing holy and elegant. He would start to solve the case and bring the murderer to justice. He enjoyed the worship of the entire Wulin. But she was wrong when she transmigrated. The leader of the demonic sect had actually died a year ago. No trace of Snow killed him. Since then, he had been wearing a mask and controlling all the affairs of the demonic sect. In this year, the demonic sect had killed many Orthodox Wulin sects and destroyed many Orthodox Wulin sections. This was the work of Shui Wuhan, who had done it. No trace of Snow felt bored after making the demonic sect a scapegoat, so he planned today's massacre of the demonic sect. The leader of the demonic sect had killed his own people. He thought of the pain of those who trusted him before they died and the shock of being betrayed. No trace of Snow felt that he had obtained great satisfaction. The original owner had no interaction with No Trace of Snow, because before she was the Saintess, she was just an ordinary member of the demonic sect, the inconspicuous kind. So, although everyone knew that her mother was the Saintess, she was very likely to be the next Saintess, but she still had no sense of existence. This also caused No Trace of Snow to almost never meet the original owner. No, they just met. He had come to kill her with a sword. As for why No Trace of Snow liked to do this kind of thing, because he was a pervert. This man was peerless in appearance, elegant in demeanor, and unparalleled in martial arts. He was one of the most admired figures in the world. He had 0 negative reviews in the Wulin world. Furthermore, because he had killed many great demons, he had successfully become the Wulin Alliance Master. If he stopped just like that, he would be the current Holy Father, the type who shrouded the earth in holy light. He would be a divine figure. However, No Trace of Snow was a hypocrite in private and loved to torment people. What he loved the most was to let someone experience the best of everything, and then he would personally shatter it and enjoy the agonizing howls of others before they died. Wei Wei Bai expressed that she really knew too little about perverts. These freaks came in all shapes and sizes, and No Trace of Snow was the most abnormal and peculiar one. What kind of lunatic was this? Furthermore, she still had to conquer this lunatic. She had to change her target. If she didn't change, she didn't seem to have a choice. Wei Wei Bai, Tongzi, this kind of freak is a bit out of line. The system, they're even more out of line. It flipped through the notification and said, Side mission, earn 100 heartache points. It was too early for him to complete this side quest. Was it because it was too late in the previous plane, so it had to make up for this one? Before Wei Wei Bai could be confused, the system explained, this side mission is related to the time you have to conquer the next plane. Wei Wei Bai was confused. What conquering time? Isn't it the main system that gives out the time? The system. Didn't we submit an application last time? You want a plane with a longer conquering time. Chapter 1269. Wei Wei Bai, there was actually such a thing. Oh, right, there was such a thing. But the application was too long ago. She had forgotten. The system said, our application was approved. Because we didn't have money to bribe others, we applied for the worst plan, which means that the difficulty level of this plane will be increased by 3 times. Wei Wei Bai said, I think every plane is extremely difficult, and the most difficult one is the one where we have to cut off the penis. Although this plane had the saint of the demonic sect and the fake martial arts alliance master. But if they really wanted to conquer it, it shouldn't be 3 times harder. The system said, this plane won't remind you of the favorability level. There are only 3 chances to do so, and they are when it's 0, 50, and 100. Wei Wei Bai, so difficult, there was no favorability level notification. It was more difficult for her to tell if the other party was sincere or not, so she could only rely on her own rich experience. The system said, also, if the heartbreaking value is 100, then the conquering time for the next plane will be a lifetime. Wei Wei Bai immediately perked up. A lifetime conquering time. She didn't have to be chased by time anymore. The system said, if the heartbreaking is unsuccessful, then this application is invalid. In fact, when it applied, it didn't think it would succeed. But when Yi Yuxuan awakened a small part of his soul, he started to tamper with the needle of the fate roulette. Wei Wei Bai, who had always been unlucky, received his blessing of luck. The application was approved. When Yi Yuxuan tampered with the needle, his purpose seemed to be to keep Wei Wei Bai so that she couldn't easily escape from the plane. Under its interference, although it failed, but it was still a stroke of luck, and Wei Wei Bai's application was approved. The system saw that it knew nothing about the running host, and silently guarded the secret. Bai Weiwei sneered, "Humph, torturing the heart, my strong point, If I don't torture that Shui pervert with a sissy name until he cries for his father and calls for his mother, it won't be over." No trace of snow in this plane was sick, so she didn't feel bad about torturing him. Just as she set the flag, she suddenly lost her footing. Then he rolled down the cliff. The system immediately said, "Activate minimum life guarantee." Wei Wei Bai rolled into a pile of weeds in a daze under the protection of a life subsistence guarantee. She was not hurt at all, but she suddenly felt a chill on her back. She raised her head in a daze and saw the sky full of rain. A man in a white robe appeared. He held a bamboo umbrella and walked gracefully across the uneven ground. Miraculously, his shoes were not stained by a trace of water vapor, leaving no trace on the water, the pinnacle of Qinggong. His black hair was tied up with a light-colored ribbon. His black eyes were filled with gentleness. His robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a celestial being. He seemed to have sensed that there was someone in the weeds. He turned his head and stared at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai held her breath, not daring to move. That person smiled. His peerlessly handsome face was alluring because of this smile. Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes wide and looked at him without moving. The man seemed to know that he had achieved his goal. He turned around and walked away, but his footsteps were slow, as if he was waiting for something. Wei Wei Bai did as he wished and immediately rushed out of the weeds. Then, she quickly ran to the front and knelt on the ground. Her pair of childish, incomparably innocent eyes stared at him. "Celestial, please accept me." The man seemed to be stunned. Then, he lowered his eyes. His voice was as gentle as a clear spring. "You are Fast Transmigration System. Adonis, come here. /crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Com download Transmigration System. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. Com the next time you open the bookshelf, you will be able to see it. Chapter 1270. Wei Wei Bai's entire body was trembling. Her clothes were tattered, and her entire body was covered in blood. Her tears fell. "My family was killed by a devil. I want to take revenge. Your martial arts are so high. Can you accept me as your disciple?" She was like a pitiful young bird that was cruelly pushed out of her stable nest. She fell into the dust, her body covered in wounds. She was so cute that people wanted to destroy her. She saw the man's peak Qinggong. She knew that he could help her take revenge. "Who killed your family?" The man's voice carried a trace of coldness, as if seeing her in such a sorry state made him empathize with her. The gentleness on his face turned into a righteous majesty. Wei Wei Bai's lips trembled. She hugged her chest with both hands, but her clothes continued to fall. Her round and beautiful shoulders were mercilessly destroyed by the rain. Her pitiful and innocent eyes under her eyelashes were filled with gorgeous hatred. "It's the devil's sex leader." The man frowned. A trace of sorrow flashed across his face. Then he said, "I'll find a place for you to stay. As for the devil's sex leader, I'll capture him and bring him to justice. There's no need to acknowledge me as your master." Wei Wei Bai stared at him blankly. She seemed to be a loss. It seemed that stopping him and kneeling down to acknowledge him as her master had already used up all of her courage. Seeing that the man was about to leave, Wei Wei Bai suddenly stood up. She reached out and pulled on his robes, her wet eyes pleading. I want to take revenge myself. Please accept me. The man's handsome brows wrinkled. No, revenge is not suitable for you. I'd better. His words came to a halt, a trace of twisted excitement exploding in his gentle eyes. Wei Wei Bai released her hand. Her clothes all fell to the ground. The blood lotus on her shoulder was enchanting. Her pure white body, in the rain, had a kind of beauty that could captivate one's soul. But her face was filled with desperation and madness. Blood stained her cheeks, setting off the gorgeous light of hatred in her eyes. She was so beautiful that it could drive people crazy. If I can't become your disciple, then please let me become your woman. Only he could take revenge, even if he had to sacrifice his own body. The man's breathing became heavier, and it took him a lot of effort to suppress the darkness in his eyes. He leaned over and placed the umbrella over her head. Then, he took off his white robe with one hand and gently draped it over her body. There was a faint orchid fragrance on her clothes. He was very much like the gentleman he was. You don't have to be like this. I'll accept you as my disciple. The man's voice was filled with compassion. Wei Wei Bai raised her head in surprise. There was pure worship and adoration on her beautiful face. Direct and fearless emotions appeared on Wei Wei Bai's face without any concealment. The man said gently, I am no trace of snow. You will follow me from now on. I will teach you swordsmanship so that you could take revenge. Wei Wei Bai stared at him with a burning passion in her eyes. She grabbed the corner of his clothes tightly, as if she had seen her savior. In, master. No trace of Snow's lips curled up, revealing a gentle and gratified smile. His entire temperament was pure and holy. This feeling of being wholeheartedly trusted was really good. When he obtained all of her trust and adoration, he would personally betray her and shatter all of her hopes. It must be very delicious. Without the notification of the favorability level, Wei Wei Bai could only make a simple judgment of no trace of Snow's feelings. He should be excited, crazy, perverted, mentally twisted, and shameless. She silently ridiculed him. Then, like a chick seeing her partner for the first time, she worshipped him like a parent. Wei Wei Bai felt that no trace of Snow liked to play with people's hearts. She trusted and worshipped him so that he would put his thoughts on her and slowly think about the future. No trace of Snow suddenly reached out and held her bloodied hand. His gentle palm had a comforting gentleness. He turned around and pulled her into his embrace. Wei Wei Bai was startled and looked up with some fear. No trace of Snow only gently placed his hand on her shoulder, pressing the lotus under his palm. A wave of warmth entered her body, warming her up immediately. Wei Wei Bai's eyes showed gratitude. She was a little embarrassed. Thank you, benefactor. No trace of Snow's smile deepened. He said gently, It's time to call me master. In the future, you'll follow me. Wei Wei Bai nervously lowered her head, as if she was a little helpless and shy. Then she softly nodded. She didn't seem to notice that no trace of Snow's gaze was cold and interesting as he looked at her. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head. Her gaze was just as cold. She was just short of rolling her eyes. // Chapter 1271. The Devil Sect was destroyed, and the leader of the Devil Sect was missing. Those righteous people of the martial arts world originally came to take revenge, but they saw the Devil Sect being destroyed. It was really satisfying. Only a bright magnolia was left at the scene, and it was a symbol of a certain person. It was said that the man always wore a black mask with a magnolia pattern on it. He was almost invincible with his long sword. No one knew where he came from. No one knew when he disappeared. No one even knew his name. Because he always left magnolia flowers at the scene of a crime, everyone gave him the nickname of White Magnolia. In the martial arts ranking list, he and the leader of the martial art world, No Trace of Snow, were both ranked first. His character was incomparably evil, both good and evil, and it all depended on his mood. Sometimes he could destroy a group of bad guys, and sometimes he would run to kill the righteous people of the martial arts world. He did everything according to his mood. So the people of the martial arts world did not see him as a righteous person, but as a member of the Devil's Sect. So even if the devil sect was destroyed, those righteous people would not be happy. Instead, it would add another mark to his sinful book. Wei Wei Bai casually counted the poison needles, listening to the system's lively Jianghu gossip. That damned masked magnolia. Wasn't he the leader of the martial arts world? No trace of snow? His name was already Sissy enough, but even his nickname was Sissy. Wei Wei Bai sat barefooted by the window, 1 foot outside the window. Outside the window was a garden, and her toes even touched the blooming Chinese roses. The silver bell on her ankle jingled. Suddenly, she seemed to have noticed something and immediately looked up happily. At the end of the flowers, a slender moon-white figure slowly appeared. His black hair was tied into a neat bun with a jade hairpin, and his fair and handsome face had a distinct cold arrogance. But his deep dark eyes were soft and affectionate. It was as if he was looking at everyone, as if he was looking at the person he loved. Wei Wei Bai threw away the poison needle in her hand and jumped out of the window. She stepped on those Chinese roses. It didn't matter if the soles of her feet were pricked by thorns. Her eyes were full of pure worship and admiration. She rushed in front of No Trace of Snow and smiled brightly. "Master, I already know how to hide needles." No Trace of Snow lowered his head and saw that her childlike eyes were filled with his shadow. Her thick black hair casually draped over her back, fluttering as she lightly ran. He was like a child who didn't understand the evils of the world. This kind of person should be especially desperate when betrayed. No Trace of Snow revealed a trace of a gentle smile, as if he was looking at his most precious child. He reached out his hand and gently brushed aside the loose strands of hair by her cheek. Wei Wei is very powerful. When Master was your age, he didn't know anything. Wei Wei Bai, when you were my age, didn't you already learn how to kill and destroy the evidence? Don't make yourself sound so pure and innocent, you psychopathic murderer. She was spitting at him in her heart, but her face was full of bashfulness. How can I compare to Master? Master, look, she suddenly pointed behind him. Xue Wuhan was caught off guard and looked back. As a result, a cold needle suddenly pierced into his neck. His hand, as if it had eyes, caught the needle that attacked her and snatched it away with force. Then he calmly turned back, his smile unchanged. Still thinking of sneaking up on Master? Wei Wei Bai bit her lip with a face of annoyance. Her pale lips were bitten into a bright red color, and she glared at him, seemingly annoyed and annoyed. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here. / transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here. Next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. Chapter 1272. She seemed to feel embarrassed that she had been exposed. No Trace of Snow reached out and passed the needle to her. You didn't put poison in it? Wei Wei Bai suddenly reached out and snatched the needle. Her beautiful eyes glanced at him coquettishly. Who knows how to put poison in it? You're my master. I'll poison anyone but you. Her face was filled with all kinds of emotions. If she liked him, she liked him. If she was dissatisfied, she was dissatisfied. Her admiration for him was obvious, but she was also very adorable. No Trace of Snow's eyes darkened, and he smiled. I'm doing this for your own good. Your needle should be dipped in poison at all times. Jianghu people are sinister. You don't have a foundation in martial arts. I won't be able to teach you advanced martial arts or sword techniques in time. I can only teach you poison and concealed weapons to protect yourself. Bai Weiwei pouted in dissatisfaction. She crossed her arms behind her back, slightly tilted her face, and stared at him with a pair of clear eyes. Master, her voice was soft and coquettish. I'll never use poison against you, Master. And I still hope that you can teach me sword techniques. I want to be as good as you in the future. No Trace of Snow's smile became softer. His tone was kind. Once you learn how to use poison needles, you'll be as good as me in the future. Wei Wei Bai snorted. You only know how to brush me off. When can I get my revenge? After saying that, she turned around and left. Her long skirt fluttered with her movements. Her every move was so lively and full of life. No Trace of Snow looked at her indifferently, but she suddenly stopped in her tracks, as if she was hesitating about something. It was as if she was thinking of some evil idea. Then he saw her tilt her face and reveal a sly smile. She took a step forward and deliberately fell to the ground. Ouch! She shouted exaggeratedly. It hurts. The system was expressionless. Host, your acting skills have regressed 10,000 times. Wei Wei Bai said, that's exactly what I want. You have to deliberately let others see through your acting. No trace of Snow, that pervert, liked her pure and unpretentious nature, as well as her actions to monopolize his line of sight. The more she cared about him, the happier he was. Fuck off. Sure enough, he saw her fall in such an exaggerated manner, as well as her obviously deceptive groans of pain. No trace of Snow sighed helplessly. His footsteps were as graceful as flowing water as he arrived in front of her. He had already reached out to pull her up. However, Wei Wei Bai raised her eyes. Her eyes were round, but the ends of her eyes were long and narrow, making her look even more charming. She smiled triumphantly, and her voice softened. Master, it hurts. No trace of Snow's hand gently tugged at her wrist, and just as he was about to use his strength to pull her up. However, when he heard her words, he only paused and lowered his eyes to look at her. His expression was still gentle and affectionate, but there was a dark light in the depths of his eyes. He said softly, Where does it hurt? I don't think you fell hard. Wei Wei Bai was not embarrassed at all from being exposed. Instead, she tilted her head and smiled charmingly. Then, she raised her leg. Her beautiful calves were exposed, and the gauzy dress slid down to her knees as she raised her leg. Her pink toes were stained with some dust, which made them look even more white and tender. Her calves were as delicate and smooth as jade, and there were a few rose thorns on the soles of her feet. A little drop of blood came out from the thorns, and it was so gorgeous that it burned people's eyes. Wei Wei Bai's eyebrows hid a gorgeous beauty. She seemed innocent, but also seemed to be doing it on purpose. Chapter 1273. Her delicate toes lightly tapped no trace of Snow's chest. The blood on her feet stained his moon-white robe a little red. It was eye-catching and stunning. The bells on her ankles were ringing seductively. Wei Wei Bai stretched out her fingers. Her posture was languid and seductive. She curled her ink-black hair in a seductive manner. Master, do you think I'm seriously injured? She was supposed to be innocent, but in the blink of an eye, she turned into a seductive beauty. No trace of Snow froze for a moment. Then, he suddenly reached out and picked her up. He gracefully leaped onto the window. Then, he stepped into the house. He put Wei Wei Bai on the table. Then, he stretched out his fingers, held her feet, and quickly pulled out her rose thorns. Then, he took out a bottle of medicine from his sleeve and sprinkled some on her. His every move was so calm and gentle, but it didn't give people any fanciful thoughts. He was a true gentleman. Even his expression was as if he was looking at his daughter. He completely ignored Wei Wei Bai's seductive posture. The seductive look on Wei Wei Bai's face disappeared. It was replaced by annoyance and anger. She lifted her feet, but no trace of Snow held her down. Okay, don't always lift your skirt. Didn't the adults teach you that it's easy to catch a cold? Although his expression was calm, his tone was still a little hesitant. It seemed that he was a little embarrassed to say this to her. Wei Wei Bai smiled. Master, you're so good to me. She relied wholeheartedly and seduced him faintly. Sometimes, she was as innocent and childish as child. Sometimes, she was like a seductive spirit. Her every move was seductive. No trace of Snow accepted her at first only because of the flower on her shoulder. But after getting along with her for a short period of time, he found that she simply gave him a big surprise. In the past, he had met many interesting people, but after getting along for a long time, it became boring. Only Wei Wei Bai was different every day, giving him a huge sense of novelty. Seriously, it made him look forward to her relying on him as she grew up. When she was at her best, he would then feel the pain of destroying her. Wei Wei Bai noticed that his fingers were trembling, although it was only for a moment. However, she knew that this pervert was having another intracranial orgasm. Wei Wei Bai lazily lowered her eyes, but her tone was filled with cute expectation. Master, can you show me how to use your sword? Look at how I learned how to hide needles in just 3 days, and I even finished reading the hidden weapon manual you gave me. I worked so hard. You have to reward me." No Trace of Snow released her foot and said in a helpless tone, "You only know how to torment your master." Wei Wei Bai's face was a little blushed, but she acted like a little girl. "I like the way Master holds the sword. Even if I can't learn it, it's good to be able to see it." No Trace of Snow sighed. "Once you're done watching, learn how to use concealed weapons properly, all right?" Wei Wei Bai jumped off the table and immediately took a sword from the wall. No Trace of Snow's sword was in her room. She was afraid that he would regret it when he went back to get it. So she gave him an ordinary sword. No Trace of Snow was not picky, and his every move showed that he was a good master who doted on his disciple. He walked out of the door and came to the door, but Wei Wei Bai had already excitedly ran to the window. She supported her chin with both hands and leaned against the window, eagerly looking at him. No Trace of Snow's soft and affectionate expression disappeared, and his white robe suddenly flew up. The sword in his hand flew out of the scabbard, and his slender fingers grasped the sword hilt like lightning, and a cold, killing intent emerged from the sword. Fast address of the full text. https://www.sashu.com/fast. Chapter 1274. Then I'll go learn the secret weapon book, Master. Without waiting for No Trace of Snow to respond, she immediately reached out and closed the window. Outside the window, the loving smile on No Trace of Snow's face slowly disappeared. He coldly raised his hand and wiped his cheeks. There was a familiar fragrance in his nose, which was left on him by Wei Wei Bai. No Trace of Snow frowned slightly. He pursed his thin lips as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, he turned around and left. But Wei Wei Bai was nagging the system in the room. "Without the favorability notification, I didn't even know the effect just now." Her current personality was normal, naive and childish, a vicious and scheming girl. Xue Wuhan must have known that she had grown up in the demonic sect since she was a child. No matter how naive she would definitely be cruel and unscrupulous. The original owner was definitely not a good person. Wei Wei Bai was just continuing the original owner's character. However, she didn't know if the original owner was seductive or not. Anyway, she had made up her mind to seduce No Trace of Snow until he knelt down and called her Baba. The system said, "It's okay. When the favorability reaches 0, it will automatically remind you." Wei Wei Bai said, "Is it still negative now?" The system said, "Don't try to trick me. Rules are rules. I can't tell you what the favorability is." Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. "Trick my ass. There's no notification for the favorability, so No Trace of Snow's favorability is negative." Was there a need to tell it? Wei Wei Bai looked at the secret weapon book again. She needed strength to seduce people. Wait until she became a martial arts genius. So he hung Xue Wuhan up like a river crab. Who asked him to be a pervert? Who asked him to be sick? This kind of person deserved a beating. After the system knew Wei Wei Bai's thoughts, it only had one comment. He could dream even better. After all, he didn't need money to dream. This was because the male lead of this world had an abnormally high martial strength. He was simply the #1 in this world and could not be shaken. Wei Wei Bai ate and played happily. While she was at it, she played pranks on the servants, causing them to be in chaos. She portrayed a mischievous little cutie in a vivid manner. As for No Trace of Snow, ever since that kiss, he had been in a hurry to see her. When he came in the morning, he finally stayed a little longer. He said that he would help her investigate the culprit behind the massacre of her family. A trace of fear flashed across Wei Wei Bai's face. It seemed that she didn't want No Trace of Snow to investigate. However, No Trace of Snow seemed to be thick-skinned and did not notice her expression at all. Instead, it seemed more like a malicious intent. He began to interrogate her about her background. Wei Wei Bai awkwardly avoided this question and fled. When she was running away, a dark malice finally appeared on No Trace of Snow's face. Was she so afraid of him knowing her true colors? Wei Wei Bai had a strange look on her face. She touched her face and thought, "What do you think of my acting?" A pitiful little girl who is afraid of being found out about her demon sect identity? System, I think you're more like the villain. Wei Bai, you don't understand my beauty. It's okay. No trace of snow will soon appreciate my beauty. She only had 8 months left. She didn't have the time to play a master's affectionate game with no trace of snow. She had to do something more intense. Otherwise, how could she gain heart points? The more she was afraid of something, the more no trace of snow would do. For example, he would investigate her identity as a member of the demon sect and accuse her with a sorrowful face. He would break off their master-disciple relationship. This was a good thing. She would make some accidents when the time came. She would see if she could gain some heart points. / Chapter 1275. No trace of Snow's expression changed, but he followed her strength and grabbed her wrist. He snatched the poison needles from her hand and threw her back onto the bed. Wei Bai hit the bed, feeling a little dizzy. She looked up and saw Shui Wuhan holding a few poisonous needles in his hand. He looked down at them and then laughed softly. You're so cute. You don't have any martial arts skills. You want to kill me with the agility of an ordinary person. You're so bold and stupid. Wei Bai's expression did not change. Instead, she smiled. She was not as obedient as she was in front of her master. Her body was enchanting, and she was lying on her side in a seductive posture. She supported her forehead with her hand and said casually, "Who said I want to kill you? I don't know where Big Brother is, but your martial arts skills are really good. This little girl admires you." No Trace of Snow looked up and saw the charm in her every move. Was this the saintess of the demonic sect who was groomed to be the next saintess? Thinking about what the saintess of the demonic sect was for, he did not know where a surge of irritation came from. Most of the saintesses of the demonic sect did not know martial arts, but they were proficient in the art of seduction. They basically made a living by seducing men. The more dissatisfied he was, the gentler his tone became. Why are you so inquisitive about my identity? Do you want to repay me with your body? Wei Bai's long and beautiful eyes faintly glanced at him. A few traces of coldness flashed in her eyes, but her smile was charming. Okay, if you are better than my master, then I will worship you as my master. Or, her voice was a little hoarse, deliberately evoking a man's deepest desire. She said slowly, word by word, "It's good to be your woman." She looked like a complete seductress, but the masked man in front of her could not help but laugh. His smile was indescribably cold. "Oh, if you worship me as your master, then what about your master?" Wei Bai seemed a little perplexed. She frowned and actually looked a little pitiful. "That's true. My master is very good to me. I'm a little embarrassed to kick him away. Then I will be your woman." This answer was even more infuriating than before. She was not reserved like a woman and had no morals. In front of him, she even knew how to pretend to be obedient. If he did not come here wearing a mask, he would not know that she was actually so unrestrained. His woman. Did she really know what it meant? Bai Wei simply felt that it wasn't enough to add oil to the fire. She stretched out her finger, picked up a strand of long hair, and lazily twirled it around. She was charming and seductive at the same time. "I know everything. I've seen all kinds of positions for men and women. I know how to make men happy." System, the host was no longer a little white flower and had become a little demoness. He was not used to it. Shui Wuhan stood in the dark. His expression couldn't be seen clearly because of the mask on his face. Only his thin lips were excessively red, which gave him a kind of devilish charm. Calm. Before Bai Wei could react, he had already appeared at the bedside. Then his tall and slender body slowly bent over. He extended a white, jade-like finger and placed it on her toggle. "How do you want to be happy? Spring is short. Why don't you let me experience it now?" Wei Bai's eyes flashed with a trace of dark trembling. It seemed like fear, but she quickly suppressed it and took the initiative to reach out and grab the corner of his clothes. She smiled sweetly. Her thick eyelashes trembled, and her pink face was tinged with a faint blush. Chapter 1276. When No Trace of Snow heard this, he laughed instead of being angry. In the blink of an eye, he had already clasped his hands on her shoulders and felt her body tremble. What a cute reaction. She was so scared, yet she still tried so hard to seduce him. Wei Wei Bai bit her lip. Her breathing became chaotic. She hugged the blanket tightly, the fear in her eyes exposed. "Don't come over. I won't let you go." No Trace of Snow's voice rose slightly, his tone indescribably evil. "Tear my mouth. Then you won't be able to kiss me." She was so angry that her face turned red. She gritted her teeth and scolded, "You shameless, ugly freak, wearing a mask all day long. Your face must have been covered up long ago. No wonder you don't dare to meet people. You're a rapist in the middle of the night because no woman likes you, so your heart is bitter. You can only be a pervert." Those seductive gestures just now, they were all gone. She was just short of putting her hands on her hips and turning into an explosive little shrew. Her voice was as pleasant as a bell, but her scolding could destroy one's heart and lungs. She really had so many expressions. How could she change so many expressions? No Trace of Snow's smile deepened. It was as if he was looking at an insensible child throwing a tantrum, completely unconcerned. Wei Wei Bai was tired of scolding. Seeing the other parties in different expression, she bit her lip in frustration and glared at him in dissatisfaction. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes, and a mischievous malice appeared in her eyes. No Trace of Snow was already on guard, and could even easily seal her acupoints to restrain her. But to see how many flowers she could come up with, he let her jump around. She suddenly stretched out her hands, and the blanket slid off her body. Her clothes were mostly open, revealing the tender red belly band and snow-white neck. Her skin was so beautiful that it was shining. Shui Wuhan glanced at her, and she had already pounced over. Her soft body carried the unique, clean fragrance of a young girl. She directly crashed into his arms. No Trace of Snow suddenly wanted to retreat, thinking that she was going to attack him again. But he suddenly froze. Her lips actually pressed against his thin lips. Her fragrant breath wrapped around him, as if even his soul could be seduced away by her. Her movements were jerky and passionate as she recklessly barged into his mouth. No Trace of Snow had never encountered such an unexpected attack before. He was even dazed for a moment and didn't know how to react. And this moment of absent-mindedness gave her an opportunity. No Trace of Snow felt a pain in his mouth. His eyes suddenly became clear, and he raised his hand to slap Wei Wei Bai on the top of her head. They were going to film it well. She must be dead. Wei Wei Bai was not a pushover either. She had long been prepared for his counterattack. Relying on her soft body, she directly leaned back, hooked her feet on the blanket, and threw it at his face. No Trace of Snow's mouth was bleeding, and the tip of his tongue was entangled with a needle that she had used to attack him. He did not allow her to insert the needle deep into his throat. If he hadn't rolled it up in time, his throat was probably crushed by the needles. It was really impossible to guard against. How long had it been since he had suffered such an unexpected injury? She didn't even know martial arts. Just by relying on her soft body, without any internal strength, she was actually able to avoid his actions. No Trace of Snow tasted the blood in his mouth. It was not poisonous. He pulled open the blanket, but he saw that Wei Wei Bai was still buttoning her clothes and looking at him with a very happy smile. "You're poisoned. I want you to listen to me in the future." She smiled like a little fox that had succeeded, and her beautiful eyes were full of pride. No Trace of Snow reached out his finger and gently touched the blood at the corner of his mouth. His cold eyes had a few traces of a twisted smile. Then he said unhurriedly, "What do you want me to listen to you?" The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1277. There was still a needle wound in his mouth. If the needle was poisoned, she did not care to bite him. She did not want to expose herself. Did she want to tell others that she was a liar? Smart and naive, vicious and bad in a frank way. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be trying to open her eyes. Her eyelashes were trembling, but she could not speak. No Trace of Snow put her back on the bed. He smiled before she fainted. "I'll keep your identity, so No Trace of Snow won't know who you are, but you'll have to call me Master in the future. Is this a deal?" Wei Wei Bai's breathing gradually stabilized. She had completely fainted. No Trace of Snow pulled the blanket over and covered her. He took off the mask on his face and looked at Wei Wei Bai with a smile. He looked at her for a while, and his tone became casual. I wonder what kind of expression you'll have when you find out that your master is a hypocrite. I'm looking forward to it. He was looking forward to the day she broke down. When Wei Wei Bai woke up, she felt comfortable all over. She said, "Did the favorability increase, Tongzi?" The system said, "Don't try to trick me. I won't say anything." Wei Wei Bai, who failed to trick the system, did not look ashamed at all. She said, "Where's Sissy Snow?" The system said, "Other than the name Sissy, there's nothing sissy about him." It turned to look at the male lead and said, "He pretended to come from outside." Wei Wei Bai nodded thoughtfully. She said, "The favorability increase is not ideal. It's still not 0. Negative favorability would only sound when it was 0, 50, and 100. Until now, she had not received a single notification. Shui Wuhan was really a black-hearted rotten stone that was hard to chew. How could someone be so perverted? Wei Wei Bai yawned, then got up and took out the book on concealed weapons and the needles. Then, without even combing her hair or wearing her shoes, she smashed the room. After she was done, she sat on the table barefooted. She took the needle and threw it at the begonia beside the bed. It was as if he had a grudge against someone. Her face was frosty and her eyes were ruthless. Her eyes were red and filled with grievance. When No Trace of Snow walked in, he saw that one of the girl's feet was dangling under the table. Her snow-white ankles were adorned with bells that jingled as she moved. Her dress was in a mess, and her long hair hung down to her waist. She held a needle in her hand and stabbed it into the flower. Her bright and tender face was innocently tinged with vicious resentment. No Trace of Snow deliberately stepped heavily on the ground. Wei Wei Bai immediately turned around, unable to retract the ruthlessness on her face. Instinctively, she threw the needle in her hand at him. No Trace of Snow calmly raised his hand and caught the needle she threw at him. He frowned. "What's wrong, Wei Wei?" When Wei Wei Bai saw that it was No Trace of Snow, panic flashed across her face. The ruthlessness in her eyes was replaced by uneasiness. Then, she immediately revealed a brilliant smile and pretended to be innocent and tender. "Master, you're back. I missed you so much." With that, she jumped off the table and the bells rang. She shouldn't have messed up the room. She directly rushed in front of No Trace of Snow and said with a smile, "Master, did you bring me something good again?" No Trace of Snow looked at her and found that she couldn't even put on her clothes properly. He lovingly and gently reached out to straighten her clothes, looking like a father looking at his daughter. "What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Who bullied my little disciple?" Chapter 1278. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of twisted hatred flashed through her eyes. But very quickly, she hid it away, leaving behind only innocence. She complained unhappily, "Isn't it because Master has been too cold recently? Is it because he saw me running around and regretted taking me in as a disciple?" No Trace of Snow said helplessly, "Aren't I investigating the massacre of your family?" Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened, and her face turned pale. She forced a smile. "Really? Then what did you find out?" No Trace of Snow saw that she was clenching her hands tightly, and her palms were probably sweating from nervousness. There was a moment of joy in his smile, but of course, it was replaced by a doting and gentle smile. "I found out that the demon sect was destroyed." Her breath stopped, and her fingers began to tremble. No Trace of Snow paused, and then said slowly, "Your family happened to be near the demon sect, so the murderer destroyed your family, and you were the only one who escaped." Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a moment, and seemed to be at a loss. Family near the demon sect, what was that? She was clearly from the demon sect. Suddenly, she remembered what the man said to her last night. If she called a master, he would help her keep the secret. Wei Wei Bai's expression was complicated. She wanted to tell others about her obvious acting skills. She was very conflicted, very uncomfortable, and very secretive. The host did not want to comment on her regressive acting skills. After Wei Wei Bai finished playing the role of a conflicted disciple, she received a perverted look of happiness from No Trace of Snow, and then she retracted her expression in satisfaction. Then she quietly heaved a sigh of relief and reluctantly showed a sad expression. Yes, my family was killed by that demon. I only know that he was wearing a mask, and he wanted to kill me. These words made her truly fearful for a moment. No Trace of Snow reached out and patted her shoulder, as if to comfort her. It's okay. I've already found out who he is. Wei Wei Bai suddenly showed a sinister expression. Who is it? This expression was too obvious. No Trace of Snow pretended not to see it, but he knew that she really wanted revenge. The saintess of the demonic sect was her mother, and her father was one of the guardians of the demonic sect. She grew up in the demonic sect and treated it as her home. Coupled with the education she had received since young, she had developed the vicious nature of the devil sect. Revenge for the smallest grievance, revenge for all enmity. No Trace of Snow sighed. It's the White Magnolia. What a D***MN nickname. Wei Wei Bai resisted the urge to complain. Her expression was a little strange. No Trace of Snow thought she was sad and comforted her. I will avenge you. Wei Wei Bai suddenly said loudly. I want to report it myself. I must catch that White Magnolia, and then thousands of cuts, all kinds of torture. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she did not say it out loud. It was as if she was afraid of scaring No Trace of Snow. No Trace of Snow looked innocent and calm, as if he did not know what she was going to say next. His expression was gentle, and his white robe was holy and elegant. He looked like a savior as he said to her, It's okay. Master will help you. Wei Wei Bai looked up. The gratitude and infatuation in her eyes were obvious. Her voice trembled. Master, will you always be so good to me? No Trace of Snow said, What are you thinking? As long as you are my disciple, I will be good to you. Wei Wei Bai's eyes reddened. She reached out and threw herself into his arms, crying out loud, Master, you must not abandon me. No Trace of Snow reached out and stroked her back, comforting her. Were you worrying about at such a young age? How could Master abandon you? Master is still waiting for you to show your beautiful face of breaking down in pain. Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened. She grabbed the clothes on his back tightly, as if she was holding a treasure. She buried her head in his chest, her voice full of fierceness. Master promised, you are not allowed to abandon me. If you break your promise, I will lock Master up. She fiercely threatened. She was like a child who did not know how to be possessive. But this possessive desire made No Trace of Snow stare, and then his smile deepened. A sense of joy that he had never felt before, and a sense of novelty surged up. And Wei Wei Bai heard a voice that she had not heard in a long time. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 0. Wei Wei Bai, I never thought that Master would be such a pervert, actually liking captivity play. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Download the https://www.sashu.com/transmigration system. Male God, come here. Download the full article. https://www.sashu.com/transmigration system. Male God, come here. Download the full article. https://www.sashu.com transmigration system. Male God, come here. Download the full article. https://m sashu.com transmigration system. Male God, come here. Chapter 1279. Wei Wei Bai was tired from crying, and she did not sleep well last night. She cried and cried until she fell asleep in No Trace of Snow's arms. Shui Wuhan was a perverted man, but he was actually a gentleman. He would never do anything to her. That was why Wei Wei Bai hugged him calmly, rubbing against his chest as she slept peacefully. Then the system saw a scene that stung its eyes. No Trace of Snow lowered his eyes, his gaze dark and strange. His snow-white finger gently rubbed against her lips. There was even a trace of her tears on his lips. The slightly cold moisture made him silent for a while. Then he slowly put his finger in his mouth. The system who was secretly eating the bread. No Trace of Snow's face softened, and he laughed softly. What a cute child. That eerie tone made it feel like it had entered some strange and dark hell. with a chilly wind blowing. The system trembled and hurriedly ate 2 more bread to calm itself down. This crazy male lead, this poisonous host. The system once again felt like it was a clear stream between them. Wei Wei Bai ate and slept well, and the speed at which she learned poison needles was like a rocket. That was because she bought the hidden weapon talent. The cheapest one was 10 days of life. After all, she needed to maintain the image of a talented little demoness and not a silly little cutie. How could she not even learn poison needles and hidden weapons? Wouldn't that be a violation of her image? To Wei Wei Bai, a violation of her image was unbearable. She felt like she had an obsessive-compulsive disorder set up by someone. Either she did not act, or she would leap to the top of the world. She was such a perfect little fairy. Don't worship her too much. Wei Wei Bai looked sad. I'm still too good. The system. Wei Wei Bai. Actually, I still prefer the image of a silly little white flower. The system said, your hobbies are really unique. Wei Wei Bai. The little white flower doesn't know anything and everyone is used to it. That's why the little white flower persona saves money. The system thought about it and felt that it made sense. At least, little white flower didn't need to buy talent goods. Wei Wei Bai was casually chatting with the system while she flipped her wrist and moved her feet. She was practicing her concealed weapon martial arts. No Trace of Snow was a freak, but his persona was just as perfect as hers. He was the leader of Wulin's alliance with 0 negative reviews, and he was the pride of God who was the best in martial arts in the game. Bright as the moon, floating in the air like an immortal. No matter what, everyone would think that he was the righteous one, except for the fact that he was too good at pretending. His righteous face really took advantage of him. One had to know that people were all superficial, and no one in the ancient and modern times could escape this terrible curse. When they saw someone with good looks, they couldn't help but become a bootlicker. The system suddenly said, the male lead is here. Wei Wei Bai immediately straightened her expression and instantly changed her proper, but not aesthetically pleasing posture. She flipped her wrist enchantingly, but the expression on her face was still that of naivety. Her dress swayed like lotus petals, but the poisonous needle on her finger was sharp and insidious. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the flowers, and the poisonous needle flew into his eye socket. Wei Wei Bai's expression changed. She rushed forward, pulled her satin belt from her waist, and threw it fiercely, wanting to wrap around her poisonous needle. But it was too late. She wasn't fast enough and couldn't touch it. That figure, however, gently caught the poison needle between his fingers. He was not affected by this unexpected attack at all. Chapter 1280. Wei Wei Bai looked at the person who had pinched the needle. He was wearing a bright white robe, and his feet were not stained with any dew. He smiled warmly. Wei Wei, you've improved again. It was Shui Wuhan. His eyes were half closed, and the light in his eyes was clear, revealing a different kind of concentration. Wei Wei Bai had long seen him. Her breathing became a bit erratic, and her face flushed red. Finally, she angrily stomped her feet and fiercely rushed in front of No Trace of Snow. Master, next time you're not allowed to run in front of me without a sound. Do you know how dangerous it is? No Trace of Snow said somewhat innocently in a gentle voice. Master won't be hurt. You don't have to be so worried. Wei Wei Bai fiercely rolled her eyes at him, the bell on her ankle breaking. Just like her bright and beautiful face, it was filled with a sense of irritable freshness. In any case, you're not allowed to be like this. Do you know how worried I was when I saw you? No Trace of Snow seemed to be indifferent. Why? If it was someone else, wouldn't you be worried? Wei Wei Bai was momentarily distracted and coldly snorted. Who cares how other people die? I only care about you. After saying this, she bit her lip hard and looked at him in a panic. It was as if she was afraid that he would find out about her vicious nature. However, No Trace of Snow acted as if he did not hear her. He handed the poison needle to Wei Wei Bai. All right, don't be angry. Master won't do it again. Wei Wei Bai sighed in relief and hurriedly took the poison needle. Then, she tried to change the topic. Master, have you found out the whereabouts of that white magnolia? No Trace of Snow's eyes darkened as he said faintly. There are some clues. The 2 people who came today said that they had seen the white magnolia. That's why I asked you to come with me to take a look. Wei Wei Bai's eyes immediately lit up. She rushed in front of him and tugged at his sleeve. Master, quickly take me to see her. That Bai Yulan has committed a heinous crime. I must capture her with my own hands and then hand her over to Master so that Master can kill her. No Trace of Snow seemed a little surprised. What? You didn't kill him yourself? Wei Wei Bai snorted. Of course I'm just being kind. Although we have to take revenge, isn't Master the Wulian Alliance leader? She raised her head, her bright eyes filled with unconcealed admiration and love. Isn't the Wulian Alliance leader supposed to eradicate evil? If I help Master catch the bad guys, everyone will praise Master. She thought of him with all her heart. There wasn't a trace of impurity in her feelings. They burned brighter than the brightest flame. No Trace of Snow stared blankly at her. His gaze seemed a little strange, but he quickly covered it up. Then he laughed softly and said, Then I'll wait for Wei Wei to catch the bad guys for Master. Wei Wei Bai smiled brightly. Okay, Master. But soon, she couldn't smile anymore. The guests were in the front hall. As soon as they entered, a light green figure floated over like a fairy. Wu Hen, have you thought it through? No Trace of Snow's smile didn't change. Ziqing, I haven't thought about it yet. It's not easy to answer. Lin Ziqing's expression didn't change. Her cold and beautiful face was so beautiful that it stood out from the rest of the world. Wei Wei Bai curiously popped her head out from behind No Trace of Snow. She smiled and said, Master, what are you talking about? Lin Ziqing was stunned when she saw Wei Wei Bai, including the man sitting behind Lin Ziqing. The girl in front of them had an exquisite face shape, eyes, hair, and figure. She was born with a charming charm. Her skin was fair and flawless. Her bright red lips were bright and alluring. Chapter 1281. She was wearing a peach red dress, which was a bright color, but she actually wore it brightly. And her smile had a trace of malice, without a trace of decent dignity. Wei Wei Bai saw that they were stunned and frowned in dissatisfaction. She reached out her hand and hooked a strand of her hair that was hanging down, lazily twirling it, with a trace of coldness in her eyes. What's wrong? Are you all blockheads? You don't even speak when you see people. Lin Ziqing reacted. So this must be Miss Bai? Is she your new disciple? Not waiting for No Trace of Snow to answer, Wei Wei Bai said with a faint smile, What Miss Bai? I'm not used to hearing it. Granny, you should just call me Little Wei Wei. Lin Ziqing and the man sitting there almost spat out a mouthful of tea. No Trace of Snow seemed a little helpless. He faintly said, Wei Wei, she's only 2 years older than you. How can you call her Granny? Wei Wei Bai immediately changed her words. Older sister. Lin Ziqing's expression became even worse. Which woman didn't care about age, even if there was a difference of 2 years? No Trace of Snow seemed to be afraid that the situation would become even more awkward. He immediately said, Sit down. Business is more important. Then he walked away to instruct the servant to bring more tea and snacks. But Wei Wei Bai lazily walked towards the table when she passed by Lin Ziqing. The corners of her long and narrow eyes slightly raised, and the vicious coldness in her eyes was clearly visible. Stay away from my master, slut. Her voice was soft and sweet, but she said the most vicious words. No Trace of Snow, who was talking to the servant, heard it. He didn't say anything, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of evil smile. Lin Ziqing was so angry that his face turned white, but it wasn't good for him to immediately flare up. Wei Wei Bai ran to the table and looked at the man with some disdain. Then she directly sat down, leaning against the table, looking like she didn't know how to sit properly. However, it was surprisingly cute and pretty. Her every move was alluring, making one unable to shift their gaze away. No Trace of Snow also walked over with a carefree look on his face. Where do you think you've seen the magnolia? Lin Ziqing held back his anger and told her about the places he had seen. The man was her companion. His name was Lu Rinbing. He described the scene in detail. No Trace of Snow was silent for a moment. It seems that we still don't know his exact location. His whereabouts are unpredictable, and he does things based on his mood. It seems that it will be difficult to find him in a short time. Lin Ziqing immediately said, People like Bai Yulan are extremely evil. Wuhan, you must bring her to justice. Shui Wuhan nodded. He had handsome features, and his eyes were clear and righteous. Just by looking at him, she felt that there was actually such a wonderful man in this world. Lin Ziqing blushed. She held it in and said, "Then about our marriage, what do you think?" Wei Wei Bai, who was originally tilting her body and casually playing with the sweet cake on the plate, suddenly raised her eyebrows. Hearing this, he immediately raised his eyebrows fiercely. What engagement? Lin Ziqing couldn't help but say coldly, "My marriage agreement with no trace." Wei Wei Bai immediately turned her head to look at No Trace of Snow. Pitiful tears appeared in her eyes. "Master, you're getting married?" No Trace of Snow looked deeply at her and said with a gentle expression, "No, it's Senior Lin who has done me a favor. He said that he would let Miss Lin marry me, but I haven't thought about it yet." Wei Wei Bai fiercely threw the sweet cake in her hand to the ground. "Why do you want to? You don't even like her. What are you thinking about?" To TXD. Chapter 1282. She was jealous so fiercely that people would think that she was his legal wife, not his disciple. No Trace of Snow had no choice but to tolerate it. "Wei Wei Bai, there's still guests. Don't be willful." Wei Wei Bai bit her lip hard and suddenly turned to leave, her footsteps heavy. The bell rang like rain all the way. "Marry her if you want. What does it have to do with me?" After she finished speaking, she stepped out of the house, but suddenly turned back. The sunlight fell on her face, and her delicate and charming appearance had a kind of aggressive beauty. "Anyway, if you marry her, I won't be your disciple anymore." After saying that, she stormed off. If she was jealous, she had to let the whole world know. The system covered its head, thinking that the host of this world was like an evil villain cannon fodder. Finally, it earnestly advised, "Host, why are you holding back? Where's your acting? Your character is a little brainless." Wei Wei Bai walked far enough out of the house before her expression returned to its cold indifference. She said to the system, "Did the favorability increase?" The system said, "I can't tell you." It looked up and saw that the favorability had increased. Huh? Increased? What kind of strange increase was that? Wei Wei Bai's actions just now were not pleasing at all. How could it increase like that? Wei Wei Bai said, "It definitely increased. No Trace of Snow, that pervert. The more I show that I like him, the more excited he gets, and when he's excited, everything will increase." No Trace of Snow's biggest joy. He liked to see people fall from high places into hell. He was spoiling her to no end now because he wanted her to like him, so that she could fall into a desperate situation in the future. So she just had to follow his wishes and keep giving him the wrong impression. She loved him until the sky fell and the earth cracked. She loved him so much that she would do anything. Then he would be happy. They were all humans. As long as he was happy, his favorability would increase unknowingly. No matter how much it increased, she would benefit. Wei Wei Bai knew that her professional skills were not up to standard in the previous world. This plane worked hard and finally delved into the field of freaks. She had to be more perverted than a pervert to understand the perverted mentality. The system felt a little cold. Why did it feel like its host was emitting a black aura from head to toe? Then it sensed something and immediately said, "Lin Ziqing followed you here." Bai Weiwei's face was calm. "It's no problem. This old lady has never lost to anyone in a cat fight." She put away the calmness on her face, then reached out and pinched the flower. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her tone was arrogant and vicious. "What's so good about her being so ugly? Why didn't you reject her immediately? What qualifications does that ugly woman have to get close to you?" All of a sudden, she sensed something. A beam of sword light stabbed toward her body. Wei Wei Bai's expression changed. She immediately rolled on the ground, but the sword light still pierced her arm. She covered her wound and looked up, only to see Lin Ziqing looking at her coldly. "I didn't expect Wuhan's disciple to be so vicious. Wuhan was fooled by you, but I won't. You're not a good woman at all." Wei Wei Bai's eyes trembled. She bit her lip and stared at her. Lin Ziqing pressed on. "I'll clean up the sect for Wuhan. People like you are definitely remnants of the devil's sect." Wei Wei Bai didn't seem to expect her to be right. Her whole body trembled, and a strong murderous intent flashed in her eyes. A few poisonous needles appeared between her fingers. Lin Ziqing didn't know anything. She thought that she didn't know martial arts and couldn't escape from her sword. Wei Wei Bai didn't look like a decent person. She killed Wei Wei Bai, so Wu Hin couldn't blame her for anything. Chapter 1283. No Trace was too kind. How could he believe that such a girl had a pure heart? More importantly, Wei Wei Bai's face was too good. She was so dainty and had a foxy appearance. She was simply born to charm men. She was really not at ease with No Trace of Snow having such a disciple by his side. Lin Ziqing smiled sinisterly. The cold temperament on her face immediately disappeared. She said coldly, "If you die, I will tell No Trace that you attacked me first." Hatred appeared in Wei Wei Bai's eyes. Her mouth revealed a mocking smile. "Jealous auntie is really ugly. I think Master definitely won't like an ugly person like you." Lin Ziqing was hit where it hurt. No Trace of Snow really didn't like her. The marriage was also forced on him. Back then, it was said that her father had saved No Trace of Snow's life. But in fact, at that time, even if her father didn't exist, No Trace of Snow could have escaped by himself. Her father was just one step ahead of them. Everyone knew Shui Wuhin's status in Jianghu. If he could marry his daughter to him, if his daughter married him, then the entire family would rise. And she wasn't doing it for those external benefits. She was doing it for No Trace of Snow. He could make any woman crazily pursue him. She had admired No Trace of Snow for so many years. Seeing such an opportunity in front of her, how could she tolerate it being destroyed by others? She raised her sword angrily and fiercely stabbed at Wei Wei Bai. "You can like me, but you can't. Anyway, you can't see." No Trace of Snow had always been alone. Wei Wei Bai was the first woman to approach him. She couldn't tolerate Wei Wei Bai's existence. Wei Wei Bai looked at her with a cold smile. The poison needle in her hand suddenly shot out. Lin Ziqing suddenly felt a sharp pain on her face. The poison needles pierced her face, and the venom began to take effect, corroding her face. The long sword in her hand fell to the ground as she screamed and covered her face. "It hurts! It hurts!" Wei Wei Bai immediately grabbed the long sword on the ground, a fierce look in her eyes. "Looks like you're the one who died, old hack." The system hurriedly said, "The male lead has been here for a long time, and there are many onlookers." Wei Wei Bai was indifferent. "I just want him to see it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put in so much effort to act." There was no hesitation in the sword in her hand. Just as it was about to stab into Lin Ziqing's chest, an enormous strength that came from nowhere slapped her away. Wei Wei Bai, who had no internal energy, rolled into the flowers. Her chest churned, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She sat up in a daze. She saw No Trace of Snow standing in front of her. His clothes were as white as snow, and he was looking at her coldly. Wei Wei Bai blankly called out, "Master." Then she immediately pursed her lips and cried, "Master, that vicious woman wants to kill me." No Trace of Snow's face was full of disappointment. His tone was cold. "But what I saw was that you wanted to kill her." Wei Wei Bai's face showed a trace of anxiety and panic. "No, Master, it's her." No Trace of Snow coldly rebuked. "Enough. I thought you were just a little impulsive. You're still young, so you can't suppress your liveliness, but I didn't expect your heart to be so vicious. I'm really disappointed in you." Wei Wei Bai was dumbstruck, her lips trembling. Master, No Trace of Snow, turned around, wanting to look at Lin Ziqing. Her panicked voice could be heard as she gripped onto his trousers tightly with one hand. "It's my fault, Master, I was wrong. Don't throw me away." Chapter 1284. No Trace of Snow shook off her hand and said coldly, "I don't have such a vicious disciple like you. I don't want to see you again." After that, he went to Lin Ziqing's side to check on his injuries. Wei Wei Bai felt pain in her chest where No Trace of Snow hit her. She coughed and staggered to get up, looking deeply at No Trace of Snow. Then she clenched her teeth, coughed up blood, and turned to leave. It was raining. She was in a mess, her face full of despair. Wei Wei Bai said, "Tongzi, am I miserable?" The system said, "You can still survive a natural disaster, but you deserve what you bring upon yourself. She was so miserable, she did it on purpose. Wei Wei Bai sighed. Sigh. Pervert Snow must be very happy. The more he tortured her, the happier he would be. What perverted hobby? There was no enmity between them. He just loved torturing people. What an idiot. There was something wrong with his brain. Suddenly, she stumbled and fell, covered in mud. Just as she was about to get up, a man was already standing in front of her, his slender body wearing a black robe and a beautiful dark mask covering his face. His voice was sinister and demonic. "Isn't this my little maid? Why did you fall here?" No trace of Snow's perverted speed of changing equipment was not just for show. Wei Wei Bai looked up, the tears in her eyes mixed with the rain. She bit her red lips so hard, blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. So pitiful, it made people's hearts tremble. The man paused. Wei Wei Bai had already grabbed onto his trousers. No trace of Snow thought she was going to resist, but she suddenly burst into tears. "Master doesn't want me anymore. Master doesn't want me anymore. He doesn't want me anymore." She was like a child, crying pitifully. No trace of Snow was speechless for a moment. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something. Wei Wei Bai's expression suddenly changed. She looked up, revealing a charming smile. Then her voice was soft and sweet, with a natural sense of seduction. "Master, you have to save me." No trace of Snow was speechless. Wei Wei Bai rubbed his thigh, like the most enchanting and charming water snake, so seductive that it was poisonous. She had a fawning look on her face. "I know you're amazing. You can even forge an identity for me. Then can you give me master?" Shui Wuhan only felt that in her eyes. There was no morality, right or wrong, 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 wrong. This kind of unscrupulous, crazy emotion. It was really two. Shui Wuhan's fingers were trembling slightly, and even his breathing was a little chaotic. What of snow? Of snow of snow? Snow of snow to snow of snow. Snow Wei Wei Bai was stunned. She frowned pitifully. "Then I don't have anything to give anyone. I'll give myself to you." That was clearly the answer he liked. Why did he not feel happy when he heard it? Wei Wei Bai suddenly thought of something. She became happy. "I have something to give you. Bend over and take it." No trace of Snow slowly bent over, his eyes extremely strange. "What are you giving me?" Wei Wei Bai smiled brightly, her tone gentle. "I'm sending you to your death, bitch." No trace of Snow's smile froze. He found that he could not move. Wei Wei Bai had already stood up. She raised her fingernail. There was a small, colorless needle in it. He did not know how she hid it. When she grabbed his trousers just now, it pierced into his flesh. The rain disturbed him. He was too careless. Wei Wei Bai reached out, touched his waist, and pulled out the short sword on him, then patted his face with the sword. "Shameful thing. Who do you think you are? How dare you make me call you master? Let me see how ugly your rotten face is." After saying that, her hand was already on his mask. The S/ to read the full articles to TXT downloads to read the S. Chapter 1285. This was the first time no trace of Snow had been restrained by someone. In the past, no matter how dangerous it was, he would only be injured. But he had never been plotted against to the point where he couldn't move, even if it was just a momentary success. For no trace of Snow, it was already unexpected. If it was his opponent who was strong in martial arts, he would have died long ago. No trace of Snow pretended to sigh. She was at a disadvantage because she didn't have martial arts. An adorable and pitiful evil child. When Wei Wei Bai's hand was about to lift his mask, he had already raised his hand and held her fingers. It was obviously not a strong force, but it made her unable to move. Wei Wei Bai suddenly widened her eyes. "Impossible! You should be unable to move because of the poison." No trace of Snow looked at her without blinking. His voice was languid with a hint of laughter. "Yes, I should be unable to move and let you do whatever you want." Wei Wei Bai tried to pull her hand back, but there was a sharp pain in her wrist. He increased the strength of his grip on her. It was as if she wanted to escape, he would break the bones in her wrist. Wei Wei Bai's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light, but her smile was bright and beautiful. "Brother, what are you doing? I'm just joking with you." She said it innocently. Her pink and white face had never been so pale. Even if she was smiling, it was still a forced fake smile. No trace of Snow's thin lips opened slightly, but his words were cruel. This poison of yours is really good. At first, you can't move, then your whole body will fester and die. Even if it's not intentional, you want to kill people. If it's intentional, won't you want to exterminate the whole family? She used the poison he gave to harm him. Wasn't this a joke? He had a very strong resistance to all the poisons that he made. Her lips trembled, and her brows furrowed tightly. The tears in her eyes were so obvious in the rain. Her tears were clearer than the rain. Her eyebrows, which should have been enchanting, were now extremely pitiful. He was slightly taken aback. He thought that she was afraid, but she bit her lips tightly. That's right, I'm evil by nature. So what if I annihilate an entire family? So what if I'm happy? She spoke in a fit of pique. It didn't seem like she was acting. Instead, she seemed to be genuinely upset and in pain. She had always been like a little fox, cunning and vicious. The pain was also an act to gain sympathy and obtain what one wanted. But today, her eyes were red and filled with despair and sorrow. This was genuine pain, without the slightest bit of pretentious fawning attitude that he usually had. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. She shouted at him heartbreakingly, "I'm not good enough. I'm not strong enough. That's why Master doesn't want me." The smile on Shui Wuhan's face gradually faded. The way she broke down so quickly seemed to make him unhappy. Wei Wei Bai's thin shoulders trembled. The rain fell on her body, causing her exposed skin to turn red from the pain. She was a bit panicked, but also full of unwillingness. I've hidden so well. I've been a well-behaved puppet. I don't cause trouble. I don't kill people. I do whatever he wants me to do. Speaking to this point, Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips, looking very pitiful. She said, "To practice with concealed weapons, I even dared to stab needles into my nails. It was so painful that I couldn't sleep. I was afraid of being poisoned, so I could only eat the antidote as if it was my meal. I worked so hard, so why did I fall short of success?" Her words. She condemned herself. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1286. I should have been stabbed to death by that bitch. Master would never abandon me. Wei Wei Bai's lips had turned white when she said this. She was very cold, and her whole body was trembling. Her palm-sized face and beautiful eyes were full of tears. It felt like there were more tears than the rain. She cried until the tip of her nose was red. Why can't I control myself? I should be bullied and not fight back. Only then will Master feel sorry for me. She was supposed to be vicious and live her life without fear. In the end, she had to compromise to this extent. No trace of Snow felt that he should be happy. It was so simple to torture her, but she actually completely broke down just like that. He had seen many scenes of people being sent to hell. Those people were all crying and wailing in extreme pain, just like Wei Wei Bai now. But that was not right. When others were in so much pain, he was like a farmer who worked hard and finally ate the fruits of his labor. He felt incomparably sweet. But Wei Wei Bai was in so much pain. Why didn't he feel happy at all? It was more like there was a breath stuck in his chest. She broke down too easily. Did she like him that much? No trace of Snow's eyes were extremely dark. He slowly reached out his hand and slowly slid his fingers across her face. The skin that he touched was so cold that no trace of Snow could not help but frown. An ordinary person without inner strength could actually stand here with him for so long in such a cold rain. Wei Wei Bai did not care that he was touching her face and kept crying. Her head was lowered and her hand was held by him. She was as thin and frail as the wildflower that had been beaten by the roadside. She could disappear at any time. The system watched as the host turned into a crybaby. The little demoness did not want to be anymore. She became a crybaby. Her acting skills were such a high level. Why did it rise again? The host was crying so much that it wanted to beat her to death. It silently flipped open perverted psychology. Indeed, it had to live and learn, otherwise it would be abandoned by the host. Wei Wei Bai suddenly said, "Did your favorability increase?" "I can't say." Wei Wei Bai. "Then it's going up." It was just an increase of 1 point in favorability. This was nothing to be proud of. Wei Wei Bai. No trace of snow. That pervert must be disgusted to death right now. I'll break down in front of him and make him sullen to death. That sick bastard. The system finally had a heart attack. Why is he so sullen? Shouldn't the host be the one feeling aggrieved? He was crying so miserably that his eyes were about to fall out. Wei Wei Bai smiled calmly. Do you know that there's a kind of person who likes to save people from hell, lift them up to heaven, and then ruthlessly push them back into hell? No trace of snow. Wei Wei Bai. Yes, but no trace of snow didn't think deeply at all. He thought that he wanted to see the pain of those people falling into hell, but what he actually likes is the process of pushing those people into hell. Wei Wei Bai touched the dumbfounded system. No trace of snow likes the process of those people admiring him, loving him, and then being betrayed by him. Their faith is destroyed by him bit by bit, and then being destroyed again bit by bit. She, on the other hand, was reckless when she liked him. Love at first sight. She didn't need no trace of snow to do anything. When she broke down immediately. She still didn't need no trace of snow to do anything. To make her like him, no trace of snow probably came up with a lot of ideas and plans. / crossover system. Adonis, come over here. Chapter 1287. But this kind of excitement, seeing her so miserably lying next to him, cooled his heart down. Before he could enjoy it, she broke down first. How useless. No trace of snow coldly raised the corner of his mouth. It was better to find the next, stronger person to torture. He saw that she was trembling uncomfortably, looked at her coldly for a while, then reached out to undress her. Her peach-pink clothes were thin and delicate, unable to cover much of her curves after being drenched in the rain. The clothes clung tightly to her exquisite body. On her pure, white arm, a conspicuous wound appeared. Blood was still seeping out, and the edges of the wound were white. No trace of snow looked at her coldly, then took out the medicine and sprinkled it on her. Then he took off her clothes. Inch by inch, the clothes were taken off, and her snow-white and soft body appeared in front of him. No trace of snow was expressionless as he changed her clothes. Just when the system thought that he was a natural eunuch, a eunuch. No trace of snow's fingers suddenly paused. Then, as if he didn't care, his fingertips slowly touched the skin on her chest. That action was ambiguous and had a kind of elegant morbid feeling. It was like a lick before tasting a delicacy. Under his fingertips was her delicate, silk-like skin. No trace of snow's eyes darkened, but he still covered her with the blanket. Then he took off his mask and hid it. He also changed his clothes. He planned to make Wei Wei Bai scram as soon as she woke up. After all, she had already broken down. There was no need to torture her, just let her fend for herself. She loved him so much if he didn't want her. The rest of her life would be very painful. No trace of snow smiled coldly. This was good. Maybe one day he would remember to visit her. Look at her incomparably miserable appearance. Thinking of this, his gloomy mood finally improved a little. Wei Wei Bai slept a little painfully. She guessed that she had a fever. And that pervert, no trace of snow, just let her burn. She was thinking about no trace of snow's psychological state in her high fever, so she just let her fend for herself. Did he give up on her because she overdid it? Wei Wei Bai frowned. It seemed that she still had to work while sick. Then, she opened her eyes. Her eyes were still red, and there was a hint of seductiveness in them. She immediately sat up on the bed, as if she was on high alert. Her fingers were about to touch the needles she had hidden, but she found that the needles were gone. Even her clothes had been changed. Wei Wei Bai's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt, but when she looked up, she saw something. There was a man sitting by the window. He was wearing a moon-white robe, and the warm sunlight shone on his body. His handsome face seemed to glow beautifully. Wei Wei Bai's eyes flashed with a trace of infatuation. She choked up a little. "Master, did you save me?" Shui Wuhan was expressionless and looked at her indifferently. Then he said in a cold voice, "Lin Ziqing's face is already disfigured. She wanted me to hand you over, but I didn't agree." Wei Wei Bai's eyes brightened a little. "Master, you still feel sorry for me." No trace of snow sighed hypocritically. "You don't have to call me master in the future. I took you in as a disciple, because I pitied you, but I didn't know that you were so vicious. You can leave later. Don't tell others that I'm your master in the future." After saying that, he got up without hesitation and immediately walked out. After taking 2 steps, he didn't hear Wei Wei Bai's cries. This was unexpected. He couldn't help but turn his head, only to see Wei Wei Bai staring at him blankly. It seemed like she hadn't reacted yet. No trace of snow deliberately left some time for her to digest this sad news. Wei Wei Bai was stunned and fell silent. / crossover system. Adonis, come over here. Chapter 1288. The system couldn't help but say, "Host, you're out of ideas, right? I told you not to be too reckless, but you didn't listen. You scare the male lead away." Wei Wei Bai's face flashed with a hint of struggle. "I'm just worried about my life points, so I'm hesitating whether or not to shop." What did she want to buy every time? Her heart felt like it was being trampled by an elephant, and it was being trampled back and forth. Her heart made a sound. Her heart hurt so much. There's an aphrodisiac in the discounted items, right? There must be. The system said, "There's a condom. Do you want it?" Wei Wei Bai said, "If you want an aphrodisiac, you want an aphrodisiac, one that the target can't resist, one that can be activated with air." The system flipped through the discounted items. There's an aphrodisiac flower, which is relatively unpopular among the aphrodisiacs, so it's cheap. 8 days of life points. 8 days. Her heart that had been trampled by an elephant 8 times, Wei Wei Bai said bye quickly. If she didn't buy it now, the target would really go to someone else. Who knew that a perverted coward like No Trace of Snow would be scared away so quickly? Wasn't she just acting a little more desolate? He actually gave up just like that. She harshly marked him down in her heart again. If she didn't torture him to the point where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun in the future, she would livestream herself eating No Trace of Snow alive. The flower of the aphrodisiac silently attached itself to the Chinese rose by the window when no one noticed. The wind blew gently. A faint sweet smell began to permeate the air with the wind. Wei Wei Bai was afraid that No Trace of Snow would notice this strange smell, so she immediately woke up from her daze. Then, with a pale face, she directly got off the bed and staggered towards No Trace of Snow. No Trace of Snow finally saw the painful expression he wanted to see. He was satisfied and wanted to leave. Wei Wei Bai had already hugged his back. Her body was tightly pressed against him, soft and warm, with the unique fragrance of a young girl. No Trace of Snow stopped in his tracks. However, he heard Wei Wei Bai's coquettish voice. "Master, you're just angry at me. You won't abandon me, right?" No Trace of Snow sneered, and then said in a disappointed tone, "Don't call me master in the future." Wei Wei Bai trembled. She panicked. "Master, do you really not want me anymore?" No Trace of Snow enjoyed her painful final struggle. He said almost maliciously, "Yes, I don't want you anymore." Wei Wei Bai's fingers trembled as she gripped his clothes tightly. She muttered nervously, "You can't abandon me. You can't. I'll like you, master." No Trace of Snow's heart seemed to have been touched. However, it was only for a moment, and it wasn't deep, so he ignored it. He seemed to be a little confused, and then suddenly became angry. He turned around and pushed him away. "What are you talking about? Is this something you can say?" It was against ethics and morality for a master and disciple to love each other. Wei Wei Bai fell to the ground and looked at him blankly. Suddenly, she revealed a charming smile. She said, "Master, why can't I say these things? Wei Wei likes you. I don't care about ethics and morality." No Trace of Snow's body trembled. He took a deep breath, as if he was so angry that he didn't know what to do. "Get out of here immediately. Don't dirty the ground here." Bai Wei Wei's smile stiffened. She forced herself to remain calm, but she finally couldn't hold on any longer. She looked at him helplessly. "Master, don't chase me away." No Trace of Snow flung his sleeves and looked at her coldly. "Get out now, or I'll kill you." Wei Wei Bai heard his words and said softly, "So you wanted to kill me?" Then she looked up, her face full of sadness. "Then I'll go. Master doesn't want me. I'll be obedient." This wasn't like her at all. She loved so humbly. She should have a character that was unscrupulous. No Trace of Snow watched as she struggled to stand up. She staggered a few steps and walked to his side. Then I'll go. Master, you have to take good care of yourself in the future. No Trace of Snow's face was tense. He set up the image of a cold but bright master. Suddenly, he frowned. He felt that something was wrong. A warm feeling surged up in his body. Was it? He staggered a few steps and reached out to hold on to the door. He looked up, a trace of surprise finally appearing in his cold eyes. Wei Wei Bai had already turned around and reached out to support him. Master, I can go, she said considerately. After struggling to pull him onto the bed, Wei Wei Bai followed him onto the bed. No Trace of Snow's breathing became heavy and hot. He felt his body sink, but he saw Wei Wei Bai straddling him. She reached out and tore open his clothes. Her face was full of despair just now. Now, however, it carried with it a distinct beauty that burned with reckless abandon. Master! She bent down, took off his last piece of clothing inch by inch, and put it close to his ear. A scorching hot breath blew into his ears. Even if I want to go, I'll go with you first. T. Chapter 1289. The marriage between Wei Wei Bai and No Trace of Snow quickly spread throughout the martial arts world. As the leader of the martial arts world, No Trace of Snow was a person with zero negative reviews, good looks, high martial arts, and high financial resources. His marriage was the focus of the entire martial arts world. Many decent martial arts sects had daughters of marriageable age waiting to marry No Trace of Snow, so that they could raise their status by 3 levels. In the end, No Trace of Snow, who had never been close to women, turned out to be his little disciple. It was fine if it was his little disciple, but she was actually planning to get married. The hearts of so many young ladies were shattered. The face of so many righteous sects and clans was also shattered. How could this be? Where was his ethics? As the leader of the martial arts world with 0 negative reviews, how could he bear such a big stain? So for a time, all kinds of objections surged like a wave. But No Trace of Snow did not tell Wei Wei Bai about this, and he bore it alone. He acted as a love-crazed, fearless, and infatuated man, and to let Wei Wei Bai know about his sacrifice. He even deliberately let those talkative servants serve Wei Wei Bai, so that these things could be told to her through the mouths of others. This was the most natural way. Wei Wei Bai listened to the gossip and nibbled on melon seeds with a sad face. So everyone treats Master like this. It's all my fault. The melon seeds were delicious. If I didn't love him so much, I would have left him. The sweet cakes were delicious too. I'm sorry, Master. This small cake was delicious too. After eating too much, she drank a mouthful of tea and tasted the top taste of the tea. Then, her eyes revealed forbearance and anger, but more than that, heartache. Her eyes reddened, and she whispered softly, Wu Hen, what should I eat for dinner? The chef here was not bad. The servant returned to report that No Trace of Snow was satisfied. She relied on him little by little, felt heartache for him, and loved him even more. He smiled coldly, feeling indescribably happy. Meanwhile, Wei Wei Bai rubbed her stomach and said, I'm full. I need to go out and digest. The system touched its belt. Where did its belly go? It seemed to have shrunk all the way to his back. Wei Wei Bai was full and glowing. She rolled up her sleeves and planned to stir up trouble. After all, she was not a little white flower who only knew how to cry. People who came out of the devil sect could not fail in anything. Just like that, everyone had it. What a vicious heart. Otherwise, why would he join the devil sect? Wouldn't it be better to play with the righteous martial artists? So she asked the system to find the sects that had said bad things about their marriage. In the end, they saw those who opposed No Trace of Snow's marriage gather together for a meeting. And the leader was actually Lin Ziqing. She heard that when Lin Ziqing heard about this marriage, he simply smashed everything and cursed them harshly every day. At the same time, he instigated all those who opposed the marriage to gather together and use ethical reasons to stop the marriage. Once a woman fell out of love, she was not much different from a member of the devil sect. Bai Weiwei was wearing a peach-colored dress. Her hair was tied with a bright red ribbon, and a pink rose was pinned to her hair bun. Seeing the little manservant at the door leading a horse, she smiled brightly at him. Her smile was clear and beautiful, with a hint of charm. It was naturally seductive. She reached out her snow-white fingers and hooked the reins in the manservant's hand. She said to him, "I want this horse." Her voice was clear and sweet. She was obviously willful and reckless, but it made people unable to feel bad about her. The manservant's face reddened, and he did not know what to say. Next time you open the bookshelf, you will be able to see it. If you like. Chapter 1290. She had already leaped onto the horse and rushed out. That beautiful figure quickly disappeared. Not long after she left, a white figure appeared at the door. The manservant remembered that this horse was prepared for no trace of snow. He quickly bowed his head and said respectfully, "Alliance Master, the horse was taken away by Miss Bai." No Trace of Snow smiled gently. "It's okay. Bring me another one." The manservant said respectfully, "Yes, Alliance Master." No Trace of Snow said, "She's very beautiful, isn't she?" The manservant blurted out, "Yes, yes, very beautiful." Halfway through, he felt that he was being rash, so he immediately bit his tongue and didn't dare to continue. He felt a chill down his spine and looked up, only to see No Trace of Snow staring at him with a pair of terrifyingly cold eyes. The manservant trembled and looked again, only to see No Trace of Snow's gentle eyes. There wasn't the slightest bit of coldness from before. The manservant breathed a sigh of relief and immediately turned to prepare the horse. Why did he feel that No Trace of Snow was looking at him with murderous intent? Everyone knew that the Alliance Master was kind-hearted and had the softest personality. Why did he feel that the Alliance Master was staring at him like he was a dead person? Wei Wei Bai, that monster. I don't know what kind of sorcery she used to bewitch the Alliance Master, making him willing to risk the world's rebuke to marry her. Lin Ziqing slammed the table. Her family was considered a well-known family in the Jianghu. The head of the Lin family had been the Alliance Master before, but because of No Trace of Snow, he had to retire. Lin Ziqing was the only daughter of the previous Alliance Master. His only daughter was disfigured, although medicine was sent to restore her appearance. But the medicine took effect very slowly, and it would take 1 or 2 years for her to return to her original appearance. For the Lin family, this was simply a great humiliation, and No Trace of Snow was actually not as selfless as before in this matter. Instead, he protected Wei Wei Bai and refused to hand her over. This kind of alliance leader made them feel unfamiliar. After all, the Alliance Master was known for being easygoing and fair. How could he be biased towards his disciple? What was worse was that in less than 2 days, there was news that the Alliance Master and Wei Wei Bai had dissolved their master-disciple relationship. Before they could be happy, the wedding invitations were sent out from the Shui clan to all the sects and clans. So the Lin family took the lead and got Lin Ziqing to gather all the noble families who were against this marriage. He was trying to make No Trace of Snow give up on this marriage. If No Trace of Snow didn't comply, then they would collectively kick No Trace of Snow out of the position of Alliance Master. Everyone nodded in agreement at Lin Ziqing's words. After all, No Trace of Snow was famous for being fair. There was no reason for him to change his personality as soon as Wei Wei Bai came. Lin Ziqing saw that everyone was beginning to suspect Wei Wei Bai. She suppressed her excitement and said ambiguously, "I think Wei Wei Bai is very likely to be from the demon sect. Although the demon sect has been destroyed, everyone knows how cunning they are. We have to guard against them invading our righteous sections." People from the demon sect. It was a very strange method. The demon sect's holy maiden was born to charm men. Many righteous people were driven crazy by the demon sect's strange and terrifying methods. With her reminder, many of the righteous people present immediately began to think deeply. Once the seed of suspicion started to appear, it couldn't be removed. Lin Ziqing knew that she had to continue to work hard and convince these people. Then even if there was no evidence for the time being, under the circumstances where everyone was saying the same thing, No Trace of Snow would never marry Wei Wei Bai. Who would marry a woman from the demon sect would be spurned and hunted down by the righteous sects of the martial arts world. Chapter 1291. In a place where no one could see, Lin Ziqing's bandaged face revealed a trace of a strange smile. Her voice was still steady and calm. Then let's write a letter together and ask the alliance leader to give up on this marriage. Everyone nodded. That's right. Lin Ziqing saw that the situation was good and immediately said hypocritically, "Is there anyone else who doesn't agree? If you all agree, then sign it." "I don't agree." These words rang out clearly and abruptly. Everyone turned around in shock. But they saw a peach-red figure under the sunlight, like the most brilliant red clouds, like a brilliant peach blossom, barging in just like that. The bells on her ankles rang all the way. There was a kind of burning beauty to her flowing eyebrows. It was as if she had suddenly appeared and crashed into everyone's eyes. She lit up a beautiful firework. Even Lin Ziqing, who had already seen her before, was stunned for a moment. Wei Wei Bai smiled brightly, her voice as pleasant as the bells. "I don't agree." Lin Ziqing came back to her senses. She saw the culprit who had disfigured her and hated her so much that her teeth were bleeding. After the accident, she had been looking for Wei Wei Bai, but she was protected by no trace of snow and couldn't find her at all. And they couldn't force their way into No Trace of Snow's house. Now, she was actually stupid enough to deliver herself to them. They just had to kill her immediately. Even if No Trace of Snow came, they could pretend to kill her by mistake. Then this matter would be over. Lin Ziqing immediately said with a smile, "You came at the right time, Demonis. Tell me clearly what kind of demon you used to bewitch the alliance leader and make him so infatuated with you." She had to force Wei Wei Bai to admit that she was a member of the demon sect. Wei Wei Bai looked at her with some confusion. "What kind of demon did you say I used to bewitch No Trace?" She had just finished asking and didn't wait for anyone to answer. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "What kind of monster can I use to confuse him? Look at me. Don't you all understand?" Lin Ziqing frowned. "You're bewitching the masses with your lies. What can I understand from looking at you?" Wei Wei Bai's figure was lithe and graceful. Her steps were light as she moved. Her dress was like a cloud, moving with her footsteps. Her appearance almost stole everyone's attention. She walked in front of Lin Ziqing with the same smile on her face. She gently moved closer to look at Lin Ziqing's face. Then, in a voice that was not loud but loud enough for everyone to hear, she said, "Of course it's my face, ugly freak. Of course it was my face, ugly freak." Lin Ziqing saw her face clearly. At such a close distance, he was even more shocked. She was so beautiful that no one dared to look at her directly. Her face, which was wrapped in bandages, appeared in the middle of her clear eyes. It was a stark contrast. The woman's self-esteem was completely crushed by Wei Wei Bai. Lin Ziqing almost screamed, "Wei Wei Bai, you Demonis. You're the one who used a special drug to confuse women. You're from the demon sect, aren't you?" Wei Wei Bai turned around casually. Her figure was like flowing clouds and water. It was indescribably beautiful. She laughed, charmingly and mockingly, and then said to everyone present, "Uncles, listen to what you're saying. In this day and age, how can you accuse an innocent woman of being a member of the devil's sect without any evidence?" At this point, Wei Wei Bai sighed. "I don't even know martial arts. The people from the demon sect are all highly skilled in martial arts. I don't even know where the demon sect is, let alone the demon sect." And read the at https://www.sashu.com/ and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com and read the full article at https://m.sashu.com. Save button. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf, if you like. Chapter 1292. With that said, the people present looked at each other. They had never seen Wei Wei Bai before. Lin Ziqing was the one who told them about Wei Wei Bai. Hence, they did not have a good impression of Wei Wei Bai. No Trace of Snow's attitude was also a little strange. Hence, it was reasonable for them to suspect that Wei Wei Bai was a spy from the demon sect. But looking at Wei Wei Bai today, any man could not help but reveal a look of understanding. How was she a demon? With this girl's appearance, she would not be able to control herself, let alone her disciple. Even if she was married, there would still be people who wanted to snatch her away. No Trace of Snow was fair and just, but they were all men. Men all had the same problem. It was reasonable for women to bring disaster to the country. Wei Wei Bai stood there. Some of the people present were uncertain. They did not know how to look at her. Lin Ziqing saw that others were wavering. She immediately drew her sword. Wei Wei Bai, you have a vicious heart. My face was ruined by you. How dare you speak nonsense and distort right and wrong? She had thought that Wei Wei Bai would curse back viciously. She would take the opportunity to stab her to death. However, she saw that Wei Wei Bai's thin body suddenly trembled. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head, revealing a fair and beautiful neck. It was so fragile that it made one's heart break. Tears fell from her eyes. Sister Ziqing, I know that you like Wuhan, but Wuhan really likes me. Please don't target me like this, okay? It was a beautiful face, but once it was touched by tears, she suddenly looked pitiful. Wei Wei Bai cried pitifully. I know I'm not good. My parents were killed. I don't know martial arts. I'm not good enough for Wuhan. These words were so innocent and pitiful. Wei Wei Bai covered her face. But Wuhan wants me. I want to leave him, but he doesn't want me to. Lin Ziqing was so angry that he couldn't even hold his sword steadily. Bai Wei Wei's call ended, not clearly pointing at her nose and scolding her. Was she a vicious woman who deliberately slandered Wei Wei Bai because she liked No Trace of Snow? Wei Wei Bai turned around and coincidentally met Lin Ziqing's face. A trace of disdain flashed through her eyes. Lin Ziqing's mind exploded. She was so angry that she lost all reason. The sword in his hand stabbed out without hesitation. Puchi! The sound of a sword piercing into flesh rang out. Lin Ziqing looked at the white cloth at the tip of the sword. Bright red blood slowly seeped out of the white cloth, piercing one's eyes. She looked up in disbelief. When he saw No Trace of Snow, his handsome face turned pale, and he stood in front of Wei Wei Bai. Lin Ziqing's sword pierced directly into his chest. Wu Hen. Lin Ziqing was so scared that she cried on the spot. She hurriedly threw the sword away. The sword was pulled out of No Trace of Snow's chest. The wound wasn't deep, but a lot of blood flowed out. It looked abnormally scary. No Trace of Snow looked at her expressionlessly. His eyes were cold, and there was no trace of his usual gentleness. He let the blood flow. Then, without looking at Lin Ziqing, he turned around and faced the martial artists. Everyone, Senior Lin saved my life back then. Now that his daughter has stabbed me, I won't hold it against her. Take it as me repaying Senior Lin for saving my life back then. He was covered in blood, but his posture was still like an immortal. His neither servile nor overbearing appearance made many people blush. No Trace of Snow was still the convincing No Trace of Snow. He didn't look like he was confused by the demoness like Lin Ziqing said. In fact, No Trace of Snow didn't do anything wrong. He just married his own disciple. Chapter 1293. Although that disciple said that it was Lin Ziqing who disfigured her. But everyone knew that it was Lin Ziqing who made the first move and wanted to kill, which provoked Wei Wei Bai to resist. No Trace of Snow also said that it was an accident that caused Lin Ziqing's disfigurement. After all, that poison was personally made by No Trace of Snow, and he even gave the antidote. And with Lin Ziqing's series of actions, it was obvious that she wanted to kill Wei Wei Bai. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Ziqing with a strange expression. Lin Ziqing was so scared that she was trembling. When she heard No Trace of Snow's words, she couldn't stand and leaned against the chair. Her father was No Trace of Snow's savior. This matter was very important. Everyone knew. This was also the bargaining chip that allowed her to get close to No Trace of Snow without any fear. But now, after this stab, there was nothing left. The blood on No Trace of Snow's chest flowed to the hem of his clothes, and drops of blood fell to the ground. His pale face looked at Wei Wei Bai, and his expression became gentle. Why are you here? You don't have martial arts. If something happens when you go out, will it take my life? His words were calm and gentle, but they were filled with a man's most infatuated feelings. Wei Wei Bai stood there in a daze, as if she couldn't understand what she saw. Her voice trembled. Master, No Trace of Snow sighed. It's okay. It's just a small injury. Wei Wei Bai staggered forward 2 steps and reached out to cover his chest. Her face was suddenly excessively pale, even paler than No Trace of Snow. Her breathing was unstable. "Are you okay? There's so much blood. Why is there so much blood?" The deliberately provocative beauty and unbridled bravado just now were gone. There was only genuine worry, wholehearted fear. No Trace of Snow's eyes darkened. Just as he was about to tell her not to worry, her pupils shrank. Her pupils suddenly shrank. Her expression hardened as she looked at Lin Ziqing with hatred. Without any hesitation, she placed her hand on the sword at his waist. Then, he suddenly pulled out his sword. The sword light reflected the hatred in her eyes. "Lin Ziqing, I want you dead." She was so resolute that she didn't care about the fact that she didn't know any martial arts. She actually had the attitude of wanting to perish together with Lin Ziqing. No Trace of Snow was stunned for a moment and missed the opportunity to grab the sword. Wei Wei Bai had already rushed towards Lin Ziqing with her sword in hand. His footwork was clearly disorganized, and he couldn't even hold his sword steadily. However, that ferocious intent of perishing together with his opponent was still terrifying. Lin Ziqing was still in a daze. When she saw Wei Wei Bai rushing over, she didn't think much and was about to hit her with her palm. If this hit landed, Wei Wei Bai would be seriously injured and vomit blood. The next moment, No Trace of Snow sighed helplessly. His figure was like lightning as he appeared between them. Palm to palm, he forced Lin Ziqing back. Then, he grabbed Wei Wei Bai's waist with one hand and snatched her sword. After putting it back into the scabbard at his waist, he picked up Wei Wei Bai. A series of actions flashed like lightning and thunder. People with low martial arts skills couldn't see No Trace of Snow's actions clearly. Wei Wei Bai was still like an enraged stray cat. She struggled with all her might and shouted angrily at Lin Ziqing. "Lin Ziqing, you bitch. You dare to hurt my master. I'll take your life." Vicious and poisonous words. But people couldn't help but pity her. To steal a man, you see, these 2 women have gone crazy. Then, everyone looked at No Trace of Snow with admiration. This was a real man. To be so popular, it was simply admirable. No Trace of Snow coughed. "Wei Wei, my wound is about to split open." // Chapter 1294. The wound was not serious at first, but because of her struggle, it was about to split open. Wei Wei Bai suddenly froze and did not dare to move. Her voice softened. "Are you okay, master?" Her voice was choked with sobs, and there was no trace of the ferocious look she had just now. This kind of softness and weakness for one person and pricked up thorns for others. It was simply No Trace of Snow took a deep breath, and excitement rushed up from the bottom of his feet. He suppressed it and said gently, "I'm fine, let's go." No Trace of Snow hugged Wei Wei Bai and said to the crowd, "Please be present at my wedding with Wei Wei. Although she is a little lively, she is a good girl." After saying that, he frowned and hurriedly left. When he got home, he asked the doctor to apply medicine. Bai Wei Wei had been sitting next to him, her eyes red and miserable. No Trace of Snow was as gentle as ever, and kept comforting her patiently. The system was silent. It looked at Wei Wei Bai, and then at No Trace of Snow. It was being attacked by these 2 drama queens. Lin Ziqing was a little pitiful. It took a look at the favorability level. Oh, it increased again. When the favorability level increased to the point where it could open the data, it immediately knocked on Wei Wei Bai. "Host, the data of the flower on your shoulder is complete." Wei Wei Bai looked at No Trace of Snow pitifully and said, "What's the follow-up information?" The system was silent for a while before saying, "It's like this. No Trace of Snow practiced a very tragic martial art." Wei Wei Bai, "What martial art?" "Eating human flesh." "How tragic could it be otherwise?" The system, virgin technique. Wei Wei Bai, "What was worse than eating human flesh was not being able to eat meat." "Hey, that's not right. Didn't No Trace of Snow lose his virginity?" "Tomzi gone my ass." The system said faintly, "But you're different. When he slept with someone else, he went berserk and died, but when he slept with you, his martial arts improved greatly." Wei Wei Bai, "What kind of information was this?" The system said, "Your flower was born naturally, which means that you have the extreme Yin physique. It's also a good item for purging fire. Wei Wei Bai, stop, stop, stop. You don't have to be so blunt. Do you want to be blocked? The system said, oh, you're different from the rest. No trace of Snow's martial art is very fiery, but can't be broken. You're the only one who can relieve his pain and improve his martial art. Wei Wei Bai, am I that awesome? The system said, if you do it a few more times, he'll be alive and you'll be dead. His body is filled with poisonous flames, and every time, he would use you as an antidote. When the poisonous flames in his body disappear, your body will not be able to hold on and collapse. Wei Wei Bai gritted her teeth. Fuck, that vicious bastard. No wonder he looked at me so strangely. He was using me as an antidote. The system heard her muttering. Although I know that side rewards are unreliable, it's never been this bad before. The system said, What side reward? Wei Wei Bai, the beautiful body. Isn't it my side reward? The system said, your side reward is not this. Wei Wei Bai, then what is it? The system endured the pain and took out the few remaining treasures from its drawer. It can resurrect the dead once. As long as the corpse is complete, you can be revived. If it wasn't for the fact that this plane was 3 times more difficult, it would not have taken it out. It was so poor that it was about to starve to death. It was still worried about the life of this heartless host. Wei Wei Bai shivered. I feel like I hit the jackpot with this side reward. The system turned around silently. You don't even look at who gave it to you. No trace of Snow saw Wei Wei Bai shivering and thought that she was afraid. He showed an infatuated smile. It's okay, the wound isn't deep. Wei Wei Bai showed a strained smile, but could not say anything. He had never met such a scumbag, and it was such a scumbag that he wanted to torture his strategy target to death. Compared to this, his previous strategy targets were all obedient babies. Download the at https://m Sashu. Com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 1295. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have sensed someone behind her. She immediately turned around, her skirt spinning. When she saw that it was no trace of Snow, she immediately rushed over and held his hand. Master, I've brought the bath water for you. Hurry up and take a bath. No trace of Snow's cold expression turned gentle. This kind of small matter should be done by the servants. You don't need to do it. Wei Wei Bai was bright and charming. This is Master's matter. I'll serve you, and I'll serve you willingly. No trace of Snow's footsteps paused. She could always naively and casually say such things that made people happy. Love with all her heart. It was actually so easy to obtain. No trace of Snow should have found it boring, and he used to find it boring. But he didn't know why, but during this period of time, he didn't have the cold attitude he used to have toward her love for him. He didn't find it boring. No trace of Snow even thought that it wouldn't matter if she stayed by his side. After all, she was quite interesting. As soon as this thought appeared, his pupils suddenly shrank. This kind of thought was almost impossible for him to have. It was his nature to like the new and dislike the old. There had never been a person who could give him a sense of freshness for more than a month. She was almost 2 months old. He actually didn't feel bored. Wei Wei Bai saw that he was in a daze, so she reached out and waved her hand in front of his eyes. No trace of Snow immediately returned to his senses. He smiled and gently held her hand. I'm going to take a bath. You should also go. Wei Wei Bai suddenly reached out and gently held his wrist. His pulse trembled slightly. Her hand had already followed his wrist and moved up, pulling his sleeve and pulling it forward. More than half of his coat was pulled out by her, and the other half hung on his body, revealing the white clothes underneath. No trace of Snow said somewhat helplessly, Wei Wei. Wei Wei Bai smiled and said, Isn't Master injured? When you're bathing, you must remember not to get wet. So, just wipe yourself, and I'll help you take off your clothes. Shui Wuhan raised her eyes and looked at her face. She had bright eyes, white teeth, red lips, and white teeth. She was born with a hint of flirtatiousness, and her eyes were pure and alluring. He felt the flames in his body burn even brighter. Then, he heard his own hoarse voice ring out, saying something that he shouldn't have said. Then I'll have to trouble you to serve me. Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a moment before she smiled happily. Sure, master. Then she undressed him, his white undershirt wrapped around his muscular body. When she unbuttoned his clothes, her fingertips slowly brushed past the lines of his muscles. No trace of Snow was incomparably indifferent, as if he was unmoved. Wei Wei Bai also looked innocent, as if she didn't know what she had done. The system said, "Host, you've lit a fire. Didn't I say that this male lead's body was filled with poisonous flames?" How could the host forget that he was always flirting with people? Wei Wei Bai said, "It's okay. The sooner I die, the sooner I'll be reincarnated. Anyway, I still have a chance to revive. If I don't court death, how can I spend the reward?" The system, Wei Wei Bai said, reviving from the dead. This kind of reward makes me very willing to die generously. Also, if I don't die once, how can I farm more favorability points? Without favorability points, I can't torture No Trace of Snow. This piece of trash was asking for a beating. After so long, he still didn't have 50 favorability points. How could he be so stingy? The system, it wasn't that it didn't want to speak, but when No Trace of Snow took off the last piece of clothing from his body, it was blocked. Address of the full text: https://www. Sashu. Address of the Chapter 1296. Was this trying to take his life? Wei Wei Bai felt that No Trace of Snow was trying to take her life. This man was planning to transfer the poisonous fire to her in one go. Let her directly die and enter the grave. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore. Her fingers lazily rested on his shoulder, and her voice was as soft as water as she begged him. No Trace of Snow's eyes were terrifyingly deep. His ink-black hair fell on his naked body, bewitching and exquisite. He said in a low voice, "It's almost done. Wei Wei Bai, the way you lie is really hateful." In her dizziness, she felt that No Trace of Snow's fingers seemed to have already pinched her neck. As if by instinct, she softly called out, "Master." Her long hair was scattered, like the most gorgeous monster in the night. Her half-closed eyes were confused and ignorant, as if she didn't know how attractive she looked. His fingers couldn't help but soften as they stroked her neck. In the end, he still couldn't bear to pinch her. Wei Wei Bai knew that it was because her body was still useful. That was why this damn bastard couldn't bear to do it. Without the favorability prompt, everything depended on her own experience to guess his thoughts. This also made it difficult for her to catch the rhythm of his increase in favorability. Without the prompt of favorability, the workload increased by more than 1 or 2 points. Just as Wei Wei Bai was dizzy and finally fainted. In the darkness, No Trace of Snow's eyes flashed with intense conflict. His breathing was heavy, as if he was in pain. His eyes were fixed on Wei Wei Bai, who was below him, and his expression was twisted for a moment. Most of the poisonous fire had already spread to her body. He should have been comfortable, but there was another terrible pain in his body that was tormenting him. It was his chest, where his heart was. No Trace of Snow reached out to cover his chest and swallowed back a mouthful of blood. It was the precursor to chi deviation. No Trace of Snow endured for a long time before calming down. The crazy thing about this martial art was not the poisonous flames, but the inability to be emotional. If he was aroused, his martial arts would directly devour his body. Back then, when he had chosen this martial art, he had scoffed at the fact that he could not be moved. After all, he was cold by nature and would not be moved by anyone. Therefore, he did not hesitate to take this path. But today, No Trace of Snow thought of the pain in his chest. It was all because of Wei Wei Bai. He got up and looked at the girl on the bed expressionlessly. Her brows were slightly furrowed. Her lips were bitten by him, and her face was pink and tender. She was as beautiful as a flower bud. Her slender wrist rested outside the blanket, her fingertips delicate and slender. All of them were exquisite. All of them made people feel enchanting and pure. No Trace of Snow silently put her hand back into the quilt, then put on his clothes and walked out. Under the moonlight, he suddenly pulled out a flower branch and turned it into sword chi, dancing swiftly and fiercely. His swordsmanship was unparalleled. His inner strength flowed endlessly, and he started to worry about not being able to use it up. After the poisonous flames left, the last flaw in his martial arts was about to be solved. As long as he did it 1 or 2 more times, he would be completely healed. As for Wei Wei Bai, his swordsmanship paused, and the image of her smiling sweetly at him seemed to flash before his eyes. Then he thought of her vicious and vicious side. Even this side of her was so gorgeous that no other woman could compare to her. Every frown and smile was simply born to charm men. As long as she was willing, no man could refuse her. But she only had him in her eyes. This kind of feeling was terrifyingly hot. No trace of snow had been cold for half of his life, but this was the first time he had encountered such a straightforward and direct love. It was so hot that it seemed to be able to scorch his incomparably cold heart. /crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Com download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. Com next time you open the bookshelf. You will be able to see it. Chapter 1297. A mouthful of blood surged up. He coughed and spat it out. No trace of snow propped himself up on the flower branch, his long hair hanging down. He was silent for a while before coldly looking up. He actually fell in love. It was still not too late. There was still time to extinguish this level of passion. No trace of snow crushed the flower branch and threw it away. Then he walked back with a cold face. However, he saw a slender figure leaning against the door. She seemed to have just woken up. Her sleepy eyes reflected the moonlight. Delicate as the moon, a beauty without equal. No trace of snow stood there in a daze. Wei Wei Bai yawned as if she had no bones. Only then did she see no trace of snow. Master, where did you run off to in the middle of the night? She softly complained. Then she took the robe and walked towards him under the moonlight. When she came in front of him, she frowned and said, "It's cold. Why didn't you put on more clothes before running out? Put it on." Wei Wei Bai did not have her usual mischievous look. Her beautiful face had a serious softness because of worry. No trace of snow did not speak. Instead, he hid in the darkness and lowered his eyes to look at her. Wei Wei Bai was sleepy and tired. She reached out and tugged at his clothes to make him lower his body. Then, she reached out and put the robe on him. Idiot, be obedient. She was simply tired and confused. She did not feel any respect for him at all. No trace of snow put on the robe and was led back to the room by her. Her ankles were exposed under the skirt. The sound of the bell was very cute. Xue Wuhan felt another wave of pain in his chest. He narrowed his eyes dangerously and bent his fingers a little. Murderous intent emerged from his eyes. Wei Wei Bai did not seem to know his murderous intent at all. Instead, she muttered, "Master, I'm so tired. My body is still very hot." She was awakened by the heat. The killing intent in his eyes immediately disappeared. He knew why she felt hot. This was because the poisonous flames on her body had started to change her body. She had no martial arts and no internal energy to resist. The poisonous flames began to erode her life force. Of course she would feel hot. After entering the house, Wei Wei Bai climbed onto the bed in a daze and then rolled the blanket over herself. She closed her eyes to sleep and opened them again. She seemed to have thought of something and took out half of the blanket covering her body. Then, he closed his eyes and continued to sleep peacefully. She didn't seem to have woken up from the beginning to the end. She only woke up because of the heat and saw him outside. She seemed to think that he would be cold, so she gave him a robe, put it on him, and led him back. After doing this, she felt that she had completed her task and could sleep. No trace of snow looked at the other half of the blanket, then at her closed eyes and trembling eyelashes. A thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Her cheeks turned even redder, making her look gorgeous and charming. He looked at her silently for a while. Suddenly, he reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder. A surge of inner strength slowly passed over. Combing through the poisonous flames in her body couldn't save her, nor could it save her life. But it could make her feel comfortable. Soon, her eyebrows relaxed and the sweat stopped. Her breathing gradually stabilized. Her sleeping face was incomparably peaceful in the darkness. No trace of snow sat by the bed and watched her all night, until the morning light entered the window and elongated his figure. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 50. When Wei Wei Bai woke up and heard the system's prompt, she suddenly had a bad premonition. She had just said that the favorability hadn't increased to 50, but in the end, it increased to 50 in one night. Last night, other than putting a robe on him as a gentle strategy, she didn't do anything else. The TXT. Chapter 1298. It seemed like there was nothing that could touch his heart. However, a man like No Trace of Snow was terrifyingly cold-hearted. When she analyzed his character, she felt that he was very tough and his heart was as hard as a rock. She had done so many things, but he was still very vigilant and unwavering. The favorability rose at a tortoise's speed, so slow that she suspected that No Trace of Snow was afraid of love. In the end, it passed 50 points in one night. Wei Wei Bai hid her vigilance and sat up. There was no one in the room anymore. She touched her chin and said to the system, "The increase in favorability is a little strange. Could it be that No Trace of Snow thinks that I'm going to die soon? So he pitted me and gave me some favorability?" The system said, "The data has been unlocked again. Because the favorability has passed 50 points, the data has been unlocked this time." Bai Wei Wei was at a loss for a moment. He still has information hidden. The system said, "I told you that this world is very difficult, and the heartbreak value has also increased." Wei Wei Bai said, "Heartbreak value? I would have forgotten about it if you didn't mention it. This thing didn't tell me that it increased." The system said, "The heartbreak value doesn't have a voice notification. If it increases, I'll tell you." Wei Wei Bai said, "Your system world seems to be quite backward." The system said, "A little more advanced than you Earthlings." Wei Wei Bai stopped this backward topic. After all, this system was the best. "How much is the heartbreak value?" 20. Wei Wei Bai was silent. How was she torturing him? Last night on the bed, did he think that he was not brave enough, so he was tormented? Wei Wei Bai said again, "Where's the data?" The system gave the remaining data of the male lead to Wei Wei Bai. After Wei Wei Bai finished reading, she deeply felt that this fucked-up world was 3 times more difficult. So the pit was waiting for her here. No Trace of Snow, this guy was practicing the authentic virgin arts. Not only does the body have to be a child, even the soul needs a child. In other words, he couldn't get close to a woman physically, and he couldn't have a woman in his heart. Oh, not even men. In any case, he was invincible after practicing this martial art for a long time. However, there was a fatal flaw. Apart from being accompanied by poisonous flames, one's heart must be absolutely cold and heartless. Once he was moved, he would go berserk and die. There was such a sharp sword in his chest all the time. Once he showed any signs of liking her, he would vomit blood. His inner breath would become chaotic, and his inner energy would go berserk. Who would dare to be tempted? No wonder it was so hard to get good impressions. If she was the one who practiced this martial art, if she saw a man that she was attracted to, she would pick up a sword and stab him to death. Wei Wei Bai silently wiped off her cold sweat. When she was farming for favorable impression points, she was constantly testing the boundaries of death. 50 favorable impression points. He did not know how many times No Trace of Snow had suffered. In his heart, he did not know how many times he had cursed her to die to get so many favorable impression points. Wei Wei Bai sighed. "I feel like I'm going to die. It's 50 favorable impression points. No Trace of Snow is probably thinking of ways to kill me while sighing." The system said, "It's okay. Don't you still have one more chance to revive?" Wei Wei Bai thought about it and was happy. "That's true. I can revive." The system said, "No Trace of Snow will probably still stab you to death after one revival. In this world, it's either you die or he dies, or both of you die together. If not, why was it 3 times more difficult? It was not that it was hard to get good impressions from the male lead. It was that it could not be done. If it was done, people would die in minutes." The S/the full articles the downloads the S. Chapter 1299. In the past, no matter how difficult the objectives were, there would never be such a terrible deadlock. In this plane, it was this deadlock that was the scariest. Wei Wei Bai was silent. If no trace of snow was tempted, she would be done for, and she would not be able to farm favorability. Is there no way to solve the problem of no trace of snow? The system said, this is the difficulty of this world. After clearing this plane, you will have an easy time in the next plane. If the heart points were really full, the next plane would take a lifetime to clear. Even if the host were to just lie down and clear, the favorability would be full. Wei Wei Bai face-bombed. She wanted to say something, but she stopped. She thought about this problem over and over again, frowning. Finally, she said softly, no. If that's the case, the difficulty is more than 3 times. There must be a solution. So far, this plane was more difficult than other planes. The data was hidden and would not be opened unless the conditions were met. If the heart points were not earned, the next plane would not give a lifetime to clear. And she estimated that there would not be a side reward in the next plane, because a lifetime of clearing would probably be the side reward. Then there was no trace of Snow's martial arts. The poisonous fire burned her body, and she was the antidote, so she could bear it. But this was based on the condition that she could be resurrected, so this poisonous fire could be easily solved. So there was no side reward for her. This poisonous fire was also a difficult problem. Here, it was much more difficult than any other plane's restrictions. And if no trace of Snow's martial arts was a deadlock, there was no way to solve it. Then with these added difficulties, it would be more than 3 times. The system did not say anything. Wei Wei Bai was silent for 3 seconds. Then she said, there is a solution. She used a definite sentence, because as long as the system did not answer, there would be a solution. The system said, this is a difficult problem. You need to find it yourself. It said it was a difficult problem, and even if there was, it could not remind her. If it opened the back door for her too much, it would hurt itself. It would also hurt the host. So the system valued rules very much. Wei Wei Bai nodded. That's enough. Just as he finished speaking, the system notified, the male lead is here, wearing a mask. Wei Wei Bai's expression didn't change at all. She leaned against the window and picked up a Chinese rose. The beautiful Chinese roses looked even more brilliant in her hands. She hummed a song softly, looking exceptionally relaxed and joyful. Suddenly, a hand snatched the flower from her hand. Wei Wei Bai was shocked. She turned around and bumped into a chest. The man stretched out his hands from behind her, hugged her, did not leave, just maintained the action of suppressing her, his thin lips in her ear. His warm breath made her ears turn red. Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened. She frowned. What's your motive for being so shameful? The man smiled. What? You've really hooked up with your master? I heard that you're getting married? Wei Wei Bai snorted. It's none of your business. Get lost. If our master finds out, he'll skin you alive. She didn't panic at all. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with arrogance. It was as if getting no trace of snow was the happiest thing in her life. The man's smile faded. He suppressed the dull pain in his chest and reached out to gently stroke her hair. Do you know why no trace of snow married you? Wei Wei Bai, he loves me. The man, he suddenly frowned. His fingers pressed down on her long hair, and then he snorted. The poison is hidden in your hair. You really have a good master. Wei Wei Bai's eyes turned cold. Are you jealous? Rotten people, ugly people, and perverted people, it's really tough to live a perverted life. The man's lips brushed past her ear unhurriedly. His voice was light and magnetic, like a poisonous snake tempting people to fall. You're really naive and pitiful. The martial arts that your master practices is the pure Yang scripture. This martial arts contains poisonous flames that extinguish the desires of the heavens. It's his antidote. Wei Wei Bai, pure Yang scripture. This fucking name is really hard to explain. The man thought that she was frightened, and the mocking smile on his face deepened. Why do you think he married you? It's to get your body and then transfer his poisonous flames to you. When the time comes, he'll be alive and you'll be dead. Wei Wei Bai's face turned pale. She took a deep breath. Don't talk nonsense in front of me. I don't believe it. The man, no trace of snow, had a deep look in his eyes. He played with a strand of her long hair, and his voice was gloomy. Why don't you believe it? He's a hypocrite. So regret it quickly and like him. Then run away, so that he could shatter his feelings for her. Then kill her, so what? To be able to die in his hands, my life is worth it. No trace of Snow was stunned, as if he couldn't understand what she was saying. Wei Wei Bai had already turned around. Her eyes were as bright as the stars. Her red lips moved slightly. In my life, to be able to sleep with a super powerful man like No Trace of Snow a few times, it's worth it. What's the big deal about my life? Being able to be on No Trace of Snow is the most important thing. No trace of Snow. Then he realized that he was blushing. Chapter 1300. Wei Wei Bai continued. An unloved pervert like you won't understand my blissful life. No Trace of Snow felt a throbbing pain in his chest. He suppressed it and said through gritted teeth, "A blissful life? Is it possible that your body is tainted with the bliss of poisonous flames?" Wei Wei Bai smiled charmingly, the corners of her eyes slightly raised. So what if it's tainted with poisonous flames? A man like him looks like a gentleman when he puts on clothes. He's so abstinent that it makes people want to rip off his clothes. The first time I saw him, I wanted to rip off his pure white clothes. No Trace of Snow, Wei Wei Bai sighed and pursed her red lips, looking a little wronged. It's a pity that he's too stupid. I've already taken off my clothes, but he still wants me to be his disciple. But a disciple isn't bad either. She laughed softly, her voice like a sigh, tickling his ears. It's more fun to call a disciple and a master in bed. No Trace of Snow's fingers trembled, and his breathing became heavier. This was a reason why she liked to call a master in bed so much. No Trace of Snow's mouth twitched. You're actually so shameless. What was going on in her head? Wei Wei Bai frowned. What's this shameless thing? I've never known this word since I was born. After saying this, she suddenly rolled her eyes and revealed a mischievous smile. She looked him up and down. Brother, you're always thinking about me. Now you're even trying to sow discord between my master and me. You love me so much that you can't extricate yourself. Shui Wuhan really wanted to laugh coldly and say, "What a fool!" But his chest suddenly hurt, so much so that he couldn't suppress it. His fingers trembled, but he saw that her nails were already moving towards his neck with a cold glint. He clearly didn't teach her much martial arts, only hidden weapons and poison, but she was always able to find the moment when he was distracted and wanted to kill him. No Trace of Snow pressed down on her hand expressionlessly and pulled out the needles from her nails. Then he locked her hands behind her back and pressed her against the windowsill. Her long hair just happened to fall to the edge of the rose, like a flower with a hairpin, beautiful and charming. No Trace of Snow was dazed for a moment before he suddenly released her. Then he took a few steps back and suddenly disappeared. Wei Wei Bai leaned on the windowsill and scolded him. Trace, you're a coward. If you have the guts, stick your head out and let me see what kind of person you are. You're even worse than a turtle's egg. No Trace of Snow, who hadn't trace of snow had of Snow Snow had, almost. He took off the mask on his face. His eyes were dark and oppressive. A strange, burning emotion stirred up his calm heart. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed it. Of Lu Hu. The system notified that the male lead had gone far away. Wei Wei Bai combed her long hair calmly and removed a few petals from her hair. That little bastard can't hold it in anymore. The system said, the male lead is really desperate. Does he want to kill you in advance? No Trace of Snow's heartache, just now, was more frequent than ever before. The higher the favorability, the more intense the arousal. No Trace of Snow was almost unable to control himself and was on the verge of going berserk. Wei Wei Bai held her chin expressionlessly and suddenly showed a confident smile. No, he's here to encourage me to die. After all, I'm such a perfect and beautiful girl, he can't bear to kill me. And read the at https://www.sashu.com/ and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com and read the full article at https://m.sashu.com to make it easier for you to read it next time. You can click the button. Chapter 1301. She emphasized the words perfect, beautiful, and girly. The system sighed. The host's self-praising skills had reached a new level, shameless. He can't bear to part with it, but he wants to live. He can only hope that I'm an ugly person, so he can be determined to kill me. A person wants to destroy a particularly perfect thing. Usually, they can't bear to part with it. But what if that perfect thing has a crack? Wei Wei by calmly analyzed no trace of Snow's character. She knew that this man's feelings for her had reached his limit. Now to live, he would think of all ways to kill her. That was why he started to encourage her to become even more depraved. It would be best if she became ugly so that he wouldn't feel bad when he killed her. A scumbag was a scumbag. A scumbag to this extent was simply unique. No trace of Snow went to the back of the mountain. He took off his clothes and sat under the cold waterfall until late at night. Only then did he barely suppress the emotional pain in his chest. He went ashore and casually put on a coat. His whole body was cold as he walked forward barefooted. The moonlight was like water. Under the moonlight, his cold face had a cold, killing intent. Unknowingly, he walked to Wei Wei Bai's room. Before they got married, they slept in separate rooms again, because he was worried that he couldn't suppress his feelings for her. No trace of Snow's poisonous fire was only 70 to 80% left. The torture of the poisonous fire could no longer make him frown. What was more difficult to endure now was the pain of love. He had passed the dead knot of the pain of love and no longer had the weakness of the poisonous fire. The martial arts he practiced would reach great success. Since the appearance of this martial arts, he might be the first person to practice it to this extent. He might even be the first and the last person to practice it to great success. No trace of Snow thought of this and suppressed the pain of love. Instead, it was a feeling of excitement. After all, the honor of being the first to succeed was very tempting for men. No trace of Snow looked at the door. He didn't open it. Instead, he turned around to leave. In the end, something was thrown at him lightly. He turned around and saw that it was a flower. He didn't hide. The flower hit him and fell at his feet. No trace of Snow saw a figure lying lazily by the window. She yawned. "Master, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for a long time." She was actually waiting for him? No trace of Snow's eyes darkened, and his smile became gentle. "I have something to do. Why are you still up so late?" Wei Wei Bai smiled. Her eyes were full of charm. "What's the point of sleeping? Thinking of you is the most important thing." No trace of Snow stood in the moonlight and looked at her by the window, smiling brightly at him. It was as if he was the only treasure in her eyes. This was the strong affection that Wei Wei Bai gave him. Even someone as indifferent as him could see how much emotion she had in her eyes. The fake smile on Xue Wuhan's face slowly disappeared. He hid in the dark, afraid that she would see his coldness. Wei Wei Bai yawned again. Then, she stretched out her hand and leaned on the windowsill. Half of her body was exposed. "Master, come here. I have something to tell you." No trace of Snow knew that his situation was not suitable to be too close to her. But he still couldn't help it. As if he was bewitched, he walked in front of her, and Wei Wei Bai's hand grabbed his arm. "Come in the room." No trace of Snow was silent for a while. Then, he exerted force with his feet and jumped into the room as light as a swallow. His bare feet stepped on the cold ground, but his heart was burning with pain. /download. Chapter 1302. Then, she tried to insert her own inner energy and found that the poisonous flames in his body had all disappeared. From now on, he would no longer be troubled by the poisonous flames. But her body had completely collapsed. Even if she did not die for the time being, she would be bedridden. Her body would not be able to hold on for more than a few years before completely collapsing. And before she died, she would have to endure the intense pain and torture of the poisonous flames. He had clearly told her his purpose. How could she still turn herself into a tool for him to use? No trace of Snow had never met such a person. She loved others so desperately. No matter how many women liked him, it was impossible for them to love him as deeply as Wei Wei Bai. The heartache suddenly became sharp. No trace of Snow gritted his teeth and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He suppressed the intense pain and temporarily suppressed the poisonous flames for Wei Wei Bai. Then, He turned around and left. He did not give himself any time to linger. If he continued to be emotional, he would be the one to die. Wei Wei Bai also opened her eyes. Her face was very red, and she had a high fever. How much is the heartbreaking value? The system glanced at the data. 35. Wei Wei Bai turned over. Her body was about to fall apart. This man is really hard to chew. She had already sacrificed herself to this extent. This black-hearted bastard actually only had such a little heartbreaking value. It seemed that the target this time was really hard to conquer. Wei Wei Bai narrowed her eyes and thought seriously. What is the key point of the dead knot? She struggled to get up, then dressed and ate. How could she conquer without eating? No trace of Snow seemed to have disappeared. He left a letter saying that he had something to deal with outside. He needed to go out for a while before returning. Wei Wei Bai took advantage of this time to read all the information about No Trace of Snow's martial arts that the system had collected. Because she had the system, she could see a lot of precious secret manuals that others could not see, including No Trace of Snow's family's martial arts secret manuals. It was said that this martial arts technique could make one invincible. However, the side effects were similar to the castration of the Sunflower Manual. In any case, one's body and soul had to be absolutely pure, even more so than a monk. Once they fell in love, they would burn their hearts and die. No Trace of Snow's ancestors had all failed, and no man could escape the fate of infatuation. In the end, he married and had children before dying of love. No Trace of Snow's father had died right in front of him. As for his mother, when she saw that his father was dead, she immediately pulled out her sword and committed suicide. He was so pathetic that he didn't know what to say. It was no wonder that Shui Wuhin was so difficult to win over. After seeing his parents die so tragically, he felt a sense of dread. He was probably traumatized by the idea of falling in love. After reading all the secret martial arts manuals, as well as the research of the various sects on this martial arts, Yang Kai decided to take a look. Wei Wei Bai actually found some clues. Pure Yang versus Absolute Yin. She was born with a pure Yin body, and her blood also contained the power of Yin. This nonsensical setting actually appeared naturally in this wuxiao world. Wei Wei Bai looked at her wrist, then suddenly took a small knife and cut a wound. The poisonous fire was now corroding her internal organs, and she felt very uncomfortable. However, her blood seemed to be fine. She tried to drink a mouthful of her blood, and found that the burning pain of her internal organs had indeed reduced by a lot. Wei Wei Bai frowned. My blood, could it be the key to curing No Trace of Snow? The system, congratulations, a clue to the dead knot has appeared. The information of the dead knot has been made public. Some information about the antidote appeared in Wei Wei Bai's mind. Although Wei Wei Bai had read a lot of information and said it with some confidence, she didn't think that she would be able to guess it right. For the for the full articles download, for the full articles T, for the full articles content. Chapter 1303. Her blood couldn't really cure No Trace of Snow, but it could alleviate No Trace of Snow's pain, as long as her blood was purified and given to No Trace of Snow to drink. Then No Trace of Snow wouldn't feel any pain when he was moved. As long as the blood supply continued, he would continue to be fine. But if the blood supply stopped, he would still be in great pain. To put it bluntly, there was no way to completely solve this problem. Bai Weiwei finally whispered, "Fuck your uncle. You want to play me to death? 3 times the difficulty? Maybe 10 times." The difficulties really came one after another. Wei Wei Bai had just used her blood to make a medicine to suppress No Trace of Snow's heartache. No Trace of Snow, who hadn't returned for many days, suddenly stood outside the window and looked at her gently. She stared at him blankly and revealed a surprised smile. She immediately rushed to the window. "Master, you're back?" No Trace of Snow's expression was light and gentle, and his eyes were full of smiles. "Yes, I'm back." Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but pull him, make him lower his head, and give him a kiss on the cheek. "It's good that you're back. Come in and rest. I'll get someone to prepare food for you." After she finished speaking, she hurriedly left the window to call for someone. "Wei Wei," he called out to her. Wei Wei Bai suddenly turned around, her long hair that wasn't tied up fluttering. What's wrong? No trace of snow looked at her silently for a while, then revealed a smile. Let's get married. Wei Wei Bai looked at him blankly. Didn't we already say that we were going to get married? He had already told her that he wanted to marry her. No trace of snow looked at her calmly and gently. His eyes were cold, as if there was a layer of gauze between them, giving off an unreal feeling. No, this is the real deal. We'll get married in 3 days. Wei Wei Bai nervously reached out and twisted her sleeves. Her bold and passionate side had disappeared. Instead, she felt a little helpless and shy. The little girl's cuteness was undeniable. She stamped her foot, and the bells tinkled merrily. You're so casual when you propose. If it weren't for the fact that I like you so much, you would have been chased out of the house. After she finished speaking, she revealed a happy smile. Then, she covered her face with both hands and said shyly, "Okay, I promise you." After saying that, she turned her head again, her eyes bright. "I'll give you a big surprise on the day of our wedding." After saying that, she turned around and ran away happily like a little bird. No trace of Snow, who was standing by the window, silently stared at her back for a long time. Then he turned around and left. A few Chinese roses fell to the ground. He stepped on them and crushed them without mercy. On the wedding day, Wei Wei Bai was pulled to put on the wedding dress and put on the red veil. She was led forward by someone. There was a lot of noise. It was a grand wedding. She smiled as she held a crystal medicine bottle with both hands. It was a medicine that was successfully made with her blood. "Tongzi, is my family's Hen Hen handsome?" The system trembled. "Hen, you're too immersed in your role." Wei Wei Bai said, "It's just that I haven't worn a red wedding dress in a long time, so I'm a little excited." The system didn't want to remember that every time the host wore a red wedding dress, it didn't end well. She was led to the wedding hall by someone. There were many people's voices. It was the wedding of the Wulin Alliance's leader, and all the decent people were present. Those people suddenly quieted down. It seemed that no trace of Snow had arrived. She couldn't help but lift a corner of the veil. She saw no trace of Snow in a red robe. His handsome face had a hint of coldness. Wei Wei Bai revealed a brilliant smile, her eyes shining brightly. It was as if the person who had come was her only happiness. No trace of Snow slowly walked over. Wei Wei Bai reached out, wanting to hold his hand. From now on, this man would be her life. A long sword pierced through her chest. Wei Wei Bai smiled foolishly. She looked at him, not knowing what had happened. No trace of Snow's face was cold, and there was no trace of emotion in his eyes. His voice also sounded coldly. "Which of the devil's sect you dare to sneak into my side as a spy? Today, I will kill you to support the Wulin Alliance." Wei Wei Bai looked at him blankly. The sword was in her chest, and blood was gushing out. It was as bright as the red color of the hall. She murmured, "No trace?" No trace of Snow suddenly pulled out the sword. Blood completely spurted out from her chest. She fell to the ground softly. Her eyes were filled with doubt and fear, as if she didn't understand what had happened to her. No trace of Snow lowered his head to look at her. It was as if he was looking at an ant. Then he turned to leave. Wei Wei Bai used the last of her strength to hold on to his trousers. "Master," her voice was soft and sweet. "Can you look at me?" No trace of Snow's footsteps stopped abruptly. Wei Wei Bai's eyes lit up. However, he suddenly shook off her hand and strode out. / save button. Chapter 1304. Wei Wei Bai's eyes dimmed. Tears appeared in her eyes and fell to the ground drop by drop. They mixed with the blood and disappeared. The medicine bottle in her hand fell and rolled to the front. Wei Wei Bai's body that could not support itself suddenly reached out with difficulty and crawled forward. No trace of Snow had already taken a step forward. He told himself not to look back. Even if his heart was about to explode, he could not turn back to look at her. He was afraid that he would regret it, but he already had no regrets. Wei Wei Bai was a fatal wound. No one could save her. He heard her crawling forward, the sound of her clothes rubbing against the wet blood. Those tiny sounds gave people a feeling that they were going to die from the pain. His footsteps became slower and slower until he could barely move forward. "Master." Her voice was so small, filled with grievance and confusion. She seemed to not know why he could kill her so easily. No Trace of Snow took a deep breath. He felt that the air was like a knife, cutting his body. If he wanted to live, she had to die. It was every man for himself, and he would not fall in love with anyone. If there was, then he would kill her. Wei Wei Bai's hand finally grasped the bottle with difficulty, as if it was her last hope. She was covered in blood. Her snow-white face was stained with blood. Her eyes had lost their usual craftiness. She looked up blankly and fearfully at the back of the red figure walking away. A gentleman like Jade, a handsome tree in the wind. She moved her lips, but no sound came out of them. The guests at the scene clearly came back to their senses. They came to attend a wedding, but it suddenly turned into a funeral. And Wei Wei Bai was actually a spy of the Devil Sect. Among them, there was a martial artist who had a grudge with the Devil Sect. He suddenly pulled out his sword and stabbed towards Wei Wei Bai's back. This action was actually a gesture of goodwill to No Trace of Snow. After all, this woman had tricked the Wulian Alliance Master. Wouldn't killing her be considered a meritorious service? Wei Wei Bai's eyes were filled with death. She was dressed in red, and her vision was dyed red. The sword was about to pierce her back. She was on the brink of death, giving her a final and painful blow. In the nick of time, the martial artist who attacked her was suddenly kicked away. Along the way, he smashed the tables and chairs. His internal organs were directly shattered. Wei Wei Bai was also pulled into an embrace. The familiar warmth caused her to reveal a trembling smile. "Master, you've come." Her voice was soft and scattered, as if it was her life, about to disappear at any moment. No Trace of Snow was half-squatting and holding her body with one hand. His hand was full of her blood. He lowered his head. His face was terrifyingly pale, but his black eyes were terrifyingly cold. "You can blame me." His voice was calm, but it was trembling slightly. Wei Wei Bai stared at him blankly. The girl's face was dyed red with blood, but her eyes were infatuated and pure, without the usual bold passion. She looked even more weak and slender. Suddenly, she slowly revealed a smile. "How many times can I sleep with you? My life is worth it." No Trace of Snow's pupil shrank. He almost couldn't believe that it had come to this point. Her love was not mixed with a trace of resentment. This was different from what he had imagined. He wanted her to become ugly, wanted her to fall madly because of resentment. Killing her like this, he wouldn't regret it. He couldn't regret it for the rest of his life. Wei Wei Bai held her breath. Her fingers were trembling badly as she handed the bottle in her hand to him. "Teacher, this is for you, I hope. I hope you can. /crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. And next time you open the bookshelf, you will be able to see it." Chapter 1305. But there was no trace of love in her eyes, only regret and disgust. He had finally shattered her last bit of hope. He had destroyed all the love she had for him. This was good. She hated him. It was really good. All of his goals had been achieved. From now on, no one in the world could shake his heart. He was emotionless and had no desires. His martial arts were great, and he was invincible. He killed her, but he survived. No Trace of Snow suddenly opened his mouth, and a mouthful of blood came out. He coughed a few times, thinking that it was only one mouthful. But then, he kept coughing up blood, unable to suppress the pain in his chest. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood. Then he picked up Wei Wei Bai's soft body. His handsome face was incomparably pale, like it was carved from jade, without a trace of life. "I've troubled everyone to come here for nothing. Although she is a remnant of the demon sect, she is still my wife. After she dies, she will be added to my family's genealogy and be buried in my Shui family cemetery." The guests looked at each other, but no one dared to object. After all, Shui Wuhan had already killed the man, so the rest of the matter was not a big deal. Shui Wuhan was so rational that he sent the guests away and took care of everything. Only then did he carry Wei Wei Bai's body back to his room. Then, almost uncontrollably, he began coughing up blood again. He thought that by killing her, he would be able to live. He would never be moved by anyone again. But why did she still hate his death when she was already dead? His chest was still in pain, so painful that he didn't know what to do. No Trace of Snow didn't dare think too deeply, because if he thought too deeply, the answer wouldn't be something he could accept. He couldn't regret it. His heartache was only temporary, so he could endure it. Putting her on the bed, he sat there in a daze. It suddenly began to rain outside, pouring down like a torrential rain. No Trace of Snow's dull eyes finally moved. He saw the rain splash into the window, splashing onto her face. The thick blood on her face began to melt. Her originally fair and sparkling skin was exposed. No Trace of Snow reached out his hand to wipe away the blood on her skin, but when his fingers touched her skin, he suddenly trembled. It was too cold. It was as cold as a corpse. Indeed, she was already a corpse. In the future, she would never wake up again, nor would she open her eyes and call him master. No Trace of Snow blankly suppressed the sharp pain in his chest, his hand still holding the crystal bottle in her hand. Suddenly, his hand that was supporting himself on the table seemed to have touched something. No Trace of Snow lowered his head and saw that the table was filled with books. They were all profound and ancient secret manuals. Some of them were from the library at home. To gain her trust, he had always pampered her. He told her to walk around and take whatever she wanted. In this ancestral house, there was the accumulated wealth of the Shui clan over the past 100 years, as well as all kinds of martial arts manuals that outsiders could only dream of. He had never been so reassured by anyone before, even if she was the one who made him worry the most. Unstable temperament, temperamental, vicious, and cunning. How could he be so reassured to give the keys to this house to her? Even if it was to gain her trust, he shouldn't give it to her so unreservedly. No Trace of Snow was distracted by the pain in his chest. His hand touched the secret manuals and saw that there were notes in her handwriting in the secret manuals. She was really reckless, such precious books. She actually scribbled on them with an ink pen without any scruples. No Trace of Snow knew that this was her temperament, reckless and willful. She was just pretending to be obedient in front of him. Chapter 1306. No Trace of Snow's eyes fell on those notes, looking over bit by bit until he saw a sentence. Only then did he suddenly look up, the gray color in his eyes bursting with an indescribable distortion. He looked at Wei Wei by lying on the bed. His lips trembled, but he couldn't say a word. His finger was placed on the place where she had written the note. Master, may you love me and never feel heartache again. The bottle in No Trace of Snow's hand was her blood. He quickly ran to the bed, reached out, and held her limp fingers. Then he carefully opened her sleeves. There were big and small scars on her white and tender wrists. They were all freshly cut. The wounds were covered with medicine, and some had just been glued together. Some of them were still bleeding before she died. No one had ever been able to solve the deadlock of his martial arts. How many people had spent so many years and so much effort to get past this deadlock? It couldn't even compare to her short period of research. She had used herself as medicine to save him. No Trace of Snow stared blankly, his mind in a daze for a moment. He suddenly couldn't take it anymore. There was a sharp pain in his chest like it was splitting open. He didn't even understand why he had clearly killed her, but he still couldn't find peace. The blood at the corner of No Trace of Snow's mouth gushed out like a fountain. He choked and coughed, covering his mouth tightly with his hand. The blood splashed on her wrist and fell to the ground along her fingertips. It was as if she was the one who was injured. Shui Wuhan's hands trembled as he tried his best to wipe it off. The more he wiped, the more there was. He couldn't stop the speed of vomiting blood. If this continued, he would definitely die. No Trace of Snow was expressionless, but there was a kind of crazy struggle in his eyes. He pinched open the bottle in his hand and poured the medicine inside into his mouth. The medicine was cold and had a bloody taste. He didn't know what was added, but the cold temperature rushed into the depths of his mouth and spread throughout his body. The burning pain in his body due to his passion was immediately suppressed. The excruciating pain in his chest immediately subsided. No Trace of Snow clutched his chest. His breathing was heavy and messy, and his eyes were still trembling. It was as if she could not believe that she could receive such a tranquil coldness. No Trace of Snow lowered his head and wiped the blood off her hands and face. In the end, he realized that he could not finish cleaning her because she was covered in blood. "You shouldn't have loved me." No trace of Snow's voice was cold, his expression indifferent. It was as if he didn't care about her death. It was as if the man who was about to die from heartache was not him. No trace of Snow recalled the time when he first met her. It was also this kind of rain. She was so timid that she was unusually dull and pale. Then he saw the flowers on her shoulders and the adoration in her eyes. His interest was piqued. Because of his martial arts, he was a cold-hearted person who loved to see others break down. To pass the time of his boring and depressing life, he always liked to find people with pure personalities who had fallen into hell to raise. He gave those people warmth and made them think that they had met their savior. But when they thought that they had obtained the greatest happiness, he once again looked on coldly and ruthlessly pushed them into hell. Wei Wei Bai was the first person with a personality that had nothing to do with being pure. She was like a poisonous flower in the dark, blooming enchantingly, emitting a charming fragrance that lured passers-by to fall. But in front of him, she always looked like a little white flower. She was obedient and lively, and her eyes were full of adoration for him. Chapter 13:07. No trace of Snow thought that if he let her fall into hell, she would definitely look very beautiful when she collapsed. Very beautiful indeed. His hand slowly caressed her dead face, her beautiful white face, her quietly closed eyes. There was also a head of disheveled black hair. She was the first woman that he thought was beautiful. She was so beautiful that anyone would lose their color in front of her. No trace of Snow thought that she was beautiful all the time. The notes on those secret manuals, word by word, knew that he didn't like her. He just wanted to use her. That was why she humbly wanted to cure him and win his love. She was really stupid. How could one love someone with such an ugly appearance? Even if she was beautiful, it was too embarrassing to love. No trace of Snow pulled the corner of his mouth, wanting to laugh at her. But he found that his face was a little cold. He reached out and touched it, tears gushing out from his cold eyes. No trace of Snow looked at the tears on his fingers in shock. His chest didn't hurt anymore, but the tears in his eyes couldn't stop. His hand was still holding her wrist. The wound on her wrist made his fingertips tremble uncontrollably. She was actually afraid of pain. But in her fingernails, to practice the hidden weapon that he wanted her to practice, she inserted needles. On her wrist, to cure him, she used a knife to cut open the flesh one by one. No trace of Snow suddenly got up. He shook off her hand and closed his eyes, not looking at her anymore. Then he turned and left. He didn't allow himself to continue reminiscing and regretting. She was already dead. He couldn't regret. After walking out, he looked at the empty garden, a red robe swaying past the Chinese roses. The flowers fell to the ground. No trace of Snow's face was cold, and he raised his foot to step on them. But this time he couldn't step on them. No trace of Snow moved his foot, and the Chinese roses appeared on the ground in perfect condition. He looked at them for a while, and suddenly heard someone call him from behind. "Master." His eyes shone brightly, and he immediately turned to look at the windowsill. However, she found that there was only one Chinese rose tree that was blooming well, but the windowsill was empty. No trace of Snow stood there blankly for a while. The pain in his chest was gone, but it was empty, so empty that it was terrifying. He laughed coldly at himself. I really fell for it. His self-deprecating laughter gradually grew louder and louder. Finally, his laughter became somewhat twisted and crazy. He laughed until the end, and his expression became somewhat sinister as he coldly said, "I don't believe it. I don't believe that your death can affect me for long. Love is just a temporary infatuation. Only a fool would think about it for a lifetime." When he decided to kill her, there was no turning back. Including the fact that he liked her, he would never admit it. No trace of Snow looked up at the house. His eyes were filled with madness. He walked over step by step and touched the door. He didn't go in. He just stood at the door like that. His frighteningly pale face had a kind of desperate madness. "I'll kill you and destroy your corpse. Let's see what else you can leave behind to confuse me." Anyone who could make him fall in love with was his mortal enemy. No trace of Snow asked someone to bring oil and a torch. He personally lit the house. The house burned with a raging fire. No trace of Snow stood in front of the fire in a red robe. His white face was imprinted with the red light of the fire. He was as handsome as a demon. He didn't have a usual gentleman's mask. His eyes were as cold as ice. He didn't even have the strength to disguise himself. After destroying everything she had, he wouldn't think about it anymore. He was such a cold-hearted person. He wouldn't suffer for a lifetime for something that he could never have, or for someone that he could never have. Chapter 1308. He wouldn't allow himself to be so weak. When the fires started burning, the system looked at the time. Wei Wei needed an hour to revive. There were still 10 minutes before the revival would begin. It thought that by the time the male lead came back from walking around, the time would be up. It could take the opportunity to take the revived host and hide. After all, no trace of Snow's current state saw Wei Wei as a dead end. The higher the favorability, the stronger his desire to kill Wei Wei. In the host plane, there was no such thing as martial arts, and the male lead was at the peak of this plane's martial arts. If he wanted to kill her, she couldn't use any of her intelligence. But she didn't expect the male lead to be so crazy. He didn't go out shopping and came back to burn the house. The system gritted its teeth and cursed. The host's body was gone. How was she going to revive? Not to mention burning it away, even if it was a little disfigured. When the host woke up and found herself ugly, a narcissistic person like her would strangle it to death. For the first time, the system wanted to push the male lead into the toilet to wake him up. The favorability was already above 80. Couldn't it admit it? 80 was already love to the heart. Just a little more than 10 favorability points would be unchanging. And the sadistic value was already 50, so it suddenly increased by 30. Other hosts, if they wanted to abuse someone, they would increase the sadistic value bit by bit. The system world recognized that the sadistic value was one of the hardest values to increase. Because for the male lead, the sadistic value was too painful. Even a little bit of heartache was unbearable, so 30 sadistic value would suddenly increase. The male lead wasn't tortured to death because he was a crazy person. No, he was a strong man. Then, this strong, sick man wanted to burn its host to death. He completely disregarded what such a high favorability level and the sudden increase in heartbreak value meant. The system saw that the flames were about to burn the bed. It hugged its head with a conflicted expression. To save or not to save, it was against the rules. To not save, the mission failed. If it failed, the main system would discover the host's existence and kill it. If it saved the host, it was afraid that it would use up its strength and not have the strength to crawl back to reality. This was a fucking multiple choice question. When the system decided to reach out and take the risk of not being able to return to the real world to save Wei Wei, the door was suddenly kicked open. The system immediately retracted its hand and obediently watched from the side. In the firelight, a red figure appeared in the room. The fire snake licked his red robes, but he didn't seem to feel anything. His scarlet eyes stared at the person on the bed. The flames spread to the top of the bed. A piece of wood fell from the beam and was about to hit the bed. A gust of wind suddenly appeared, sweeping away the wood and extinguishing the flames. No trace of Snow's long hair was disheveled, and his body was in a mess. He staggered to the bedside. Then, he reached out and picked up Wei Wei. Because of the heat from the fire, her face was actually a little red. His body was warm now. It was as if she was still alive and sleeping in his arms. No trace of Snow carried her out expressionlessly. The fire snake burned his feet, but he didn't feel anything. The whole room was filled with fallen wood chips and flames. He raised his hand and blocked these. Not a single trace fell on Wei Wei's body. After walking out, there was a group of frightened servants who were putting out the fire outside. Seeing no trace of Snow walk in, these people were afraid that he would die for love, so they immediately started to put out the fire. Chapter 1309. You can search Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come to search book www.sashu.com in Baidu to find the S. When no trace of Snow carried her out, a group of people rushed forward, wanting to see if he was okay. But they were suddenly pushed aside by an extremely strong force. The group of people rolled on the ground, letting out miserable howls. No trace of Snow's eyes were cold and empty, not looking at anyone. His hands held on to Wei Wei Bai tightly, his expression calm, but with a frightening madness. His back was facing the firelight. His face was taut with a bright red hue, and it actually carried the sinister coldness of being possessed by the devil. The system's mouth twitched, not knowing what the male lead was up to. No trace of Snow carried her, walking forward step by step. The bells on her ankles jingled, sounding exceptionally pleasing to the ears. No trace of Snow's breathing became chaotic following the jingling of her bells. He came to his family's cemetery. Then, as if he had lost all his strength, he sat down in front of an empty grave. The sword at no trace of Snow's waist fell to the ground, the blade in the scabbard still stained with her blood. The man's expression was cold, his long hair fell to the ground, and his clothes were burned by the fire, making him look even more pitiful. He carried Wei Wei Bai, sat for a while, then put her down in the flower field. She was dressed in a bloody wedding dress. Her face was calm, without the usual noise, gentle and exquisite. No trace of Snow reached out and stroked her long hair, then turned around and began to dig the soil with his bare hands. After digging the hole, he found that he didn't prepare a coffin. No trace of Snow looked at the hole blankly. She definitely wouldn't like it if there was no coffin. After all, there were many insects in the soil, and she was also afraid of getting dirty. No trace of Snow looked at her for a while, not knowing what to think, then got up to look for a coffin. When the flames started to burn, he found that he regretted it. He never regretted anything he did, and he didn't allow the feeling of regret to appear. Going into the flames to bring her body out was the first time he regretted it. No trace of Snow left with heavy footsteps. But when he returned, he saw that there was nothing among the flowers. Only the bloodstains on her body remained. The coffin on no trace of Snow's shoulder fell to the ground with a loud crash. He quickly rushed to the side of the flower bushes and reached out his hand to push the flowers aside with all his might. No, she was gone. No trace of Snow's breathing became heavy. His eyes were red, and he could no longer control his expression. His calm was shattered. Wei Wei. She was gone. How could the corpse be gone? Who took it away? No trace of Snow's fingers trembled as he gripped the red flower patch. A heart-wrenching pain finally broke through his hypocritical disguise. He let out a low, mournful roar. He realized that he actually regretted it. The moment she died, he started to regret it. What did he mean by bringing her out of the fire was the first time he regretted it. He couldn't even fool himself with this kind of nonsense. When he pulled out his sword and pierced through her chest, he knew that he had done something wrong. It was something that he would never be able to forgive himself for. But he didn't dare to think about it. He didn't dare to touch it. He forced himself to hold on until now. And the disappearance of Bai Weiwei's body was the final fatal blow to him. It completely crushed him. On a tree not far from the cemetery, Wei Wei Bai slowly opened her eyes. Tongzi, I'm alive. The system said yes. Does your body still hurt? Wei Wei Bai said, I'm fine. Where's no trace of Snow? The system glanced at her. He's digging for you everywhere. Wei Wei Bai stretched out her fingers. Her fingertips were covered in blood. She looked at the wound on her wrist and sneered. I won't leave until I torture this bastard to death. I won't leave until my torment points reach 100. Torment points. This thing could leave the plane even if it wasn't full. But Wei Wei Bai decided to max it out, because she had never seen such an infuriating scumbag fighter. // to make it easier for you to read next time, you can click save below to record this reading record. Chapter 13:10. A man could be so heartless and shameless. Wei Wei Bai thought that was fine. However, no trace of Snow was not heartless anymore. He wanted to disfigure her face. Don't think that she would not know that he wanted to cremate her after she died. She thought about how she would look when she woke up after being burnt to a crisp. She would look like a mummy. How could she look at that? Bai Weiwei's teeth itched with hatred. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more and my face would be gone. And my hand, look at this hideous centipede wound, this twisted scar. My perfect skin can't be restored. The system was silent. It asked, is that why you want to torture him? Wei Wei Bai was confused. What else? The system said he stabbed you. Wei Wei Bai said, yeah, there's a scar on my chest too. My skin is even uglier now. The system was speechless. Wei Wei Bai felt that the system's mood was not right. What's wrong? The system said, nothing. I just wanted to tell you that you're still beautiful. Wei Wei Bai was relieved. Your eyes are finally back to normal. I've always been like this. The system was speechless. Why would it worry about its host being tortured? It had fucking forgotten that it had blocked her feelings. How could she feel the torture? The system wiped its snot silently. That was why it cried so much when it saw the wedding torture. Was it the only one that was being tortured? Wei Wei Bai thought for a while. But there's a way to torture. No trace of snow is too rational and strong. So to torture him, the system was all ears. What do you need? Wei Wei Bai said, I need to be more rational than him. That's not a problem. I'm more rational than him, so I need to be stronger than him. The system thought, why do you have to say this nonsense? It's all nonsense. Wei Wei Bai said, that's why I need to do that. The system didn't say anything and just lay there, pretending to be dead. Wei Wei Bai, do you have the best kung fu in the world? Give it to me as a gift. The system turned over and continued to lie down. Wei Wei Bai, why don't you give me an extremely handsome army so that I can crush no trace of snow? The system was lying on its stomach with its face on the ground. The ants on the ground were truly beautiful. Wei Wei Bai was enraged. You useless system. Why don't you have anything? You're poor and useless. The system was enraged as well. It shed tears of poverty. I'm useless. I'm poor, but I'm handsome. You can't despise me. Wei Wei Bai, I can't see your handsome face, so what's the use? Apart from the sound, when had she ever seen it? Her voice was quite pleasant to the ears. The system said, I'll show it to myself. Once I'm in a good mood, I'll be able to work properly. Otherwise, I'll be depressed if I have to look at you every day. Wei Wei Bai looked disgusted. You dare to despise me? The system looked disgusted as well. Other than your beauty, which part of you doesn't make people despise you? Wei Wei Bai, then her mood improved. Although it's the truth, I'm still embarrassed when you say that every day. System, exploding survival, explosion system. Then it silently took out the demon sect medal. This thing was lying in the garbage dump, and no one knew what it could do. Who knew it would come in handy in this world? As the name suggested, the demon sect medal could be used to establish a demon sect. Just like in a game, with this thing, all the conditions to establish a demon sect will be met automatically. However, the demon sect had a time limit. It would automatically disband after 3 months. Transmigration system. My Prince Charming, come here, /transmigration system. My Prince Charming, come here, // transmigration system. My Prince Charming, come here. Transmigration system. My Prince Charming, come here. To make it easier for you to read next time, you can click Save next time you open the bookshelf. You'll be able to see it. If you like Transmigration system, My Prince Charming, come here. Chapter 1311. This kind of thing was completely useless. That was why it had been thrown into the trash for hundreds of years. Unexpectedly, it was so poor that it even dug out something from hundreds of years ago. It was so poor that it moved the heavens and the earth. Then it silently handed over the demon sect medal. Recently, the supermarket gave out a big discount. Because we're discount members, we also gave you one. Take it. Wei Wei Bai took it and nodded. Finally, you gave me something that I can see. Your supermarket in the system world is not bad. The system touched its nose and faintly hummed in agreement. It took it as a compliment. The demon sect was once again established. With unstoppable power, it overturned the peace of the entire Jianghu. All kinds of demons and ghosts, terrifying characters that had never appeared before, joined the demon sect one after another, as if they were possessed. The demon sect saintess was also the sect leader. It was as if she had the ability to charm people. Those who joined the demon sect were all extremely loyal. The saintess said that the demon sect began to massacre the Jianghu righteous sections. Kill no trace of snow, and let this Jianghu have no leader, no hypocritical and disgusting Jianghu righteous sections. The demon sect had an absolute advantage, and was crazily crushing them. On the other hand, the righteous sects were gloomy. Because the pillar of the Jianghu righteous sects, no trace of snow, had not appeared for a while. Ever since the demon sect spy was killed by him at the wedding, their leader started to feel strange. It was just that he was not a big leader and semi-retired, disappearing from time to time. Even if they wanted to find him, they could not find him. The demon sect wantonly attacked. They even hung a righteous person outside No Trace of Snow's house and stripped him naked with the words "coward, come out quickly" written on it. This was simply a great humiliation. But No Trace of Snow still did not appear, until a red ribbon appeared. The ribbon was bright red and was tied to the door knocker. No Trace of Snow's loyal servant saw it and frowned. He hesitated for a while before untying the ribbon. Then he carefully carried it and walked to the deepest part of the old house. There was a pool of ice water underground. It was refined from 1,000-year-old ice and was built by a certain generation of the Shui family with all their wealth. He had originally planned to suppress the pain of the pure yang body, but he didn't expect the icy pond to be so cold. Even a pure yang body could not withstand it. If an ordinary person fell into the pool, they would freeze to death. As for those with pure yang bodies, they would not be able to hold on for long before the cold poison seeped into their bones. If too much time passed, the body would not be able to hold on and might collapse. Therefore, this pool had been sealed underground for a long time, and no one would use it. The servant carefully walked down. The chill had already made him shiver all over. In the cold white mist, he finally saw a tall and slender figure lying by the side of the pool. His long white hair glowed with a lustrous luster as it draped over the cold water. Her delicate side profile was like the most beautiful jade. Her flawless skin was so white that she didn't seem human. No Trace of Snow heard the footsteps and lazily raised his head. His eyes were incomparably cold and lifeless. The servant knelt down, his whole body trembling. "Young master, I recognize this ribbon. It was used to tie the hair of the madam at the wedding." No Trace of Snow's originally lifeless eyes lit up in an instant. His black eyes seemed to ignite with a trace of vitality, causing his cold face to fluctuate violently. With a splash, he directly stepped out of the ice pool, pulled on his outer robe, and then took the ribbon from the servant's hand. No Trace of Snow's white hair fell behind him. He was barefooted, and his hand tightly gripped the red ribbon. Chapter 13:12. The familiar pain in his chest began to appear. The medicine she gave him only suppressed his pain for a short time. She had always been smart. If she knew that she was a drug, he would always dote on her, so she would rather be his drug for the rest of her life. She was also unwilling to study the antidote that could heal him, but she didn't know that he would kill her. No Trace of Snow couldn't find Wei Wei Bai's body. After the effects of the medicine passed, his body began to collapse. This kind of pain in his chest, it made him clearly realize that even if she died, he still couldn't live. So he could only enter the ice pool and be eroded by the cold poison to suppress the pain in his chest. His hair also turned white because of the cold poison in the ice pool. No Trace of Snow's extremely pale face showed murderous intent. "Whoever stole her, I will cut that person up piece by piece." He looked at the ribbon. It was a bright red. He could vaguely remember the red ribbon fluttering when she tied her hair into 2 buns. Shui Wuhan's lips slowly curled into a smile. However, this smile froze. All the feelings she once gave him were so beautiful. How cruel it was now. No Trace of Snow lowered his eyes. His pale face and purple lips trembled. He lowered his head and kissed her hair ribbon. "I will bring you back, even if... I know you don't want to see me." She was dead, but she trapped him. No Trace of Snow knew that his days were numbered. In the past, he thought that as long as he killed the person he loved, he would be able to live. But he didn't expect that after she died, his heart couldn't lie. The feelings that had been moved couldn't be taken back. No Trace of Snow walked forward slowly. His snow-white hair floated with a cold mist. He casually tied the red hair band around his white hair. His entire body was white, except for the headband on his head. It was so red that it looked like fresh blood. No Trace of Snow put on his crescent moon-colored robe and went out with his sword. The hairband was attached to the door knocker, and outside the door knocker was a member of the pugilistic world. No trace of Snow seemed to be oblivious to such humiliation. But when it passed by the naked man, the rope suddenly broke, falling from above. No trace of Snow looked straight ahead and walked over. The person who delivered the tape also gave him an address at the same time. The address was at the top of a mountain, surrounded by forests. It was very suitable for an ambush. The person who invited him probably wanted him dead. No trace of Snow did not have any emotional fluctuations. He only knew the person who sent the invitation. There was Wei Wei Bai's corpse. Otherwise, this hairband wouldn't have appeared on the doorknob. The demonic sect was flourishing again. It seemed that they were going to kill him, the Wulin Alliance leader, to demonstrate their power. Xue Wuhan sneered. He stroked his sword. It seemed that he would be able to kill again today. On the top of the mountain, no trace of Snow was dressed in white. He saw a group of people from the demonic sect surrounding him. Without any surprise, he said coldly, "Who is your holy maiden?" Wei Wei Bai's corpse should be in the hands of the so-called holy maiden. Holy maiden. If the demonic sect had not been destroyed once, Wei Wei should also be the successor of the holy maiden. Xue Wuhan felt a sharp pain in his chest. He suppressed the pain of his blood and qi surging. A few strands of his silver hair fell to the side of his face. His handsome face had a kind of beauty that made people admire him. But there was only death and madness in his eyes. The people from the demonic sect were extremely loyal to the current holy maiden, as if they were poisoned. Without saying anything, they rushed up to kill him. No trace of Snow saw a pink palanquin in the distance. The palanquin was shrouded in a thin veil, and a beautiful figure could be vaguely seen inside. For convenience next time, you can click on the button below to record this reading record. Chapter 13:13. He felt that the figure seemed somewhat familiar, but he also felt that he had been possessed. How could he find a strange figure familiar? No trace of Snow walked step by step towards the sedan chair. The people of the Devil's sect surrounded him. Protect the Saintess. No trace of Snow did not say a word. He pulled out his sword, and a white light flashed. The people in the front row who blocked him were all killed with one slash to the throat. But the people of the Devil's sect seemed to have no souls and were not afraid of death at all. They rushed over one after another. They were dead and maimed. The thick smell of blood on the mountain top was nauseating. No trace of Snow's white clothes were stained with blood. He was indifferent and wiped his sword with someone else's clothes. His silver hair fell behind his back. His face was as white as his hair, so white that it was almost sickly. He walked over slowly. He could not wipe the sword clean in his hand. Blood dripped down from the tip of the sword. "Return my wife to me," No trace of Snow said softly, but it was clearly transmitted to the sedan chair. The person in the sedan chair seemed to have heard something funny and could not help but laugh. The laughter was like a silver bell that moved people. No trace of Snow suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes trembled in fear. He could not believe it. Was this an illusion? The figure in the sedan chair suddenly disappeared. No trace of Snow felt a sharp pain in his heart and immediately leaped over. He smashed the sedan chair with a punch. There was no one inside. His sharp ears heard the sound of a bell. This bell's sound was Wei Wei. No trace of Snow held his sword and looked around blankly, afraid that he had heard wrongly. His lips trembled. He finally could not help but say, "Wei Wei, did you come back to see me?" He thought that her soul had returned. She hated him so much that she would not be willing to come back to see him after she died. So during this period of time, she did not enter his dreams. No trace of Snow did not hear an answer, but he heard the bell sound disappear into the forest. His face turned cold. It was not an illusion. It was real. It seemed that the Saintess really had her ways. She was able to bewitch people and create illusions. Was this the reason why she could make the demon cult flourish again? No trace of Snow's expression finally cracked. His handsome face was full of killing intent, and an icy darkness surged into his eyes. No one could pretend to be her. He would not allow it. No trace of Snow walked into the forest. Suddenly, several masters of the devil cult jumped down from the trees. "Hand over your life." No trace of Snow didn't even lift his eyes. His sword swept out in an arc, and several experts collapsed to the ground. It was still a single slash to the throat. It didn't matter if he was an expert or a rookie. Whether it was sinister or open, it was fine. Everyone who attacked him had their throats slit. His martial arts were so high that it made people tremble in fear. It was not the martial arts that a human should have. The ringing continued. No trace of Snow's eyelashes trembled, but his eyes were as cold as ice beads. He clenched his long sword, and with a strong, killing intent, he walked into the depths of the forest. Then he saw a beautiful tree. On the thick branches, a beautiful red gauze hung down. Between the gaps of the green leaves, he could vaguely see a slender and beautiful figure. Her black hair was casually scattered. Under the red dress, a pair of bare and delicate feet hung down from the tree trunk. A silver bell ring hung on one of her ankles. Her back was to him, humming a little tune. Her voice was soft and sweet. It was like soft smoke, but also like mist in the water. No trace of Snow's footsteps slowed down. He stared blankly. Even if it was just a back view, he could recognize it. But he was afraid that it was his dream. He called softly, "Wei Wei Bai." The figure seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then she turned her head, revealing that familiar and beautiful face. Wei Wei Bai revealed a brilliant smile. "Master, you're here." No trace of Snow's chest hurt, but he was willing to endure it. He did not suppress it at all. He walked over unsteadily. She sat on the tree trunk. He reached out to pull her down, but in a hurry, he grabbed her ankle. That silver bell was cold. It woke him up with a start. Then he was wild with joy. It was real. It was not a dream, nor was it an illusion. It was Wei Wei Bai in the flesh. No trace of Snow's eyes reddened. He was so excited that tears almost came out. He was so excited that he reached out and held her ankle. His face was close to it, and he felt the familiar temperature of her body. It was warm. It was the temperature of a human, and not a corpse. Wei Wei Bai pulled back her leg, strangely. Her eyes were gentle. "Master, what's wrong? We haven't seen each other for a few days. Why are you so excited?" No trace of Snow had a lot of words stuck in his mouth. He was so excited that he did not know what to say. Wei Wei Bai had already jumped down from the tree and approached him with an affectionate and cute smile. She reached out and put her hands on his shoulders. She tiptoed and approached him with her face. Her warm and sweet breath surrounded him. "Master, are you very happy to see me?" No trace of Snow's breath stopped. He could not control himself and approached her. He reached out and grabbed her waist, wanting to completely imprison her in his arms. But in the next moment, he felt a chill on his chest. A short blade pierced his chest. Wei Wei Bai was still smiling gently and sweetly. She said softly, "Master, I'm very happy to see your disciple. Is the feeling of a sharp blade piercing your heart delicious?" Chapter 13:14. No trace of Snow was slightly stunned. His chest was bleeding, but he did not seem to feel any pain. Wei Wei Bai's smile was so clear and beautiful. Her face was no longer as pale as a corpse's, but was full of blood. He took a step forward, and the tip of the knife went deeper. Wei Wei Bai's fingers trembled. He felt this hesitant tremble, and without any hesitation, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. He did not care if the knife could kill her. To him, that little bit of warmth on her wrist was his salvation. Unfortunately, Wei Wei Bai turned her wrist, trying to break free from his grasp. Shui Wuhan's eyes were fixed on her. He didn't care about her struggle at all. His silver hair was a little messy, and his lips parted slightly. "Wei Wei, you're back." He was still afraid that this was a dream. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were cold, but her smile did not change. "I'm back to kill you." No trace of Snow's chest was in pain, but it was not because of the wound, but because he was aroused. Falling in love was a deadly poison to him. No trace of Snow's brows relaxed. His lips curved upwards, and his eyes and mouth were full of gentleness. It was no longer a hypocritical, fake gentleness. It was a gentleness from the bottom of his heart that could not be suppressed. This man was so handsome at this moment that he was practically glowing. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were confused for a moment. She stepped back, wanting to break away from him. But in the next moment, she was suddenly held back. No trace of Snow had already grabbed her tightly and lowered his head to kiss her lips. This kiss was unrestrained and extremely crazy. It broke in her lips, bringing with it the taste of blood and a desperate attack power. Her breath, familiar fragrance, the bell on her ankle, and familiar voice. It made his lifeless life burst out with an indescribable light. So what if he died? She wanted his life. He would give it to her. It didn't matter how she came back to life or why she came back. Most importantly, she was back. Even if she was here to kill him, he would gladly do so. He was wrong from the very beginning. He was wrong because he thought that death could take away the poison of love. But death was a terrifying abyss. If she died, he would never be free. No trace of Snow's tears fell from the corner of his eyes. He hugged her tightly and felt the sound of the knife in her hand piercing through his ribs and into his internal organs. A master of the devil cult seemed to be waiting to ambush him. Seeing that he had exposed his back and was hugging Wei Wei Bai, that black shadow suddenly appeared and ruthlessly chopped down on his back with a poisonous cold blade. But before the knife could fall on No Trace of Snow's back, No Trace of Snow didn't even turn around. He didn't move his eyes away. He suddenly made his move, pulling out his sword with one hand and swinging it behind him. Like a flying knife, the long sword pierced through the attacker's heart. Ruthless and swift, not giving anyone a chance to survive. He himself was seriously injured, but he was still an unshakable existence. Wei Wei Bai's pupils constricted. All the people she had ambushed were killed by No Trace of Snow. She wanted to break free from his embrace, but he didn't give up and invaded her. This kiss was full of blood and endless entanglement. She bit the tip of his tongue until it bled. Because the sharp knife in his chest was stuck in his ribs, she couldn't go any deeper. She still didn't have any internal strength, so her strength was similar to that of an ordinary person. Even if he stood still, she wouldn't be able to kill him even if she stabbed him in the chest with a knife. She was pressed against the tree trunk by him. The blood on his chest all stained her dress. Wei Wei Bai couldn't break free. She fiercely pulled out the knife in her hand. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 13:15. This time, the blood gushed out even more fiercely. No Trace of Snow chuckled, finally letting go of her lips. His forehead was pressed against hers. His lips were stained with blood from her bite, and his eyes were shining brightly. "This taste is so delicious," he said softly, his voice magnetic and seductive. Wei Wei Bai stared at him blankly, her eyes filled with all kinds of complicated emotions. There was hatred, love, and pain. She moved her lips as if she wanted to say something, but all her words turned into a choked and sorrowful sigh. "No Trace of Snow, I hate you." No Trace of Snow's mouth was stained with blood, which kept dripping down from his chest. He casually raised his hand, gently touching her delicate face, his eyes greedy and warm. "I know, you can continue to hate me." He didn't care as long as she was alive and still had him in her heart. He didn't care about anything. Even if it was hate born from love. Wei Wei Bai leaned against the tree trunk. Looking at him indifferently, she suddenly slapped his hand away. "Don't touch me, hypocrite." No Trace of Snow grabbed her wrist nervously. The word, like, in his mouth was filled with the taste of blood. But he couldn't say it. He didn't have much time left. The cold poison in his body, the pain of love, these were all punishments to torture him. None of the men of the Shui family who had fallen in love could escape the path of death. No Trace of Snow denied it again. When Wei Wei Bai died, he clearly saw his own path to death. And Wei Wei, by coming back to life, sped up his death. The pain in his chest made him feel comfortable and happy. This was the pain of his feelings deepening. But it was also the gratitude of seeing her alive. The corners of Bai Weiwei's long and narrow eyes rose, and there was a trace of cold mockery in them. "Seeing that I'm alive, do you want to kill me again? After all, I'm just a witch from a demonic sect." No Trace of Snow's expression was tense. His handsome face had a kind of frozen calmness. Only his eyes were filled with tenderness, but there was also a kind of grief. "I can't kill you, Wei Wei. Killing her, it would be the biggest mistake of his life." The indifference and ridicule in Bai Weiwei's eyes deepened. She suddenly smiled, stretched out a finger, and gently touched the corner of his lips. "Master, you can't kill me. Could it be that you've fallen in love with me? No trace of Snow's eyes, he stared at her, silent for a while, then said, Of Snow of you came back to take revenge? Bai Weiwei withdrew her finger. Seeing the blood on it, she wiped it on his clothes in disgust. For some reason, his attitude actually carried a trace of familiarity and intimacy. This intimacy made no trace of Snow's heart tremble. Then he heard her cold and stifled voice. I'm going to kill you. No trace of Snow's expression didn't change at all. His hands suddenly dropped, raised his neck, and exposed his weak Adam's apple. The man's appearance at this moment actually had a fragile sex appeal. It's right for you to kill me. I'll pay you back with my life. Wei Bai looked up at him, the cold ridicule and indifference in her eyes finally breaking. Her voice trembled. No trace of Snow, what do you mean? No trace of Snow's gentle expression didn't change. His lips were full of blood, and more blood gushed out from his chest. He could use his internal energy to suppress the injury, but he didn't. He even deliberately opened the wound, making it more serious. He smiled like a spring breeze. I don't mean anything. I just want to make you happy. After all, you're my wife. It's my responsibility to make you happy. / Chapter 13:16. Wei Bai couldn't hold back the smile on her face anymore. Her voice became sharp. Wife. Is there a wife who was killed by her husband on the first day of the wedding ceremony? She finally couldn't keep calm. She grabbed his collar with both hands, and the pain and hatred in her eyes finally appeared. No trace of Snow. You ruined everything for me. Do you know how much I hate you? No trace of Snow lowered his eyes. His expression was a little sluggish. He wanted to redeem himself, but he didn't know how to do so. In fact, he was also at a loss. He saw tears in her eyes and saw her trembling in pain that she couldn't suppress. Heartache suddenly hit him. This kind of pain wasn't the pain of a wound, nor was it the pain of emotional torture. It was another kind of pain that was softer but more unbearable. No trace of Snow pursed his lips and said in a hoarse voice, Wei Bai shouted angrily. Enough, you don't have the right to call my name. Since you sent yourself to me, I won't be polite. She pulled out all the knives and watched as blood gushed out of his chest. Her lips trembled, her fingers trembled, and even her breathing was chaotic. Wei Bai raised her hand, and the hand that was holding the knives tightened and loosened. Tears suddenly gushed out of her eyes, and she said each word like crying blood. No trace of Snow. Why did I have to meet you? I can't even kill you. Why do I have to be so lowly to a man who doesn't love me? She cried with grievance and sadness. She was clearly holding the knives and had the upper hand. But she was even more fragile than No Trace of Snow, who was seriously injured. No Trace of Snow's heart didn't know what to do with her crying. But her reluctance made his eyes light up. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. His breath blew into her ear. The smell of blood and the man's voice were equally cold, but with a heavy sense of surrender. Wei, I love you. These words carried more weight than anyone else. This was because the martial arts he practiced did not allow him to be emotionally moved. Once he was moved, he would die. Therefore, once a man said that he loved a woman, it would be the end of the road. That was why he rejected the idea of falling in love with someone, because this was a declaration of his death. But today, he was willing to say it just to soothe her tears. After he said it, he actually felt relieved. He couldn't help but repeat, I really love you. This sentence was actually sweet, with the sweetness of blood. Bai Weiwei didn't move. She was sluggish for a while. You love me? No Trace of Snow. Yeah. Weiwei Bai still couldn't believe it. Do you really love me? He was like an insecure child who wanted others to repeat this beautiful vow again and again. No Trace of Snow reached out and gently stroked her ink-black hair. I've never loved a woman so much before. You're the first and the last. Weiwei Bai leaned her head on his hard shoulder. Her voice softened. Do you love me? Do you love me so much that you die for me? No Trace of Snow almost didn't hesitate. Yes. Weiwei Bai. Can you give up the position of the Alliance leader and grovel at my feet? No Trace of Snow. Yes. He wanted her to be happy. He wanted her to love him like before. He also wanted her to be lively and happy. and not to be hurt by him to the point where she was now. Weak, insecure, and in pain. Wei Wei Bai suddenly grabbed the clothes on his back. Her voice was choked with sobs. No trace of snow. Master. The title Master was sad and helpless. The save button. Chapter 13:17. She muttered, "How could you kill me? I've loved you since the first time I saw you. Even if you killed my entire family, I still can't let go of my love for you. I want to kill you because I want to steal your attention. I'm a cheap person." No trace of Snow's heart let down his guard because of her words. She still loved him. He had never been keenly aware of her love. No trace of Snow's heart actually felt a sense of joy, because even at this point, she still loved him. Wei Wei Bai suddenly let go of his clothes and escaped from his embrace. Her face was filled with tears as she looked at him with a pale face. "You say you love me, but I don't believe you." No trace of Snow stared at her, his expression still indifferent. He said softly, "What do you want me to do for you to believe me?" Wei Wei Bai's face was filled with tears, but she revealed a charming smile that was suffused with a dark, evil intent. It was like a poisonous flower in the dark night, blooming with an alluring fragrance. "I want you to be betrayed by everyone." Her words were vicious, and she gritted her teeth. "You ruined everything for me, so I want you to ruin everything for yourself. You turned against the righteous path and destroyed your own family. Everyone wants to beat you up. A hypocrite like you doesn't deserve to live so openly." No trace of Snow looked at her calmly. "That's all." Wei Wei Bai clenched her hands and finally couldn't help but shout angrily. "Then what do you want?" "I want you to have no way to turn back and never betray me again." This was her, naked and gorgeous. Her possessiveness was like a poison, without any gentleness or warmth. It was an ice-cold plunder. But no trace of Snow smiled. His smile was relaxed and beautiful. He nodded. "All right, if that's all you want, I can give it to you." She wanted all of this, which made him even more certain. She loved him to the bone. After he finished speaking, his movements were extremely swift. He came in front of her and took advantage of her unpreparedness to suck on her lips and give her a deep kiss. Before Wei Wei Bai could react, he had already turned around and left. He casually pulled out his sword from the corpse that had attacked him just now. His silhouette floated like an immortal, his silver hair falling to his waist. The blood dripped to the bottom of his robes, but he seemed to feel no pain. Wei Wei Bai covered her mouth and stared at him blankly. The system looked at this, and then that. It had no idea what the host was doing. Heartbreaking value increased by 5. The system said. Her favorable impression of him increased by 5 points. 55 points of heartbreak and 85 points of favorability. This basically didn't torture No Trace of Snow. It was more like a reward for him. Bai Weiwei watched as Shui Wuhan walked away. Her sad and hateful expression disappeared, and she wiped her tears. "It's okay. This is just a foreshadowing. Let me take a break and adjust my acting rhythm before I torture him." Stabbing someone with a knife was nothing more than tormenting the body. There was no point in tormenting the heart. That was why tormenting the heart was the key. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, "Doesn't this demonic sect metal have a function? It can make 3 to 7 martial arts masters completely hypnotize them to listen to me." The system said, "Yes, but the effect won't last long. It can only last for a month. After a month, they will know what you did and will probably kill you." Wei Wei Bai said, "It's okay. We'll talk about it after a month. You can hypnotize a few handsome guys." The system, "What?" Wei Wei Bai said, "Hypnotize a harem for me." The system, "What?" After No Trace of Snow finished killing, he wiped his sword expressionlessly and walked out. Another righteous sect was annihilated. More than 100 people, but none of them had a complete corpse. The Transmigration System, Prince Charming, come here. The Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come here. Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come here. The Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come here. The Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come here. Chapter 13:18. He was still dressed in white, his eyes cold and his posture elegant. When he walked out, he saw that it was raining outside. He opened a bamboo umbrella. His white, jade-like fingers gripped the slightly green handle of the umbrella. He stood under the umbrella and looked at the people outside the door with an indifferent expression. They were all experts. This should be all the combat power that the righteous faction could bring out. No trace of Snow looked at them silently, his eyes calm as if he was looking at a stone by the roadside, or a dead person. His chest did not hurt, and he still had the medicine bottle that Wei Wei Bai had given him hidden in his sleeve. The medicine made with her blood had become his lifesaver. But to No Trace of Snow, he was not happy because this medicine could save him. It was because she gave it to him. She still had him in her heart. In the past, he was the Wulin Alliance leader because this position could only be obtained by defeating everyone. But after being the Alliance leader, he felt that it was very boring. That was why he became the White Magnolia, whether it was the righteous or the villain. Killing people was fine, but saving people made people feel despair. This kind of thing was very easy for him. It was enough for him to be able to enjoy it. So Wei Wei Bai wanted him to be isolated and despised by everyone. She thought that he would be afraid of this, but she did not know that he was not close to her. His only family and lover now was her. As for the disdain of others, they were just ants, sand, and stones. He had never cared about them. No Trace of Snow, you are crazy. How can you kill so many people? When he killed people, he did not hide it. He even left people alive to call for help. It was as if he deliberately let people know about his crimes. No one believed that No Trace of Snow would do such a thing. He was No Trace of Snow. He was the last conscience of the Wulin Alliance, the most impartial law enforcer. He was also the most powerful expert of the righteous faction. How could he be crazy just like that? No Trace of Snow slowly walked out. The rain hit the umbrella, and his delicate features had a soul-stirring charm under the dark sky. He was still that elegant gentleman. Only the hem of his snow-white robe was stained with a few traces of blood. He was as elegant as the red plum blossoms dyed in snow. He smiled gently. I killed people today because I wanted to tell you that I'm going to join the demonic sect. The experts who had rushed over from all directions were dumbfounded. Now, he was even more confused. The devil sect? Join the demonic sect? The leader of the Wulin Alliance had joined the demon sect. What the hell was that? The Alliance Master was basically the benchmark of the righteous faction, the leader of the righteous faction. The fact that their leader was going to betray them and join the enemy was a huge blow to the experts from the various sections. No Trace of Snow saw the shock on their faces and indifferently swept his sleeves with his finger. What? Aren't you going to congratulate me? Everyone was shocked by his unusual attitude and didn't know what to do. This was even more comical than a nightmare. Anyone could join the demon sect, so how could it be No Trace of Snow? There was no warning at all. Could it be? Some people thought of the disturbing rumors about the saintess of the demon sect. That demoness seemed to be able to control people's hearts. Otherwise, there were so many terrifying and vicious martial arts experts. Many of them were lone wolves, and so were even semi-retired. They all came back to the Jianghu for that demoness and were willing to be controlled by her. What was this if not witchcraft? A middle-aged expert angrily rebuked. Chief, are you being controlled? Did that demoness of the demon sect put a goo in you? Many people echoed his words. Otherwise, there was no reason for No Trace of Snow to change his mind. No Trace of Snow smiled gently and looked at the middle-aged man. Demoness? At https://www.sashu.com/ full text at https://www.sashu.com// download text at https://www.sashu.com at https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 1319. The two words were faint, but there was a cold and terrible murderous aura. As soon as the words fell, the middle-aged man's head was cut off. The head rolled in the blood, and the warm blood spurted all over the ground. No Trace of Snow was still standing in the same place, but his robe was a little fluttering, letting people know that he had moved just now. It was just that the speed was too fast, and no one could react. No Trace of Snow smiled coldly. Is my woman someone you can casually criticize? After he finished speaking, he stepped forward, holding a long sword in one hand and a bamboo umbrella in the other. He walked forward unhurriedly. Everyone finally woke up from the death of the middle-aged man just now. No trace of Snow really betrayed, and it was a betrayal of a massacre. They all took out their weapons and shouted, "Give me your life! No trace of Snow, you hypocrite with blood on your hands." No trace of Snow looked up at the sky. It was still raining. When they met, it was also rainy. He really missed the bits and pieces of getting along with her more and more. No trace of Snow continued to sigh as he walked, but he shrank the ground into an inch, and his body was like a ghost. Everywhere he went, there were piles of corpses. In this year, whether the martial arts people were good or bad, who didn't have blood on their hands? No one was afraid of the dead, but this scene scared people out of their wits. Despair, boundless despair. They were absolutely crushed, and many people didn't dare to pick up any weapons in the future. They even vomited when they saw the blood. No trace of Snow was dressed in white, his silver hair fluttering, and his eyes were still so beautiful. But when he killed 3 people with one sword with a gentle smile, and the blood fell to his cheeks, it was like he had become a demon. In the rain, screams, and the sound of corpses falling, the blood flowed into the steps and gathered into a pool. More than half of the martial arts masters were killed by no trace of Snow's sword. Was he still human? No, he was a demon. Human beings couldn't have such high and terrifying martial arts value. It was impossible for him to be so calm. He could kill so many people and still smile so gently. After this battle, no trace of Snow became completely famous. In the past, he was the Wuline Alliance Master. However, it was still an existence that was as vague as a shadow. But now his image had been completely overturned. Frightening at the sound of his name, #1 in the world. Devil, lunatic. It was much scarier than what Wei Wei Bai wanted. She just wanted her to be abandoned by everyone. He had turned himself into a demon that no one dared to provoke. No trace of Snow had been killing for an entire day and night, and he was a little tired. Thinking that Wei Wei Bai was still waiting for him, he stepped over the corpses and walked out. Those who were still alive and were scared out of their wits watched as he walked out with his umbrella. If it wasn't for the fact that the bottom of his robe was soaked in blood, no one would know how many people he had killed. Many people cried out in fear when they saw him walking over. They completely collapsed. No trace of Snow smiled and walked forward. Slowly, his slender figure disappeared into the white rain and fog like a nightmare. He walked back to his home, which was already in ruins. He burned it. After all, Wei Wei Bai wanted him to be homeless, so he might as well solve it with a fire. Doing these things, he was so natural that it was as if he was picking a flower for her. He had never lacked methods to please others. The only thing he lacked was feelings. Now that he had feelings, he could lower his status as much as she wanted. After all, it was just a matter of interest between lovers. What she wanted, he would pamper her and give it to her. Shui Wuhan saw a pigeon with a red ribbon flying over his head. He raised his head to take a look. Address of the full text: https://www.sashu.com// Download of the full text: https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1320. Then he stretched out his hand and hit the pigeon with a stone. He caught the pigeon that fell into his palm and saw the words on the red ribbon. It was Wei Wei Bai's. It was an address. The address of the demon sect's headquarters. His Wei Wei had also learned how to do things in such a roundabout manner. She had re-established the demon sect by herself. This kind of power and strength. It shouldn't be her. No trace of Snow had all kinds of doubts in his heart, but because she was alive, he felt that it was not important. Now that he thought about it, he felt that she really had the ability to charm people. After all, many of those in the demon sect were lone wolves. They would rather die than lower their heads and be controlled by others. He turned around and walked towards the address of the demon sect. The words on the ribbon, and the following line of words. No trace of Snow. I want you to marry me openly again in a sedan chair carried by 8 people. It was still the thoughts of a little girl. She liked these ceremonies so much. No trace of Snow smiled faintly, with indescribable gentleness and affection. He didn't just stop at 8 sedan chairs. He wanted to announce to the world that he would marry her in a way that all women in the world would be envious of. He didn't know how long he could live, even if he desperately suppressed his feelings. The number of times he was aroused was still frequent. The sharp pain in his chest, even if it was suppressed by her blood, it was still very painful. No trace of Snow knew that as time passed, this sharp pain would become more and more obvious. Maybe one day her blood would no longer work, so his life would not be long. No trace of Snow thought that before he died, he would use this Jong-hu to win a few happy laughs from her. It was also good. The demon sect's mountain was outside the city, and the righteous sects had suffered heavy losses, so they didn't dare to provoke the demon sect anymore. And today, the demon sect seemed to be holding some kind of happy event. The word happy was posted everywhere, and the people of the demon sect were all jubilant. They gave red packets to people and asked them to attend the wedding of their saintess. The righteous people also heard that Wei Wei Bai was going to get married, and the wedding was going to be especially luxurious. They spat and cursed her as a demoness. But when he thought of no trace of Snow, he didn't dare to say anything. They were afraid that the Devil League leader, who had betrayed the pugilistic world, would come and kill them. No trace of Snow was bewitched by the witch of the devil cult and massacred the righteous sects of the Wolin. Everyone knew about it. Now, anyone who mentioned no trace of Snow would be scared to death. After all, that massacre was simply too frightening. No matter how bad the reputation of the demonic sect was, many people still gathered on the wedding day. There were many villains from the evil path, and very few of the righteous path had come, and most of them were in disguise. After all, he had to spy on the enemy. Outside the main hall of the devil cult was a flat stone square. On the way up the mountain, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. At first, people thought it was normal. They all wanted to see who the man who married Wei Wei Bai was. He saw dozens of people carrying countless gold, silver, and jewels and placing them on the square, followed by silk and satin. Then, there were all kinds of precious treasures and manuals. Along the way, the flowers drifted in the wind. It was simply a celestial atmosphere. In the end, 8 people slowly carried the sedan chair to the square. In front of the sedan chair, a man in a red bridegroom's suit was sitting on a brown horse. His silver hair was tied up with a jade crown. There was a gentle smile on his handsome face, and his eyes were gentle. Being looked at by him seemed to be cherished. It was no trace of Snow. Many people were not surprised. After all, everyone knew that no trace of Snow was bewitched by Wei Wei Bai and betrayed the righteous path of the Wolin. But more people suddenly realized that he was going to marry the saintess of the devil cult. He was the one who betrayed her. /T. Chapter 1321. No trace of Snow had a smile at the corner of his mouth. Without the murderous aura he had when he killed people, his every move was elegant and indifferent. Peerless, and magnificent. Feeling was the best way to describe this man. He rode his horse to the front of the square and saw Wei Wei Bai in a red wedding dress, holding a veil in her hand. She was wearing a red wedding dress that dragged on the ground, and there was a delicate rose in her hair. The bright red flower complemented her red lips and snow-white skin. She was breathtakingly beautiful. She stood quietly in the corridor, looking at no trace of Snow, smiling sweetly. No trace of Snow looked at her in a daze, as if he had returned to the day of their wedding. She was wearing a red wedding dress. At that time, she was also so beautiful. But with one strike of his sword, no trace of Snow suppressed the image that he couldn't bear. He dismounted his horse, and his red robe fluttered. Then he stood by the bridal sedan chair, waiting for her to come. He actually wanted to rush over, carry her, and leave. But he was afraid of being rude to her. He wanted to make up for his regret and carry out the wedding rules, as if this was the only way to make up for the huge mistake. Wei Wei Bai's fingers were like chopping onions, her lips were red, and the red wedding dress was covered with a veil. When she walked, she was so beautiful that it was like floating in the clouds. She was more beautiful than ever. No trace of Snow suddenly couldn't control himself. He walked forward step by step, wanting to get to her side faster. But before he could take 3 steps, the knocking sounds were heard again. He frowned and turned back to look. But he saw 4 men going up the mountain. There was a bridge of flowers, betrothal gifts, and all kinds of rare treasures. And the 4 men were all in high spirits and extraordinarily handsome. What made no trace of snow stop was not how outstanding they were, but they were all wearing bridal clothes. No trace of snow even recognized that one of the men was the heir of a century-old family. He was rich and was known as the little god of wealth. Another was a prince who held military power in his hands. The remaining 2 were very skilled in martial arts. Their reputation was also very well known in Jianghu. These 4 men had different personalities. Although they were all handsome, the way they were beautiful was different. It was like the different kinds of flowers in the garden. They were beautiful in different shapes. The 4 men carried 4 bridal sedan chairs to the quarry. They saw Shui Wuhan. The prince teased, "There's actually a new person? Seriously, Wei Wei has captured the heart of another alliance master." The little god of wealth also sighed helplessly. She likes to collect men's hearts. It seems that we have to squeeze together again. Although he said was sighing, there was pampering. Faye is... Why did she get another wild man? Could it be that she wants to get 10 or 20 men in the future? There was unspeakable jealousy, but there was also love. No trace of Snow's smile gradually disappeared. His eyes were like ice beads, calm to cold. He looked at the 4 men, then turned to look at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai walked over from the corridor. Her red clothes were bright, and her appearance was charming and innocent. But her eyes were unusually bright and cunning. It was as if the lively Wei Wei of the past had returned. The bells on her ankles seemed to be able to enchant people as they jingled. No trace of Snow's face was covered with a layer of frost as he watched her walk towards him, until she came in front of him. Her smooth, jade-like face revealed a beautiful smile. Then no trace of Snow saw her red lips slightly open as she gently said, "Wu Hen, these are your 4 brothers. As the last one to enter the sect, you should serve them tea first." No trace of Snow, // fast. Chapter 13:22. The wind blew coldly across the mountain. The Red Shi character was blown away by the wind. No trace of Snow's expression was indifferent. His delicate face had traces of gloominess. He said softly, "Wei Wei Bai, is this a unique wedding gift?" It did seem like something she would do, to get a bunch of people to tease him. Wei Wei Bai tilted her head. Her clear and moving eyes looked at him with a smile. "No trace of Snow. Didn't you say that you love me?" No trace of Snow's deep and cold eyes surged with a complicated and dark emotion. His voice was light and gentle. "I love you, yes." He admitted it so simply and peacefully. Wei Wei Bai reached out and touched the Chinese rose beside her hair. Her smile suddenly changed. She frowned and said impatiently, "If you love me, why can't you bear to share me with others? Don't you love me so much that you can die? Can't you be deserted by everyone? It's such a small matter, but you're being so sentimental." Her voice was delicate and charming, but the words she said were so willful that it hurt his heart. Her eyes were filled with annoyance. "All right, do you still want to go through the wedding ceremony? I originally planned to collect a few more men. It would be best if I could collect 7 and add me to 8. That would be an auspicious number, but I couldn't find any good men. I can only continue to look after the wedding." No trace of Snow said indifferently, "After the wedding, continue to look?" Wei Wei Bai looked at the sky. The sun was shining brightly. She gently and elegantly raised her hand. The little god of wealth immediately rushed over and placed a chair behind her. Then he gently held her hand and helped her to sit on the chair. The prince immediately rushed over to hold an umbrella and whispered, "Damn the sun today. It actually made you frown." The other 2 men also slowly came to her side. Although they were all wearing the same groom's robes, each was handsome in his own way. No trace of Snow was standing opposite her. His expression was cold as he watched Wei Wei Bai enjoy the service of others without any awkwardness. She casually looked up. Her eyes were clear and flirtatious. Her innocence was gone, replaced by mature charm. It was just like the vicious little girl in his heart who had died for him alone. He grew up overnight. She understood men and knew how to manipulate people's hearts. It was so dazzling that it made people admire it, but it also made people hate it to the bone. In Shui Wuhan's calm eyes, there was only darkness and malice. It was so cold that it could penetrate one's soul. Wei Weibai didn't seem to notice the displeasure in his eyes. No, she didn't care at all. She was capricious and said in a crafty tone, "A pile of wood. I'm thirsty." One of the men, who was extremely skilled in Qin Gong, immediately brought some water from a distance. He squatted down and held a cup to feed her. The system said, "Wake up, host. You should know when to stop. If you go too far, you'll be sent to the crematorium in a month's time." None of these 4 men were good people. All of them had committed heinous crimes and were full of evil. Don't be fooled by the god of wealth or prince. Their hands were stained with blood. Anyway, their hearts were so vicious that they could poison a poisonous snake to death. So when they woke up in a month's time and thought of the humiliation today, the host would probably be ground to dust. Wei Weibai gracefully lowered her head and held the cup in her mouth. She took a sip. Her red lips were strangely beautiful. Then she casually raised her head and touched her bracelet. It was a gift from the little god of wealth. "Wu Hen, the auspicious hour is almost over. Are you going to perform the ceremony?" Her tone was very casual, as if it didn't matter if he didn't perform the ceremony. She loved him so much that she would rather die. It became blurry. All that was left was the cruel her in front of him. It was so vivid that the S/ to the full articles / the downloads to the S. Chapter 1323. No trace of snow lowered his eyes, and his lips curled into a smile. "Wei Weibai, is this to take revenge on me?" He emphasized the last 3 words. Although he was disappointed that she still hated him, he never thought that she would humiliate him like this. This humiliation made him feel bad, but it was not to the extent that he would fly into a rage. He had always been used to enduring silently and knew that he had gone overboard, so it was only right for her to take revenge on him. Who asked him to do the wrong thing? Bai Weiwei was stunned. She suddenly reached out and covered her mouth in surprise. "Retaliate against you? How could I retaliate against you? You're one of my favorite men. I just asked you to serve me tea. Is this retaliating against you?" These words were unreasonable and preposterous. However, she did not seem to be joking at all. "Haven't you already fallen in love with me?" No trace of Snow's dark eyes had a kind of desolate calmness. His smile was a little creepy. "Fall in love with you? Do the 4 men beside you also fall in love with you?" He did not want to deceive himself. This was not his character. He had always been intelligent and had the ability to see through people's hearts. The infatuation and love in the eyes of the 4 men was not fake. If they were really acting, they would not be so natural and humble. And Wei Weibai did not have any ability to make these 4 men bow their heads and be a clown for her just to take revenge on him. Wei Weibai smiled. It was indescribably cute. "What do you think?" The 4 men immediately nodded. "Yes, of course we love you," they said in unison, full of tacit understanding. Wei Weibai spread her hands and said with some distress, "After all, you came later. I worked hard to gather them. It is my hobby to win men's hearts." Speaking of this, her smile became a little evil, and her eyes were sparkling. She reached out and gently tugged at the corner of No Trace of Snow's clothes. Her voice was sweet and soft. "Just like Master's hobby, don't you like to see those pure people completely break down and go crazy? I'm trying my best to please you according to Master's hobby." No Trace of Snow's pupil shrank. His breathing stopped, and an intense pain suddenly surged out from his chest. He suddenly wanted to cover her mouth and stop her from continuing. He felt that what she was going to say next was extremely cruel. However, Wei Weibai smiled and said, "Master is really hard to please. I tried so hard to act cute, but you still stabbed me to death. If I wasn't the successor of the demonic sect Saintus and know some evil spells to save my life, I would have really died." The dark abyss in No Trace of Snow's chest grew bigger and bigger. With his intelligence, how could he not hear the smugness in her voice, as well as the cold mockery? There was no love. He didn't see anything at all. She reached out and took the Chinese roses from her hair. She held the flowers in her hand lazily, propping up her chin as she looked at him. I guess I could be considered to have hit it off with my master. We both have some quirks. Master likes to see others fall into despair, while I like to win the hearts of outstanding men. They're my spoils of war, and so is Master. When she said this, she revealed a mischievous smile. Hateful and cute. I don't like Master that much, but to win your love, I still try my best to pretend to be around you. Wei Wei Bai smiled victoriously, full of a woman's evil appearance. But it was still beautiful enough to steal one's heart. Seeing you betray everyone for me and marry me personally, I know that Master must love me deeply. If you love me, you should be able to share me with others. Chapter 1324. Her words were bold and presumptuous, but she was as gorgeous as a flame. Willful and irresponsible beauty. Her beauty was wanton and flamboyant. She was reborn. Her every move lost its naivety and vicious straightforwardness. That vicious heart was scarier than any woman's. No trace of Snow's breathing stopped. The sharp pain in his chest made him more awake. He could even think about how she looked when she appeared, how she fell in love with him, how she died, and her saying that she didn't love him just to get his heart was as vicious as a game. So it was just a game? It was just like how, when he saw her, it was just to play a game. That was why he brought her along. It was just to see her love him and then be abandoned by him. He didn't think too much about it at first, but now that he thought about it carefully, there were indeed many unnatural things. She loved him too quickly, too decisively. She hated him too quickly and fiercely. There was no preparation, no transition buffer. It was just straightforward. Whether it was hate or love, it was just as fast and straightforward. In fact, if he thought about it carefully, this shouldn't be a natural reaction. It was more like an act. It wasn't that there were no flaws, but that he thought that everything was in his hands. He thought that her personality was childlike, crazy and naive, which is why she was like this. But what if she wasn't a child, and her naivety was just an act? Then her love was just a game. Naturally, he deduced it. From the beginning to the end, when he was playing the game, she was also playing. She was even more skilled than him, more ruthless than him, and more vicious to herself. One thought after another, in Wei Wei Bai's mocking and smug gaze, turned into a terrifying blade. Every blade cut his heart. Blood flowed out, filled with hatred. The humiliation of being teased was actually not as painful as the hatred of holding someone else's hand and saying that he was just a chess piece in her game. How could she not love him? How could she play with him? How could she use such a naive and vicious attitude to tell him that her love for him was nothing more than a pretense? Unwillingness, jealousy, resentment, and madness twisted into a huge whirlpool. No trace of Snow's eyes were terrifyingly dark. His fingers slowly bent, and the red hair band shattered inch by inch. His silver hair fluttered behind his back. For a moment, he looked gloomy and cold. He was like a demon god that made people tremble. Are you happy? When I fell in love with you, were you happy? He spoke softly, his eyes fixed on her. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have sensed danger. She frowned in annoyance, and then sat up straight. No trace of Snow. It's just a game. Why are you so agitated? Didn't you have a good time too? Although I had a lot of fun playing this game, I also put in a lot of effort. No trace of Snow looked at her expressionlessly. He suddenly felt that she was still too naive. Or rather, he was not smart enough. Otherwise, how could he destroy his heart like this? Even if it was just a lie to appease him, it would be fine. Wei Wei Bai impatiently pinched the Chinese rose and threw it at no trace of Snow's feet. All right, don't look like you can't afford to play. Aren't you a hypocrite? How many people have you harmed? I thought that people like you would be more open when playing. She said this and gave him a look of disdain. In the end, you can't afford to play. What love? Do you really want to maintain love for a lifetime? Can't you just get a moment of happiness? Chapter 1325. Wei Wei Bai said this and became unhappy. Forget it. Today was supposed to be a happy day, but you ruined it. If you don't want to be my little five, I won't bother you. You can leave. She sent him away. It was a simple sentence. A disdainful and impatient attitude. She was really vicious and direct. She didn't have a trace of kindness. She took it for granted and was fearless. No Trace of Snow knew that she didn't have a good temperament, but he didn't expect her to be so cold. She could even play with feelings. How could she play with feelings? Playing with feelings, was she so confident that she wouldn't make a mistake? No Trace of Snow looked at the men behind her. They were all outstanding and had different personalities and appearances. It seemed that her taste in men was so fickle. She liked the new and hated the old. They were so outstanding. And her methods were indeed good. She even captured his heart. How could others compare to him? Once he fell in love, it would be fatal. He couldn't fall in love with others, but he was completely trapped by her. It was easier for others. She had indeed never made a mistake before. She was better than him. He made a mistake once and lost to her. So it was all a scam. A faint sigh echoed in his heart. That sigh turned into thousands of swords, cutting his flesh and breaking his bones, dismembering him into pieces. No Trace of Snow's face was a little pale. He thought that he only had a few days left to live, so he just had to pamper her. She wanted the sky, the earth, and the stars. He would listen to her. Stirring up a storm of blood to win her good mood for a day was something he was willing to do. He thought again, if she really liked men's hearts so much, he could be little 5 and make her happy. He could be little 5 as long as the first 4 died. The pain in No Trace of Snow's chest had already exceeded the limits of what a human could bear. But he still looked calm. He reached out and gently held her fingers. His voice trembled, but in the end he softened his temper. Okay, are you really going to be angry with me? You're just making me angry. It was the final struggle, the desolation of dying. Wei Wei Bai slapped his hand away. She stood up and looked at him coldly. You're so annoying. You were more fun in the beginning. I don't like you now. After saying that, she turned around without hesitation. No, I'm not in a good mood today. The 4 of you can come and marry me tomorrow. The other 4 men wailed at the same time. Wei Wei, you're really tormenting us to death when you play games. Wei Wei Bai glared back fiercely and said, if you don't like it, then get lost. Who cares about you? It's just a game. I have plenty of men who can play it. The rest of the men immediately surrendered. All right, we'll get married tomorrow. I guarantee you'll be happy. Only then did Bai Wei Wei reveal a smile. Then she turned and left. The long red wedding dress dragged on the ground, and it was the same gorgeous color as her. Bai Wei Wei walked with her head held high and said, Queen, I am a proper queen. You should have let me capture such a good plane long ago. All men are just ants. They have to kneel and call me daddy. The system held its forehead. It couldn't bear to see the host courting death to this extent. Did you know? The male main plane's martial strength is number 1. Wei Wei Bai smiled innocently. Didn't you have a serious injury? Also, aren't those 4 masters very powerful? Even though the 4 experts were all evil people who had committed countless evil deeds, they were still alive. Their martial arts were indeed very high. The system was silent, then said, number 1 in martial strength means that if everyone in this plane worked together to go against him, they would all be killed by him. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1326. Wei Wei Bai thought that the strongest in martial arts was a few masters who could kill No Trace of Snow. However, the strongest in martial arts was the child of the realm. That was literally what it meant. That was fucking it. He was really number 1. The number 1 that no one could kill. No matter how many masters came together, they would not be able to defeat No Trace of Snow in a few moves. Wei Wei Bai's footsteps became heavy. You're saying, the system said, if he wants to kill someone, all the masters in the demonic sect combined would not be enough to kill him alone. Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. How much is the heartbreak value? The system was in despair. 80. Oh my God. The heartbreak value was a publicly recognized number that could not increase wildly. Because the pain of the heartbreak value increasing by 1 point was real desperation. In the end, No Trace of Snow's heartbreak value actually increased by tens of points. This was simply killing, Wei Wei Bai said. Actually, I wanted to show off a little and let No Trace of Snow suffer for a while to increase the heartbreak value. Then, I'll chase him down the mountain and use the tender heart strategy next time. The system said, Chase him down the mountain. The idea was good, but how to chase no trace of snow down mountain? As for the tender heart strategy, did the host have any ambiguity about the word tender heart? What tender heart when he was already tortured to this extent? Wei Wei Bai seemed to know the system's doubts. She muttered, I thought that with so many masters in the demonic sect, and 4 of them, there shouldn't be a big problem. Plus, no trace of snow had hurt himself because of his emotions. So to chase him away, it should be very easy, ah? Screams suddenly sounded. Wei Wei Bai and the system trembled at the same time. They stiffened their necks and looked behind them. Then they saw a terrifying scene. A shocking wave of inner energy, like a colorless and invisible terrifying blade, spread rapidly with no trace of snow as the center. The person standing next to him was killed in an instant. The expressions of the hypnotized evil men beside Wei Wei Bai changed as they drew their weapons at the same time. However, no trace of snow acted as if he did not see them. His silver hair fluttered behind him, his posture was tall and elegant, and his red robes fluttered in the wind. Like fire, like the coldest fireworks. She was astonishingly beautiful, yet cold and cruel. He held a long sword in his hand. His eyelashes were drooping, and his eyes were dark. His eyes were fixed on Wei Wei Bai. Then, step by step, he slowly walked towards Wei Wei Bai. There was even a smile at the corner of his mouth. His handsome face was as dazzling as the sun, but his deep and dark eyes carried with them a crazy and twisted evil aura, like an immortal or a demon. It was both good and evil, but in the same person, it was so contradictory that it was breathtaking. Wei Wei Bai and the system trembled at the same time. Fuck, why can't anyone escape from him? The system said, #1 in the world. The 4 great evil men were killed by him. He killed the 4 great evil men with just 3 slashes. The system said, I said #1 in the world, so it means #1 in the world. This #1 was not discounted at all. Did Wei Wei Bai think that it was the system that gave the reward? No trace of snow was the child of the plain. All of his luck and blessings were hardcore and unshakable. It was not something that the system could compare to the host. Wei Wei Bai said, I'll run first. The system reached out its hand, wanting her to wait for death in peace, but felt that it was too cruel. It could only say, then run, live for a few more seconds. You can torture me, but you can't torture me like this. She directly tortured no trace of snow to insanity, and no one could withstand it. Wei Wei Bai lifted her skirt and ran forward. She said as she ran, Can I show off? I just showed off for a few minutes, and now I'm a coward. The system said earnestly, Young people, you have to be careful when you show off. Don't do this in the future. Wei Wei Bai slowed down. She could not run anymore, because someone had stepped on her skirt. Tongzi, I feel that I don't have a future. The system turned around, and then silently turned around. Go in peace. The person who stepped on her skirt gently placed a pale and slender hand on her thin shoulder. His hand was very cold. She could feel the cold temperature of his fingers through her clothes. Wei Wei Bai took a deep breath. She had seen ghosts before. Why would she be afraid of seeing ghosts? Just as she was about to turn around, a familiar embrace had already pressed against her back and held onto her waist. His lips had already sucked on her sensitive ear. Wei Wei Bai. His voice was cold and hoarse. Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened. She felt his teeth biting her ear, and then a cold laugh filled with hostility rang out. Aren't you going to get married? I'm willing to be your Xiao Wu, but unfortunately, I've killed all your other men. Wei Wei Bai, it felt good to show off, but the one-stop service at the crematorium was even better. // Chapter 13:27. Wei Wei Bai sat on the edge of the bed with a red veil over her head. She complained to the system, Is no trace of snow planning to rape me before killing me? She couldn't move. Her acupuncture points were sealed and she was forced to sit there. The red veil blocked her vision, making it impossible for her to see her surroundings. No trace of Snow's light body technique was also very good. His footsteps were silent, so she couldn't hear what he was doing when he came and went. The system hesitated. He's sitting. Wei Wei Bai, sitting where? The system opposite you. You're sitting on the bed, and he's sitting on the chair opposite you. He's staring at you without blinking. His eyes are bloodshot and there's a long sword on his knees. He's wiping it off slowly. The murderous aura around him is so strong that it's hard to breathe. He looks like he wants to kill someone or kill someone. Anyway, he's looking at you with murderous eyes. Stop, 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 stop. You're talking so fast. Are you writing a novel? Wei Wei Bai couldn't take it anymore. No Trace of Snow was holding his sword, sitting opposite her, and looking at her with murderous eyes. What a simple and neat summary. Why do you have to be so long-winded? But thinking about it this way, being long-winded and neat were both equally scary. No Trace of Snow was probably too agitated. His mind was now filled with thoughts of how to torture her. Thinking about how she was courting death, there was no way out at all. Wei Wei Bai sighed. She forgot to increase his favorability after grinding her heart. Who asked Xue Wuhan to be so tormented? She only cared about torturing him to death. She forgot that she still had to grind his favorability. No Trace of Snow probably wouldn't increase his favorability now. She had said herself, this was a game. Who would have a favorable impression of a game? One shouldn't be too cocky. Once it was over, it would really be over. Wei Wei Bai sat there stiffly for a long time. She couldn't speak and couldn't move her limbs. Her muscles were numb, as if her blood circulation was not good. After all, sealing her acupuncture points could hinder the speed of blood flow or something. Wei Wei Bai talked nonsense to the system. Say, if I lose my memory again and become a little white rabbit or retard, will No Trace of Snow take pity on me? The system said, don't make up old stories, I beg you. If you're tired of the innocent and naive ones, then use the retarded ones. If you were the main character of the novel, you'd be whipped to death by the readers. By Wei Wei. Isn't it because I can't help it? Now that we've reached this stage, we won't rest until we're dead. If we don't start from scratch, we won't be able to increase our favorability. The system said, I told you not to be so arrogant, but you just had to go to the point of no return. By Wei Wei, I have a detailed plan. The system, what's the plan? Wei Wei Bai said, No Trace of Snow was caught by my master. I'll tie him up and whip him every day. I'll give him a treat once in a while, then continue to torture him physically and mentally. I'll whip him 3 times a day, then I'll treat him better. He'll definitely have Stockholm Syndrome in the future. Then the favorability points will be full, and so will the torture points. The system quickly dug its ears. Wait, don't say a bunch of delusional words. How did you come up with this stupid plan? Wei Wei Bai said, everyone does that. The system was confused. Which everyone? Wei Wei Bai said, protagonists of torture novels are all like that. Torture the heart, torture the lungs, and dig out the uterus and dig out the kidneys. In the end, we'll have a happy new year. The system. Reading novels really lowers your IQ. You should read more textbooks next time. Study hard so that you can get beaten up every day. TUI. Improve every day. The Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come here. / the Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come here. / Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come here. The Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come here. / to make it easier for you to read next time, you can click Save at the bottom to record this reading. Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come here. Chapter 1328. No Trace of Snow did not move or make a sound. Wei Wei Bai also did not move or make a sound. She chatted with the system until the latter half of the night. She could not help but lower her eyes tiredly and fall asleep. After all, she had seen so many cruel scenes. She was used to resting quickly in a harsh environment to regain her energy. Just as she was about to fall asleep, the red veil on her head was suddenly pulled away. The candlelight flickered. Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes wide with tears in her eyes. Her lips were red, and her pink face had traces of innocent enchantment. She was wearing a red wedding dress and was as beautiful as a delicate porcelain doll. No Trace of Snow's face was still pale. He had already changed into his groom's clothes. He was wearing a clean white robe, and his silver hair was tied up, revealing his full forehead and a pair of deep and beautiful eyes. He did not expect that his groom's clothes would be stained with blood, so he did not have a change of clothes. He could only wear his own clothes. They were white like mourning clothes. He lowered his eyes to look at her. then gently reached out his hand to hold her face. His voice was soft and empty, with a kind of strange gentleness. Wei Wei, I just thought about it, and feel that you are cuter when you are alive. Wei Wei Bai saw a gloomy, murderous intent in his eyes. She always felt that when he said that she was cute, he was actually going to break her neck. He revealed a smile. So during this period of time, I will have to trouble you to accompany me. During this period of time before he died, the pain of love would madly devour his body. Even the best martial arts in the world could not stop the speed of death. When he was wiping his sword just now, he was actually suppressing the violent and painful murderous intent in his heart. He wanted to kill her, because she made him feel humiliated and embarrassed. Of course, most of it was the fear of her abandoning him. No Trace of Snow, who had played games for half of his life, was always in a high position and at ease. But she pulled him down from the altar and stepped on him wantonly. There had never been a woman who could tease and deceive him like this. No Trace of Snow accepted his loss wholeheartedly. Therefore, he should have killed her to regain some of his dignity. No Trace of Snow gently kissed her face and saw a flash of fear in her eyes. What a cunning little fox to be afraid of him. Vicious and cowardly. In fact, she didn't have a heart and wouldn't fall in love. He was too selfish and only knew how to love himself. No Trace of Snow felt like he was looking at his former self. He was very selfish. So what if everyone in the world is dead, as long as I'm happy? It was a miracle to fall in love with Wei Wei Bai. Unfortunately, this miracle could not happen a second time. No Trace of Snow coldly saw the indifference in her eyes, as well as the disdainful ridicule towards love. Well, she didn't love him, not to mention falling in love with someone else. He kissed her lips, and a few strands of silver hair fell beside her eyes. She frowned in discomfort, but couldn't struggle because she couldn't move. No Trace of Snow tenderly reached out his fingers and covered her cheeks, preventing his hair from sticking to her face. He seemed to still be that incomparably gentle teacher. Wei Wei Bai, I'll unseal your acupuncture points, and we'll drink wine. Spring nights are short. Tonight is our wedding night, and I want to leave you good memories. No Trace of Snow's face was pale, but his smile was sincere. His fingers accurately hit a few of her acupuncture points. Wei Wei Bai immediately felt her blood flow smoothly. She slowly recovered and found that she could move her limbs. The TXT. Chapter 1329. She immediately gasped for breath, her eyes trembling a few times, but she still forced a sweet smile. Master, you really scare me to death. She smiled as if she had forgotten the cruel words she said. The thickness of her skin was amazing. Shui Wuhan didn't expose her fake smile at all. He brought the wine over. Drink some. Wei Wei Bai tactfully brought it over. After all, it was too torturous. She was afraid that No Trace of Snow would go crazy and kill her directly. After all, No Trace of Snow sat there for so long without saying anything, just thinking about how to kill her. She knew his temperament too well. Although he did not kill her for now, if she did something out of line, he would change his mind at any time. No Trace of Snow's temperament was temperamental and unpredictable. No Trace of Snow also brought the wine for himself. Come, hook my arm. Wei Wei Bai obediently hooked her arm around his arm, feeling the firm and powerful muscles under his clothes. She twitched her mouth and said to the system, No Trace of Snow has calmed down. No Trace of Snow was too good at pretending. She could not understand his emotions at the moment. The system said, according to his physical condition, heartbeat, and the tension of his muscles, he is still in a state of irritation. Wei Wei Bai said, If only I could knock him down, that would be good. No Trace of Snow's current condition was too unstable. She did not dare to take the risk of teasing him too much. The system said, There is a strong anesthetic on sale recently. 5 days of life is enough to knock down an elephant. Do you want it? 5 days was still bearable. Wei Wei Bai immediately nodded. Yes, put it in No Trace of Snow's wine glass. The system said, Okay. Then it bought the lowest grade and cheapest 5 days of anesthetic and threw it into No Trace of Snow's glass. After all, even though the current situation seemed calm, it was actually just a pretense before the storm. The darkness in No Trace of Snow's eyes did not lessen at all. Therefore, he still had to restrain no trace of snow to give the host some time to think about what to do next. Wei Wei Bai lowered her eyes and drank the wine quietly. When no trace of Snow's lips touched the wine, he paused. His deep eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Then he calmly drank the wine. After the two hypocrites finished drinking, they looked at each other in silence. Wei Wei Bai was waiting for the anesthetic to take effect, so she obediently put her hands on her knees, leaned forward a little, and looked at him with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. If he could take down no trace of Snow, she immediately bound him with 10 or 8 chains. She had gained experience from being imprisoned. It was time for her to imprison her target. She had a lot of experience, so she was very familiar with a one-stop service in the little dark room. Let no trace of Snow enter the little dark room first, then think of a way to increase his favorability. The current no trace of Snow had a heartbreaking value of 80, so Wei Wei Bai was very worried. No trace of Snow sat quietly and elegantly. Then he reached for the wine bottle, poured himself another glass, and drank slowly. He looked at her strangely, as if wondering why he was fine. But she did not know that the unknown poison she put in him had already been forced out by him with his inner energy. The smell of the wine was different, and he could tell the difference with just a sniff. She was so cunning. How could he not guard against her? The system saw that Wei Wei Bai was still waiting for the anesthetic to take effect, so it could only helplessly say to her, "We miscalculated." Wei Wei Bai, ? The system said the amount of anesthetic was too small, plus it had a smell, so the male lead noticed it. He forced most of the anesthetic out of his body, and the remaining amount was unable to do anything to him. Chapter 1330. Wei Wei Bai. Because this was the first time that the system's products had lost their effects, Wei Wei Bai was still confused. She was still very confident in the system's products. After all, this was a product that surpassed human technology. It should be impossible for humans to resist and fail. So when it failed for the first time, she did not react at all. She watched as no trace of Snow finished speaking and drank the whole pot of wine. His face started to turn red, and his eyes lit up. Wei Wei Bai did not know if it was because she was infected by him. She also started to feel hot. She frowned slightly. Her face was as pink as a peach blossom, delicate and pure. It was really unimaginable. Her heart was actually as cold and selfish as his. No trace of Snow finished drinking all the wine, then walked in front of her and slowly squatted down. His handsome and pale face was dyed red, pale and cold, with a few traces of wilted red. It was so stunning that it seduced people's souls. Wei Wei Bai trembled and finally realized that something was wrong. The crazy heat that surged up in her body was a strong aphrodisiac. The system realized in hindsight. "Host, you've been drugged." Wei Wei Bai despised the system. This was obvious without needing to be said. And she was not the only one who was drugged. No trace of Snow drank the medicine himself. They took the medicine together, ate the medicine together, and loved each other in the same bed. No trace of Snow squatted in front of Wei Wei Bai and put his hand on her soft fingers on her knee. His gentleness was like water, and the deep affection in his eyes was intoxicating. "Wei Wei, do you know that there's a special kind of goo in Miaojiang?" Wei Wei Bai frowned, and sweat appeared on her forehead. She forced a smile. "Master, please spare me. I know you're angry, but I'm only angry that you killed me. I actually still like you. That's why I found another man to anger you." Look at her, what a clever mouth. She knew that she was in danger. He immediately changed his attitude and put away his threatening appearance. She put on a pretentious and obedient look. Her adorable appearance had captured the hearts of many men. No trace of Snow realized that he couldn't think too deeply because he didn't know how many men he had slept with. He just couldn't stand it. No trace of Snow's smile deepened. "Master knows that you do like me, but this love is not unique, so let me help you." He moved his finger, and a small bamboo tube appeared on his finger. So what if he liked games? He was a gamer. When a gamer was used to being high and mighty, he would not have sincere feelings for the chess pieces in the game. Her feelings were very cheap. No trace of Snow opened the bamboo tube and calmly explained, "The wine you're drinking is from my 1,000 days of spring. After drinking the wine, you'll be very hot. This is the perfect time to let this thing enter your body." Wei Wei Bai hibernating spring. This name sounds a little slutty. Then she saw a black worm crawling out of the bamboo tube. Wei Wei Bai trembled. Tongzi, a worm. The system also trembled. So scary, a worm. Wei Wei Bai. The worm was extremely fast and drilled into Wei Wei Bai's fingertip in an instant. The system couldn't stop it in time. Wei Wei Bai's expression changed and immediately pinched her finger. She knew that this thing was definitely not a good thing. No Trace of Snow gently looked at her futile struggle. On his finger, there was another large bug. Do you know what this is? This is the 1,000 Days of Spring's goo. Your goo is female and belongs to the category of goo. I'm a male and dominate you. Wei Wei Bai's expression finally darkened. No Trace of Snow? What kind of goo did you put in me? Everyone knew that goo was definitely not a good thing. No Trace of Snow's deep and dark eyes had a strange light. He smiled and his eyes were full of charm. Lust goo, this goo will make you beg me to love you. If you don't beg me for a day, you will die. Wei Wei Bai's eyes glazed over for a moment. Her body suddenly burned with a terrifying heat. Her lips trembled and she finally couldn't take it anymore. No Trace of Snow, I'm going to kill you. No Trace of Snow stretched out his hand and pushed her onto the bed. Her limbs were already limp and she was sweating. Her face was flushed and she had no strength to resist. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked her sweaty hair. Okay, you can kill me on the bed. If she couldn't focus, he forced her to focus. Because it wasn't a good habit to be half-hearted. He was her master. He had the responsibility to teach her how stupid it was to get a man's heart and then abandon him. // Chapter 1331. The system reminded her, stop looking around. I'm going to be blocked again. The host's shifty-eyed look was indescribably wretched. Wei Wei Bai helplessly touched her face. Look at my face. It's too thin. Although it has a melancholy beauty, the system expressionlessly interrupted. There are many black, wriggling worms in your body fighting for food. Of course, you'll become thin. In the future, big worms will give birth to little worms, and little worms will give birth to little worms. Crawling out of your eyes, you'll have a dense beauty. Wei Wei Bai. She suddenly felt that the oval face in the bronze mirror was a little scary. Wei Wei Bai immediately put down the bronze mirror, refusing to imagine the system's words. Then she took out a hairpin. It's not good to mess around like this every day. Lying in bed every day will make me useless. It's better to do something serious. The system said, the male lead is here. Wei Wei Bai's expression changed. She looked at the table coldly, her long hair loose, a murderous look in her eyes. She tried to take a few deep breaths, her fingers trembling. As if she was mentally prepared, she used the hairpin in her hand to stab her wrist. Before she could stab it, a white, slender finger held her wrist tightly. Then, a teasing voice rang out. What's wrong, little witch? We haven't seen each other for so long. Why are you hurting yourself the moment we meet? His tone had a hint of suppressed nervousness, as well as anger that was about to explode. But they were all easily suppressed by him. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. She looked up and found that it was No Trace of Snow wearing a mask. White Magnolia. Unexpected shock. She originally wanted to pretend to commit suicide, then stab No Trace of Snow. She wanted to let him know that she was forced into a desperate situation. If he didn't give her some personal space, she would die with him. But this plan couldn't be used. After all, the secret that White Magnolia and No Trace of Snow were the same person. She hadn't exposed him yet. The hatred on Wei Wei Bai's face disappeared. She threw away the hairpin in her hand and revealed a lazy smile. What? You can enter and leave this place as you please, but you still don't know what happened to me? No Trace of Snow saw her smile, even if it was a smile of impatience. He continued to stare blankly for a few seconds, because he hadn't seen her smile in a while. During this time, he could only get her obedience in bed. Once she sobered up a little, she would look at him with disgust and hatred. Like him, she liked to play games. No Trace of Snow knew the character of this kind of person. Freedom was very important. What they wanted was to live a cold, selfish, and reckless life. But now, she was trapped in a cage. It would be strange if she didn't resent him for breaking her wings. She had lost a lot of weight recently, and she was also very irritated. Her condition was getting worse and worse. He knew that if this continued, she would go crazy. No Trace of Snow endured the anger of seeing her hurt herself. His voice changed completely. I heard that you and your master became enemies, so I came to see if I could take over. After all, you used to like your master. I'd be asking for trouble if I went forward. Wei Wei Bai heard this. She couldn't help but laugh in a low voice. She pushed him away and said fiercely, "Don't pretend to be nice to this old lady. You're just here to take advantage of me when I'm in trouble. Even if I were to rot on Shui Wuhan's bed, I wouldn't let a shameful turtle like you have a chance." She was still vicious and crafty, but finally, there was a little more vitality. Chapter 1332. No Trace of Snow silently touched his mask to make sure it wouldn't fall off. He then said softly, "What's wrong? Have you become stupid after being imprisoned? You actually want to rot in the bed of the man who imprisoned you." Wei Wei Bai leaned against the dressing table and curled a lock of black hair. She looked at him coldly. "What's your purpose? Do you think No Trace of Snow will let you go if I shout now?" No Trace of Snow was a little greedy for the willful and unruly look that finally appeared on her face. She looked better like this than her lifeless and hateful look. He couldn't help but reach out to touch her face. Without the mask, he couldn't see her like this. She hated him so much that she didn't even look at him. Wei Wei Bai's eyes hardened. She picked up the hairpin that she had just thrown away and fiercely stabbed it into his palm. No Trace of Snow flipped his hand and snatched the hairpin. He frowned. "A woman's heart is really the most poisonous. I saw that you were bored and wanted to take you out for a walk." Wei Wei Bai looked at him from head to toe and finally said with a frown, "It's been so long and you still don't have a name?" No Trace of Snow knew that she wouldn't go with someone so easily. She was very vigilant. So he was silent for a moment and then said indifferently, "I'm called by Magnolia." Wei Wei Bai's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. She suddenly raised the corner of her mouth. "You're the Bai Magnolia who was framed by No Trace of Snow for killing his family?" No Trace of Snow? Yes, that hypocrite, the Wulin Alliance master, killed who knows how many people and framed them all on me. So I plan to steal his most precious thing to take revenge on him, to make her feel better. He didn't hesitate to ruin himself. Sure enough, Wei Wei Bai laughed. She laughed until she didn't have the strength to rest her head on her arm. Her ink-black hair hung loosely behind her back, and her sweet smile was enough to charm any man. No Trace of Snow looked down, and his breathing became heavier. Wei Wei Bai casually got up. She was barefoot, and the bell on her ankle jingled. She came in front of him and suddenly reached out to take off his mask. No Trace of Snow blocked her and didn't let her succeed. Wei Wei Bai was stunned, but she didn't take another step forward. She said, "Ugly, take me away," without waiting for No Trace of Snow to say anything. She had already said, "I am the one you want, Shui Wuhan's most precious treasure." Shui Wuhan was speechless for a moment before she reached out and picked her up. Then she jumped out of the window. His Qin Gong was a flying of snow was. Bai Wei Wei nestled in his arms and arrogantly ordered, "Hey, bastard, run forward. It's very high. The scenery is good. Of snow, of snow, snow, of snow, snow." If it weren't for the fact that she was happy, he would have thrown her down. He carried her and ran over the high rooftops. The scenery was picturesque. She was even more beautiful. Finally, she pointed to the top of the mountain, where the sunset was beautiful. "Bastard, do you have any wine?" Wei Wei Bai was too lazy to order him around. No Trace of Snow silently took out a bottle of wine. She had not eaten much recently, but he forced her to eat. She couldn't eat, or perhaps she ate very little. Seeing her body getting thinner by the day and her eyes gradually losing life, the pain in his chest spread to his entire body. Even if he was going to die, he wouldn't let her have an easy time. That was why he dragged her along with him to be tortured in hell. But when he saw that she was about to break down, he couldn't bear to do it. Wei Wei Bai held the bottle of wine and didn't say anything. She sat on the mountaintop, facing the wind. Her fluttering dress was blown up by the wind. She looked at the setting sun with an expressionless face and drank the wine. No Trace of Snow pretended not to care. He took out the wine and planned to coax her to eat some. Chapter 1333. In the end, she suddenly said, "If I jump down from here, will no trace of Snow be angry? No trace of Snow paused in his actions of placing the dishes. He raised his eyes, filled with ruthlessness and gloom. He endured it, his voice trembling slightly. This is not like you. Aren't you the kind of vicious woman who wants to take revenge after being bullied? Wei Wei Bai's voice was indifferent and casual. I'm a person who holds grudges. No trace of Snow, that bastard did this to me. I even have the heart to kill him. No trace of Snow suppressed the bloody taste of despair in his voice. Then kill him. What's the point of you jumping off a cliff to take revenge on him? Bai Weiwei shook the bottle of wine, her face slightly flushed with drunkenness. Kill him, if only I could bear to. No trace of Snow was silent for a moment. He slowly raised his head, almost unable to believe what he had heard. Wei Wei Bai's attention was not on him. She shook out the last bit of wine and slowly drank it. The wind blew through her black hair. Her eyebrows were stunning. If I didn't know that he would die if he fell in love with me, how could I bear to humiliate him and hate him like that? No trace of Snow was stunned. His usually calm mind froze. Only her back view and her lonely words were clear as they rushed into his heart. His martial arts are good at killing people, but even better at killing himself. My blood can't save him at all. The only way is to prevent him from falling in love. When she said this, she suddenly burst into laughter. She laughed very happily. He likes me. He loves me. I'm so happy. When Wei Wei Bai said this, she turned to look at No Trace of Snow, her eyes shining with happiness. Rat, you don't know how it feels to be loved by the person you like. No Trace of Snow's eyes were already red, but the mask hid his complicated expression. He pursed his lips. Humph, are you talking in your sleep? Don't you like to collect men's hearts? Wei Wei Bai's smile changed, and she snorted. Idiot, how can you believe such rumors? Am I really the kind of woman who likes to collect outstanding men? Do I not have a place in the legends of Jianghu? These words woke him up from his dream. No Trace of Snow had always felt that something was wrong, but the pain she gave him was too heavy. As a result, he did not think deeply. Indeed, if she was really that powerful, why didn't she have any reputation before? Wei Wei Bai laughed proudly. Master is so gullible. I deliberately found several men to provoke him, and he really believed me. No Trace of Snow was silent. Then he said, Those men, aren't they all Prince's little god of wealth? If they don't like you, why, Wei Wei Bai, do I have to like them just because they like me? I don't care about other men's hearts. If it weren't for them acting, I wouldn't even see them. No Trace of Snow felt a sharp pain in his chest. There was even a taste of blood in his mouth, but this was different from despair. This was because of the surge of hope. The pain of falling in love again was even more intense. Wei Wei Bai was drunk. She said with a smile, If I do this, Master will not like me and abandon me. This way he can live. As she spoke, her eyes were lonely, and the tears in her eyes finally appeared. But how can he do this? How can he still like me? I hurt him so deeply. The tears in her eyes fell. The grievance and sadness almost broke her. I want him to hate me. I want him to live. He can't love me. The hatred in No Trace of Snow's chest was shattered by her words. What replaced it was the pain of regret and the joy that she liked him. Wei Wei Bai wiped her tears and said while crying, I can't leave him now. He's going to die soon. How can I save him? Was it all fake? No Trace of Snow's fingers trembled as he reached out. He wanted to hug her. It turned out that those words were all fake. She was still that little disciple who liked him. Bai Weiwei suddenly turned around with incredible speed. She hugged Xue Wuhan, and while he was in a daze, she took off his mask. No Trace of Snow did not stop her. She loved him. It didn't matter if she found out who she was. But when the mask was removed, he saw a cold smile in her eyes. She held the mask in her hand. All the sadness and love disappeared. There was only a careless teasing. I knew it. What white magnolia? So it's you, Master. Xue Wuhan's handsome face froze in a daze for a moment. He was still stuck in the beautiful dream that she liked him. But Bai Weiwei was like a viper. She was light and cold, and her laughter was mocking. Master, I already knew that white magnolia was you. Were you satisfied with your disciple's performance? Your disciple really likes you. You just like to hear me say this, right? She slowly wrapped her body around him. Her fingers stroked the back of his neck. She said slowly, enchanting and vicious, as if, "I was just toying with you. I was toying with you from the beginning to the end. I didn't have any feelings for you at all." After saying that, a poisonous needle appeared in her hand, and she stabbed it into the back of his neck. This was a fatal wound. She wanted him dead. She was resolute and cold. Say a button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 1334. The system that originally thought that Wei Wei Bai was playing dumb to increase the favorability was so scared that the sausage in its hand broke into 2 pieces. Don't do this. The favorability is about to die. Without waiting for the system to roar. No Trace of Snow had already spat out a mouthful of blood, but his hand was already clamping down on the needle in her hand. Absolute strength was completely different from their martial strength. Even if Wei Wei Bai used all of her evil schemes, her body speed was still not faster than his. The needle in her hand was taken away, and her fingertips were numb. Wei Wei Bai's expression changed, but she immediately jumped away from him and ran towards the cliff. The wind was strong, making her dress look especially good when it fluttered. But the place she was standing at was a bottomless abyss. No Trace of Snow stood there in a daze. His knot broke out, the pain of love and resentment in his heart. Love and hate intertwined to form a terrifying power that turned the sky and earth upside down in his body. The corner of his mouth was covered in blood, and his eyes carried traces of sadness as he looked at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be as heartless as before. Her eyes were indifferent, and the corners of her mouth carried a smile as she looked at him with ridicule. "I say, No Trace of Snow, you're too gullible. You believe me just because I say I like you. You're too narcissistic." No Trace of Snow's face in the afterglow had a kind of cold sadness. He seemed to be unable to hold on as he staggered, but he still walked step by step toward Wei Wei Bai, like a moth to a flame. She was like a heartless flame. He had always been chasing after her, but he had never moved her. Wei Wei Bai saw him coming over, so she frowned and said unhappily, "Stay away from me, or else I'll jump." No Trace of Snow's silver hair draped over his body. His temperament was floating, but it carried a mournful despair. He said, "You jump." Wei Wei Bai saw that he was really walking over, with one foot already outside the cliff. She said provocatively, "Do you really think I don't dare to jump?" Her face had lost its innocence, but it was as beautiful as fire. Every frown and every smile was so warm that people couldn't look away. No Trace of Snow looked at her with red eyes and a smile on his face, but there was a strange sense of vulnerability in his expression. "If you jump, I'll jump too." Wei Wei Bai was stunned, and the smile on her face froze. Her eyes hardened, and she sneered, "I've never seen a man like you. You were fine at the beginning, but why did you fall in love with me and want to die? Can love be treated as life? You're about to lose your life. Don't you feel uncomfortable vomiting blood like this?" No Trace of Snow, I look down on you. If you're a man, you can let go. If you fall in love, you can stop loving. If you fall in love, you can suppress your feelings. Look at yourself now. You're a good-for-nothing, a coward. No Trace of Snow looked at her in a daze. Suddenly, he vomited another mouthful of blood. His body couldn't take it any longer. The deeper the feelings, the stronger the martial arts backlash. He was in so much pain that he didn't want to live. He couldn't even beg for death, but he still walked over step by step. Wei Wei Bai was forced to take half a step back, and the rocks on the cliff began to fall down. His footsteps hesitated, and he was already standing in front of her. Behind him was also a bottomless abyss. There was a distance between the two of them, and they stared at each other. The system looked at them and felt that they were waiting in line to jump off the cliff. The next line would probably be, "Hello, friend. Are you here to jump off the cliff too?" What coincidence, so am I. No Trace of Snow's face that had lost his mask was extremely pale. His eyes were extremely deep, like a bottomless abyss with a boundless aura of death. The blood at the corner of his mouth surged up again. Chapter 1335. The bright red blood was a ghastly sight. The strength of the crazy counterattack made his vision turn black. He felt like he was going to die. During this period of time, he let his feelings run amok. He also let his body experience the joy of complete indulgence. His body and soul completely violated the reverse scale that should not be touched. The pain in his body hissed in his bones. No trace of snow took half a step back. The cliff was behind him. He looked at her face greedily. This might be enough. It was enough to let her go. She was such a selfish and willful person. During this period of time, she was tortured to this state by him. No trace of snow did not think of doing more, but when she went on a hunger strike, he knew that she would not really let him die. He still found that he could not bear to. Loving a person made the armor turn into thorns and stab himself. No trace of snow reached out his hand. Across the air, his fingertips seemed to be able to touch her cold face. Wei Bai seemed to be a little vigilant. Although her face was more delicate, it had lost its full health. His fingertips moved slightly. In the end, he gave up the idea of pushing her off the cliff. The sun had set. Darkness began to spread on the mountaintop. The mountain wind began to howl and become cold. No trace of snow looked up at the sky. There was blood in his mouth. He had never complained about the heavens or the earth. It had always been a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If he lost, so what if he died? So he did not feel guilty at all when he teased and ravaged the weak. Instead, he mocked them coldly and looked at them coldly from above. As for Bai Weiwei, it was the game where he suffered the most from his own bad karma. No trace of Snow's face in the darkness suddenly became soft and gentle. He slowly revealed a smile. Even the afterglow of the sun, just now, was not as beautiful as his smile. Weiwei, I never thought that I would die so cowardly. His words were laced with the taste of blood, but his expression did not change at all. However, the flesh and blood on his body began to shatter, causing his body to tremble. I've never been afraid of death. Those who had made a name for themselves in Jianghu were not afraid of death. But after meeting you, this is the first time I've ever wished that I could live. Only when he was alive could he hold on to her firmly and not let go. Bai Weiwei's words were actually correct. After meeting her, he was indeed a coward and a good-for-nothing. He was even afraid of death. No trace of Snow retracted his hand. His smile was gentle and bloodthirsty. Forget it, I'll let you go. This was his rare act of kindness. He had never been so soft-hearted before. No trace of Snow took a step back and fell down the cliff. Love had entered the heart and could not be undone. He couldn't escape the deadlock. Because he couldn't escape from her, Bai Weiwei watched as his body leaned back and fell. She rushed over without much thought. The system also roared, "Who asked you to torture him? Torture the male, lead to death." Fuck, male lead. Aren't you very capable? Why did you suddenly become so disheartened that you jumped off the cliff to commit suicide? Weiwei Bai said, I didn't even jump, but he jumped first. What a weird move. The system said, You're the weird one. Weiwei Bai said, Am I not trembling in fear and trying to farm heartache value? The system face-bombed. Heartache value is 99. Favorability value, 95. This was so miserable. The favorability value actually increased so much when No Trace of Snow jumped off the cliff. What kind of personality did No Trace of Snow have? The heartache value could not increase, but he would increase it greatly every time. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1336. The favorability would either not move or would jump straight up. Extreme personality, extreme favorability, and extreme hatred. Weiwei Bai pounced forward, her right hand grabbing onto No Trace of Snow's sleeve. Thanks to the wide robe, the sleeve was also very long. However, No Trace of Snow's weight increased, causing the sleeve to split open. Weiwei Bai disregarded everything and used her other hand to grab onto his fingertips. If he really jumped off this cliff, he would probably die without a doubt. No Trace of Snow's fingers tightened. He raised his head, blood dripping from the corner of his lips. His chest was already a shocking bright red. There was a strange expression on his face. His black eyes were shining with a hint of hope. It seemed strange, but it also seemed like he was hesitating. Her hands were actually very weak. After all, she did not have any martial arts skills. She had the skills of an ordinary person. Grabbing onto him for a few seconds was already the limit. No trace of Snow did not struggle, nor did he use any strength. It was clearly very easy for him to go up. However, he allowed her to use all her strength to save him. Wei Wei Bai's indifference shattered. She gritted her teeth and almost screamed, "No trace of Snow, you bastard. If you want to die, you can only die in my hands. Who allowed you to commit suicide?" Her eyes were filled with twisted pain and despair. The sarcasm and the smug look on her face just now that she had stabbed him in the heart had disappeared. Her fingers were trembling too much. Her body was constantly being dragged down by his weight. He was not helping her. She would be dragged down the cliff with him. No trace of Snow did not seem to understand what she was doing. His voice was even calm. "Aren't you playing with me?" She repeatedly stabbed him in the chest. What was she going to do this time? Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips, and her eyes were filled with tears. Her throat was trembling, and her voice was hoarse. "I'm just toying with you. I've been toying with you since the beginning. I don't love you. No trace of Snow, I won't love you. So wake up. I beg you to stop being emotional." The pain of weeping blood. It was a sadness that seeped into his bones. She was still forcing a mocking smile. "I hate you to death, so you're not allowed to die." These words were simply a complete reversal of what he was talking about. However, she said it as if it was a matter of course. She was unreasonable, but Xue Wuhan didn't dare to believe it. He suddenly flung himself, and his entire body fell down. Her shocked and despairing face appeared in his black pupils. At this moment, no trace of Snow could even be said to be delighted. Regardless of whether it was fake or not, when she was sad, he could finally tell himself that she had him in her heart. He didn't dare to trust his own judgment. He didn't dare to believe that the despair in her eyes was real. But in the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. Wei Wei Bai was actually resolute. Without any hesitation, she jumped down from the cliff. Her skirt fluttered like a flower in the wind. She pulled open her belt and used all her strength, which had no internal energy, to straighten her belt. She wrapped it around his wrist, but the wind was too strong. She didn't have the strength to really tie him up. The belt loosened in an instant. Wei Wei Bai's face was full of tears. She looked at him helplessly. Her lips trembled as she silently called out, "Master." No trace of Snow's mind was blank. No one would be willing to live and die together for a game, for a lie. She said that he had a secret method to bring the dead back to life. But the cliff was so high. If she fell down, her bones and flesh would probably be separated from her body. In this world, there couldn't be a method to bring a person back to life after their bones were crushed. / for the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the button. Chapter 1337. Rather than saying that she came back from the dead, she was actually faking her death. This was the most logical explanation. In this jump, it was impossible for her to fake her death. So, did she love him? No trace of Snow only felt the blood in his mouth, so astringent that it was disgusting. He saw that her belt was about to fall off. His fingers finally moved, and then he quickly reached out. Strength surged out from his fingertips as he suddenly grabbed her belt and pulled it hard. A huge amount of inner strength broke through the wind and pulled her body down. Her entire body was in the whistling wind as she was pulled into his embrace. Her skin was cold from the wind, and her body was also stiff, but he felt that her body was unbelievably beautiful. His lips were close to her ear, and the smell of blood stained her hair. What do you want me to do? Wasn't it good that he was dead? He wouldn't pester her anymore. Shouldn't she hate him to death? No trace of Snow laughed at himself, but his tone carried a desperate madness. Is it because of the goo worm? But if I die, the goo worm will also die, so you will be free. Wei Wei Bai trembled, but she didn't have the ability to make a sound like him. Because the speed was too fast, and the wind was too fast, she was pulled into his embrace, buried in his chest, and couldn't even raise her head. No trace of Snow saw that her whole body was trembling, unable to resist the cold wind. His eyes finally softened, and he sighed softly. He reached out and pressed her head, stroking her hair, and lowered his head to cherish and kiss her hair. If I don't die, you won't be free. After saying this, his body suddenly changed, and with the peak of Qinggong, he walked on the wind. although the backlash of this martial art was fatal. But the inner strength and martial arts that were exchanged with one's life were the best in the world. He had never been defeated by anyone, only he wanted to die. Otherwise, no difficulty would be enough to make him fall into a fatal situation. No trace of Snow's silver hair fluttered in the wind as he carried her. He stepped on a protruding rock and leaped up as light as a swallow. In front of his vigorous inner energy, the cliff rocks were like a steady flight of stairs. He hugged her and jumped back to the top of the mountain. The night was cold and the moonlight was clear. Wei Wei Bai was held in his arms, trembling nonstop. She was still afraid of death. She didn't even dare to raise her head. She could only grab onto his clothes tightly and bury her head in his chest. She was like an ostrich that refused to look outside. No trace of Snow heard her muffled and desperate whisper. "How can you die? I won't allow you to die, Master." He stood there in a daze and hugged her even more tightly. She might have been scared out of her wits and didn't even know that she was saved. She was scared out of her wits. Where was the arrogant, domineering, vicious, and cunning look from before? Under the moonlight, no trace of Snow was shrouded in the moonlight. His blood-stained face was a little dazed. He had lost his usual calmness, and there was a hint of longing in his eyes. He didn't dare to believe her, but the things she did forced him to believe her. His heart was empty. It was filled with hate, doubt, love, and bitter happiness that he shouldn't have. No trace of Snow moved his lips, but in the end, he couldn't speak. He didn't even want her to come back to her senses. He made her curl up in his arms and tremble nonstop. She wasn't going anywhere. No trace of Snow hugged her, lowered his head, and kissed the top of her head. His expression was tender and loving. The pain in his chest, the blood that was gushing up, and her trembling. All of these made him feel incomparably calm. She was afraid that he would die, so she deliberately provoked him, hated him, and didn't want to be with him. Or did she really hate him and just pretend to be affectionate for the sake of playing a game? He didn't care at the moment. He just wanted to hold her for a while longer. Enjoy this short period of time before his death. It was a rare moment of warmth. // save button. Chapter 1338. Wei Wei Bai's spirit was dispirited and her body was exhausted. After returning, no trace of Snow had been tormenting her for a few days. This guy thought that he was going to die in a few days. That was why he was so clingy to her. In addition, he jumped off the cliff and thought of all kinds of follow-up plans. She realized that not only was her kidney deficient, but her body was probably going to be crippled. Wei Wei Bai shouted, "Tongzi, I'm so tired." System. Wei Wei by then remembered that the system was blocked. Because of their shameless and shameless life, the system was surrounded by bullet screens for a long time. Wei Wei Bai sighed that this strategy was not something that humans could do. Those who could do it were not humans. She climbed up from the bed, and the blanket slid off her shoulders, revealing her slender and fair back. She lazily raised her hand to remove the white veil. However, a hand gently held her hand and pulled her back. No trace of Snow's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. They were incomparably clear, but the redness at the corners of his eyes carried a trace of bone-chilling evilness. He buried his face in her hair and said softly, "Are you hungry, Wei Wei?" Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened and her lips curled into a sneer. "Didn't you feed me?" No trace of Snow was not surprised by her bold words. He got up and wrapped her in the blanket. Then he got off the bed naked and casually put on his robe. His strong and beautiful back and the smooth lines of his muscles were so perfect that it was dazzling. After he casually put on his clothes, he walked out. Wei Wei Bai saw that he had left and wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. Then she called the system. "Tongzi, how is no trace of Snow's body condition?" The system finally crawled out from the barrage of comments. It was on its last breath. "He's going to die. His body has suffered a terrible backlash. The deeper his emotions are, the faster his death will be. His favorability is too high. The reason he can hold on until now is because his physical fitness is top-notch." Wei Wei Bai asked, "How long can you last?" The system replied, "About half a month, but with your blood, he can hold on for a long time." Her blood was not the real antidote. But suppressing no trace of Snow's emotional pain was still possible. Wei Wei Bai. Looks like we can only increase our favorability. Originally, it was 99. He wanted to work harder to get it to 100. After all, she could farm in one plane for the rest of her life. To her, it was like a vacation. The main system said that he had to earn 100 heartbreak points to get this reward. She also knew that the side mission of this plane was this heart-wrenching mission. Furthermore, there was no punishment for this side mission. Wei Wei Bai knew that it was because the punishment of this side mission was linked to the next mission. If she filled it up, the side mission would be completed, and the next mission would reward her with a lifetime of time to explore the next plane. If she did not fill it up, the consequence of failure would be, was it because the time to explore the next plane might be very short? Wei Wei Bai did not ask the system, but she vaguely knew. There were many things that should not be said, but it told her everything. Wei Wei Bai was also afraid that she would cause too much of a burden to the system. The system hid many things from her. Could it not say that it was because of the system's rules? Wei Wei Bai hid the deep thoughts in her eyes and suddenly said softly, Tongzi. The system, what's wrong? Wei Wei Bai, nothing, I'm calling you. The system, then it silently swallowed the rest of the sausage, afraid that the host would know that it ate expired food again. When no trace of Snow returned, he saw Wei Wei Bai staring at the white veil with a confused expression, without the sharp gaze that she usually had when she was awake. At https://www.sashu.com/ full text at https://www.sashu.com// download text at https://www.sashu.com at https://m/sasha.com// to make it easier for you to read it next time. You can click save below to record this reading record. Chapter 1339. He stood silently by the side for a while, staring at her silently. When she turned her head warily, he walked over and put a cup to her lips. She wanted to avoid it, but he had already pressed down on the back of her head, forcing her to raise her neck and drink the liquid in the cup. Wei Wei Bai frowned and slammed the cup in his hand. What did you make me drink this time? No trace of Snow. No trace of Snow pursed his lips and did not speak. The things she had been drinking recently were all from the Shui family's treasure vault. They had been hidden for many years and were almost unwilling to give it to outsiders. Wine was not intoxicating, it was more like clear water. However, its effects were amazing. It could open the meridians and mold the bones. Originally, when a person reached a certain age, their bones would be fixed, and it was almost impossible to learn martial arts. Even if one was talented and mastered it, they would not be able to become an expert. Wei Wei Bai definitely could not practice martial arts at her age. But if he died, who could protect her? She was too attractive. Which man did not want to have her when they saw her? If she did not have martial arts, there would be a day sooner or later. Like now, she would be locked up by another man, just like what he did. When a man became a beast, there was basically nothing that he could not do. No trace of Snow wanted to take her with him, but after jumping off a cliff, he found that he could be so soft-hearted towards a woman. She was willing to jump down to accompany him once. He was actually satisfied. No trace of Snow's fingers gently touched her lips that were stained with wine and said indifferently, I won't poison you to death. Wei Wei Bai looked at him strangely and suddenly turned around, not wanting to look at him. No trace of Snow looked at her capricious appearance helplessly. She seemed to be angry. No trace of Snow lowered his eyes, his eyelashes drooping, a burning emotion surging in the depths of his eyes. He reached out his slender fingers and gently stroked her long hair. Then, without any hesitation, he said, without hesitation, he carried her up with the blanket. Wei Wei Bai had no room to refuse and was taken out by him. No trace of Snow took her to see the flowers. The place where he had locked her up was the Shui clan's headquarters in the back mountains. Very few people could enter this place. Especially after he killed someone and ruined his reputation, this place became even more desolate. Walking across the lonely stone bridge, he put her on the swing. Wei Wei Bai looked at the sky, full of flowers. No trace of Snow. This is the sea of flowers in the backyard. They were planted in the past, but no one took care of them, so they bloomed like this. The soil here was fertile, and once the seeds of flowers entered the soil, they would wantonly grow like this. When Wei Wei Bai saw that it was outside, a trace of anger and embarrassment flashed across her face. "Can't you let me put on some clothes?" Ever since she jumped off the cliff, this guy didn't even give her a single piece of clothing. No Trace of Snow smiled. "I'm not giving it to you because I'm afraid you'll run away." Wei Wei Bai snorted. "You have so much confidence in me. With you here, where can I run to?" With his martial arts skills, not to mention her, even if it was a nest of ants, he could catch all of them in one go. Not a single one could escape. Having high martial arts skills was a super cheat. Hearing, smell, and vigilance. It was simply frightening. When her breathing changed, he could immediately tell if she was awake or pretending to be asleep. Sometimes, when she wanted to lie to him, she had to weigh her own abilities and give up in the end. It wasn't that her acting skills were bad. It was that she couldn't fake the sound of her heartbeat and her constant breathing while sleeping. No matter how much she pretended to be, it was useless. No Trace of Snow looked at her deeply, but didn't answer. In his current state, his body could collapse at any time. He was afraid that if he suddenly collapsed, she would leave without even looking at him. Chapter 1340. At least she had to wear clothes to buy some time. Once he recovered, he would still be able to catch her. Before he died, no matter how miserable he was, he would not let go. This was his last bit of kindness. After all, he even had the selfish thought of dragging her to his death. No Trace of Snow did not say anything else. He silently pulled out a long sword, then slowly walked towards the flower field. Wei Wei Bai wrapped herself in the blanket like a cocoon and looked at him. But she realized that the path No Trace of Snow walked, the flowers were all broken. The petals flew up, the petals that filled the sky, and the ground flew away with his steps. Flowers, one by one, were crushed and scattered by his power, and these petals turned into a rain of flowers. It was as beautiful as a fairyland. The most beautiful was still the man standing in the middle of the rain of flowers. His white robe and silver hair fluttered in the wind. When he turned around, his long sword was already in his hand. A beautiful sword dance began to dance in the midst of the petals. The sword dance was cold and fierce, but very beautiful. It had the strength of a man, but was as light as a flower. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. No Trace of Snow is going to become a deity. The system looked. His family seems to have a tradition. Wei Wei Bai, what tradition? The system. It's a sword dance for his wife, and it's an ancestral sword dance. Every move of the sword dance has its own rules. Each move has a different meaning. Wei Wei Bai was curious. What do they mean? The system immediately started the live broadcast. He stepped on the petals and turned them into a rain of petals. It means that you're as beautiful as a flower and intoxicating. He started the first move. The first move means that he fell in love with you at first sight. The second move means that the sword moves with the person. It means that he tosses and turns in bed for you, seeking you all the time. The third move means that he gets what he desires and is overjoyed. The fourth move means that he loves you as his own, holding your hand for life. At this point, the system suddenly stopped. No Trace of Snow withdrew the last move of the fourth sword form. His figure paused, and an unsuppressible burning heat slowly appeared on his face that was as calm as ice. Then, he began to use the fifth sword form. The system replied, "Usually once the fourth sword form is over, it's over. No one from the Shuef family knows how to perform the fifth sword form." Wei Wei Bai looked at No Trace of Snow standing in the flower field. His otherworldly temperament made the petals in the sky lose their color. He was the only one who stunned everyone. Then he looked back at her with a faint smile in his eyes. That smile came from the bottom of his heart, without a trace of his usual hypocritical pretense. Wei Wei Bai blushed, and then she lowered her eyelashes, as if she couldn't bear his smile. No Trace of Snow slowly began to perform the last sword move of the Snow family's sword dance manual. This sword manual was very old. Almost no one would jump for the final sword strike. Because the Shuef family liked the promise of this life, and did not think about the uncertain and hopeless next life. The meaning of the last sword form was to make a promise in the next life. This sword form was sincere and did not have any fierce power, but it carried a humble begging. Such a humble request was not what the Shui family liked. They would rather not have a next life than ask for anything in this world. Who would have thought that he would jump for the last sword form? Seeing the trace of infatuation and surprise in Wei Wei Bai's eyes, he knew that she did not understand this, and simply thought that it looked good. No trace of snow revealed a smile. After he finished his sword dance, he withdrew the last sword form and hid all of his humble begging. He begged her to make a promise with him in the next life. He knew that it was a childish and foolish idea, but he still did it. For the https://www.sashu.com/ for the full text. https://www.sashu.com for the TXT for the /t. Chapter 1341. Fortunately, she didn't understand his childish thoughts, or else she would look down on him again. No trace of snow kept his sword and walked toward her. Suddenly, he staggered and his vision turned black. A pain with the smell of blood attacked his body. He couldn't take it anymore and suddenly stabbed his sword into the ground. He knelt on one knee and spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood dyed the petals red. He had difficulty breathing and couldn't stand up. Wei Wei Bai had already gotten off the swing. She called out to him strangely, "No trace of snow?" No trace of snow's eyelashes trembled as he looked at her with unfocused eyes. His beautiful eyes were actually numb. He wanted to hold on to his last bit of consciousness, wanted to see if she was still there, or if she had escaped. She always liked to do this. After escaping, she came back to tease him. Then she would escape again. He originally thought that he was a scumbag and fickle enough. In the end, after meeting her, he knew what it meant to be temperamental. She said she loved him and said she didn't love him. After saying she didn't love him, she came to save him. This was the first time he had been put in such a difficult position by a woman. He was even neurotic and paranoid. She walked closer to him and hesitantly called out, "Master!" No trace of snow suddenly reached out and grabbed her hand. He wanted to seal her acupuncture points so that she couldn't move. But a thought made him hesitate. If he died like this, wouldn't it be better to let her go? He didn't want her to see him die. With this hesitation, she had already struggled to break free from his hand. No trace of Snow's weak fingers were flung away by her. His unfocused pupils constricted, and his expression turned sinister. She was going to escape. No trace of Snow coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. He wanted to stand up, but he fell directly to the ground. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. He lay on the ground, spitting out blood without any regard for his life. The backlash was too strong. His meridians couldn't withstand such a violent and terrifying attack. His silver hair, scattered down, also stained with blood. Shui Wuhan raised his eyes. Seeing that Wei Wei Bai had already turned around and ran away, she dragged the blanket and ran forward barefooted. The sound of the bell gradually faded away. No trace of Snow's vision began to be eroded by the darkness, but his hand was still reaching forward helplessly. He wanted to grab her. He wouldn't let her run away. No trace of Snow's eyes lost their light, and his eyelids couldn't hold on any longer. Finally, he sighed. His fingers finally fell to the ground in despair. He couldn't keep her. No trace of Snow never thought that before he died, he would be so unwilling to let her go. In the future, he would not exist in her life. Just as he was about to give up and completely sink into the darkness, his fingers were suddenly held by someone, and he felt a little wet and warm. It was as if her palms were sweaty. No trace of Snow's half-closed eyes trembled. In a daze, he saw Wei Wei Bai's anxious expression appear. Her face was very red, as if she had run too fast. So her forehead was also covered in sweat. His weak fingers flexed, wanting to grab her fingers. This was his last consciousness, and then he completely fainted. This sleep was very long, and he thought that he wouldn't wake up. The tip of his nose was filled with the smell of blood. No trace of Snow frowned. His eyelids moved, and he finally opened his eyes. Then he saw himself lying on the bed, and the white gauze was tied up. He heard the sound of something winding. He turned to look, only to see a thin figure sitting on a chair. The long bandage on the table was spread out, and she was wrapping the bandage around her wrist. The sunlight shone in, and her shadow was beautiful and illusory. There was a strong smell of blood in the air. No trace of Snow at first thought that he had vomited blood, but suddenly he felt that something was wrong. The pain in his chest that had always been there was gone. His broken meridians were not a big problem. No trace of Snow raised his hand and looked strangely at the palm lines on his palm. He found that everything was fine. His power was also there, and his body showed no signs of collapsing. No trace of Snow suddenly woke up, and he jumped up from the bed. Wei Bai was shocked and quickly hid her hands in her sleeves. Without thinking, she got up and ran out. No trace of Snow was extremely fast, and before her hand touched the door, he had already appeared in front of it. She directly crashed into his arms. No trace of Snow held his breath. The smell of blood on her body was too strong. He glanced at the table, which was full of medicine bottles and blood-stained gauze. No trace of Snow's eyelids trembled. His eyes were sharp and cold, with anger. "What did you use to save me?" His voice was trembling. Wei Bai looked up. Her face was unusually pale. She raised her eyebrows and laughed disdainfully. "Who saved you? It's best if you die." No trace of Snow's chest was crushed by something, and there was a shattering pain. He held her hand, not allowing her to refuse, and raised it up. His sleeves fell to her elbows. On her wrist, there was a blood-stained bandage, and blood was oozing out uncontrollably. No trace of Snow used his inner strength, and the bandage broke. A deep wound appeared on her wrist, and the bone was visible. It was not just one wound, but one wound after another, almost to the bone. Her meridians were broken. Her hand was completely crippled. No trace of Snow stared blankly at her hand. He had tried his best to reconstruct her muscles and bones, but she destroyed herself. Chapter 1342. His fingers couldn't help but exert more strength, bit by bit, as if he wanted to break her wrist. Wei Bai frowned. Her eyes flashed with pain, but she didn't make a sound. No trace of Snow's expression turned sinister. He clenched his teeth, as if he wanted to eat her up. He saw that the blood on her wrist kept flowing down. He lowered his head and sucked on the cold blood. Extreme body was the only thing that suppressed his martial arts. The first time they met, he wanted to kill her. At that time, he saw the flower on her shoulder and knew about her body constitution, so he let her go. But now, he hated the thing that let her go. He tried his best to adjust her body so that her meridians could perfectly withstand his inner strength. She crippled half of it. Before he died, he would forcefully inject all of his inner strength into her body. His inner strength was the inner strength of his swordsmanship. He had to rely on his hands. Crippling his hands was equivalent to crippling half of his martial arts. He really wanted to just take her away so that he wouldn't be so worrisome. He wouldn't be able to die in peace. His eyes were sinister red, his face was like white jade, and his messy silver hair was like a waterfall. His entire being was filled with a cold sense of despair. Wei Bai felt the wound on her wrist. It was so painful that she couldn't bear it. He sucked so hard that he wanted to bite off her hand. Her cowering tremble was detected by him. No trace of Snow's breathing became more chaotic. He finally let go of her hand and pulled her to the side of the table expressionlessly. He personally mixed the medicine, applied it, and wrapped the bandages around her. The process was oppressive and meticulous. He lowered his eyes. His eyes were extremely cold. His love was too deep. Hatred was also growing. She could always let him see hope in his despair. But this hope was better not to have it. The most painful thing for a person was not complete despair. It was uncertain hope. It was even the hope of deception. Wei Bai's erratic feelings were almost unbearable for him. No trace of Snow saw the scattered medicines on the table, as well as the blood-stained medicine jar. His voice was slightly hoarse. "Do you think you can save me like this?" Although her blood could alleviate the pain in his body, he was too deeply in love, and she did not have the ability to suppress his power. Wei Bai looked at him coldly. "Can't you not love me?" Her voice was flat, rigid, and filled with suppressed anger. No Trace of Snow looked up. In his deep eyes, it was as if a stone had been thrown into a lake, causing a few ripples. No, he was indifferent but firm. He even smiled. The blood at the corner of his lips was beautiful and strange. Wei Wei Bai's face immediately turned pale. The cold determination in her eyes shattered, and an extremely sorrowful expression appeared on her face. Her crippled hand weakly clutched at his sleeve. No Trace of Snow, I hate you, she said sorrowfully and helplessly. She could no longer maintain her previous emotionlessness. Even the infatuation that she had hidden was revealed. Her eyes were filled with desolation and fragility. I've done so many things to make you angry. Why can't you do what you did before and pierce my heart with a sword and live on? When she said that her heart was pierced by a sword, there was not the slightest bit of hatred. There was only anger that was filled with resentment. No Trace of Snow's lips moved. A lot of words were stuck in his throat, but he did not know what to say. She was lying to him, or did she really love him? No Trace of Snow looked at her blankly for a while. Suddenly, he reached out and touched her face, feeling the despair and pain in her trembling body. And, Chapter 1343, Wei Wei Bai took the opportunity to cling on to him. She was afraid that he would die, so she needed more warmth to fill the fear in her heart. No Trace of Snow paused for a moment, but in the end, he let himself be seduced by her. He pulled her completely into the beautiful intertwining. The system was speechless. Fuck your second brother. Is it going to spend the rest of its life with the bullet screen? The days passed in Wei Wei Bai, and No Trace of Snow's shameless bullet screen life. The system finally found the time to remind her, wake up, dog couple, no host, it's time. Wei Wei Bai was in a daze with the book in her hands, and only reacted when she heard the system's words. What's the favorability now? The system blurted out, 90. Bullshit, I can't say. Wei Wei Bai also came back to her senses. She did not want to ask. It was just a reflex. She thought for a while, then said, I don't understand many of these books. No Trace of Snow's not is really stubborn. The system said, you really want to save No Trace of Snow? Wei Wei Bai said, it's just an act. Isn't it to get favorability? The system, you're too good at acting. I've cried so many times. I'm always out of tune with the host because I'm not perverted enough. Wei Wei Bai said, but if you want to act like it, you have to act like it. Slacking off so much. Oh, I mean you've been reading the books for so many days. Even if you can't save him, you have to at least say something. Otherwise, everyone would know that she did not read the books. Wouldn't she fail to act cool? The system said, so what do you mean? Wei Wei Bai said without much care. Can you spend a day's worth of life points to buy me a summary of the books that can deceive people? The system. So the host has been reading so many books, it's all an act? You can't even recite the summary of the books. Did you use all your time to daydream? She wanted No Trace of Snow dead. She did not want to save him at all. A scammer who cheated others of their favorable impression points. The system spat in its heart and wiped away its tears of abuse. In the future, if it still believed in the cheap acting skills of its host, it would follow her surname. The system glanced at the discounted goods. There's a low-level version of the Luck Booster that gives you 2 days of HP. It's a one-time use type. You just have to throw it, and it will pick out a book that suits you best. Wei Wei Bai's heart ached for his 2 days of life, but to show off, he still bought it. After all, it took a lot of effort to fool No Trace of Snow. After being lazy for so many days, if she couldn't come up with a summary of the secret manual, it would be strange if No Trace of Snow didn't suspect her. After the system gave Wei Wei by the beginner one-time lucky booster that had been eliminated, it said, make a wish and I'll throw it away. Wei Wei Bai said casually, I'll choose the secret manual that can completely cure No Trace of Snow's dead knot. There was a mountain of secret manuals. Most of them were books that had nothing to do with No Trace of Snow's martial arts. So Wei Wei Bai's purpose was to choose the book related to the dead knot and then read a few pages. When she was chatting with No Trace of Snow, she could also say a few words to make him believe that she was not slacking off, but was trembling with fear as she read the books to find a way to save him. As for why she made such a big wish, she said that it was a wish. Of course, she had a wish for the best. Just as she finished speaking, A small dot of light appeared in the air. Only Wei Wei Bai and the system could see the dot of light. The dot of light, which was as small as a firefly, flew around the mountain of ancient books and suddenly landed on an inconspicuous thin book with a blue cover. This was the book that was at the bottom of the pile. Wei Wei Bai did not have a chance to flip through it all. She casually pulled it out and flipped it open. She was stunned for a moment before continuing to flip through it. The book was very thin, but it was not difficult either. It was just that it was hidden too deep, and not many people thought of reading it. So it was missed for many years. After she finished reading it, she sighed. These 2 days of life points were really worth it. It was the system's first time hearing the host say that it was worth it. Once she spent her life points, she felt that it was not worth it no matter how valuable the function was. Was it worth more than her life points? Then I heard her say, I found a way to solve no trace of Snow's dead knot. The system, what? What the hell? How did you find it? A dead knot that was 3 times harder to solve. How could it be solved so easily? Wei Wei Bai burned the book and clapped her hands. All right, let's go torture No Trace of Snow. The system, what? Host, wake up. Your affinity is not full yet. No Trace of Snow is going to be tortured silly by you. The Transmigration System, Prince Charming, come here, /the Transmigration System, Prince Charming, come here, /Transmigration System, Prince Charming, come here. The Transmigration System, Prince Charming, come here. Transmigration System, Prince Charming, come here. Chapter 1344. No Trace of Snow carried a wooden food box. He seemed to be walking slowly, but in fact, 1 step was like 10 steps forward. He had recently begun to study how to connect Wei Wei Bai's meridians. Every time he saw the wound on her wrist and the scar on her chest, it was like 2 fatal swords stabbing into his chest, causing him to be restless day and night. No Trace of Snow walked into the house and found that the house was full of books, scattered and thrown messily, but that familiar figure was not there. He put the food box on the table, and his figure floated up. In an instant, he had walked through the entire house and the nearby places. But no, there was no familiar sound of the bell. There was also no sign of her. No Trace of Snow frowned slightly. Where did she go? During this period of time, she had almost never left this place. Even if she did, she would look for secret manuals and ancient books. No Trace of Snow felt a faint uneasiness in his heart, but he forced himself to suppress it. Then, he walked towards the library. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and walked to the table in the blink of an eye. He saw an inconspicuous piece of paper between an ancient book. No Trace of Snow opened the book and saw Wei Wei Bai's handwriting on the paper. He touched the beautiful handwriting with his fingers because he was too excited. Wei Wei Bai's handwriting was a little messy. Master, I found a way to save you. Then there was an address. No Trace of Snow was stunned, and then smiled helplessly. What kind of method made her so excited? She said several times that she would find a way to save him, but she never succeeded. He played along with her whims. Anyway, it was fine as long as she was happy. No Trace of Snow picked up the food box, which contained the red bean and lotus seed soup that he had made himself. Recently, she had been talking about eating sweet things. He was afraid that she would have a bad appetite, so he did not let her eat anything too sweet. Today, he was in a bad mood, so he made a bowl for her. The place was not far away. It was the place where the sword was forged. The furnace was always sealed here. After all, a good sword took a long time to forge. And after it was forged, the furnace would not be opened again for a long time. He walked in and saw that the fire was on. She was sitting not far from the furnace. Her black hair was tied up, and the red ribbon was very bright in the black hair. Wei Wei Bai muttered to herself, "Of fire." Shui Wuhan silently appeared behind her. What do you mean by not enough? Bai Wei Wei was startled. When she turned her head and saw that it was him, her eyes held a smile. "You are here, master." Shui Wuhan followed her example and squatted down. Her white robe overlapped with her beautiful skirt. What good method did you see again? Do you want to test it? She had always been willful and reckless. Those methods of saving people were also unique and peculiar. Bai Wei Wei touched her face. Use your furnace to refine some medicine. No Trace of Snow looked behind the furnace. The flames were burning fiercely in the furnace. He was in a trance. I remember when I was young, I saw my first sword being born in this furnace. All the swords in the Schweff family came from this furnace. Wei Wei Bai was a little curious. Her dark eyes were filled with pure curiosity. What was Master like when you were young? No Trace of Snow casually supported his chin with one hand. When I was young, I was very naughty. Wei Wei Bai was a little doubtful. Very naughty? No Trace of Snow. I liked to play pranks. Then I would pretend to be a good person to comfort others. Then I would stab them when they were not on guard. I like this kind of game very much. / Chapter 1345. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, "What a strange way of being naughty." The system said, "Can you be more direct?" What a wicked way of being naughty. It was not growing up, but becoming a pervert. It was the pervert who grew up. No Trace of Snow recalled his past calmly. I know I'm different from others. Maybe it was this martial art that drove me crazy. The Schweff family, from the first generation to the present. Almost all of them stood at the top of the martial arts world and never came down. Because their martial arts were too heaven-defying. There was no secret technique that could surpass this martial art that did not allow one to fall in love. The more heaven-defying it was, the more undefeatable it was, the more fatal the flaw was. Not being able to fall in love would kill, and it would cause one to go crazy. Maybe it was because of the curse, but every man who inherited this martial art knew the taboo of not being able to fall in love. But none of them could escape the cage of love. Once they fell in love, it was almost irreversible until they went crazy and died. This was also the reason why the Schweff family was dying. In his generation, his father went crazy and died because of love, and his mother committed suicide. He was the only direct heir left in his family. He thought he could escape the curse of being in love. He knew that he had a cold heart when he was young. Forget about love. He would not even be moved by family or friendship. No Trace of Snow looked at her and found that she was looking at him with both hands holding her chin and smiling. She seemed to be very interested in his past. No Trace of Snow did not like to recall the past, and there was nothing to remember. But seeing that she was interested, he began to talk about his past. I learned this martial art on my own accord because I knew that once I mastered it, I would be the best in the world. Being the best in the world was still very tempting to him when he was young. After all, he liked to play pranks and watch people go crazy and die. Only with invincible martial arts could he perfectly maintain this hobby. After I mastered it, even if I wanted to give up this martial art, I couldn't. Now, I'm basically in a state of waiting for death. Just like now, he was so deeply in love that he had no idea how to cripple his martial arts. Wei Wei Bai gently leaned her head on his shoulder and smiled cutely. "No, I will save you." No Trace of Snow heard her words, and his mood improved. He looked down at her, but only saw her snow-white side face. Under the illumination of the fire, there was a kind of bright and enchanting beauty that made people's hearts flutter. She suddenly said softly, "When I was young, I was very lively too." No Trace of Snow, how lively! When you like someone, you can't help but want to know everything about that person. Wei Wei Bai, I know I'm very pretty, and everyone likes me, so I like to make those who like me suffer. Was this scum reminiscing about the past? One pushed a person into hell. One likes the pain of others. They were born to be a pair of trash. The system silently distanced itself from this pair of trash lovers. No Trace of Snow smiled carelessly. It's a very good hobby. This way, no one will be able to get you. Wei Wei Bai smiled happily. Of course. Do you know what I like to do the most? Once I'm sure that a man likes me, I will pretend to like him too. Those fools are so cute, they will believe whatever I say. My most amazing part is that when I cry, men will believe anything I say. No Trace of Snow's smile disappeared, and he replied faintly, "When you cry, even if they don't believe it, they can't bear to." Chapter 1346. When she cried, it was even more painful than when he was aroused. Wei Wei Bai didn't care and said, "You're still a fool. I'm not interested in these fools who really like me. When I was young, my biggest dream was—" No Trace of Snow heard her pause, as if hesitating to say it. She whispered to herself, "If I say it, you'll laugh at me for being a lunatic." No Trace of Snow's eyes darkened and said indifferently, I'm already a lunatic. If you're a lunatic, we'll be a pair. Wei Wei Bai immediately laughed. Then I'll say it. My dream since I was young was to have a beautiful love. She was indeed a fool, but she wasn't a lunatic. Before No Trace of Snow could breathe a sigh of relief, her soft voice whispered into his ear. Her soft and gentle voice rang in his ears. Then tear it apart. No Trace of Snow was stunned. Her breath was already far away. Then he realized that his body had softened and his martial arts had been sealed. No Trace of Snow was still sitting, but he looked at her with a complicated expression. Wei Wei Bai got up, her skirt swaying. Her cute appearance had changed. She came to the stove and looked at it seriously, then threw something in. A rich fragrance began to fill the whole room. You know that I'm the successor of the Saintess, right? My mother told me since I was young that when we Saintesses want to succeed, we need to sacrifice a man's pure love. Wei Wei Bai flirtatiously pulled at her skirt, revealing the bell on her ankle. She turned around, lifted her delicate toes, and used the heel of her foot to press against his limp lower jaw. Then she gently lifted his face with her foot. This action was like a master treating a slave, high and mighty. No Trace of Snow was expressionless. There was no trace of hatred or anger in his eyes. Instead, it was peaceful and could even be called gentle. He seemed to think that she was playing a prank again. Wei Wei Bai saw him like this and couldn't help but laugh. You've really fallen in love with me. My mother told me that, of course, this ceremony is very difficult, so no Saintess can do it. Because of the pure love, no matter how charming you are, no man can really give it to you. Her posture was flirtatious. When she lifted her foot, her skirt flowed like a flower. When No Trace of Snow looked down, he saw the bell on her ankle. It was cute and sexy. Her every move was filled with natural charm. Like a demon, she was getting better at using her assets. Bai Weiwei released her foot and lightly held his face in her hands. Your martial arts were sealed. How pitiful. Do you hate me? Shui Wuhan silently used his internal energy to attack his sealed meridians. It wasn't that he couldn't break through, he just needed time. He smiled. Weiwei, I can't hate you. She was always capricious, but he knew that she was definitely thinking of ways to make him hate her. Falling in love was a knot in his heart. As long as he stopped loving, the knot would be untied. She kept tormenting him, saying that she loved him and saying that she hated him. Wasn't it just to make him stop loving her? To save his life? She had said that there was a way to save him, and this was the only way he could think of. Therefore, he knew that she was in complete despair. There was definitely no way to save him in the secret manual, so she went back to her old ways and told him not to fall in love. Perhaps it really was a curse. He looked at her beautiful face and thought that her cheeks were flushed like peach blossoms. The men of the Shui family couldn't escape the knot in their lives. He would always die for a woman. His voice became gentle. When I see you, I always feel that dying is worth it. Crossover system, Adonis, come here. /crossover system, Adonis, come here. / crossover system, Adonis, come here. Download crossover system, Adonis, come here. Mobile crossover system, Adonis, come here. Chapter 1347. Weiwei Bai was not moved at all. She looked at him coldly. Do you really love me that much? No Trace of Snow was not pretentious. When I love you, aren't you very happy? He was talking about when they were in bed. Weiwei Bai seemed to have thought of those as well. She touched his face longingly and then sighed. That's true. The man I find in the future will not be as good as you. It will be troublesome. No Trace of Snow's pupils shrank and his smile turned cold. In the future, don't talk about finding a man. He was petty and did not allow her to think about the future so easily. He could not see it after he died, but now he could not tolerate her thinking about other men. Weiwei Bai did not care about his anger. She pulled out his sword and looked down at the sharp blade. Okay, I won't talk about it. After all, you're the first man I truly love, so I have to treat you better. After saying that, she cut open his wrist with the sword in her hand. The meridians in his wrist were cut. No Trace of Snow saw blood spurting out from his wrist and splashing onto the ground. Weiwei Bai took a few steps back but the back of her foot was still splashed with blood. It was beautiful and flirtatious. She looked at it faintly, as if she was a little disgusted, but her emotions were very calm. It was as if she was looking at an insignificant little thing. And that was his blood. No trace of snow laid on the ground powerlessly. His internal energy began to rush through his meridians. He was just a little bit away from success. But for some reason, he suddenly stopped. He let himself lie on the ground and listened to the sound of the fire burning. He looked at her extremely indifferent eyes. It was not that she did not have any emotions. It was not like before when she pretended to not love him. It was not that successful. When she pretended not to love him, there would always be traces of love and hate mixed with pain. Right now, she was gorgeous, but her expression was too cold and casual. Instead, there was a trace of coldness and holiness. It could even be said that she was feeling real. Wei Weibai was indeed feeling real. She looked at him indifferently. His heart was neither sad nor happy, neither disgusted nor amazed. Her isolated feelings never had the chance to enter her heart. No trace of Snow's silver hair draped over the ground. Red blood seeped out from his snow-white wrist. His white robe, silver hair, and red blood. There was a kind of extreme, morbid beauty that made people feel suffocated. But this kind of beauty couldn't leave a trace in her calm and hard heart. The system suddenly said softly, Wei Wei. Wei Weibai's heart trembled. She rarely heard the system call her name. The system replied, Nothing, just calling you. It knew that the emotional shielding function was so powerful that it could create a dream isolation for Yi Yuxuan. It was even more impossible for Wei Weibai to escape from this powerful shielding ability. That was why it was suddenly afraid just now. She had blocked out all her feelings. Fortunately, she still treated it the same as before. Emotions couldn't block reality. The system knew that it was her only connection to reality. So in this plane, she would only have feelings for it. It raised its head and looked at the shielding device. Then it fell silent. This emotionless state was the most perfect because this way, she wouldn't be in pain and break down. As for whether or not Yi Yuxuan would break down in pain, it was Wei Weibai's system. It didn't care whether Yi Yuxuan lived or died. It was fine as long as Wei Weibai lived. Wei Weibai didn't think as much as the system. She wanted no trace of Snow to believe that she didn't have feelings for him. Chapter 1348. She directly exposed the fact that she really had no feelings for him. Unlike before, when she said that she had no feelings and hated him to death. In fact, all kinds of subtle expressions made no trace of Snow suspect that she was lying. She lazily shook her ankle, and the sound of the bell had a clear and cold feeling. The long sword in her hand gently rested on no trace of Snow's left wrist. She was cold and casual. Master, I'm afraid that you'll break through the limits of the poison, so I'll cripple you first. Her words did not have any emotional fluctuations. It was as if she had done a very ordinary thing, as if she had casually thrown away a piece of trash. Would anyone feel proud or show off after throwing away a piece of trash? No, everyone felt that it was very ordinary. At this moment, no trace of Snow felt that in Wei Weibai's eyes, he was just a piece of trash that was casually thrown away. After throwing it away, it would not even leave a ripple in her heart. His incomparable belief in her love was suddenly shaken. Wei Weibai, are you doing this to make me hate you? Hating her was not emotional. It was equivalent to letting him live. This thought made him not feel the slightest bit of sadness, even when facing her sword. Wei Weibai smiled. If you think so, then so be it. Anyway, I'm happy for you to be so optimistic before you die. After saying that, the tip of the sword pierced and pulled open. The meridians in both of his hands were broken, the kind of wound that had no chance of recovery. Blood gushed out and dyed his white robe and the ends of his silver hair red. He looked at her with a fiery and complicated gaze, as if he could not understand, but also as if he was shaken. Wei Weibai nimbly avoided his blood and accidentally stained her skirt a little. She frowned and reached out to brush it away, as if she was brushing away dust. However, the bloodstains were stained, and even if it came in contact with water, it would not fade easily. She said with some regret, "I really like this dress, but I can't wear it like this." Then, she weighed the sword in her hand. "It's all Master's fault. Why did he make this sword so heavy?" No Trace of Snow's voice was a little hoarse. "If I knew you were going to take it, I would have made a lighter sword so that your hand wouldn't be sore." When Wei Wei Bai heard this, she finally revealed a smile. "Master, you really love me. You love me so much that I'm silly and cute. In the past, my mother said that if a man likes a woman, no matter how smart he is, he will become a fool. I didn't believe it, but when I saw you, I realized that it was true." As she spoke, she cut off the meridians in his feet with some difficulty. Both his hands and feet were crippled. No Trace of Snow knew that there was no possibility of recovery with such a degree of rupture of the meridians. She really wanted to cripple him. There was no room for negotiation. More than half of his body was soaked in blood. His eyes were extremely dark, like a bottomless abyss, but there was a gentleness that could not be removed from his face. On a man's body, there was actually an icy cold refinement and a tender fragility at the same time. Wei Wei Bai was not moved at all. She threw away the sword and complained, "It's so heavy." She was still delicate and willful. Her temperament was still cold and vicious. No Trace of Snow's heart slowly sank. The color on his face turned pale as the blood drained away. He could not find a trace of liking for him in her expression. He used to like playing games. When he was the most excited, he saw the appearance of those people falling into hell. But once those people really fell, he would not be interested and would start to slack and be lazy, even disdainful and impatient. Quick, quick, / quick, quick, quick. Chapter 1349. And Wei Wei Bai's current appearance was very similar to how he used to look after picking the fruit of the game. It was exactly the same. He had completely fallen in love with her. To her, this love game was over. She even somewhat disliked his existence now. Because she had already successfully captured him, she viewed him as useless trash. No Trace of Snow moved his lips. His eyes were filled with many emotions, but in the end, he was still unwilling to believe it. He was more willing to believe that she was treating him so cruelly just to keep him alive. No Trace of Snow suddenly raised his powerless hand. Blood flowed down his wrist. It was exceptionally tragic. His fingers barely managed to pinch her skirt. His face that was as pale as paper had a calm and strange expression. It was as if he was just puzzled. "For me, you would rather cut off your own wrist. Could it be that you would do this for a game?" Wei Wei Bai raised her hand. Her wrist was still wrapped in bandages. She frowned and said, "Originally, I didn't want to do this, but when you used the sword to kill me, it completely aroused my competitive spirit. To be able to obtain your love by cutting off one of my hands is an exceptionally enjoyable process for me." The harder his love was, the more she gave, the more she felt that this love game was very challenging. Moreover, at my age, I can't learn martial arts. Cutting off the meridians in one of my hands is not a big loss. Compared to No Trace of Snow, the price of her hand was the same as the price of his 4 limbs being crippled. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. No Trace of Snow's eyes trembled. He slowly closed his eyes. His breathing was heavy and painful. She did not know that the reason he helped her expand her meridians was to give her all of his internal energy. That was why she felt that her hand was not important at all. It was not important to the point that she could use it to exchange for her love and trust. No Trace of Snow was practically on the verge of death. He still refused to believe that all of this was just a trap. "When you jumped off the cliff with me, was it also for the game?" His trust in her was built up from the crazy actions she had taken time and time again to get close to him without regard for her life. When Wei Wei Bai heard his words, she couldn't help but laugh. "Because I trust you, you definitely won't die. Your martial arts are so high. You can catch me if I jump down. How can I die?" She firmly believed that he would not die. His kung fu allowed them to return to the cliff. Her method of deceiving people was not perfect, nor was it the most exquisite. However, he was the most stubborn and the most unscrupulous. Wei Wei Bai slowly squatted down, avoiding his blood. She stretched out her clean and beautiful fingers and touched his face. She said softly, "Master, do you know what that stove is for?" No trace of Snow looked at her, without moving his eyes. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Arousal, the extreme arousal, actually made the drug she made with her blood ineffective. His chest was in so much pain that it felt like it was going to split open. Wei Bai didn't care and said, "The drug is ineffective? How pitiful. You have to suffer this kind of torture when you're aroused. Although I was quite happy when I saw you acting up, it was fun after all." She actually felt that the pain of his arousal was very fun. No trace of Snow finally couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. The pain in his eyes finally appeared. His fingers could barely hold onto her skirt. His face was mottled with blood. His brows were fierce and mournful, like a beast that had been forced to a dead end. But his voice became softer. Wei/crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Com download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. Com. Chapter 1350. Wei Bai, however, did not have much patience. She giggled and pulled his fingers away. "All right, let's part on good terms. No trace of Snow. I still have to find the next man. You were just a sacrifice for me to become the saintess, and you are also my trial work." She said it so lightly. It seems that it is not difficult to obtain a man's absolute love. Which man do you think is better for the next? No trace of Snow's fingers were pulled away by her, and she casually threw them into the blood water. She stood up and said excitedly, "Didn't a young black-clothed swordsman appear in Jianghu recently? I heard that he is quite good-looking, and his personality is also disdainful of women. Perhaps he is more difficult to obtain." No trace of Snow's eyes dimmed. He looked at her back as she turned around without a care. A sorrowful pain surged from his chest and finally made his eyes turn red. It turned out that the taste of being treated as a game trophy was not good. No trace of Snow smiled, but his smile was very ugly. It was so ugly that it looked like he was crying. He opened his mouth, and hatred rolled in his chest. Finally, his cold and deep voice sounded, carrying a trace of humility. "Wei Bai, I made red bean soup for you. Drink it while it is hot." He thought that she would like it, so he couldn't wait to personally make it. He was afraid that it would be cold, so he kept it warm with his internal energy. The red bean soup should still be warm. Wei Bai was interrupted. She turned around and said angrily, "What's so good about red bean soup? So long-winded." After saying this, she walked over to him with light steps. Looking at his battered and exhausted appearance, Wei Bai's expression was cold. She said, "Master, it is almost time. You should go to the furnace." This is also the process of becoming the saintess and sacrificing a man's love. When she said this, she revealed a deep and affectionate smile. In her eyes, the smile was as bright as the broken light on the surface of a lake. Her voice became gentle and sweet. "Master, you still love me, right?" No trace of Snow looked at her silently. She was like a cruel flame, so dazzling that it attracted people to die. He used all his strength to raise his crippled hand, wanting to touch her face. Love. He could not deceive himself that he loved her. The agony in his chest was more intense and frenzied than any other time. When Wei Bai heard his words, she immediately slapped his hand away. "Your hand is covered in blood. Don't touch me." No trace of Snow's hand fell back to the ground. His fingertips were stained with blood, and he looked extremely pitiful. Wei Bai reached out and put her hand under his armpit. Step by step, she dragged him toward the fire. She complained, "Master, can't you eat less? It's been so tiring for me." No trace of Snow saw her and really dragged him to the furnace. The last glimmer of hope in his eyes disappeared. He knew the temperature of the furnace. It was a place where swords were forged. Once a person entered it, there would be nothing left of him. Wei Bai pressed him to the side of the furnace. This furnace was huge. If a person fell in, there was no chance of survival. Behind him was the furnace, but Wei Bai had no intention of stopping. She held his arm with one hand. Her eyes were cold and beautiful, and her smile was cruel and indifferent. Master, then I'll go find the next man. You can die in peace. I'll miss you. Her words were too perfunctory. She felt that he had already fallen in love with her. So he was too lazy to even pretend? No trace of Snow finally confirmed that there was really no trace of emotion in her eyes. His heart seemed to have disappeared. It was empty, and only pain filled this dark hole. Chapter 1351. His incomparably pale face barely managed to squeeze out a smile, but his heart was filled with unspeakable sadness. Do you love me? Even if it was just a perfunctory answer, it was fine as long as she said that she loved him. Wei Wei Bai's eyes slanted, full of charm, but her tone was incomparably indifferent. If I say that I love you, do you believe me? I'm going to let you die with a clear understanding. Why don't you believe me? It's true that love can turn people into fools. These words are all true. No trace of Snow looked at her for a while, and finally sighed. Yes, I don't believe you. If she truly loved him, she wouldn't destroy his meridians. Moreover, it was so heavy that he couldn't recover. If she truly loved him, it was even more impossible that she didn't have any feelings for him in her eyes. She even wanted his life so straightforwardly. It was even more impossible that she would discuss looking for the next man in front of him. He really admitted defeat. This was the first time he had been played by a woman to this extent. Wei Wei Bai unhurriedly arranged a position for him. Then she smiled and said, "All right, master, let's meet again in the next life, okay? After all, a good man like you is rare. When I see you in the next life, I will lie to you again and then personally push you into the fire pit." These words were abnormally innocent and cute, but also vicious and cruel. She even said in a relaxed tone, "After all, this kind of game is really fun." After saying this, she let go without hesitation. No trace of Snow's powerless body fell backwards, and behind him was the vigorous fire. The flames were fierce, and it was terrifying to the point of wanting to devour people. But his eyes were calm and deep, quietly looking at her like this. Wei Wei Bai heard the notification sound of the good feelings. Ding! The male lead's good feelings are at 100. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Ding! The heart is at 100. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. But these two notifications made Wei Wei Bai somewhat unable to react, because blood had seeped through her clothes on her chest, and the tip of a sword had appeared on her chest. A long sword directly pierced through her chest from her back. Once again, he killed her. No trace of Snow revealed a twisted smile. She had won the game, but she had still underestimated his strength. His inner strength had long broken through the restrictions of the medicine. Even if his hands and feet were crippled, he still had the strength to kill her who did not know any martial arts. Even if he died, he would not give her to anyone. She had provoked him, and now she wanted to escape unscathed? No trace of Snow fiercely fell into the furnace. His eyes were vicious and ferocious, but also carried a desperate love. Some games couldn't be played. Some people couldn't get his love. Otherwise, the price would be too high for her to bear. She was still too naive and too cute. She didn't know how scary it was to provoke a man who wanted to take her down with him. No trace of Snow laughed bitterly in the firelight. In the next life, they would meet again. Then he wouldn't give her any chance to escape. No trace of Snow's laughter suddenly disappeared. He slowly raised his hand. What was going on? In his chest, the emotional shackles were broken and disappeared. Although the temperature of the flames was high, that huge power surged out of his body and actually protected him. He could even clearly feel that the flaws in his martial arts had disappeared. The pain of being emotional was gone. No trace of Snow disappeared from the furnace. He rushed out of the furnace in the blink of an eye and picked her up. There was only one thought in his mind. She was the one who saved him. It was her. Wei Wei Bai powerlessly lowered her eyes. Lying in his arms, her breathing was so weak that it was almost inaudible. The system's warning sounded. You must leave this world. Your body has suffered heavy injuries. The countdown begins in 60 seconds. Wei Wei Bai was already very familiar with this kind of situation. She vaguely saw no trace of Snow ask with a trembling voice, Can you revive again? Wei Wei, what's the method to revive you? Tell me. This bastard deserved to be abused. He actually stabbed her once. This was the second time. The first time she was killed by a man twice. She reached out and grabbed his clothes. She forced a smile and said, "Master, you're fine." No trace of Snow's body stiffened. He looked at her in a daze. Her smile was soft and silly, but she liked him wholeheartedly. He choked up. His fingers helplessly touched her face. "How did you save me?" Wei Wei, bye. As long as you love me, hate me to the extreme, and then have the intention to kill me, you could be saved. That was what the book said. So after she forced no trace of Snow's love out, she wanted to completely arouse his hatred. It wasn't the kind of hatred that was small and suspicious. It was a complete hatred that hated her to death. See, he didn't really hate her to death. She was really going to die. The Schweff family's techniques were abnormal. To completely fill the flaws and avoid the deadlock, it required a cultivator to love and hate to the extreme. It was easy to love and hate, but no one could do it to the extreme. If it wasn't for her hard work, no trace of Snow wouldn't have been saved. No trace of Snow's face was frighteningly pale. His lips were stained with blood, making him miserable and painful. "You said you didn't love me. Were you lying to me?" Wei Wei Bai stared at him blankly. Her smile disappeared. Her eyes were full of death. "Master, I don't love you. How is that possible?" No trace of Snow looked at her, trembling. He watched as she tried to open her mouth to say something. He quickly lowered his head, but heard her lips close to his ear. Cold blood stained his ear. Her voice suddenly turned cold. It was so cold that it was emotionless. "Idiot, you were tricked by me again. Who loves you? It's just a game." After saying that, her breath disappeared. Her heart stopped beating. No trace of Snow hugged her. He kept his head down. He repeated in a low voice, "It's just a game. Just a game? So, do you love me or not?" Chapter 1352. Do you love me or not? The man opened his eyes almost instantly. A trace of twisted pain appeared in his calm and cold eyes. He gasped for a moment, then reached out to cover his mouth. Too much pain caused his physiological reaction to become intense. He endured for a while before suppressing the throbbing pain in his heart and the uncontrollable trembling all over his body. Yi Yuxuan felt his breathing gradually calming down. His cold eyes also had a layer of moist light. It brought a trace of unexpected vulnerability to this man who had always been calm and indifferent. He blinked and turned to look at the person beside him. She was lying quietly on the long and narrow sofa. Her body was covered with a dark blanket. Her long hair was messy and scattered enchantingly on the sofa. Some of it even fell off the sofa. Yi Yuxuan looked at her quietly for a while. Then he slowly got up, bent down, and held her long hair that had fallen off the sofa and put it back on the sofa. Yi Yuxuan's fingers rubbed her beautiful and smooth hair. He squatted beside the sofa and looked at her quietly. 3 days. She should be waking up. Yi Yuxuan was calm, but he was looking forward to it. The only reason why he didn't collapse in the desperate dream was because she existed in reality. Yi Yuxuan's fingers slowly touched her red lips. Her condition was getting better and better recently. In the past, when she slept like this, even if she woke up, she would look very healthy. But when she slept, he could still see her weak side. At least her lips weren't as red as they were now. Because of malnutrition from sleeping for a long time, the color of her lips would be much lighter. But now, even if she was sleeping, he could still see her moist skin, her incomparably bright black hair, and her delicate and seductive red lips. She was like a real sleeping beauty. Yi Yuxuan couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her lips. Then he said in a low voice, "So to you it's just a game?" Even if he had already guessed that she didn't have such deep feelings for him in the dream. But when she really said it, his heart still hurt for a while. Even now, he still hadn't recovered. In her dream, he had cut off all love. Before he died, he asked her if she really loved him. The man in his dream didn't know, but he knew very well that she might really see him as a game. Yi Yuxuan lowered her eyes. A trace of sadness appeared on her originally expressionless face, but it was quickly concealed. He knew that this emotion should not belong to him. It was him in her dreams. Yi Yuxuan had already started to work hard to get rid of the things in her dream. What he wanted was reality, the present, and her. Therefore, no matter how much pain and twisted love and hate the dream brought to him, he stubbornly maintained his original heart and did not vent any of his intense feelings of love and hate on her in reality. He would wait for her to fall in love with him. After all, a lifetime was a long time. Yi Yuxuan took a deep breath and digested the pain. This process was very difficult. However, it wasn't as if he had never encountered something more difficult, and he had never been flustered. Reason quickly took over, allowing him to slowly sort out all his emotions. Then, he silently suppressed them. The intense pain in his dream was finally suppressed into the abyss of emotions, no longer showing for others to see. Then, he opened his eyes again. His gaze was cold and calm. Wei Bai was still asleep. She woke up a little later today. // Chapter 1353. He did not disturb her. Instead, he sat quietly beside the sofa. They were now on his private plane. He had made an appointment with the fortune teller. The plane soon arrived at the fortune teller's city. Yi Yuxuan saw that her breathing was steady and did not change. He knew that she would not wake up so soon. He took a blanket and wrapped her tightly. Then, he combed her messy long hair and braided it. He even pinned a beautiful and exquisite gemstone hairpin to her hair. Then, he carried her and let her quiet and sweet face lean against his chest. He walked out, and an assistant immediately came over to open a black umbrella to cover them. The sun was dazzling. He was afraid that it would make her uncomfortable, so he used it to shade her. The extended black car drove over. The driver lowered his head and respectfully opened the door. Yi Yuxuan carried her into the car. He said expressionlessly, "We've arrived at the agreed location." The fortune teller was in a bustling place in the city. It was different from the mystery of the fortune teller. From afar, one could see the city center business district. A dazzling neon sign blinded people's eyes. Fortune teller Ah Shi knows astronomy and geography. He knows your wife's room number and your welfare lottery number. Yi Yuxuan, then he calmly looked at the person in his arms. No matter how calm he was still uncomfortable with the light of the neon sign. It was the first time he saw neon signs that were brighter than the sun. Ashi's fortune teller shop was very luxurious and had good service. When Yi Yuxuan got out of the car, someone came to lead him in. Although the outside was fancy, the inside was surprisingly quiet. The decorations were Chinese. There were antiques on the flower and bird shelves. There were rosewood tables and chairs, as well as celadon tea sets. There were landscape paintings on the walls, and the floor was also made of wood. Yi Yuxuan looked down at the floor. The patterns on the floor were man-made, and they formed an inconspicuous taiji symbol. Most people would not notice that there was such a symbol under their feet. Yi Yuxuan noticed it because he saw a faint white light on the taiji diagram. He looked up again. The golden powder on Wei Bai's head was still there. It fluttered in the air like golden dust. It was very beautiful to look at. When he first saw it, he thought it was sunlight. But now, he knew that these golden dots of light could not be touched. No one, including Wei Bai, could see them. He was the only one who saw it. Just like now, when he saw the white light on the taiji diagram beneath his feet. This world was getting stranger and stranger. Yi Yuxuan coldly and calmly thought about it for a few seconds before giving up. Because he had made an appointment in advance. He had booked an entire day. That was why this place was strangely quiet. The guide suddenly stopped and politely said to Yi Yuxuan, "My teacher is dealing with an hour. It will be done in 1 minute." Yi Yuxuan had already heard the conversation. "Do you know your wrongs?" A faint and distant voice sounded. It was said to be distant because the voice was too ethereal and had a distant effect. Another man's hoarse voice sounded. "Teacher, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done something that would harm my virtue for money. I don't blame you for doing things like cursing others for money. I'm just disappointed that you're short-sighted. You can sell your soul for such a small amount of money. It's a loss. Don't call me teacher in the future. You're just an intern. You're not qualified to be my disciple." Chapter 1354. The man immediately cried, "Master, I will definitely ask for more money next time. Don't chase me away. The faint voice sounded calmly. Who said you'll have a next time? Your curse will attract 10,000 ghosts. For a mere 1 million, you actually use your own life to curse. Stupid. The man was stunned. 10,000 ghosts? Master's book didn't mention it. Yi Yuxuan carried Wei Wei by and walked to the table unhurriedly. Then he sat down. Coincidentally, he could see the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground. In front of the man, a pair of feet wearing black cloth shoes was faintly discernible. The sitting man said, "Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Your talent is limited. Leave." The middle-aged man became hysterical. Why? I don't have talent, but I have worked very hard. Who is more hard-working than me? I. The sitting man said indifferently, "What's the use of working hard? Scram." The middle-aged man immediately stopped when he heard the word scram. Then he struggled with all his might, but he was bound by an invisible force and was directly thrown out. Yi Yuxuan coldly reached out and covered Wei Wei Bai's ears so that she could sleep better. As for the man who was thrown out, he acted as if he didn't see him. Yi Yuxuan felt that he was used to seeing big scenes. Even if 10,000 ghosts really came, he wouldn't have any emotional fluctuations. After all, in the dream, he had been the Ghost King. The air was very quiet. Yi Yuxuan didn't say anything. He lowered his eyes and looked at Wei Wei Bai, paying attention to the rhythm of her breathing. After all, she would wake up today, but he didn't know how late it would be. The sitting man had already stood up. A pair of black cloth shoes stepped on the Taiji pattern, and a white light wrapped around his feet. He walked out from behind the antique shelf, but stopped. Behind the sunglasses, his closed eyes opened. His black pupils were unfocused, but there was a trace of golden light. This light came from Yi Yuxuan. Ashi quietly looked at Yi Yuxuan for a while before shifting his gaze to Wei Wei Bai. Yi Yuxuan turned to the side and blocked his line of sight. Then he turned his head and looked at Ashi coldly. The fortune teller was younger than expected. He was wearing a traditional Chinese suit and a pair of round sunglasses. He looked exceptionally delicate and pretty. He said, "Honored guest, honored guest, honored guest." The 3 words "distinguished guest" were neither light nor heavy. Yi Yuxuan, it is indeed very expensive. When he paid, although he didn't feel it, he was still clear about the size of the data. This blind man was much more expensive than some of his investment projects. Ah, she smiled. There's a reason why it's expensive. The one who came to see your life is the girl in your arms, but her life isn't as expensive as yours. Yi Yuxuan didn't even blink. It's fine. I'm all hers. It doesn't matter if she's expensive or not. Ashi, who had been forced to eat dog food, smiled faintly. All right, you can carry her in. I'll check her body. Yi Yuxuan followed his footsteps and walked behind the antique shelf. Although Ashi was blind, he walked like a normal person. Behind the shelf, there was a table and chairs from the Qing dynasty. There was a recliner. Yi Yuxuan put Wei Wei Bai on it and pulled a blanket over her, covering her tightly. Ashi had already rolled up his sleeves. His pair of sparkling, jade-like hands were more beautiful than a woman's, but there was a different kind of strength that made his hands not soft at all. He said, "I can see her fate more clearly when I'm closer." Yi Yuxuan stood beside the recliner. She will wake up in 3 days. The full article is at https://www.sashu.com/ Chapter 1355. Ashi, let me see. Then he took off his sunglasses. Behind the sunglasses, his delicate features appeared. There was a red cinnabar mole between his eyebrows. It added a touch of amazement to his delicate and plain face. His black eyes were dark and dull, without a trace of focus. They were the eyes of a blind man. He reached out his hand and was about to touch Wei Wei Bai's face. A hand had already reached out and grabbed his wrist. Ashi did not dodge and allowed Yi Yuxuan to grab him. "Mr. Yi, I need to come into contact with her to know more about her condition." Yi Yuxuan looked at him lightly, but his eyes were deep. "Where do you want to touch her?" Ashi, who was full of survival instinct, immediately asked, "Where can I touch her?" Yi Yuxuan finally showed a hesitant expression. He was not allowed to touch anywhere. In the end, he still compromised. He let she touch Wei Wei Bai's blanket and touch her hair for a while. She actually wanted to touch Wei Wei Bai from head to toe and study her. But his strong premonition told him that Yi Yuxuan would chop his hands off if he did that. After seeing so many people's lives, Yi Yuxuan was definitely the most precious life he had ever seen. So precious that his eyes could not look directly at his life. On the contrary, he was not afraid of Wei Wei Bai. She reached out his hand, and a faint white light appeared on his sparkling fingertips. Only Yi Yuxuan could see it. It seemed that the money was well spent. This Ashi had some ability. Ashi's fingertips touched Wei Wei Bai's hair. He trembled and said in shock, "Where's her soul?" This girl's soul was gone, but her body was in such good condition. It was impossible. Yi Yuxuan was not surprised. He only focused on Wei Wei Bai and said calmly, "She woke up and her soul came back." He knew that it was not a dream. In that case, it could only be their souls that met. This was one of Yi Yuxuan's guesses, so he wasn't surprised that it was confirmed. Xia felt that his employer was really calm. He was much calmer than him. Blind continued to stroke her hair and began to trace the path of her soul as it disappeared, but he was looking for where she had disappeared to. His expression turned solemn. "She has been sleeping for a long time because her soul has left her body. I need to summon her soul, lock it, and completely imprison her soul into this body. Only then can I fulfill your wish." Yi Yuxuan's request was for Wei Wei Bai to stay. Since Ashi had accepted this job, he would do everything in his power to complete it. He began to search for the whereabouts of Wei Wei Bai's soul. Her fate isn't good. I've divined 3 trigrams for her, and all of them showed her to die young. She's weak and doesn't have good fortune. It's impossible for her to live a long life. This was a divination that he had used up all his abilities to calculate. To him, this divination was a disgrace. After all, he had spent so much effort only to calculate the most basic birth chart. He should have calculated her past, present, and future. When Yi Yuxuan heard his words, a trace of malice appeared in his calm eyes. "It's impossible for her to live a long life," Ashi nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly lowered his head and whispered, "Find her soul. Her soul is returning." Then Ashi said to Yi Yuxuan, "Hurry up and make a decision. Do you want to lock her soul in this body? As long as it's locked, her soul won't be able to leave." Yi Yuxuan saw that her eyelashes seemed to be starting to tremble. She was about to wake up. How long would it take for her to wake up this time? A minute? An hour? A day? Or she didn't even want to stay for a second. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1356. Yi Yuxuan heard his own firm and cold voice ring out, "Soul lock." He wanted to keep her. Whether it was in his dream or in reality, he wanted to keep her. This obsession was like a chain that went deep into his bones, binding him. Ashi's expression was solemn. He spread out his fingers and suddenly took out a yellow talisman from his chest. Since the customer requested it, then soul lock. After that, Ashi's voice pierced through the air. "Soul search, soul lock." There was no wind, but the talisman flew into the sky. Then, the talisman burned in the air. The flame was dazzling and ominous. The system had just put Wei Wei Bai's soul into its body. It saw Yi Yuxuan and was about to carefully shrink its body. Suddenly, it turned its head and saw white runes appear. They turned into sharp swords and stabbed into Wei Wei Bai's soul. The system widened its eyes. "Fuck you, what the hell?" These things were stabbing into Wei Wei Bai's soul to nail into its body. The system almost instinctively decided to block in front of Wei Wei Bai. Those sharp blades pierced into its body. Intense pain assaulted it. It gritted its teeth and looked at the blind man. These days, any Tom, Dick, and Harry dared to bully it. "Fuck you," it was scared of Yi Yuxuan. This passerby was blind. It raised its hand, and a huge ball of fire appeared on its fingers. Ashi found it strange that its ability did not work. It could lock souls, but when it entered Wei Wei Bai's body, it did not make a single ripple. After seeing Wei Wei Bai, he was sure that Wei Wei Bai's physique and fate were very weak. It was something that he could easily solve. He could not see through her specific fate. It was covered by Yi Yuxuan. The powerful one was Yi Yuxuan, not her. A burning smell filled the air. She realized that it was a little hot. Yi Yuxuan calmly reminded, "You spontaneously combusted." Yes, he spontaneously combusted. The fire was fierce, and he had the ability to deal with it. He immediately pulled out a talisman. Extinguish the fire. The fire did not go out. Blind's face suddenly changed. The power in his body surged out crazily. Damn it. How could these flames be the golden flames of hell that could even burn away souls? What was even more frightening was that these flames came from Wei Wei Bai's counterattack. How was that possible? Her soul clearly didn't have any power. Such a weak soul actually had such a terrifying attack power. The system looked at Asya angrily. It floated on Wei Wei Bai's body, and a golden flame appeared on its fingertip from the red flames. He wanted to attack Wei Wei Bai's soul. It would return the favor and burn the other party's soul. In reality, it would be punished for attacking others. But today's attack had completely aroused its desire for revenge. No one was allowed to touch Wei Wei Bai's soul, yet someone dared to reach out and hurt her. Once the soul was injured, it was irreversible. Even if the punishment would hurt its vitality, it couldn't bear it anymore. So die. The system looked at Blind coldly and slowly raised its finger, intending to destroy the shrimp that hurt Wei Wei Bai. But in the next second, Blind seemed to have seen something. He said, "Golden flames, red flames. Mr. Yi, there's something incredible following this lady that you brought." After saying that, Blind turned around and walked out, his body covered in flames. His posture was graceful, and his clothes were burning fiercely, but his body was not burned. The system snorted at his back. If it wasn't afraid of being seen by Yi Yuxuan, it would have chased after him and killed him. Then it turned around, intending to wake Wei Wei Bai up and hide. Its back was suddenly poked by something. The system turned around in anger, only to see Yi Yuxuan's indifferent and terrifying eyes staring at it. He raised his hand. Just now, his fingers touched its back. System, Yi Yuxuan looked at it indifferently for a while, then said, The system's mind exploded. It was seen, it was seen, it was seen, it was seen, it was discovered. Yi Yuxuan's voice was as cold as ice, and his eyes were as cold as snow. Are you a man or a woman? System, did this mean that if it was a man, he would kill it? / Chapter 1357. In this world, only Yi Yuxuan could kill it. The system shuddered. I'm neither male nor female. After that, the system rolled into the trash can with a whoosh. Then, it opened the system door and closed itself. Yi Yuxuan saw it. It was finished. Yi Yuxuan did not see anything specific. He only saw a round flame. He touched it, but did not feel hot. Then, the flame disappeared into Wei Wei Bai's body. There was something that was neither male nor female hidden in her body. For the first time, Yi Yuxuan felt uncomfortable. No, not only was it uncomfortable, but a crazy and twisted jealousy appeared. Yi Yuxuan suddenly reached out and clutched his chest. He frowned, trying to suppress the painful emotions in his heart. His mind was actually a little chaotic. Too many worlds had left, and it made him feel fearful. Yi Yuxuan's breathing became heavier. He tried to control his breathing rhythm and let his abdomen breathe to control the rhythm of his muscles. He tried to relax himself so that he could sort out the fear. These fears, to be more accurate, should be called insecurity. Ever since he met her, he had experienced almost all the love, hate, resentment, and suffering. For him, it was almost impossible for him to feel insecure. He knew his advantage. He was very rational, so rational that it was scary. Even if emotions affected him, he could still rationally classify these emotions and organize them. Otherwise, with so many dreams, a normal person would go crazy after 3. Yi Yuxuan sat quietly, but his fingers were clenched tightly. And Shi, who was extinguishing the fire outside, realized that it could not be extinguished. He used the ancestors' holy talisman, holy sword, holy XXXXX, it still could not be extinguished. If this continued, it would burn to death. This transaction was a bit of a loss. He had to raise the price. She sat in the fire and thought for a while. More than half of his hair was burned. He finally used his ultimate move. He rolled on the ground twice, thrice, for times his body rolled on the ground. The light of the Tai Chi pattern wrapped around the flames on his body. The white energy surged and finally extinguished the fire on his body. That's why the firefighter was right. Remember to roll on the ground when your body is on fire. That would put out the fire. Ashi had just pulled the bed curtain to wrap around his body and was about to go in to see his employer. He hadn't even taken 2 steps when a blazing golden light appeared in his wooden eyes. A trace of fear flashed through Ashi's unfocused eyes. Yi Yuxuan lost control of her emotions. Blind sense that the Taiji diagram left behind by the founder on the floor was beginning to move. This was a fluctuation that would only occur when encountering a powerful enemy. This was much more powerful than the golden flames from before. Xia felt that he really had to raise the price and raise it fiercely. He immediately rushed in. In the darkness, he saw a huge river of light surging towards him. The terrifying power was like a mountain range, like heaven and earth, infinite and boundless. Gold, a boundless gold. If one were to say that the golden flame was a terrifying weapon that could burn the soul, then the golden flame was a terrifying weapon that could burn the soul. At that moment, the golden light that he saw could easily reduce the golden flames that were burning him to a drop in the ocean. Yi Yuxuan's life was indeed expensive. It was more expensive than a person on earth. Ashi felt that his heavenly eye was going blind. He hurriedly rushed over and gently threw a heart-cleansing talisman on Yi Yuxuan's body. As soon as the heart-cleansing talisman touched Yi Yuxuan, it burned like an explosion and immediately turned to ashes. Quick at the /quick at / quick at the download quick at the quick. Chapter 1358. When he said this, his body trembled for a moment, but he quickly suppressed it. His black hair covered his eyes, and his face couldn't be seen. Only his voice was extremely soft, but it was filled with real guilt. I didn't control myself well. It won't happen again. He let himself lose control of his emotions. He lost his usual precise calculations, and his rationality couldn't be used. He was actually tempted by the dark and scary persistence in his heart. He only wanted to keep her, but he forgot that she might need to rely on her soul to leave her body to live. Everything was just a guess. Yi Yuxuan wasn't sure if she really needed his love to live. He also wasn't sure if he would hurt her after her soul was locked. But what if he did? Even if there was a 1 in a million chance that she wouldn't be able to live because her soul couldn't leave her body. He shouldn't have taken a risk. He shouldn't have. In the depths of Yi Yuxuan's throat, there was a choking feeling that came from surviving a calamity. This was the first time his emotions had been controlled to this extent. Love was accompanied by resentment, and resentment was mixed with paranoid possessiveness. When he was on the plane, he had actually lost control, but he didn't realize it at that time. Yi Yuxuan suddenly felt her hand on his back. Her hand patted his back. Then she asked in a puzzled voice, "Yi Yuxuan, what's wrong with you?" Why did she look like the sky was falling? Yi Yuxuan was silent for a few seconds before saying in a muffled voice, "Nothing. I just want to hug you." Hug her again. Because he didn't know when she would leave again. Just like in a dream, she had left too many times. He was actually in pain. Next chapter of Master's Little Witch. No trace of snow saw the Chinese roses outside the window bloom again. The beautiful flowers made him dazed for a moment. He thought he saw her leaning against the window with a sweet smile, calling him master casually. She didn't mean any respect at all. Instead, it seduced him. It was so pleasant to hear, like the sound of the bells on her ankles. Today was the 3rd month since her death. She lay in the ice coffin. Her body did not rot, but she did not wake up either. She was not a real monster. This time, she was really dead. There was no miracle of resurrection, and there was no saintess in the devil cult that could bring a person back to life. Therefore, he still didn't know what method she used to resurrect the first time. Or perhaps he knew that the Wei Bai at that time might have been faking her death, so she came back to life. But this time, she was truly dead, unable to come back to life. No trace of snow lifted his wrist. The wound on his wrist was still there. The meridians in his 4 limbs were broken. Even though he had broken through the final hurdle of this martial art, his martial arts were still terrifyingly high even when his meridians were broken. But a wound was a wound. Broken meridians could not be perfectly healed and would always leave behind scars that could not be erased. Love and hate had reached the pinnacle, and he had killed the person he loved with his own hands. No trace of Snow sat quietly in the chair, looking at the world outside the window with an expressionless face. His eyes were filled with desolate calmness. He sneered softly. Wei Bai, did you think that after you died I would die for you? He would not. He would not let her succeed again. She was the one who said she loved him, and she was the one who said she did not love him. She was the one who said she was sincere, and she was the one who said she was playing a game. He was in her hands, firmly grasped and controlled by her wills. No trace of Snow seemed to have made up his mind, but also seemed to want to hide something. He said softly to himself, "No, I will not love you again. No matter how much you control me, I will not hate you, and I will not be curious whether you love me or not." Chapter 1359. He was not that stupid. He would not struggle for an answer that he would never know for a lifetime. He would not. No trace of Snow waited for a year, but the ice coffin could not preserve Wei Bai's body well. He set her body on fire. In the light of the fire, his face was extremely calm and also incomparably empty. No trace of Snow's martial arts became stronger and stronger. In the end, there were not many martial arts masters in the world who could last one round against him. In the end, he became a legend in the martial arts world. But he did not play games anymore. He found that he did not play anything. His emotions did not fluctuate. His heart was like a dry well. Nothing could cause a ripple in him. He did not even have any desire. It was simply terrifying. No, he did not even have the feeling of being terrifying. Only the dead could understand his feelings. After no trace of Snow killed another master who came to challenge him, he stepped on the blood and corpses and went up the cliff. Holding a pot of wine, he sat and watched the sun set. When the wine passed through his throat, he suddenly sneered. "Who is it? Come out and die." In fact, it did not matter. Those who followed him just wanted to kill him to gain fame. His status had been getting higher and higher over the years. It was much higher than when he was the Wuling Alliance. Everyone knew that as long as they did not die, they could gain great fame. They did not even need to defeat him. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a bell. He was startled and his heart beat wildly. All the numb emotions seemed to explode, pulling him out of the state of a dead person. His lips trembled. Even his mind was not clear. She was back. No trace of Snow's tears almost rolled out of his eyes. It was good that she was back. He did not even dare to look back. He was afraid that she would hate him and he would kill her. She was so arrogant and vengeful. After she came back to life, she would definitely hate him to death. He could even prepare a washboard and kneel when she asked him to. After she died, the room was full of books. The ancient book that could save him was also casually placed on the table. There were no markings on it. There was not even a highlighted place. However, he knew that she must have read it many times. Even the corners of the pages were badly worn. He couldn't imagine why she would flip through that book so many times if she didn't love him. The sound of the bell was getting closer and closer. Step by step, it was coming towards him. No trace of Snow heard the sound of sharp blade piercing through the air. If she came back, he would rather sit and let her kill him. Unfortunately, it wasn't her. He pulled out his sword. The white blade was sharp and flashed with light. He didn't turn around, nor did he move his body. With his back facing the attacker, he struck out with his sword, and the attacker was already dead. No trace of Snow's expression was indifferent. There were traces of tears at the corners of his eyes. He raised his hand and took a sip of wine. The strong wine burned his throat. Behind him, a woman with a belt tied to her waist and a blade in her hand had her throat slit. She lay on the ground, bleeding profusely. No trace of Snow felt a dull pain in his wrist. He lowered his head and looked at the wound on his wrist. It was painful on rainy days. There should be a heavy rainstorm tomorrow, so the air was moist. His wound was starting to hurt. Just like her, she would hurt him from time to time. When the pain seeped into his bones, he didn't feel much pain. because he was used to it. After he cried, his eyes were terrifyingly cold. He lied to himself many times. Even after burning the corpse, he still desperately hoped that she would suddenly appear, just like in the past. This kind of foolish hope was so bitter that he couldn't swallow it. /T. Chapter 1360. No trace of snow staggered up and threw the bottle of wine down the cliff, but his eyes suddenly trembled. The cliff, the setting sun, and her at that time. He was not sure of anything now. Did she love him or not? Or did she really need a sacrifice? That was why she was so devoted to him. Shui Wuhan would never forget the look in her eyes when she pushed him into the furnace. It was so calm that it was terrifying. If she loved him, could she really pretend to be so perfect? No trace of snow felt that sooner or later he would drive himself crazy. He dragged his sword and drunkenly returned to the house to lie down and sleep. It had been a long time since he had a good sleep. He quietly looked at the top of the bed and slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, he felt an unbearable pain in his chest. He immediately got up and spat out a mouthful of blood. The pain of love? No trace of snow touched his chest. Why did this familiar pain come again? The pain became more and more intense until he could not bear it anymore. He curled up on the bed and broke out in a cold sweat. It was too painful. This kind of pain even exceeded the limits of his body. No trace of Snow's expression was cold and hard. He was incomparably pale and sweaty. Suddenly, he got off the bed and bumped into the table, flipping it over. Suddenly, a stack of papers rolled out from under the table. No trace of Snow was stunned. He stared at the stack of papers. The papers scattered on the floor, each one with a familiar handwriting. These papers were actually stuck under the table, and no one had discovered them. He bent down and happened to see the first piece of paper. There were numbers on it. 1. He took a deep breath and turned the paper over. The handwriting on the paper was very beautiful. It was written elegantly. Master, my love for you is getting deeper and deeper day by day. The intense pain in Shui Wuhan's chest subsided immediately. What did she leave these words? No trace of Snow suddenly closed his eyes and groped for all the papers and folded them again. Then he opened his eyes. Without looking at the contents, he quickly patted all the papers. There were a total of 49 papers. He decided to look at one picture a day. This was the only memory she had left for him. No trace of Snow would read one every day. Master, your fingers are so beautiful. I like it when your fingers curl around my hair. Master, your eyes are beautiful too. When can you keep looking at me? I'm jealous of everything you see. Today, I won't call you Master anymore. I'll call you No Trace of Snow. Bastard, No Trace of Snow. Do you like me or not? I like you a lot. This is her diary. The quality of the paper was also different. She seemed to have started writing it a long time ago. They were all written casually, and some of the handwriting was very messy. Every day, she looked at one of them, and every one of them was a sign of her love for him. No trace of Snow's heart did not hurt, and the pain of love did not come to him. He didn't even know why he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, even though the sequela of this martial art had already been cured. No trace of Snow's life was extremely poor. Before he met Wei Wei Bai, he was carefree and unrestrained. When he was good, he could be chivalrous. When he was evil, he could use the white magnolia to destroy an entire family. To him, everything was an interesting game. He liked these games and even enjoyed them. But after she died, he had nothing. Living was worse than dying. His current life was to kill people and then quietly wait for the next day to come and continue reading what she wrote. The papers at the end did not seem to be a diary, but a letter to him. Master, in the future, when I'm not here, you have to take good care of yourself. These words made the tip of his nose sour. He could not take good care of himself, and he did not even want to take care of himself. Address of the full text: https://www.sashu.com// Download of the full text: https://www.sashu.com. Collect button below to record this reading record. Chapter 1361. The Shui family was surrounded by righteous people, and he had already become the mad swordsman that everyone in Jianghu hated. No trace of snow. Come out and accept your death. You slaughtered the Jianghu, and your crime is unforgivable. Everyone was clamoring for no trace of snow to come out and accept his death. With so many people, no matter how high no trace of snow's martial arts were, they would be able to kill him. After shouting for half a day, they realized that no one came out. No trace of snow is a coward. Haha. What top martial artist? He is nothing more than that. He is so famous. But isn't it just a rumor to scare people? Why didn't he come out and fight when he saw us? A group of people started to spit at the Shui family's door, and there were even people who wanted to tear down the signboard. Suddenly, the door opened, and a white light flashed, directly piercing through the chest of the person who tried to take down the signboard. Everyone took a closer look and saw that the small knife had actually pierced through the person's sternum after the heart. It directly pierced into the ground and into the stone. Everyone was so scared that they took a step back, and their faces turned ashen. How deep did this inner strength have to be able to pierce through a person's heart from such a distance, and even into the stone? It was simply inhuman. After everyone jumped in shock, they suddenly felt numbness on their backs as a white figure slowly walked out from the door. Her silver hair was like snow, tied with a red ribbon. The man's flawless, handsome face was cold and calm, with a desolate look in his eyes. He glanced at the door. 45. Her voice was clear, cold, and unusually calm, but it sent chills down everyone's spine, as though the Grim Reaper was counting the dead. The remaining 45 people, no, to be more accurate, there were still a few who were waiting to assassinate No Trace of Snow, but in the end, they were all counted. Everyone was terrified, and when they looked at each other, they hesitated and did not dare to be the first to provoke him. No Trace of Snow glanced sideways. His beautiful cold eyes did not waver. He then slowly pulled out his sword and walked forward with steady steps. He did not utter a single word. His expression was calm. He looked at them as if he was looking at a pile of weeds. There were no fluctuations in his emotions. There are so many of us here. We can kill him no matter what, a courageous swordsman shouted, but before he could finish, he was already dead. A single slash to the throat was enough to kill 3 people. It was a simple strike. No Trace of Snow had only raised his hand. In the following scene, many people didn't even have time to scream before they were directly lying flat on the ground in a pool of blood. Killing people was like cutting chives, and it was the kind of cutting that a skilled worker would do. In just a few blinks of an eye, more than half of them had died. They didn't even have the chance to retaliate. In fact, they didn't even know how No Trace of Snow had attacked. A few of them were scared out of their wits and immediately knelt down to pee. "Spare me. Hero, please spare me." No Trace of Snow was just about to raise his hand when he remembered something. He still had the letter from Wei Bai in his pocket. It was about time to open it and take a look. He ignored the group of people who were kneeling and begging for mercy and took out a letter from his sleeve. The outer envelope was wrapped by him, for fear that the paper she wrote would be dirty. "Master, there's nothing to say today. I just want to tell you that I love you to death." No Trace of Snow's cold face suddenly revealed a smile. He was smiling as happily as a child. But as he smiled, his eyes turned red, and the sharp pain in his chest appeared again. He was no longer in the mood to kill people. He directly walked back. He knew that the pain in his chest was not because of his lack of martial arts. /T. Chapter 1362. It would only appear when he missed her. After No Trace of Snow walked through the door, he couldn't help but take out the last 3 letters. Even if he couldn't bear to, he should finish reading the last few letters. One letter after another, they were all her love for him. How could he doubt that she didn't love him? Shui Wuhan's smile was bitter, but it was also mixed with joy. Regret stirred his heart, making him experience a pain worse than death. No Trace of Snow couldn't suppress this painful emotion. He couldn't help but open the second letter of the day. On the letter, there was a simple and crude line of words. "Master, do you like writing so many words of love for you? It's good that you like it. Anyway, they're all lies. Have fun." No Trace of Snow was silent for a while. Then he slowly breathed. His fingers began to tremble. He opened the second last letter. "You really believed me when I said I was lying to you. My love for you is unquestionable. I'm just joking with you. Haha, is it fun, master? This was not fun at all. No trace of Snow's breath almost blocked his chest, suffocating him. There was still the last letter. He hesitated for a while before opening the last letter. It might be some nagging love words for him. She had always been bold and passionate. When she talked about her lover, she was generous and not shy. Instead, she was mushy and sticky. He pulled out the paper with his fingers, and the words appeared on the back of the envelope. No trace of Snow saw half of the words and almost couldn't move. He stared at the paper, his eyes bloodshot and bloodshot. Master, I won't play with you anymore. He pulled out all the letters. Finally, he saw the last sentence. I don't love you, really. No trace of Snow suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. His feet couldn't touch the ground, and then he felt weak. He staggered a few steps and leaned against the table. The table fell apart, brought apart by the chaotic inner strength in his body. Footprints appeared on the ground where he stepped, crushing the stone floor one by one. The taste of blood spread from his mouth. No trace of Snow finally couldn't take it anymore. He laughed out loud. His laughter was twisted and sinister, heart-rending. Wei Bai, you won't let me go even if you die. Did she hate him so much that she had a toy with him like this? A game, what a good game. She used her own life to let him fully experience what a real game was. Give people hope, then completely beat them to hell. He thought he was good enough, but he was wrong. In front of Wei Bai, what was he good at? She was the one who had given people the greatest and most beautiful hope, but she was also the one who had completely sent them to hell and consigned them to eternal damnation. No trace of Snow had blood in his mouth. His expression was extremely sorrowful, but it was numb and ferocious. Don't you want me dead? Not only did he want him to die, but he also wanted him to die with grievances. She wanted him to live in agony for the rest of his life. She did it. She used her life to take revenge on him. She even used her love to take revenge on him, shatter all of his hopes, and make him beg for death, but unable to do so. No trace of Snow said word by word. He gritted his teeth until blood came out. I want to live. I want you to know that you can't control everything. You want me to die, but I must live. The last bit of dignity he had left allowed him to continue living. He didn't want to commit suicide for her. How stupid. He didn't want to commit suicide. He lived a lifetime just to vent his anger. He clearly knew that she didn't love him anymore, but he didn't know that he should die earlier so that he could follow in her footsteps. No trace of Snow hugged Wei Bai tightly. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. This dream was the most difficult for him to endure. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1363. It was too unbearable. This was also the reason why he lost control to this extent when he woke up. The most unbearable thing was hatred. In his dream, he loved her, but he also hated her to the core. He hated her for toying with him, hated her for not loving him, hated her for leaving him. This hatred caused him to do irrational things when he woke up. Her soul couldn't be held back. He clearly guessed that she was relying on his love to live, and it was his love in the dream. If she stayed in reality, her soul couldn't leave. Would she die in reality? Would her heart disease relapse? Her heart wasn't good, but ever since she woke up 3 days ago, her body condition had improved a lot. Even if there were some strong stimuli, as long as it wasn't too extreme, there wouldn't be too much of a reaction. Even if it was a heart attack, it would be easy to save her. An unfamiliar emotion surged in his heart. It was sour and ashamed. Wei Bai was in a daze as Yi Yuxuan hugged her tightly. It was difficult for her to raise her hand, and she didn't have the strength to stop Yi Yuxuan's bare hug. She tried to shout again, "Tongzi, are you back?" The system didn't respond. Wei Bai felt a strange uneasiness in her heart. The system had never been so quiet. It was so quiet that it made her feel strange. Could it be that it had lost contact with her? After all, her conversation with the system was more of a telepathic conversation, like some kind of signal transmission. Could it be that the system encountered something when it was transmigrating with her, and then it was swept away? Or was it because the signal here wasn't good, So, when it spoke, she couldn't hear it. It was like a cell phone. There was no signal. She couldn't hear anything. Wei Wei Bai thought of something. She didn't even look at Yi Yuxuan and reached out to pat his back. Let go, Yi Yuxuan. Yi Yuxuan paused, his fingers clutching her clothes tightly, then hesitantly let go. Wei Wei Bai pushed him away, got off the recliner, and walked out. Without the system, she wasn't even interested in farming. Yi Yuxuan followed behind her. When Wei Wei Bai went out, she saw a bald black man tying a belt. He was wearing a Tang suit. Do the African brothers like the China style so much? Wei Wei Bai said to him, Are you the owner? The shop owner, Shi, turned his head and nodded. He didn't dare to face Wei Wei Bai because he didn't fix his belt properly. Wei Wei Bai, is there Wi-Fi? Shi, Wei Wei Bai thought that her black brother couldn't understand her, so she asked in English, Is the Wi-Fi on? I need some signal. She didn't know if she could contact the system through Wi-Fi. What if it still didn't work? Wei Wei Bai looked conflicted. The corners of Ashi's mouth twitched, and he finally replied in Chinese, Yes, it's open. Do you need a password? But the Wi-Fi costs extra. Wei Wei Bai nodded. Give me the password. Ashi, 41741747. Why did Wei Wei Bai feel like it sounded like a homonym for money? When she heard the password, she said to the system, Tongzi, did you hear the Wi-Fi password? If you did, please answer. The system squatted in the trash can. It wasn't that it didn't want to speak, but that it was powerless. Did its host think that it was a smartphone? Or that it came with the package? Was it that cheap? What the hell was Wi-Fi? If it used this thing, what kind of system would it be? Wouldn't it be better for it to be a mobile mascot? Wei Wei Bai didn't hear a reply. She suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and was about to turn around. Her hand was already held by someone. Yi Yuxuan stood behind her. His tall figure could almost cover her under his shadow. He looked at her with deep emotions in his eyes for a few seconds before saying, Are you looking for something? Wei Wei Bai's eyes flashed with vigilance. She didn't want the system to be exposed. Yi Yuxuan didn't seem to see the vigilance in her eyes and continued to kiss her passionately. I'll help you find it. Wei Wei Bai was about to refuse. Yi Yuxuan said calmly, Whether you're looking for a woman, a man, or something that's neither a man nor a woman, I can find it. Wei Wei Bai, what kind of lousy description was that? // Chapter 1364. Wei Wei Bai sized up Yi Yuxuan and finally asked, Where is this? She advertised from behind. Ashi's fortune-telling shop can predict anything. If you come to me for a second child, I won't charge you if you don't know. Wei Wei Bai, if you don't know, you won't charge me. If you do, I'll charge you. The probability of a man and a woman is 50/50. Anyway, you'll get half of the income. Isn't this a sure win? Wei Wei Bai felt that she could open a fortune-telling shop. Forget it, she shouldn't cheat money. She turned a blind eye to the scam and looked up at Yi Yuxuan's beautiful chin. His lips were pursed, causing his chin to tremble slightly. Yi Yuxuan, why did you bring me here? Could it be that he was here to have a second child? That couldn't be right. Could it be that he did something beastly while she was asleep? Then she got pregnant and he was here to have a second child? Wei Wei Bai stopped this ridiculous thought. She felt that Yi Yuxuan couldn't have brought her here for no reason. She looked at the shops and streets outside. She had been here before on a business trip. There was still a long way to go from the city where her family lived to here. A fortune-telling shop? She looked at Yi Yuxuan with a strange expression. She didn't know that Yi Yuxuan would believe these scammers who set up street stalls to cheat money. His usual calm and rational image had completely collapsed. Yi Yuxuan was here to have a fortune-telling? This was the biggest joke of the year. It was the kind that made people laugh to death. Yi Yuxuan lowered his eyes and looked at her quietly for a few seconds before saying, I'm here to have a fortune-telling. Wei Wei Bai's expression was a little sluggish. Because of her special experience, she believed in all kinds of gods and ghosts. But Yi Yuxuan was a normal person. Why would he believe this? Could it be that he had met a ghost too? Yi Yuxuan seemed to know what she was thinking. He reached out and gently tucked the hair that had fallen to the side of her cheek behind her thin, white ears. I'll do it. Marriage. His voice was as light as a cloud, the kind that was sweet. It was indescribably sexy. His fingers carelessly stroked the tip of her ear, causing her sensitive ear to turn red. Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. Flirt your grandpa. He had flirted with her the last time, and he was still flirting with her this time. She has a heart condition. He's trying to murder her. Bai Weiwei's heart flashed with a bunch of terrible thoughts about Yi Yuxuan's conspiracy, but she still calmly removed his fingers and said, I'm going to the bathroom. Coming to a strange place, the system had completely disappeared. She temporarily put the matter of life points aside. When he walked into the bathroom, he heard the system's voice. Host, external life points can be stored up to 3,500 days. It was afraid that Yi Yuxuan would hear it, so its voice was very soft and fast. Also, your current HP is 2,480 days, after deducting the total number of bits and pieces. And because of Yi Yuxuan's mood swings, your life points have increased to 3,300 days. Wei Wei Bai heard more of the system's voice and finally sighed in relief. She said, Why did Yi Yuxuan come to the fortune-telling place? Did he find something wrong? The system hesitated for 3 seconds. No. Wei Wei Bai also paused for 3 seconds. Are you sure? The system. Yes. Wei Wei Bai said, There's nothing wrong. His life points increased by so much while I was asleep. Is he having epilepsy? Yi Yuxuan's mood was obviously not right just now. She also felt that something was wrong with the system now, and that African Big Brother was even more wrong. //T. Chapter 1365. Everything was wrong. She trusted the system, so even if it had some reservations, she would not probe further. But the system's voice, just now, was obviously not right. The system said faintly, Maybe it's because you're too beautiful. Even your sleeping appearance can arouse his beast heart. After all, desire can also increase life points. Nonsense. Yi Yuxuan was tortured like a dog. How could he not be agitated? How could his emotions not fluctuate? How could his life points not be taken? Now that it saw Yi Yuxuan as a moving life points pool, its feelings for Wei Wei Bai could only increase and not decrease, compared to the time when it was crazily sucking Wei Wei Bai's life points. Yi Yuxuan's current state was basically unguarded against Wei Wei Bai, and the door was wide open. If Wei Wei Bai was not restricted from accepting external life points, she had only been relying on Yi Yuxuan for a few days, and 100 years of life points could be easily obtained. Why do they have to work so hard? Wei Wei Bai heard the system's words and heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like you're really fine. Your eyes are so bright and moving. You can see my beauty. System. So the host judged whether someone was normal or not based on whether they praised her or not. The system stretched its body and found that it had adjusted its state. Fortunately, that person's blind skill was not high enough. If a super expert poked it a few times, it would probably be paralyzed in a short time. That blind person was just SOSO. The system laughed coldly and arrogantly, thinking of its past. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the bathroom door. Yi Yuxuan asked from outside the door, Wei Wei Bai, there's no paper inside. I'll bring it to you. The system's smile twitched, and it immediately closed the lid of the trash can and shrunk into a ball. You can't see me. You can't see me. You can't see me. Ah, so scary. Wei Wei Bai's face was cold. This method of forceful flirting was a few thousand years behind. How could there be no paper in the bathroom? How could it be? Couldn't it find a better excuse? Wei Wei Bai looked up. There was a piece of paper next to the mirror. Please purchase toilet paper, sanitary napkins, disposable toilet cushions, and wet wipes from the front desk in advance. By the way, the toilet time is calculated in minutes. Wei Wei Bai, was this a fortune-telling shop? Wasn't this a rip-off shop? Wei Wei Bai thought she was stingy, but she was wrong. Compared to this damn place, she was so generous that she could save the earth. Wei Wei Bai opened the door and saw Yi Yuxuan holding a paper, sanitary napkin, wet tissue, and the toilet seat. His face was calm, and his appearance was as handsome as the moon. That is, if you ignore the thing in his hand. Yi Yuxuan saw her staring at the things in his hand. He said without any embarrassment, The receptionist said that you needed these, so I bought them all. You can choose which one you like. Wei Wei Bai clutched her chest. She felt like she was having a heart attack. Was Yi Yuxuan out of her mind? He actually went to buy sanitary napkins and toilet seat cushions. Yi Yuxuan saw her look of disdain and thought for a moment before saying softly, "These are of good quality, and they have all been consecrated." Wei Wei Bai, what the hell was consecrated? Yi Yuxuan, what kind of thing was possessed by you? What kind of consecrated toilet seat cushions and sanitary napkins? Would God's blessing be smoother, or would great aunt's visit be fiercer? Wei Wei Bai found that when she woke up, the world had changed again. Especially Yi Yuxuan's IQ. She felt like it had dropped a lot. Wei Wei Bai thought about her life value and finally reached out to take all of his things. Address of the full text: https://www. Sashu. Com download of the full text: https://www. Sashu. Com T. Chapter 1366. Since she already bought it, what else could she do? She could only use it. She decided to stuff all the sanitary pads into the toilet bowl and let clog up the shop. She even had to use wet paper towels to block the wash basin. After all, it would be a waste to not use it all up, so she bought it all. Wei Wei Bai hugged the things and was about to close the door when she saw Yi Yuxuan standing outside the door. Although his expression was still indifferent, there was no feeling of fluctuation. But there was a hint of expectation in his eyes, as if he was asking for praise. Wei Wei Bai trembled. Yi Yuxuan was indeed not right. Not only did his IQ drop, even his age seemed to have regressed. She forced a smile. "Thank you for specially sending it over." Then she directly closed the door. Today, Yi Yuxuan was especially strange. Only then did the system dare to poke half of its head out of the trash can and said softly, "It's full. It's full." When you smiled just now, your life points directly rushed up to 3,500. 3,500, at least 9 years of life. Wei Wei Bai's expression softened. She hugged the sanitary pads and wet paper towels and said emotionally, "Yi Yuxuan is still pretty good." Then she said to the system, "Tongzi, every world will allocate 15 days of life points to you to buy food." In the past, she was really too poor, so the system had been secretly eating without daring to say anything. Now that Wei Wei Bai had money, her first reaction was to reward the system for its hard work. Although its mouth was poisonous and its face was black, it worked like an old cow and ate worse than a cow. Wei Wei Bai felt that she was really not a good host. Not only could she not take good care of the system, she could not even afford to buy a house for the system. Thinking of the price of the house. Forget it. At most, she would let the system follow her for life. This way, even if they lived together, they would not have to buy another house. Wei Wei Bai was fussing about the future. The system was suddenly moved to tears, but it did not dare to tell the host. The system responded to the trend of the poor food prices. His HP had increased to 25 days. Wei Wei Bai thought about it for a while, then said reluctantly, "I'll also give you an extra 5 days of pocket money. I'm poor now, so I can't give you more. Who knows if Yi Yuxuan will suddenly become stingy and not give me any more life points." The system silently looked at the system rice with 25 HP. Then he said, "That's a lot. I can eat my fill." Wei Wei Bai, "I'm a little poor now. When I have enough life points in the future, I'll buy you a house in installments." Without a house, there would be no beauties to marry into the system. Her system was actually a leftover male system. If word got out, it would be too embarrassing. So, she still had to get some HP from Yi Yuxuan. After the toilet was filled, the system asked, "Do you want to take a break or enter the next dimension?" Wei Wei Bai washed her hands and wiped them with the last piece of tissue. "Let's go to the next dimension." She continued to use the reincarnation of each plane to expand the amount of life points she could accommodate. Otherwise, with Yi Yuxuan as a gold mine, it would be a pity if she couldn't get some crooked melons and crack dates. The system nodded and was about to reach out and hug her soul. Wei Wei Bai said, "Wait, after I go out, I'll find a place to lie down." She didn't want to faint in the toilet, especially now that the toilet was blocked. After Wei Wei Bai went out, she saw the antique shelf. Yi Yuxuan was sitting on a yellow rosewood chair. His elbow was leaning on the armrest, and his hand was holding a blue and white porcelain teacup. He looked at the teacup expressionlessly. He seemed to be waiting for someone. Wei Wei Bai carefully climbed onto the recliner chair and then lay down. Seeing that there was a blanket next to her, she pulled it over to cover her body. Address of the full text: https://www. Sashu. Com download of the full text: https://www. Sashu. Com Tita. Chapter 1367. That was just right, she silently said. Then I'll see you again when we return from the next world. Yi Jinshan. Yi Yuxuan's voice suddenly sounded from the antique shelf. What did you say my destiny is? The black man's voice immediately sounded. I've already said it 3 times. You don't have a destiny. You're destined to be a single dog. Even the Red Phoenix star has to avoid you. Because you have too much of an air of nobility, it leads to things going in the opposite direction. No woman's luck can get close to you. Wei Wei Bai heard this conversation. Yi Yuxuan was destined to be a single man. In this day and age, there were single dogs everywhere. Would there be a single dog guild in the future? Yi Yuxuan seemed to pause for a moment before saying, You mean I don't have a marriage? The black man said, Not only do you not have a marriage contract, you're the bane of marriage. Any woman who dares to get close to you will die a horrible death. Wei Wei Bai had already said to the system, Let's go. Then the familiar darkness came, and she just happened to hear the words horrible death. She almost jumped up. Damn, Yi Yuxuan was destined to be a lone star. Any woman who got close to him would die. She had never seen such a miserable single dog. Wei Wei Bai sighed. In the future, when she got enough life points from him, she would just force herself to be with him. No one would want him anyway. She would just treat it as her repayment. Wei Wei Bai thought about it, and she finally sank completely into the darkness. Yi Yuxuan seemed to feel something and immediately turn around. He saw the sky full of golden spots like rain, scattering onto Wei Wei Bai's body. A pair of hands reached out from the flames, gently holding a weak ball of white light, and slowly disappeared into the golden light. Yi Yuxuan rushed forward and quickly reached out to grab the hand that reached out from the flames. He actually touched it. Yi Yuxuan's calm eyes finally flashed with a trace of surprise. The system was even more enraged. Not only was he seen, but he was also caught. Its fingers turned into flames, but it couldn't do anything to Yi Yuxuan. It could not hurt Yi Yuxuan, nor could it break free from his grasp. Yi Yuxuan looked at the flames strangely. Then he thought of something and glanced at Wei Wei Bai, who was lying on the recliner. She closed her eyes quietly and leaned her soft face against the chair. There was a slight blush on her beautiful face. She was leaving again. Yi Yuxuan's breathing became heavy. After a moment of silence, he slowly let go of his hand and let the flame leave. The flame disappeared, and the golden light slowly disappeared as well. She left. Yi Yuxuan clearly realized that the scene, just now, was the scene of her being taken away. Was it that thing that was neither male nor female that was saving her? Or was it using her for another purpose? Yi Yuxuan's rational mind was still analyzing the pros and cons of the situation. But more than that, it was a kind of discomfort that made him feel somewhat at a loss. The discomfort of being abandoned by someone. But he didn't dare to take the risk and keep her. Yi Yuxuan pursed his lips and bent down to pick her up. He wrapped her in a blanket, afraid that she would catch a cold. Bald Ah Shi, who was wearing a traditional Chinese suit, stood quietly behind him. He said, The fate of the girl you brought is very strange. Although I can't see much, her fate is very similar to yours. The only difference is that you are an ocean, and she is a small bucket of water. They were both water, but their capacity was on a completely different level. Everyone had their own unique fate. It was as special as fingerprints. Very few people's fate was similar to others. But Wei Wei Bai's fate was very similar to Yi Yuxuan's. / to TXT. Chapter 1368. Of course, it was just similar and didn't have much meaning. Yi Yuxuan wasn't interested in these topics of fate. He turned around with Wei Wei Bai in his arms. Is there any way to tie my marriage to her? Ah Shi, you can't tie the marriage string. This lady also has a short life. You're destined to be lonely. She's destined to be short. Yi Yuxuan looked at Ah Shi with a dark gaze. Ah Shi was calm. You can stare at me as you wish, but I'm blind. Yi Yuxuan's lips suddenly curved into a smile. His smile was completely different from his usual smile. It was cold with a hint of evilness. On his delicate and fair face, hostility and fierceness appeared at the same time. Destined? If I don't want my life, I'll go against the heavens and change it. Ashi felt a chill run up from the soles of his feet. He couldn't help but advise, you shouldn't fight with fate. Fight with the heavens. Fight with the earth. Fight with fate. None of them had a good ending. Yi Yuxuan was silent for a few seconds before saying, Is that so? I'm not paying today. I'm not in a good mood. Ashi knelt down. Master, it's good to fight with the heavens, but it's always good to fight with fate. The more you fight, the better. Isn't it just going against the heavens and changing your single life? Pay the bill, and I'll change your fate immediately. Yi Yuxuan, whose single life? Isn't he hugging his wife in his arms? Fortune tellers are all liars. He shouldn't have paid. Wei Wei Bai's head was a little heavy. She had just accepted the memory. Miss, we're almost there. The subordinate beside her said respectfully. The car had already arrived at a funeral hall. The funeral hall was very luxurious. White wreaths were laid out all along the way. The big shots from each district had sent mourning wreaths. She frowned slightly. The red mole at the corner of her eye moved. It was as gorgeous as cinnabar. She glanced at herself in the car window. The woman in the mirror had a pair of charming eyes that were exceptionally eye-catching. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised, and there were traces of dense fog in her eyes. She could easily hook the souls of others without even thinking about it. This plane was a mess. The person who died was the father of this body of hers. Her father, Bai Qi, was the overlord of the underworld. He had commanded the winds and clouds his entire life. Finally, his evil life was ended by a bullet. He left behind a daughter who had just returned from abroad and had not accepted his career. Bai Qi, on the other hand, carried a huge debt of blood on his body and had a bunch of enemies waiting to kill his daughter. Moreover, they also had to divide the wealth, connections, and industries left behind by Bai Qi after his death. This funeral was not only for Bai Qi, but also for her. Wei Wei Bai estimated that not long after she entered, she would be killed by a bullet. Because among the big shots who came to participate, there was a rising star. His methods were ruthless and unscrupulous, and his mind was clear. Most importantly, he had a grudge against Bai Qi. No, he had a grudge against her entire family. Bai Qi had once annihilated the entire family of that new star. This was another cliché tangled up past. That new star's father was Bai Qi's most trusted subordinate, but later on, he betrayed him for money, causing the death of Bai Qi's wife. She was also the mother of the original owner. Bai Qi, in his grief, killed that traitor, including his family. And the only one who escaped that ordeal was that new star. And today's funeral was basically settled by that new star, just waiting for her to come and kill her. Wei Wei Bai sighed. Can't you come up with something new? Another one who had a grudge against her. Without a grudge, there was no way to attack, right? The door opened, and a bunch of burly men surrounded her. Miss Bai, our Master Gu is waiting for you. Bai Weiwei indifferently raised her eyes. Her pair of charming eyes flashed with a cold and gorgeous light. She bent down and got out of the car, her actions elegant and calm. Then, she walked in without a trace of fear. In the white funeral hall, a man stood in front of it. He was dressed in a black suit, and his back was facing the light. His smiling eyes seemed gentle, but there was no trace of humanity. His thin lips moved slightly. Welcome, Miss Bai. Wei Wei Bai paused in her footsteps. She had already heard the system's voice. The mission this time is to obtain Gu Nanli's love. Target, Gu Nanli. Progress, 0 time lifetime. She suddenly revealed a faint smile, the smile rippling in her charming eyes. Her gaze was seductive. Then, she casually and lazily took out a beautiful woman's cigarette, lit it up, and held it between her fingers. In the midst of the smoke, there was a hint of coldness in her gentle eyes. Mr. Gu, the one who died is my father. Why do you have to say welcome to me? She walked forward slowly and finally saw the man's face clearly. He was surprisingly young and delicate, but his facial features were well defined. His black hair covered his eyes, and he actually looked unusually elegant and beautiful. But he was very cold. Wei Wei Bai looked at him emotionlessly. Suddenly, she took a puff of the cigarette and blew it on his face. Then she saw a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. Wei Wei Bai smiled even more beautifully. I should be the one saying welcome. Gunanli. Ding. The male lead's favorability is at -50. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. 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 Chapter 1369. -50. That's all there is to the grudge of having your penis cut off. But when she thought about how she had a lifetime of time, she felt relieved. As long as she didn't die, she could do whatever she wanted. She wouldn't be a little white flower or a little retard. If there was a grudge, there would be a grudge. She would do what she wanted. Finally, there was a plane that didn't require a time limit. Bai Weiwei said to the system, Tongzi, although this plane doesn't have a side reward, it has a lifetime of reward time, and I have this devastatingly beautiful face, so I'm not picky. Waking up and seeing herself so beautiful and seductive. It was pleasing to the eye. System. Actually, you're only happy about the second half of the sentence. Beauty. No, it just ate 3 days' worth of fresh kiwi dried fruit. It couldn't spit it out. It was too wasteful. It rummaged through its trash can. It didn't seem to have anything to give out. The host seemed to think that this world didn't have any side rewards. It found something that could be used. System. There is a reward. You are rewarded with the ability to assemble weapons. Wei Wei Bai, it was quite happy to have a reward, but what was the ability to assemble weapons? Could it be eaten? Wei Wei Bai tried to negotiate. Why don't you discuss with the old thief, the main system, and give me the world's most beautiful woman medal as a reward in the future? System, it should spit it out. The host was so obsessed with the world's most beautiful woman. Didn't they all have 2 eyes, a nose, and lips? Could it be that beautiful women had 2 extra rabbit ears? The system didn't say anything. It knew that the world's most beautiful woman reward was gone. It could only take back its thoughts and continue the life in front of it. Then, it looked at Gu Namling and walked in front of the incense burner. Wei Wei Bai was wearing a tight black V-neck black dress. It was a classic and simple style, her naturally curly black hair draped over her shoulders and down her back. Her skin was as white as milk. Her eyes were seductive. Her every move was beautiful. A beauty like her. Without Bai Qi, this huge protective umbrella, she could only be reduced to a plaything. After all, Bai Qi was the daughter of the previous boss and the only child. Flaunting this identity would satisfy his vanity. As for whether Wei Wei Bai was willing or not, she was a weak girl with no ability and had no power to resist. Bai Weiwei had already sensed the malicious, even exceptionally malicious and lustful gazes around her. She wasn't afraid at all. Instead, her smile became even more natural and gorgeous, as if she was here for an outing. Gu Nanli glanced at her indifferently. Suddenly, he raised his hand and gestured for his subordinates not to come over. His delicate face had a kind of steady calmness, and killing intent was hidden in the depths of his eyes. There was a faint smell of smoke at the tip of his nose. It was not unpleasant, but everyone knew that he didn't like smoking, and he didn't like the smell of cigarettes. Wei Wei Bai's action of blowing smoke at his face was undoubtedly a death sentence. Wei Wei Bai didn't care about this man's expression. She straightened her expression and took out 3 cigarettes to light. Then, he bowed to Bai Qi's portrait and inserted the cigarettes into the incense burner. At this moment, her gorgeous appearance had turned into a cold aura. Even if it was a simple act of burning incense, it was incomparably strong. She was Bai Qi's daughter. She had never been the one to cry. Wei Wei Bai's voice was clear and bright. Dad, this unfilial daughter of yours, Wei Wei Bai, came to see you. I know that you can't rest in peace. If I don't find the murderer and sacrifice your life, I'm not a woman anymore. // Chapter 1370. I won't be a woman anymore. Won't be a woman anymore? The system was munching on the cheapest melon seeds, which cost a bag of life points per day. It almost choked to death on the seed shells. Does the host want to be a transvestite? Gu Nanling casually glanced sideways. His black hair covered his full forehead, making him look less sharp. The killing intent in his eyes was suddenly replaced by a ray of white light. Wei Wei Bai reached out and pulled out a long knife placed in front of the portrait. This was Bai Qi's favorite collection when he was alive. She reached out her slender fingers and held the handle of the knife. Her movements were quick and clean. With a flash of the white knife, more than half of her thick hair was cut off. The long hair fell to the ground. Wei Wei Bai held the knife. Her short hair fell loosely on the side of her face. Her natural charm was weakened by her beautiful, short black hair, giving her a clean and heroic air. Her eyes met Gu Nanling's, but there was no change in them. Bai Weiwei turned her head and inspected all the people at the scene. She said in a clear voice, "Uncle Zai, Bai Weiwei, was young and insensible. I only relied on my father's remaining power to live like a dog. Now that my father is dead, the debts he carried, the people he killed, the favors he owed will all be repaid by me." She stood straight with the knife in her hand. Her eyes were sharp, and the corners of her eyes were cold. There was a mole under her eye. It was red like fire, but also like blood. This kind of ruthless aura was actually seen from a woman. Wei Wei Bai said, "I am determined. Although I'm not a son, I can still carry the Bai family. Those who owe me debts take the IOU. Those who owe me favors ask me for favors. I will definitely repay them." At this point, she looked up and found that those lustful eyes had disappeared. Many people's eyes gradually became sober, and there was even a trace of admiration. After all, a girl who had never been in the business before could have such fearless courage in front of them. She finally turned to look at Gu Nanling. She emphasized every word and said, "If you're here for revenge, follow the rules of the underworld." Gu Nanling was dressed in a black suit. He was 8 meters tall, but he didn't look fat. Instead, because of his handsome and youthful face, he looked a little thin. His eyes were incomparably indifferent, and he did not reveal any killing intent. However, a hint of mockery appeared on his face. "Oh, it seems that Miss Bai knows that someone is going to ask for your life today." Wei Wei Bai was neither servile nor overbearing. "Mr. Gu, it's hard to say who's going to take whose life. I'm sure you know the rules of the underworld better than I do. A life for a life. No, there's no such rule in the underworld. In this line of work, your life is on the line at any time. You can't blame anyone if you die. But if you have the ability to take revenge, no one can stop you." Gu Nanling's face was pale. When he heard this, he smiled. His smile was still faint and calm, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. It was somewhat hypocritical. He said, "Revenge," as if he was savoring the taste of these two words. He gritted his teeth. Then he walked in front of Wei Wei Bai and looked down at her. In the shadows, the murderous intent in his eyes finally overflowed. "I'm here to take revenge on you today. Do you think I need to follow any rules to let you walk out of here alive?" He was not only here to take Wei Wei Bai's life. He was here to take over Bai Qi's business. After a series of killings, he had already suppressed everyone. Now Bai Qi, this fat piece of meat, was his. Once he took over all of Bai Qi's businesses, he would be the boss of this line of work. Chapter 1371. You can search Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come to search book www.sashu.com on Baidu to find the. Wei Wei Bai looked up at him, her eyes reflecting the man's figure. She suddenly reached out her hand, her fair fingertips gently tracing the curves of her seductive thighs. This seductive posture instantly turned her into a vixen. She exhaled, "Then, sir, what do you want me to give to live?" The side of her little black dress had a slit, which was faintly sexy. When her fingers touched the slit of the dress, it became a naked temptation. She even took 2 steps forward fearlessly, almost sticking to Gu Nanling's body. He looked thin, but his muscles were firm and his body temperature was scorching hot. This man was very healthy. Wei Wei Bai's smile was charming, but it did not appear obscene, even if she was doing the most obscene thing. Gu Nanling's cold eyes darkened a little. He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Wei Wei Bai's delicate neck, saying in a low voice, "Do you think I will let you go like this?" He thought she had some different tricks up her sleeve. In the end, after laying the groundwork for so long, she still sold her body. A dark coldness surged in Gu Nanling's heart, and the way he looked at Wei Wei Bai was even more unpleasant to the eye. He didn't even realize that his usually patient and calm state of mind had been disturbed by her. Wei Wei Bai smiled, her lips trembling a little. She was a little breathless from being choked by him. Her fingers were already holding a small silver gun that she pulled out from her thigh, and she pressed it against Gu Nanling's head. "Do you think I'm faster, or can you break my neck immediately?" A trace of surprise flashed in Gu Nanling's eyes, but there was no fear. The two of them, one handsome, the other beautiful, standing together, they were simply a golden couple. Unfortunately, they were both murderous, and the atmosphere was tense. Gu Nanling's people immediately pulled out their guns and pointed them at Wei Wei Bai. The people beside Wei Wei Bai, who were the bodyguards that Bai Qi had left behind to protect her, also pulled out their guns and pointed them at them. The two of them stood in the middle of the guns, looking at each other coldly. The morning hall suddenly became a terrifying scene of confrontation. Gu Nanling suddenly said coldly, "You want to follow the rules of the underworld? You're really naive. It's perfectly justified for me to kill you. After all, Bai Qi killed my entire family. It's only natural for me to take your life." Wei Wei Bai laughed as if she had heard a hilarious joke. "Does that make sense? Did you forget that your father was plotting to kill my entire family? Was my father the one who wanted to kill his old subordinate's family for no reason? Is my dad suffering from Alzheimer's?" At this point, Wei Wei Bai's eyes reddened. His previously calm and fearless expression was now replaced by hatred and fragile sadness. "Gu Nanling, if my mother hadn't hugged me back then and held up the collapsed ceiling, do you think I would still be alive for you to claim?" Her voice was ruthless and furious. "As for my life, do you know how long my mother lasted before she died? Her knees were shattered and her spine was shattered. She desperately held on for a day and a night to give me a chance to live. Do you know how it feels to see your own mother's blood dripping onto your body?" She looked up and smiled coldly. "My mother died so tragically. It's only right for my father to take revenge. Your father wanted my entire family's lives back then, so why can't he kill yours? You're taking the moral high ground, just like a disgusting white lotus." Gu Nanling didn't seem to expect that the truth back then would be so tragic. After all, he was still young and couldn't remember many details. The system also flipped through the information and was stunned for a few seconds. There was no such paragraph in the information, and when the original owner's mother died, it seemed that she died very quickly and didn't last that long. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com is at https://m/sashu.com/. Chapter 1372. Although the original owner was also present, she didn't seem to be affected. She was just frightened. Wei Wei Bai seemed to know what the system was doing. After all, she could still hear the sound of it flipping through the information. She took the opportunity to glare at Gu Nanling and said to the system, "I made it up. Don't look through the information." System, then it silently closed the information and swore that it would never believe the host's mouth again. Just now, it even believed him. Its heart ached, feeling extremely miserable. Gu Nanling was also a vicious person, but he couldn't find a way to refute Wei Wei Bai's words. After all, acting pitiful was the most effective method since ancient times. Moreover, Gu Nanling needed a legitimate reason to accept the Bai family's business. This way, there would be fewer competitors. However, Wei Wei Bai destroyed this reason. After all, your family died miserably. My mother died so heroically and miserably. Who didn't know how to compare who was more pitiful? Bai Weiwei still had a desolate life, waiting to slap Gu Nanling, this hypocritical black Xilian's face. A trace of suppressed anger flashed in Gu Nanling's eyes. He was angry. Suddenly, he moved his hand and grabbed the gun in Wei Wei Bai's hand. Then, he pressed it against her fragile chest. Such a frail and delicate woman had actually forced him into a corner. Indeed, he wanted to accept the Bai family's business legitimately. other than his ruthless strength, which made people not dare to covet the fruit in his hands. It was also because he took the Bai family's things for granted, because Bai Qi killed his family. However, Wei Wei Bai's words shattered this reason. After all, it was his father who betrayed him first. It was also his father who planned to kill Wei Wei Bai's family. The biggest taboo in the underworld was betrayal. She actually directly exposed the truth of betrayal. He could shoot her. However, the subsequent matters would be more troublesome. The gun was pressed against her chest, but he found that she didn't tremble at all. She wasn't afraid of death. Gu Nanling looked at her calm face. There was not a trace of fear towards death. It was as if she had faced death thousands of times before. Suddenly, he smiled warmly, released her, and threw the gun on the table. If you want to play by the rules, then we will play by the rules. I will bet my life with you. Gambling with his life. Everyone present was a little surprised for a moment. Wei Wei Bai, what do we bet? Gu Nanling stretched out her hand, and the subordinate beside her handed her 2 black pistols. Someone even brought over a table and 2 chairs. Gu Nanling walked to the table and put the gun on it. You're right. My father betrayed me first, so he was killed. It's only right that your father killed my entire family. But as a son, if I don't take revenge, I'm not a man. To convince you, I'll bet my life with you. His fingers hooked around a pistol, and a hint of excitement appeared in his black eyes. I want to bet with you on who can assemble the gun first. After he finished speaking, the gun in his hand had already been dismantled into several pieces and thrown onto the table. His hand speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see the process of him dismantling the pistol. And those present who knew Gu Nanling's background knew that Wei Wei Bai was dead meat. This was because Gu Nanling could not win in terms of guns. Wei Wei Bai waved her hand and asked her bodyguards to put away their guns. Then, she pulled a chair over and sat down flirtatiously. Her red fingernails gently touched the black pistol. Then, she looked up lazily. Her eyes were bright and her mole was like fire. Okay, let's bet on who can assemble the gun first. Many people looked at Wei Wei Bai as if they were looking at a dead person. There was no chance of winning at all if she were to bet with Gu Nanling. Gu Nanling also felt that he was going to win. His beautiful fingers touched the gun. Then, Miss Bai, please dismantle the gun first. He even suspected that she did not even know how to dismantle a gun. After all, he had read that she had been studying abroad and had not received any family training at all. It seemed that Bai Qi was going to raise his daughter to be a little flower in a greenhouse. He suddenly looked up and saw that Wei Wei Bai had already dismantled the gun gently. Then, Wei Wei Bai looked up at him with a calm expression. Let's begin, Mr. Gu. Her dismantling speed was a few seconds faster than his, and a few seconds was enough to kill a person. The Chapter 1373. Gu Nanli's slightly pale face had a little more color, which made him look more lively. The surprise in his eyes only flashed for a few seconds before it was suppressed. He had always been a patient person. Gu Nanli pulled out a chair and sat down. He crossed his hands against his thin lips, his black hair pressed against his eyes, and a trace of cold brilliance flowed in his eyes. On the other hand, the woman in front of him had a lazy attitude. Her full and bright lips curled into a mocking smile. It seemed that she didn't know that if he really wanted to kill her, the people she brought were not enough to save her. Dismantling the gun followed by assembling it. Whoever assembled it faster would be the one to destroy it. This was the process of dismantling the gun and gambling with life. This was a competition of hand speed, but more importantly, it was a competition of strong psychological quality. Whoever couldn't withstand the pressure would be useless no matter how good their hand speed and proficiency were. Gu Nanli had a particularly big advantage, which was that his psychological quality was very stable. He didn't even frown in the face of a bullet piercing through his brain. But today, he went to see a person with a stronger psychological quality than him. Wei Wei Bai touched the weapon and said to the system, "Can I win against Black Lotus Gu with this reward?" The system crunched on melon seeds. "Don't worry, you can win against everyone in the world. And this reward also has an unlocking reward, which is that you can get the accurate shooting ability if you win once. This lousy ability was actually prepared for snipers. When it was still a big boss, it had brought along an Octopus King. The Octopus King of the Octopus planet had transmigrated into an octopus sniper. That was why it bought this thing in passing. But it didn't have a chance to use it at all because when the Octopus King sniped the enemy, it directly performed the stunt of swallowing the enemy alive. Yes, the host cheat was to grab the enemy with 8 claws, swallow, swallow, and swallow all the way to become the Super King of the Octopus planet. Anyway, it didn't use any of the stupid things it bought for the octopus. Because the octopus didn't know how to use it, it only knew how to swallow. Thinking of the disgusting host, it threw this worthless thing into the trash can. Thinking of this, the host was very cute. Although it was just an ordinary pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth, it was much better looking than the octopus, earthworm, and starfish that it had brought before. For the first time, he wanted to protect her. It was also because she was so weak and adorable that his fatherly instincts exploded. So he stayed by her side. The system looked at Wei Wei Bai. Daughter. Wei Wei Bai felt a chill run down her spine. Why was there such a vicious curse surrounding her? Could it be that someone was speaking ill of her behind her back? When he was bad-mouthing her, he remembered to say that she only had a pretty face left. She could listen to such bad-mouthing 10,000 times and not get sick of it. Gu Nanli saw that her eyes seemed to be drifting, so he suppressed the displeasure in his eyes. It seems that Miss Bai is very confident. She was so confident that her eyes could not focus when she looked at his face. Was he really that unsightly? Wei Wei Bai lazily adjusted her sitting position and touched the parts of the gun with her fingers. I didn't have much confidence, but when I see you, I feel confident. These words were simply provoking hatred. She was not confident at first, but when she saw Gu Nanli, she suddenly felt confident. Wasn't this saying that Gu Nanli was weak and not to be feared? Gu Nanli looked at her silently for a while, then suddenly revealed a smile. His eyes under his black hair were curved as he smiled. He was good-looking to begin with. His short hair was delicate and had a hint of youthfulness. Chapter 1374. He looked like the most charming desk mate in school. When he smiled, the sun shone down, and one could even smell the scent of grass. But his lips were cold, and his voice was deep and evil. Me too. When I see you, I can't wait to tear your skirt apart and let you know that girls should go back and play with dolls. After all, men won't pity you just because you cry. They'll only want to tear you apart and swallow you whole. Wei Wei Bai trembled with the system. One explosive line. It was against the rules. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, "Why don't you block these lines?" The system said, "He perfectly avoided all the blocking points. He's like an octopus spirit." The Octopus King's host was good at dodging and swallowing the enemy alive. Haha. Wei Wei Bai sighed. It was better to rely on herself than on the system. If she didn't retaliate, she would be letting down the lifetime of strategy time that she worked so hard for. In this life, she wanted to live freely. As for the strategy target, he could wait. When he was in his 70s or 80s, he could still do it. So now, she was too lazy to guess what he liked. She laughed out loud. You're the only one who knows how to laugh. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have heard a good joke. She clapped her hands and said, Mr. Gu, you're so humorous. When you're crying and begging for mercy when you lose, tell me a few more jokes to please me. Maybe I'll forgive you and then let you wear a dog chain and pamper you for a few nights. Gu Nanli, the system, the host was perfect. She avoided all the blocking sensitive words. It was perfect. Gu Nanli was silent. His eyelids drooped. The cold, murderous intent in his eyes made people shudder. Then let's see how Miss Bai will pamper me. Bai Weiwei's foxy eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. As you wish, I'll make you beg for your life. Gu Nanli's elegant fingers touched the gun parts. It's good to be confident. Let's begin. Let's begin. Just as he finished speaking, his hand speed was so fast that it was like magic. In the blink of an eye, he had assembled the pistol. There was still a bullet in the pistol. This bullet was the weapon used to kill the enemy. Gu Nanli looked coldly at the gun in his hand. It was clearly assembled, but he didn't move, because he looked up. Against the light, Bai Weiwei sat opposite him. Her skin was extremely good. It was translucent and tender, and her short, fluffy hair had a few more strands of neatness. However, she was still exceptionally languid and charming. And the way she held the gun, it was so beautiful that it took his breath away. She was even sitting with both hands on the trigger. Her fingertips were slightly red from exerting force. His control over his strength wasn't perfect, but it was enough to kill him. She even knew that she needed to hold the gun with both hands. Otherwise, she would be hurt by the recoil of the gun. After all, when the bullet left the barrel, the recoil force would cause the gun to fly out of a person's hand if they were not strong enough. The speed at which she assembled the weapon was so fast that he didn't have time to raise his gun. His head was already pointed at by her. Gunanli looked at her and even stopped breathing. The excitement that he had been silent for many years finally appeared. A kind of stimulating numbness surged up from his waist. This was the anxious feeling of meeting a match. He had never lost a bet with his life, but in the end, he lost to the most impossible person. He wanted to defeat her. Gunanli's eyes became heavy and hot. It could even be said that he was full of wolf nature, as if he had seen a piece of meat. He wasn't even afraid of death, let alone having a gun pointed at his head. Wei Wei Bai smiled and said, "Little puppy, it's time to call me master. Otherwise, I'll shoot." Her charming smile, with a dark and cold beauty, was as sharp as a blade. It was simply stunning. / crossover system. Adonis, come over here. Chapter 1375. This was the first time Gunanli observed a woman so directly. He still had a chance to counterattack. He still had a gun in his hand, even if she pointed it at his head. If he really dodged and shot her, the chances of success were very high. However, Gunanli chose to sit there silently, as if he was admiring a piece of art, admiring Wei Wei by who could defeat him. Dark and cold blood flowed in his body. Without stimulation, he wouldn't be moved at all. But today, he was provoked by her. It was not anger, but the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent, and the feeling of the cold blood in his body gradually heating up. His fingers that were holding the gun had a wet feeling. This was the heat of sweat. Kill her, kill her, kill her, this thought occupied his mind. Finally, emotions other than coldness appeared in his clear, glass-like eyes. The joy of defeating his opponent was one of his few interests and hobbies. So, he revealed a gentle smile, but it made people feel cold. "You can shoot." His voice was low, calm, and hot. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were clear. She said softly, "Seems like Mr. Gu is really not afraid of death. I respect you as a man." These words were said with surprising tenderness. Finally, there was a hint of a young girl's sweetness, even if she was so beautiful that it seduced people. Wei Wei Bai smiled. "Forget it, Mr. Gu. I know what happened back then. Although everyone was wrong, my father still killed 2 more people in your family. Today, thanks to Mr. Gu's courtesy, I won a small victory. I won't kill you. Take it as me returning the favor to your family." Her words were reasonable, affectionate, and righteous. The eyes of many of the old people who followed Bai Qi started to change. Originally, they thought that Wei Wei Bai was a hopeless person. After all, she was a woman, and Bai Qi protected her too well. Everyone could barely see her. So they all thought that after Bai Qi died, she would definitely be a glass doll. The glory of the Bai family disappeared. So the thoughts of those old people became active. They contacted each other privately and were already about to leave the Bai family to seek refuge with Gunanli. However, Wei Wei Bai displayed the demeanor of the Bai family. They even saw the shadow of Bai Qi in her. She was indeed Bai Qi's daughter. These people's thoughts began to waver. They wanted to return to the Bai family and assist Wei Wei Bai. How could Gunanli not know what those people were thinking? Today was Bai Qi's funeral. It was also the Bai family's old men's surrender party. And the gift of surrender was Wei Wei Bai's life. But now, those old men were wavering. Once they wavered, it would take more effort for him to take her life or knock her down to the ground. He stared at Wei Wei Bai, his fingers gripping the gun tightly. Without raising his hand, he asked softly, "So you still owe me a life?" Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows slightly. There was a hint of fierceness in her charm. "I'll return what I owe. Today, I'll return your life. Let's settle this grudge. In the future, When we meet in the underworld, we can talk business in peace. After all, who doesn't want to live a peaceful life? Gu Nanli's interest was piqued. Ow! Wei Wei Bai's fingers moved. Everyone looked at her nervously. They were afraid that she would accidentally fire the gun. Even if she killed Gu Nanli with one shot, they were afraid that before she could fire, Gu Nanli's bullet would have already pierced through her head. After all, Gu Nanli's skills were very powerful. Dodging the bullets was not a difficult task. After so many bloody battles, he was very familiar with killing people. / Chapter 1376. As for Wei Wei Bai, even if she had the demeanor of Bai Qi, she was still a newcomer. She was still lacking some experience. In the end, under everyone's nervous stares, Wei Wei Bai raised her hand. Her slender wrist and fair fingers were on the black trigger, and the muzzle of the gun was pressed against her temple. Mr. Gu, there's a bullet in this pistol. Do you think the next shot will kill? Every bullet was put in during the assembly process. Everyone tacitly agreed that the bullet was already loaded in the first position of the clip, so the shot would definitely kill. Because it was a gamble of life, whoever shot the other first would win. It was useless to finish the assembly before the other party. One had to be determined to shoot first, so the bullet would definitely be in the first position. So everyone tacitly agreed that this shot would kill. However, Wei Wei Bai did not seem to care about her own life. Her eyes did not move as she looked at Gu Nanli. The tip of her tongue gently swept across her bright red lips as if she was careless. Her voice was seductive and husky. Mr. Gu, do you think someone will die? Her questioning seemed like a provocation. Gu Nanli's fingers were hooked around the gun. She was originally in a rather lazy posture, but now that she was tense, even the look in her eyes was different. He was serious. What will happen? So what if it won't? Wei Wei Bai tilted her head and smiled mischievously. Let's make a bet. If I die, I'll return your life. It's in line with the rules. If I don't die, it'll be my win. If you lose, our family's feud will be even. Gu Nanli looked at her solemnly. His heart started to beat faster. It had been a long time since someone was so bold and used such a willful and unreasonable method to gamble with him. He had to admit that she had completely stimulated the competitive emotions in his heart. Gu Nanli pursed his thin lips slightly. His originally delicate face was even better looking than a girl's, and there was no trace of aggression in it at all. If it wasn't for his ruthless methods that made everyone admire him, who would believe that such a young, handsome, androgynously beautiful man? He was actually the most ruthless boss of the West District, and would soon take over all the industries in the East District of Baichi and become the true leader. He smiled and said, Okay, I'll bet. If you don't die, I'll let you go. Once she entered this door, it was up to him whether she could leave or not. This sentence was a promise. As long as she did not die, she would be able to leave this place safely. Wei Wei Bai revealed a triumphant smile. It was not charming at all. Instead, it was cute and sly. You said it yourself, Mr. Gu. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly pulled the trigger, and a crisp sound rang out. Nothing had happened. Wei Wei Bai innocently hooked the pistol with her index finger. I'm really sorry, Mr. Gu. I've won. Can I leave now? As long as she walked out, the news of her victory over Gu Nanli would spread throughout the city. Those who intended to abandon the Bai family also had to weigh their own weight. Gu Nanli suddenly said, I suspect that there are no bullets in your gun. Wei Wei Bai looked at him in confusion. She smiled and said, Mr. Gu, are you saying that I didn't put the bullets in? So I lost. Bullets were also part of the assembly process. If the bullets were not loaded, then she could not be considered to have one. Gu Nanli faintly hummed. This humming sound was indescribably charming. Unfortunately, this humming sound meant that he wanted to kill Wei Wei Bai. He was 80% sure that under such a tense assembly process, everyone's instinctive reaction, including himself. / Chapter 1377. They would always reload the bullet to the first position because it was a strong habit and instinct. Under such terrifying pressure, Wei Wei Bai's bullet was not in the first position, so there was only one possibility. She did not reload the bullet at all, so there was one step missing. It was natural that her assembling speed was faster than his. When Wei Wei Bai heard his words, she suddenly curled her lips coldly. Since you're so confident that I didn't reload the bullet, how about I fire a second time at you? Can you not dodge? Gu Nanli nodded his head indulgently. You can shoot. He was indeed gambling with his life. Because this game had met Wei Wei Bai, it was exceptionally fun. So, he used his life to continue prolonging the game. Gu Nanli did not know how long it had been since he was so excited. His stagnant life became a little more interesting because of these stimuli. Although the game was boring, life was even more boring without the game. Wei Wei Bai did not hesitate and said to everyone present with a smile, "He wanted me to shoot, so don't blame me if he dies. After all, this is the first time I've met someone with depression who wants me to shoot him." After saying that, she looked up at him. Her eyes did not seem like she was joking, but were filled with a dark coldness. There was also an explosive killing intent. She said something in a low voice. "Gu Nanli, you really look like my little puppy. You're so lovable." After saying that, she fired. Bang! The smell of gunpowder and the bullet pierced through the chandelier above her head. The chandelier crashed into the center of the table, and the crystal shattered and flew everywhere. The two people sitting at one end, separated by the crystal shards, actually felt a little charming. At the last moment, she raised her hand and fired directly. She avoided the tragedy of the bullet piercing through Gu Nanli. However, her eyes were looking at Gu Nanli with a malicious sneer. "No bullets, silly dog. I'll make the bullets appear wherever I want them to appear. When I was playing with guns, you were still rolling in the mud. You've lost this round, Gu Nanli." After saying that, she threw the black handgun on the table. When the handgun fell on the table, it actually separated into its original parts. When she threw the gun away, she disassembled the pistol. This speed was close to a miracle. Even Gu Nanli could not achieve this speed. What was even more frightening was that the way she dismantled the gun was very beautiful. Wei Wei Bai left the table, casually raised her hand, and reached out to tuck a few strands of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate white ears. It was different from her gorgeous outfit. She did not have ear piercings, nor did she have gaudy earrings or anything. Bai Weiwei's expression turned cold, and she reached out to tidy up her clothes. She was as comfortable as if she was in her own home, generous and fearless. Then she said coldly, "Calling you uncles is out of politeness. After all, I'm a newcomer and have to respect the elders. However, this respect is only for the funeral. When I walk out of the door, those who follow behind me will still be members of the Bai family in the future. I will not treat you badly." When she spoke, her eyes were ruthless and bloody. At this moment, this woman was like a sharpened knife. She was terrifyingly cold and determined. Then, word by word, she coldly said, "And those who didn't follow from now on are traitors to my Bai family. I, Bai Weiwei, will calculate one thing. Debts will be repaid, enmity will be avenged. I will avenge the murder of my father, and those who betrayed the Bai family and sought refuge with others will be killed." Say button below to record this reading. Chapter 1378. After she finished speaking, she walked out of the room. She wasn't afraid that the gun in Gu Nanli's hand would suddenly raise and shoot her in the back. She faced the light at the door, and her black shadow stretched into the door. The sunlight and shadow intertwined to form a beautiful picture. It was dazzling. Gu Nanli sat in front of a table full of crystal shards. His hands were on the table, and his white fingers were hooked on the gun. His eyes darkened a bit, and his fingers tightened, but then loosened. Then Wei Wei Bai heard the notification of the affection level. Ding! The male lead's affection level is -35. Wei Wei Bai, ? Why did it suddenly rise so much? Gu Nanli looked like a hard bone to chew. In a lifetime, the main system, that old bastard, wouldn't find some stinky stones to give her a strategy. Would it give her a sweet cookie, a perfect Prince Charming, or a little fool like Yi Yuxuan who would be hooked with a smile to give her a strategy? Impossible. So how did the affection level rise so quickly? The system saw her doubts. It didn't rise all at once. It rose gradually from the moment I saw you. Because of the recent environmental protection activities in the system world, the affection level will be reminded once a day. Sometimes, when the affection level doesn't drop enough, it won't remind anymore. Wei Bai. Was this called saving? Saving my ass. This was the normal right to exploit the host. She wanted to protest and draw a turtle curse on the main system. It would be best if her own system could be the main system. Then she would hug the thigh of the system and eat her meals. She would definitely be as happy as a princess. Wei Bai suppressed her unrealistic thoughts. She would rather believe that the main system had died of a heart attack. She also couldn't believe that her own trash system could become the system's superior system. Replacing it with 004's face, all the cool words were lost. Wei Bai felt that it was best to remind the other party of the affection level in real time. This way, she could know what the other party was thinking at the time. Now she didn't even know what she did. She poked at Pervert Gu's weakness and made his affection level rise. Wei Bai felt that the main system was becoming more and more like her. Stingy. After Wei Bai walked out, a black umbrella appeared above her head. She looked up and saw a young man with an ordinary appearance. Bai Wei checked the information. It was someone from the Bai family. He was also the most loyal follower of the Bai family. Most of the Bai elders' subordinates had run. He was the only one who didn't run and even protected her. It seems he was also a loyal fan. His name was Bai Mu. Bai? Wei Bai. After a moment of silence, she said, "Little White, you've worked hard." Bai Mu respectfully said, "It's my honor to be able to serve young Mississippi." Then he opened the car door and bowed his head to ask Bai Wei to get in. After Bai Wei got in the car, the door of the black car closed. When her car started to move slowly, the elders of the Bai family who had followed her out of the funeral also got into their own cars and left with her. It was a grand scene. A line of black cars was exceptionally magnificent. Gunanli walked to the door and saw the black car. Her mind flashed with the image of Bai Wei's back when she left. Her neat, cold, and stunning back. His black hair fell and covered his eyes. But there was a burning passion in his eyes. The excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. He waved his hand, and his subordinates came over with umbrellas. Then, he heard Gunanli's calm voice. "From today onwards, anyone who dares to work with Wei Bai will be included in our list of targets to be eliminated. Anyone who helps Wei Bai will be killed. I want her to be cornered and beg for mercy." Then, his thin lips pursed coldly and curved into a smile. "I want her to cry and beg me. When the time came, he would kill her with a single shot. What a beautiful future." Gunanli looked up at the gloomy sky. The game is not over yet. Chapter 1379. Wei Bai went home to buy a puppy. It was a husky. It was furry and black, and it looked like it had Alzheimer's at such a young age. Wei Bai stroked the husky and thought for a while before saying, "Let's name it Little Fool." The system said, "Can't you give it a more normal name?" Wei Bai said, "Little Ha, Waha, or Ha." The system said, "Little Fool sounds nice." Wei Bai nodded. "How about I give you a name too? Squarish? Nondescript? $43? The system was speechless. What kind of nondescript name is this? And what's with the $43? Is the host's brain floating in outer space, passing through a black hole? How can you give it such a rubbish name? The system said, "You should just call me System. I'm used to it." It suddenly felt that its name was too pleasant to the ears. It no longer despised the fact that its name was like a serial number. Wei Bai said, "That's true. I'm used to it. You're my one and only System. I'm definitely calling you when I call you System." Although the system knew that its host's words could not be trusted, its eyes were still wet. Everything it had sacrificed was worth it since it valued it so much. In other words, if there's a system that's more handsome, better, and richer than me, you'll still want me? Wei Bai said with a smile, "Of course." The system said, "Host, you're getting better and better. You're cherishing it so much." Wei Bai said, "It's not like there's another system." The system said, "You can apply for a new system." Wei Bai said, "What? Where's the application form? Show me, I'll apply for one." The system was speechless. Wei Bai was speechless. What was with this awkwardness? Wei Bai broke the awkward silence. "You're pretty good, just a little poor. I'm just looking at what the application form looks like." Do I look that easy to fool? Wei Wei Bai, you are very smart. What was with this suspicious pause? Was the host despising it for being stupid? That must be it. After a tiring day, Wei Wei Bai immediately fell asleep after taking a shower. While she was sleeping, the assassination of the old man from the Bai family began. Gu Nanli gave a death order to the people who left with Wei Wei Bai today. The assassination had to be a success. He wanted to break all of Wei Wei Bai's arms and make her fall into a desperate situation where no one could help her and everyone was chasing after her. Gu Nanli had originally thought that he would be able to smoothly take over everything in the Bai family and become the new big brother at Bai Chi's funeral. In the end, Wei Wei Bai's accident happened, which hindered his acceptance process. To him, this obstacle was nothing more than an adjustment before victory. After all, in this world, those who could assemble weapons quickly would not be able to survive. Gu Nanli sat on the chair, casually. His fair fingers had calluses from holding guns, but his skin looked exceptionally good. The calluses did not ruin his beauty at all. His lips were red and his teeth were white. To put it nicely, he was delicate and delicate. To put it bluntly, he was actually too feminine. He even had a delicate feeling of being spoiled. If it were not for his hair covering his eyes, making him look gloomy, his face would be enough to make people overlook his ruthless personality. Gu Nanli smiled. How many have you killed? The subordinate replied. 3. They were the most important old men in the Bai family. Now that they are dead, it will be difficult for Miss Bai to find a replacement. And read the at https://www.sashu.com/ and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com and read the full article at https://m.sashu.com//. Chapter 1380. After all, there were many ways to do business in the underworld. It was complicated and full of uncertain factors. Therefore, if some important old people died, it was very difficult to find a replacement who could do well in the underworld. Unless Wei Wei Bai knew how to do it herself. Otherwise, starting tomorrow, the Bai family's business would fall into chaos. And because the Bai family was assassinated and Wei Wei Bai couldn't find the murderer, she began to lose people's hearts. The loyalty gathered at the funeral was shaky and could change at any time. Gu Nanli pursed his lips and smiled gloomily. It's a good adjustment. After all, it would be boring to accept everything so smoothly. His voice was so soft and calm. It was as if Wei Wei Bai was a cute kitten in his eyes. When it came to teasing pets, he was always more tolerant before he got sick of it. Gu Nanli said to his subordinates, 3 is enough. We'll continue tomorrow. 3 today, 5 tomorrow, 10 the day after tomorrow. It was very simple. She would collapse on her own. Gu Nanli felt bored thinking about the future. He yawned lazily, then supported his head with his hand and closed his eyes to sleep. As he slept, cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his face turned pale. It was as if he was enduring something extremely painful. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot and his breathing became chaotic. Gu Nanli silently suppressed his chaotic breathing and thought of the nightmare just now. The constant nightmares made it harder and harder for him to control his temper. How long had it been since he had a good night's sleep? Gu Nanli stood up from the chair, then opened the cabinet, took out a bottle of white wine, and began to sip it. The burning wine slid down his throat, making him relax his eyebrows. However, the headache didn't ease much. Instead, it got worse. Gu Nanli sat back on the chair and began to assemble the gun. It was as if this was the only way to get through the long night. He disassembled and assembled the gun again and again. His fingers were casual and elegant. It was like the exquisite perfection of a work of art. Gu Nanli suddenly thought of Wei Wei Bai's technique. She was simply too fast. Dismantling, reassembling, and then dismantling again was just a matter of raising his hand. This speed was simply like a miracle. Was it because women's fingers were more flexible? Gu Nanli turned on the video of the funeral. This was recorded by his subordinates. He touched the gun with his fingers and looked up at the recorded video. Her fingers seemed to be a work of art. Every movement seemed casual, but it was just right. This kind of kindness was different from his. He had gone through thousands of calculations and a lot of practice to form the current strict assembly process. As for Wei Wei Bai, she could just throw it away, but the gun was like a miracle that could be assembled. The more he looked, the more intense Gu Nanli's gaze became. He pointed at the gun with his finger and suddenly threw it forward, but only the magazine was removed. Then, the gun fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Gu Nanli raised his hand handsomely. He was still holding on. Then he slowly withdrew his hand, quickly picked up the gun, and quickly used his own method to disassemble it. It was as if this was the only way to hide his failure to show off just now. He casually looked up and just happened to see Wei Wei Bai's back as she turned to leave. Her back was not like some women who were made of paper. There was not a trace of curves at all. Instead, it was the perfect golden ratio between her buttocks, thighs, and waist. Chapter 1381. Her short hair swayed behind her head, revealing the tips of her thin and tender ears. She was like a coquettish elf, but she was also as fierce as a monster. Beauty and attack power were undoubtedly displayed on a woman. Wei Wei Bai had completely inherited Bai Qi's decisiveness. Like father, like son. As Gu Nanli watched, she suddenly realized that the sun had risen, and because his attention was diverted, the insomnia and headache were not so unbearable. Gu Nanli held his face with his hand and was silent. Could it be that he would have to rely on Wei Wei Bai's videos to relieve his insomnia and headache in the future? The system heard the sound of the favorability increasing and took a look. Then it silently recorded that there was only a reminder every day. It was better to leave it for the night before the host went to bed. It was convenient to summarize this way. When Wei Wei Bai woke up, she heard the news that 3 people on her side had been assassinated before she could finish her breakfast. Bai Qi's business was very complicated and huge, so it was very complicated to manage. After losing a manager, Bai Qi's business was on the verge of collapse. At such a precarious time, the person in charge of the Bai family was Wei Wei Bai, who had just returned from studying abroad. To put it bluntly, before Wei Wei Bai showed her incomparable strength. Except for a few loyal people, the rest were on the fence. They were secretly testing whether Wei Wei Bai was qualified to be a leader. In defeating Gu Nanli, no, there was no need to defeat as long as she could survive Gu Nanli's attack and protect Bai Qi's business. Let the power be divided into 2. Wei Wei Bai would definitely pass the test. Bai Mu came over. It's been very chaotic recently. Miss, you have to be careful when you go out. After all, assassinating managers was the most common method in this dark world. Wei Wei Bai reached out and touched the mole at the corner of her eye. Suddenly, she said, "How chaotic?" Bai Mu said, "Some bars in the East District and the market are in chaos because the managers were killed. And the line in Eastern Europe is also broken because the managers were also killed." The losses were huge, especially the resource line in Eastern Europe. Doing business depended on these resources. If it was broken, it would be almost impossible to connect it again in the future. Wei Wei Bai didn't have much of a reaction. "I got it. We'll see tomorrow." Bai Mu nodded in agreement and then retreated. He didn't make any decisions for her at all. Wei Wei Bai looked at his back and felt that there was something wrong with this guy. However, there was no notification from the system. Could it be that his intuition was wrong? She stroked the husky's head and chatted with the system for a while. The system then helped her organize the information of the dead manager. After Wei Wei Bai successfully took over, those dead managers lost their value, because he had to manage a family business with the help of the system. It was extremely easy. She casually strapped the gun to her thigh, put on her high heels, and gathered her people for a meeting. At the meeting, she arranged everything neatly. The effect of the manager's death was minimized, but there was one final thing that she had yet to do. Even if it was revenge, if their own people were killed, if the leaders did not have the courage to take revenge, then this interest group would be on the verge of collapse. Wolf nature was the only standard in this underworld. Wei Wei Bai wasn't in a hurry. She didn't say anything about revenge. She just waited. Sure enough, the next day, there was news of the death of 5 more managers. Following the news of the managers' deaths, There was also news that many collaborations in the underworld had been cut off. Chapter 1382. Many foreign resources also gave up on working with the Bai family. After killing her senior management, they still wanted to cut off all her paths. Wei Wei Bai turned to Bai Mu and said, "Are you afraid of death, little Bai?" Bai Mu was calm. "If I'm afraid of death, I won't do this." Wei Wei Bai nodded. "Go open the warehouse and call all the wolf cubs here. Tell them that I'm going to smash Gu Nanli's head." These things were done by Gu Nanli. Everyone in the underworld knew. But would Wei Wei Bai dare to resist? Gu Nanli's influence was now much greater than hers. Many people felt that Wei Wei Bai was going to give in and then cooperate with Gu Nanli. At the South Park where Gu Nanli was, it was under heavy fire. Powerful bulletproof jeeps and all kinds of terrifying heavy weapons attacked the South Park violently. The South Park's defense system was activated and everyone counterattacked immediately. For a moment, flames were everywhere. The smell of fire was everywhere. And in the South Park, Gu Nanli, who was sitting by the water pavilion and feeding fish, did not have any reaction. "They can't attack like this," he said calmly. Then he threw the fish food in his hand into the pond and watched a group of idiotic fish fight. How could a direct attack like that be able to break in? Unless they killed the best snipers they had left behind on the periphery. But those snipers were world-class. Snipers could only be killed by snipers. Where did Wei Wei Bai come from? So many excellent snipers came to deal with him. Suddenly, his sensitive ears heard the sound of a gun safety being pulled. A soft click sounded from a distance. His back went numb, and his body reflexively dodged. A bullet had already brushed past the place where he was standing just now. Sparks flew, and the bullet lost its aim, but also forced Gu Nanli to fall to the ground. Then there was another crisp click. The gun's safety was pulled again. This sound was different from the previous one. Instead, it was close at hand. Gu Nanli sat on the ground and looked up. Under the dazzling sunlight, the woman had a head of fluffy short hair. The mole at the corner of her eye was as enchanting as a flame. She wore a red cheongsam. Her cheongsam was slit all the way to her thighs, revealing her voluptuous curves. Her legs were tied with a black leather belt with a short gun attached to it. She raised her hands and pointed a black sniper rifle at his head. Behind the scope, Wei Wei Bai's eyes emitted a cold and beautiful light. "Hi, Puppy Gu, we meet again. I'm here to collect my debt." Gu Nanli was stunned for a moment before he realized that his heart was beating faster. He kept increasing his speed, and he was so excited that sweat even seeped out of his back. This was the first time he realized that a woman could be so beautiful that he was stunned. It wasn't the feeling of teasing a pet, but in reality, he had finally placed her in the enemy's territory. They were truly evenly matched. Gu Nanli lowered his voice and looked at her without moving his eyes. "How did you get in?" Wei Wei Bai moved her eyes away from the scope and revealed a disdainful smile. "How did I get in?" "I walked in." Gu Nanli, "The snipers I placed couldn't stop you?" Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment, as if she was thinking about where the snipers were. Then she raised her eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Sir, I think you're mistaken. Are you talking about the 6 foreign men who were as weak as cats and couldn't even hold their guns properly? Are they snipers? Were you deceived? How can they be considered snipers with such lousy shooting skills?" When Gu Nanli heard this, he laughed out loud. His smile was youthful and brilliant, and it was so beautiful that it made people lose their minds for a moment. Then in the next second, his body sprang up like a fierce leopard. Wei Wei Bai's eyes turned cold. She was not affected by his sudden attack at all. She pressed her finger hard, and a bullet was fired. Just like that, she fired at Gu Nanli's head. Chapter 1383. Just as the bullet was about to pierce through Gu Nanli's chest, he suddenly dodged, and the bullet shot into his shoulder. He groaned, but his eyes were filled with ruthlessness and ferocity. There was even a hint of fanatical excitement. The smell of blood completely stirred up this wolf's ruthlessness. He grabbed the front of her sniper rifle with one hand, and the huge force caused Wei Wei Bai's sniper rifle to be snatched away. Wei Wei Bai's expression did not change at all as she immediately let go. Her fingers touched her thigh and pulled out a short gun. Before she could raise her gun, Gu Nanli had already rushed in front of her. The hot smell of blood from his body almost made her scalp numb. Wei Wei Bai's expression finally changed. She pursed her lips and smashed the short gun that she did not have time to shoot at Gu Nanli's head. Gu Nanli raised his hand, and a gun appeared in his hand. He held it against her throat as if he wanted to capture her. Ruthless, fierce, violent. His shoulder was covered in blood, and his eyes were burning with a cold light. His delicate face was cold and ruthless. Wei Wei Bai smashed the gun in her hand on his forehead. Blood appeared on his forehead, but he did not dodge. Instead, he curved his thin lips that were stained with blood, looking as stunning as a rose. And the muzzle of the gun in his hand was already pressed against her throat. "Good girl, you've lost." Wei Wei Bai looked at him expressionlessly, a cold light appearing in her eyes a few times. Then, she suddenly raised her hand and touched the gun in his hand. The gun fell apart. Gu Nanli's eyes flashed with a trace of amazement. How did this dismantling technique work? Wei Wei Bai did not care about what he was thinking. Her short gun was pressed against his forehead, and the muzzle of the gun pressed against his bleeding wound. Then she said softly and calmly, "You've lost, little boy." Gu Nanli narrowed his eyes and smiled. Surprisingly, he looked a little cute. He clasped Wei Wei Bai's wrist in a reverse grip. It was a suicidal move. No, it was a suicidal move. He didn't care about his life at all. Even though Wei Wei Bai had such a high chance of winning, he still dared to kill. Wei Wei Bai, she only had the ability to disassemble and assemble weapons and the ability to aim. But that didn't mean that she was strong enough. The original owner's body was that of an ordinary woman. She was so nimble because she had tasted the sweetness of martial arts in her previous plane and remembered a few attack moves. On the other hand, Gu Nanli looked like a grandmaster of combat. If you were to grab her wrist, she would probably break a bone. Wei Wei Bai had just said to the system, "Is there any martial art that give a maximum HP of 10 days? The best in the world." The system was expressionless. "I don't know. I'm poor, so I can't see." Wei Wei Bai, this must be revenge for the fact that she wanted to apply for another system. It must be. In this clone, his hand actually succeeded in clasping her wrist. With a forceful flip, her fingers lost strength, and the gun flew out. Wei Wei Bai's expression changed slightly. She reached out and pinched the wound on his shoulder. Her red fingernails dug into his flesh, causing blood to spurt out. This pain was unbearable. Gu Nanli was also affected. His face paled. With one hand, he pressed Wei Wei Bai to the ground. The blood on his body splashed on her white cheeks. Her beautiful skin seemed to be glowing. It was so soft and delicious. When the blood dripped onto her face, there was a suffocating temptation. Gu Nanli's eyes were dazed. He was too impulsive to reason. He lowered his head and licked the blood on her face. Chapter 1384. It was a strange throbbing. His black hair covered his eyes, and his fair face was slightly flushed. His eyes were bloodshot, and he laughed coldly. "You're really courting death." He didn't like this kind of variable, and even more so, he didn't like her disobedient behavior that constantly offended him. Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows slightly, and her lips pursed into a sarcastic smile. "Oh, you're chaste? You're so angry that you want to kill someone after being kissed. You must be a little woman who transmigrated from the Ming and Qing dynasties." These words were vicious and rude, but they were full of vitality and wildness. After Wei Wei Bai finished speaking, her gaze suddenly shifted. Then she quickly looked away and looked at him aggressively again. Gu Nanli felt that she had seen something behind his back. Almost instinctively, he moved away from Wei Wei Bai, and with a sweep of his long legs, he swept Wei Wei Bai's handgun into his hands. Before he could hold the gun properly, bullets had already started to shoot at him. At the same time, a scary jeep crashed through the door. Behind it was a dense barrage of bullets, but they could only hit the back of the jeep. Wei Wei Bai had already jumped up and gave Gu Nanli a flying kiss. Then she turned around and ran towards the jeep. Gu Nanli narrowed his eyes dangerously and raised his hand to shoot at Wei Wei Bai. With the perfect aim, he would definitely be able to shoot through her heart. But when he pulled the trigger, no bullets flew out. Gu Nanli was stunned and saw Wei Wei Bai get into the jeep. She smiled and said, "Gu Nanli, this gun is for you. It's just a piece of art. It's not worth much." The jeep had already broken through the obstacle and sped away. Someone immediately ran over. "Mr. Gu, are you okay?" Gu Nanli's fingers gripped the gun tightly. He couldn't believe that he had been tricked by Wei Wei Bai. Her weapon was actually an empty gun. That was crazy. Gu Nanli raised his hand and looked at the gun. The words WW were engraved on the gun. It was Wei Wei's initials. Gu Nanli looked at the devastated courtyard and said irritably, "Don't chase after them. Clean up." He might not be able to kill Wei Wei Bai if he chased after her now. As long as Wei Wei Bai didn't die, she would have succeeded, attacking him and killing so many experts around him. He didn't even need to look to know that his higher-ups must have been shot to death. This was her way of establishing her position. She would take revenge on him and retreat safely to stabilize the morale of the people on her side. And she had succeeded. Gu Nanli gripped his gun tightly and stood in silence for a while. His lips were still numb. He couldn't help but lick his lips with the tip of his tongue. The tip of his tongue seemed to have licked the scent that she had left behind, as well as the taste of his own blood. His subordinates had already gone to call the doctor, but he walked back with a cold face covered in blood. He walked into the house and planned to wash his face in the bathroom. He saw himself in the mirror and realized that something was wrong. The man in the mirror had thin red lips, and his beautiful eyes were fixed on himself in the mirror. The wound on his shoulder was not deep, and the pain of the bullet lodged in it did not affect him much. His clothes were all stained with blood. His face was very pale, but his lips were abnormally red. Then he realized that his lips were covered in Wei Wei Bai's lipstick. The man frowned and lowered his head to wash his face in pain. The wound on his forehead stung, and after the blood was washed away, the wound was a little pale. Then he rubbed the lipstick on his lips. When he looked up with a face full of water, he saw that his face was expressionless, but his eyes were fierce and filled with the smell of blood. It was like the excitement of seeing a prey, but with a strong murderous intent. After Wei Wei Bai went back, she took a shower and laid down to sleep. She was very tired today after fighting, rolling, and teasing Gu Nanli. She felt like she had just returned from a construction site. The system asked, "Are you going to sleep?" Bai Weiwei drowsily hummed in agreement. The system said, "Then let me remind you about the favorability level. It's at -5. The Chapter 1385. It had increased by a lot. Gu Nanli's feelings towards Wei Wei Bai had changed from a lowly idiot, a harmless enemy's daughter, to a target of excitement, a very interesting woman, a rude but very interesting opponent. And the system realized Gu Nanli's favorability was negative by 50 points. It wasn't because Bai Qi killed his family, so he hated the crow and the house, so he had such terrible hostility towards Bai Weiwei. It was because he hated weaklings. He especially hated them. Except for Wei Wei Bai, everyone he thought was retarded and idiotic. Their favorability was all -50 and above. The crazy male lead was like a strong emperor who followed the law of the jungle, a staunch supporter of those who were weak and did not deserve to live. Wei Wei Bai nodded, then leaned on the soft pillow, closed her eyes, and said tiredly, -5. I guess it's because that little virgin has never tasted a woman before. I taught him some tricks, so he's grateful that my favorability increased. His favorability increased so quickly, it must be because of her love. That was why Gu Nanli had such a good impression of her so quickly. The system was speechless. No, don't be narcissistic. Who would increase their favorability because of this? Fine, that kiss did increase their favorability by a lot. But it still believed that there was a deeper reason for the male lead, and it was not because he was lustful and was successfully seduced by Wei Wei Bai. The system still wanted to say something, but it suddenly remembered something. Wei Wei, if you really want to stay in this world for a lifetime because it's applied, the time filled in the blanks is a lifetime, it can't be changed. Wei Wei Bai said, a lifetime could be very short. It was not like there were no young people who died in their teens or 20s. The system said, this lifetime is Gu Nanli's lifetime. You live as long as he lives. Before he dies, you can't leave this world, and this world has a rule that the male lead dies of old age. Wei Wei Bai tried to open her eyes. That's not bad. It means that I have a lot of time. Then she fell asleep. The system was silent for a while, It did not say anything and continued to watch her sleep. Bai Weiwei became famous in one battle, and the Bai family, which was on the verge of collapse, regained its footing. Although their power was suppressed by Gun Nanli, causing it to shrink, unlike when Bai Qi was still alive. But at least there was one power that could let Weiwei Bai live peacefully. Those who planned to raise Bai Weiwei in captivity and turn her into a plaything didn't dare to have any ideas now. After all, Weiwei Bai was not a sheep, but a real wolf. Opponents like them who had the qualifications to compete for all kinds of resources in this dark world. So Bai Weiwei quickly received many invitations. Among them, the most powerful family was the old-school Qin family. They kept a low profile but had a lot of money. Bai Weiwei had experience in managing the family business. She knew that there were no absolute enemies, only absolute benefits. She planned to spend the rest of her life in this plane because the system had said that this life was a real life. There was no discount, so if she wanted to live a good life, she could only start to stand firm and then work hard to turn the business white. Weiwei Bai knew that there was no good ending for those in this line of work. If they did not have peace, they could only respond to the call of the decent. Only then could they live a good life. Weiwei Bai, who had high ideological awareness, happily went to the Chun family's banquet. Her main goal now was to deal with Gun Nanli and then work hard to do business white. The Qin family's banquet was very lively. All kind of big shots came. Weiwei Bai was at ease on this occasion, and the hypocritical social interaction was like a fish in water. After the formal banquet, it was time for all kinds of crazy and lively games. Both men and women could find the fun they wanted. The more impatient ones had already carried their favorite waitresses to other places, and those who stayed could see all kinds of exciting programs arranged by the Chen family. For example, the auction of human bodies and large-scale performances. Weiwei Bai just happened to be in the program of erotic dance, and it was a male model erotic dance. Dozens of male models were real, famous male models, but in this kind of situation, they were just playthings. Their bodies were just right, they wore shorts, and their upper bodies were bare. Their eyes were dark and seductive, and they shook their bodies crazily. These men were not on the stage, but directly walked into the middle of the guests to dance. And Weiwei Bai was surrounded by a few of them. Her eyes were calm and indifferent. After all, she did not have any feelings for anyone other than her target. The system said the male lead is here. Weiwei Bai's eyes changed. She immediately stood up, holding a glass of wine, and her eyes became seductive. She was like an elf in the dark night, slowly shaking her body to the crazy music, and the men around her were getting closer and closer to her. It was as if she was the queen and the center of the banquet. The door was pushed open. Gun Nanli had just walked in when she saw Bai Weiwei clinging to several naked men, dancing a seductive dance. His eyes immediately turned cold. At https://www.sashu.com/full text at https://www.sashu.com download text at https://www.sashu.com at https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 1386. Weiwei Bai looked up at Gun Nanli and glanced at him, then turned back to the male models without feeling anything, although those male models did not really touch her. But from afar, that optical illusion would make people think that she was sticking close to those men. Gun Nanli looked at her coldly. Under the light, his face looked even more demonic. He did not look like he was here to catch her in the act. Instead, he looked at her with an unusually cold and strange gaze. Then, he walked forward expressionlessly. A few subordinates followed behind him, as if they were here to discuss something. The banquet was still going on. However, Gun Nanli's aura was so cold that it did not fit in. As he walked, everyone had to take a detour. When he brushed past Weiwei Bai, he saw that Weiwei Bai was looking at him from the corner of her eyes. Their gazes collided with each other, with provocation and coldness. However, there was an unexplainable feeling that was fighting fiercely. Then, Gun Nanli looked away and walked forward without looking sideways. The system finally could not take it anymore. Are you really going to love and kill the male lead in this world? Wei Wei Bai said, actually, I wanted to use a sweet cookie strategy at first, but this guy forced me to improve. Didn't you see how he was trying to persuade me? My weakness was that he gave me a -50 favorability rating, but when I hit him a few times, his favorability rating dropped to -5. I think he's a masochist. The system said he's a masochist. He gets excited when he meets an opponent. He'll think of ways to defeat you until he crushes you under his feet. Only then will he feel satisfied. Therefore, when Wei Wei Bai became stronger, Gunanli would look at her differently. Naturally, his favorability rating would increase. However, this favorability rating had nothing to do with love. The system could see the coefficient of the strategy. This time, the increase in favorability rating was due to the desire to conquer. Other than a few hints of flirtatious feelings, there was nothing else. Compared to other planes, this plane's male lead's love, this brain nerve, had not yet been completely instigated by Wei Wei. Wei Wei Bai thought deeply for a while, then said, "That's weird. Why aren't you blocked?" There were so many naked male models. The system was not taken away by the bullet screen army? The system, was the host attention biased? Could it be that the host had a lifetime of strategy? So, she did not even care about the male lead? Even the male models were seduced by her. She did not have any plans to seduce the male lead. Was she going to seduce Gunanli until she was 70 or 80? Lily, 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 let's be together. Lily, 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 S. Lily, Lily, by Wei Wei. I'm old, but I'm still the world's #1 beauty. The system coughed up blood in anger. That image was too painful. It did not dare to think about it anymore. Wei Wei Bai, don't worry, it's still a long time. Let's play. The system stretched out a trembling hand. Don't play. No one will want you when you're old. But before it could break its father's heart, a waiter came over. Miss Bai, you need to attend the internal meeting. They came to the Chun family to discuss business. The people at the banquet could only enter after being deleted. But that was only the qualification to attend the banquet. Those who could enter the Chun family's meeting were usually people who decided to cooperate with business. If Wei Wei Bai wanted to clean up her family's business and lead the successful transformation of her brothers, the Chun family's help was crucial. Download. Chapter 1387. Because the Chun family was a successful person who wandered the black and white world. Many of their businesses were very legal and professional. Wei Wei Bai nodded and followed the waiter to the second floor. The quiet corridor was a little creepy, but Wei Wei Bai seemed to have no reaction. The system said, the male lead is waiting for you. So is the male model. Wei Wei Bai wanted to ask more, but the waiter had already opened a door at the end of the second floor. And the scene behind the door was as the system said. Gunanli was there. The male model was there too. Even the male model was pole dancing, twisting his head and swaying his hips. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while. I didn't expect Gunanli to be such a person. Gunanli not only did not like the weak, but he also did not like women. She danced with the male model. He also watched the male model dance. Their interests and hobbies were so similar that they could not even be friends. Because people who were too close fought to drink the red bean porridge, fought to eat the red braised pork, fought to touch the male model. They were natural enemies. What was the Chun family thinking about this room? It was like a luxurious KTV. The decorations inside were just a little more luxurious. On the table, there were all kinds of drinks. A contract was casually thrown to the side of the table. Gunanli was dressed in a black suit. The buttons on her white shirt were unbuttoned, revealing her beautiful neck. Half of her collarbone was faintly discernible under the shirt. There was a thin layer of medical gauze on his forehead. It was the wound she hit last time. Under the yellow light, his face was even fairer, his black eyelashes pressed against his eyes. Without the cold, murderous aura, his youthful aura was unmistakable. The male pole dancing models were flirtatious and sexy, full of masculine strength. But Gunanli was not even interested in glancing at them. He looked up and stared coldly at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai was not afraid. she took out a lady's cigarette, then walked nimbly in her high heels to the middle of the male models. Then her fox-like eyes narrowed slightly. "Let me a light, baby." Her voice was not sweet, but it was seductively hoarse. It gave people goosebumps. A male model was flattered and immediately bent down to light the fire for her. Wei Wei Bai said faintly, "Thank you." However, just as he finished thanking him, Gu Nanli had already swirled his wine glass. "Break his hand." Immediately, several big men rushed up and dragged the frightened male model away. The rest of the male models almost ran into the steel pipe. They were all scared out of their wits. For a moment, the scene was terrifyingly quiet. Other than Gu Nanli, the young master of the Chun family, Chun Rusheng, was also present. He immediately put on a friendly smile and tried to smooth things over. "Mr. Gu, why are you so angry today?" "Damn it, actually made you angry. I apologize to you." Wei Wei Bai held the cigarette between her fingers and said to the system, "He's not coming with good intentions. Gu Nanli is going to fight me to the death." Because she had been conquering for too long, she did not want to get too entangled with Gu Nanli in the short term. After all, conquering too many worlds was very tiring. She felt that she would die every time after conquering those worlds. Most of the time, she would die of exhaustion. The system said faintly, "Why are your smoking gestures so familiar?" Wei Wei Bai's fingers that were holding the lady's cigarette froze. Then she said, "Isn't this the original owner's memory? I thought it was fun, so I followed suit. Actually, these cigarettes are all specially made. They don't smell like smoke at all. They're all mint leaves." Is at https://www.sashu.com/ Chapter 1388. The system. Smoking is harmful to your health. Wei Wei Bai. I already said that I smoke mint leaves. The system. Smoking is harmful to your health. Wei Wei Bai. She wanted to block the system again. Did this mother-like personality of hers have an early menopause? Chen Rushing's smiling face stiffened. He felt that the atmosphere was so stiff. He was a smooth talker and a smooth talker. Gu Nanli usually gave him some face. Why was it that one of them was pulling a long face today? He didn't expect Gu Nanli to be this kind of person. He asked people to call for male models as soon as he came in, but he didn't do anything even though the male models tried so hard to perform. So, did he like men, women, or transvestites? He had never seen him drink with girls, play with women, and definitely not with men. He was young and was like an old man who was in good health. This kind of person was the hardest to deal with. You didn't even know what to give him to please him. Although the Chun family was doing well, it was only in business. The real power was still Gu Nanli. If they offended him, the Chun family would face a lot of trouble. And business people were most afraid of trouble. Chun Rushing maintained his smile and immediately greeted, "Miss Bai, I heard that you're interested in a piece of land, so I invited you to come up and take a look at the contract." That piece of land was actually very remote. Why did Wei Wei Bai want that? Even the Chin family had almost forgotten about that piece of land. Other than the large area, there was nothing to praise about it. But since Wei Wei Bai wanted it, the Chun family was naturally happy to build a good relationship with Wei Wei Bai. In business, it was best not to offend anyone. Wei Wei Bai smiled, then walked around the male models, walked to the table, and sat down on a single sofa. Then she reached out and put her finger on the contract. Just as she was about to take it, a hand pressed down on her finger. His fingers were dry and hot. His callous palms rubbed against the back of her soft hand, which actually brought a bit of abrasive pain. Gu Nanli finally looked up and smiled. "Coincidentally, I'm also interested in this piece of land. Why don't you give it to me first?" Although it was a question, his tone was unusually domineering. It was as if his words were the result. The smile on Wei Wei Bai's face faded. "Mr. Gu, are you trying to steal my business?" She was the one who brought up this business. Before she transmigrated, she was in business. Although she wasn't as good as Yu Xuan, she was still someone who relied on her own handicapped body to bring the Bai family's business to the top. Therefore, with the system as a golden sheet, she knew some insider information. For example, that piece of land would become a special economic zone in a few years and would receive a lot of support. She could also ride on the wind and officially leave this world, successfully turning herself into a businessman. This piece of land was her first step. This world gave her too much time. This time was actually a trap. She couldn't leave this world for the rest of her life. Did she have to live in fear in this dark world for the rest of her life? After all, if Gunanli didn't die, she wouldn't die either. If one day she was beaten into a cripple, wouldn't she have to live the rest of her life paralyzed in bed? Wei Weibai refused. She had to avoid such an ugly appearance. Gunanli's eyes were sharp and cold, but his smile could even be said to be gentle. Why do you say that it's stealing? After all, in business, whoever is suitable will do it. Chapter 1389. Wei Weibai snorted coldly. First come, first served in business. Mr. Gu, are you trying to make things difficult for me? Chen Rushing was standing at the side. Looking at the two of them, he suddenly couldn't sit still. Actually, he didn't know that Gunanli was coming today. If he had known, he definitely wouldn't have let Wei Weibai come. Who didn't know that this ancestor had just knocked Gunanli's head and injured his arm? And Gunanli actually didn't take revenge crazily. It was simply strange. Now he knew that it wasn't strange. It turned out that Gunanli's revenge was waiting for him here. Otherwise, why would he fight with Wei Weibai for the contract? It would be strange if he was interested in this piece of land. Gunanli held Wei Weibai's hand tightly. His fingers caressed her fingers casually. The red nail polish on her fingertips was exceptionally beautiful. Do you think the Chun family will choose to work with you or with me? Wei Weibai tried to withdraw her fingers, but he held them tightly. That scorching temperature made her fair skin slightly red. Gunanli pursed his lips. His smile was faint and cold. Don't wear red nail polish. Wei Weibai, ? He lowered his head and looked at her beautiful fingers. It doesn't look good. Girls look better without nail polish. Wei Weibai held a cigarette in her other hand. She took a breath indifferently and said, Why do you care what kind of nail polish a woman wears? Are you my father? Gunanli didn't understand her words. You like these men? Wei Weibai frowned strangely. She didn't seem to understand why he asked this. What does it have to do with you whether I like them or not? Gunanli's favorability towards her had not yet reached zero. Logically speaking, Gunanli was still at the stage of hating her. Why did he sound like a jealous husband? Chen Rushing also saw that something was wrong. He suddenly stood up. Hey, my brain. My father said that he has a few bottles of good wine. I'll go get them. After he finished speaking, he immediately walked out and waved his hand to ask the male model assistant to leave with him. All the people left in a flash. In the room, the extravagant feeling had dissipated by quite a bit, and it had also become cold and desolate. But the atmosphere was getting more and more tense. Wei Weibai tried a few times and finally realized that he did not let go at all. Her hands were red from his rubbing. Wei Weibai sneered. Gunanli, are you sure you want to fight me to the death? No matter how weak my Bai family is, if we really go against you, you won't be able to get away with it. Gunanli was indeed powerful, and his influence spread very quickly. However, his biggest weakness was that he hadn't had enough time and his foundation wasn't stable, so he should be afraid of trouble. After all, the most important thing to do now was to maintain a stable position. Gunanli didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at her silently. His eyes were indescribably strange, and the veins in them were very obvious. You hurt me. If I want to take revenge, you won't be able to hold on for long. Wei Weibai suddenly became fierce. She pulled her hand back forcefully, not caring if she would get hurt. Gunanli pulled her and threw her onto the sofa. Then, he pressed her down and snatched the unfinished cigarette in her hand with one hand. Smoking is harmful to your health. As he spoke, he put out the cigarette on the table. Then, he grabbed Wei Weibai's wrist with one hand and tore open his suit with the other, revealing a thin white shirt. This posture was going to force himself on her. Wei Weibai was confused. Wasn't the favorability level negative? Was this the act of forcing himself on her? This development didn't seem to be right, and it made her a little confused. Gunanli's black hair covered his eyes, and his delicate jaw was tense. He looked at her silently for a while and finally said, Give me something, and I won't find trouble with you. Chapter 1390. If the doctor had not said that his condition was getting worse, he would have suffered a mental breakdown. If this continued, he would have a nervous breakdown and his body would continue to deteriorate. He would probably still be thinking of ways to suppress her, instead of letting her gasp for breath to continuously challenge his excited nerves. Wei Wei Bai's expression became strange. Then, she thought for a while before reacting. You should have said so earlier. It's just selling your body. You're so pretty, and it'd be a waste not to sleep with you. Why do you need to suppress me? I'll do it for you. Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened. Was he serious? The affinity did not go up. This target was too impatient. This rhythm was completely wrong. Gu Nanli's body relaxed. He finally relaxed after suppressing Wei Wei Bai's soft body. If you let me sleep, I'll try my best to tolerate your existence. Also, you're ugly. I'm not interested in you. You're ugly, very ugly. Ugly. Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a while. Then, she realized that Gu Nanli's breathing was gradually stabilizing while he was suppressing her body. Was he using her as a mattress? When Gu Nanli fell into a deep sleep, he was sure that his intuition was not wrong. When he was fighting with her, their bodies were intertwined. He was so excited, but he still wanted to sleep. It seemed that her scent could cure his illness. Too much insomnia made him irritable and uncontrollable. It was very painful. He needed sleep, and Wei Wei Bai was his medicine for the time being. The system took a look. The affinity had gone straight to 0. It seemed that Gu Nanli did not have any ill feelings towards Wei Wei Bai, but at the same time, he did not have any other feelings. He was purely here to sleep, but he said that Wei Wei Bai was ugly. The system looked at the host fearfully. It saw that Wei Wei Bai's face was stiff. She did not move and allowed Gu Nanli to suppress her. She was like a dead fish for a while. He called me ugly. The system said, you're not ugly. Humans are all the same. Who has the right to call you ugly? It was true. It basically looked at humans the same way. It really couldn't tell who was better looking. After all, humans wouldn't be able to tell if the ant was good looking. It felt that Wei Wei Bai was pretty and cute, but it could only tell by looking at her soul. Wei Wei Bai, the more I listen to your comforting words, the sadder I feel. She said, sure enough, men like little white flowers, pure, cute, and sweet. I'm just a little more mature, and I'm already considered ugly. The system said, why don't you go out and scam a car, then pretend that you're mentally retarded or have amnesia, and redo the little white flower strategy. Wei Wei Bai, if you become a retard, will you be beaten to death by Gu Nanli? She finally saw clearly that this man was the legendary straight titanium alloy man. You give me something, you let me sleep, and then you really just sleep, forever alone. Wei Wei Bai tried to push Gu Nanli away, but he was strong even in his sleep. He wrapped his arms and legs around her. Then, he continued to sleep. He wasn't afraid that she would assassinate him. Even if he couldn't use weapons after entering the Qin family, he was too ambitious. Is he really here to sleep? Wei Wei Bai was the first to believe that he didn't have any ulterior motives. The system looked at the information. He hasn't had a good night's sleep for years. In the beginning, he could still rely on drugs to sleep, but in this year, he couldn't use any method and forced himself to endure until now. It was no wonder that Gu Nanli needed to find stimulation to keep himself alive. Wei Wei Bai, how can he sleep by leaning on me? This was like a Mary Sue plot, an illness that no one could cure, but after meeting a useless heroine, it was cured. The system, maybe you're ugly, so he feels at ease looking at you? Could it say that her soul could comfort his soul that was starting to crack? After all, after crossing through so many planes, Yi Yuxuan's own soul and emotional fragments were very sensitive to Wei Wei Bai. The low favorability was due to the accumulation of loneliness and pain of the plane's soul. Wei Wei Bai, was she really that ugly? For the first time in her life, she wondered if there was a flaw in her peerless, unique, and devastatingly beautiful face. Gu Nanli suddenly groaned. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face turned pale. He seemed to be enduring some kind of pain. Wei Wei Bai's fingers reflexively touched his head. Go to sleep, little puppy. It was purely an action of coaxing a husky. Gu Nanli closed his eyes, as if he was comforted by her, and his face gradually calmed down, and his breathing became even. Then, he slept for the longest time without any nightmares. For the slash, for the full article, for the full article, for the full article, // to make it easier for you to read next time, you can click Save for the full article. Chapter 1391. When Gunamli woke up, he found himself lying on the sofa in the Chun family's room. He was stunned for a long time before he suddenly sat up. Then, he saw a note stuck to the wine glass on the table. Ciao. I'm taking that piece of land. If you want to sleep in the future, remember to call me. At the bottom of the note was a phone number. There was also a red lip print. Gunamli could almost imagine how she would seductively press her lips on the note and leave a heavy mark. He looked at it coldly for a few seconds and suddenly saw 2 Grandpa Mao notes on the table. He was silent for a while before he reached out to take the note and flipped it open. On the back of the note was written, "By the way, I'm very dissatisfied with your service." The male models all gave a tip of 2,000 yuan. You can't even compare to a male model, so I'll give you 200 yuan to take a taxi home. Gunamli wasn't angry. He just put away the money and lay back tiredly. His shoulders were aching because of the wrong sleeping posture. This woman was even more cunning than him. What did she learn overseas? Didn't the information say that she was very obedient in school? Why did she look like an old hooligan? Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Mr. Gu? Gunamli opened his eyes. The blood vessels in his eyes were gone, and they were unusually clear and clean. He nodded lightly, then casually put on his suit jacket and strode out. Seeing that Wei Bai was still useful, he would torture others first and let her go first. Moreover, she smelled good. He felt that he could make the same perfume to relieve the pain of insomnia. When she was no longer useful, he would deal with her. The Bai family's business overlapped with his too much. He had to expand it completely. The Bai family couldn't rise again. A few days after signing the contract with the Chun family, Wei Bai saw that Gunamli didn't come to find trouble, so she decided to take a look at her land. Wei Bai sat in the back of the car with a cold face. She was holding Xiao, a cute dog with dementia. The person driving was Bai Mu. Because the contract was successfully signed, Wei Bai planned to go to Emolian to see her own land. Bai Mu seemed to know what she was thinking. Are we going to change? Eldest miss? Transformation was an implicit statement. To be precise, it was to wash their hands of the dark world and stop doing things like murder and arson. Instead, he began to wash the smell of blood off his hands and started to do proper business. Wei Bai closed her eyes and gently stroked the puppy in her hand. However, there was no red nail polish on her fingernails. Instead, they were devilish blue. She replied lazily, "My father has been doing heinous things for a long time. I'm going down the same path as him, which is to bring all of you to your deaths. Besides, I don't like to kill people." A suppressed light flashed through Bai Mu's eyes. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and hesitated for a moment. Then, he released his grip and continued to drive forward. The system gave him a cold stare. It looked at the mission panel. The side mission had not been issued, so Bai Mu's information was completely grayed out. Perhaps it was because the strategy took too long. This time, the side mission was a little delayed and was not released immediately. However, some information could not be accessed. For example, when it was observing from above, it often saw that something was wrong with Bai Mu. However, the information could not be accessed, so it could not remind the host. After looking at the map, Wei Bai went home. However, when she arrived at the door, she saw a black car parked not far from the door. // Chapter 1392. Wei Bai looked outside through the glass window. Coincidentally, 2 cars passed by each other. She saw a pair of bloodshot eyes looking at her coldly through the half-open window. It was Gunamli? Wei Bai silently touched her fingers. After thinking for a moment, she guessed that Gunamli was probably suffering from insomnia again. She asked Bai Mu to stop the car. Bai Mu immediately stopped the car. Then she opened the door, got out of the car with the dog, and walked to the side of the black car. She knocked on the window of the back seat. "Mr. Gu, we meet again. Are you here for revenge or to discuss business?" Gunamli rolled down the window. Some of his black hair scattered over his eyelids, making his black eyes look even colder. It was like a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. The curve of his eyes was clearly very good. Even if he didn't smile, it looked like he was smiling. He had the ability to make such a festive pair of eyes. They were so scary and strange. Gunanli glanced at her fingers that were pressed against the edge of the window. They were slender, as white as snow, delicate and flawless. But the beauty was ruined by the blue nail polish. He frowned uncomfortably and couldn't help but say, "Girls shouldn't wear nail polish. These things just looked ugly." Wei Wei Bai casually raised her hand and suddenly used her cold fingernails to slide across his lips. That smooth and beautiful blue color, the touch of red that touched his thin lips, actually created an indescribable beauty. She bent down and lowered her head. Her short hair was by her ear, and her face was smiling sweetly. "Why, Mr. Gu, do you hate me that much? You even take your anger out on nail polish." Gu Nanli's eyes darkened. He quickly reached out and grabbed her wrist. He said impatiently, "Wei Wei Bai, don't test my patience at this time. I don't have much patience." He had tasted the taste of good sleep, but he couldn't bear it after a few days. He tried to find a bunch of perfumes, but none of them smelled like her. It was an indescribable taste, but it was very light and very comfortable. He couldn't describe what it was exactly. Those perfumers were tormented by him for a few days and were about to commit suicide. Wei Wei Bai smiled coldly. "Why, Mr. Gu, are you here to threaten me?" Gunanli clasped her wrist. His eyes were indescribably irritable, like a caged beast. He endured for a while before finally saying, "Return the money." After saying that, he casually took out a few $100 bills from his pocket and stuffed them into her palm before letting go of her hand. Then, with a cold expression, he said to the driver, "Drive." Wei Wei Bai looked at the money in her hand and asked, "When did you owe me money?" Gunanli closed his eyes as he lay in the back seat and said coldly, "The 200 you threw on the table at that time." Wei Wei Bai said, "It's more than 200 yuan." Gunanli simply said, "That's all, including the interest." Then, he couldn't be bothered to talk to her and closed the car window. However, Wei Wei Bai smiled and said, "Baby Gu, this is a tip for you. Don't be shy to accept it. If you want to sleep, just ask me and I'll leave with you immediately." The car had already driven out. Gunanli listened to Wei Wei Bai's words and clenched his fists tightly. He really wanted to beat this woman up. The driver said, "Mr. Gu, aren't you bringing Miss Bai along?" He was here to pick up Wei Wei Bai today. After all, Gunanli's insomnia was so serious that he would either go crazy or die after a long time. Gunanli's condition couldn't be wrong. Once he made a wrong decision, he would lose his life. /the is at https://m Sashu. Save button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 1393. That was why Gunanli asked someone to drive, so that he could have Wei Wei Bai accompany him to sleep. Just sleep. He pressed on his throbbing temples, squinted his eyes, and tensed his muscles. His voice was a little hoarse. "Let's go." He had never begged anyone, and would not lower his bottom line for Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai asked, "What's the favorability now?" She did not ask these few days, because the system said that the number of times could be accumulated. If she did not count for a day, then she would have saved up the favorability from counting for one time. This was a damned accumulation system. The system also said that it was saving electricity during the new year, but after the new year, it would return to the previous real-time counting. That was why she still had about 5 or 6 counts left. The system said 0, it went up to 5 before, but it went down again just now. The male lead was still in his cold and unfeeling state. That was why the favorability could drop at any time. Wei Wei Bai thought for a while, then said, "I have to think of a way to increase his favorability." The system was surprised. "Didn't you say that you would only attack him when you're in your 70s or 80s? Now you're using your time to build your career. Are you having enough fun?" Bai Weiwei's face was solemn. "Am I that kind of irresponsible person? I love what I do, and once I enter this industry, I have to devote my life to it. Why would I waste my time and not attack him?" The system said, "I won't believe you no matter what you say. You just want to play." Wei Wei Bai said frankly, "Yeah, hit me." The system was speechless. Wei Wei Bai said, "Okay, I'm serious now. I want to attack Gunanli, and make him my main mission. She did not want to just put him at the back and attack him once in a while and then leave him alone. You reap what you sow. She would torture him to death if she attacked him. The system was suspicious. Why are you so serious all of a sudden? Wei Wei Bai's expression was indifferent and calm. After a long period of silence, she finally gritted her teeth and said, "He said I was ugly. At that time, I wanted to just let it go and bear with it for a while. I didn't want to bicker with this retarded black Xinlian. After all, we're going to see each other all the time, and I'll have a good impression of him when I try to woo him a few decades later. But," she said with a cold expression, "just bear with it for a while. The more you think about it, the angrier you get. The angrier I am, the more I want to increase my favorability. System, you still have a nerve to call me a retard? This strategy guide is even more retarded." However, the host had finally pulled himself together and was going to increase his favorable impression points. This was truly something worth celebrating. The system hurriedly asked, "How do you plan to farm it?" Wei Wei Bai was speechless for a moment. "The weather is good today. My mind is not very clear. I'll think about it tomorrow." "What do you mean by gaining favorable impression points?" He's just slacking off. Was a lifetime of strategy time very long? How could he be so wasteful? Did they really have to be white-haired and white-toothed light, shaking realm cultivators? Without waiting for Wei Wei Bai to think of a way to do it the next day, Wei Wei Bai could not stand the sound of the favorability points continuously dropping. The male lead's favorability is at -5. The male lead's favorability is at -10. The male lead's favorability is at -15. Wei Wei Bai was about to go to sleep, but she could not stand the torment and sat up. "Didn't you say to count every day? Even if it had accumulated a few counts, it shouldn't be so wasteful." The system said, "The new year is over. It's back to counting as usual." Wei Wei Bai was speechless. Wei Wei Bai could only resign herself to her fate and stand up. It's better to report than to count. It's all bad news. Crossover system, Adonis, come here. Crossover system, Adonis, come here. Crossover system, Adonis, come here. Crossover system, Adonis, come here, / Crossover system, Adonis, come here. Chapter 1394. Actually, she had long noticed that Gun Nanli's attitude had always been very strange. Sometimes, she felt that he didn't hate her. After all, emotional expressions couldn't be faked. But sometimes, she felt that the way Gun Nanli looked at her was simply cold and piercing to the bone. It was far-fetched to say that he didn't hate her, and the favorability couldn't be faked. When it reached negative favorability, it was basically related to disgust, hatred, and a bunch of other negative emotions. His favorable impression of him fluctuated up and down, remaining at around 0. This meant that his feelings for her were very complicated, but they were all negative emotions. Wei Wei Bai was puzzled. So many of the targets in the mission had a grudge against her. Why weren't there any as unreasonable as Gun Nanli? If he wanted to hate, he should be more ruthless and simply hate to the end. If he didn't hate her, his favorability would increase. But he was the only one who was conflicted about whether to hate her or not. It was simply wrong. There was something wrong with him. Wei Wei Bai put on her clothes and said to the system, "Where is Gun Nanli?" There must be a reason why his favorability had dropped so much. The system was silent for a moment before saying, "In the private room of XX bar, torturing the opponent." Wei Wei Bai nodded indifferently. "I'll go take a look and start farming favorability seriously. Otherwise, with this guy's crazy appearance, he might be an old nut in the future. At that time, it would be more difficult to farm favorability." And just as she finished speaking, the system suddenly said, "The side mission is here." Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the love-hate side mission. Do you think I want you and Gun Nanli to love and hate each other for the rest of your life without expressing your feelings? Congratulations, you got it right. That's how it is, congratulations. Wei Wei Bai's face was full of resentment. She couldn't wait to beat the system to death. Congratulations. You've been cheated. Wei Wei Bai, New Year's New Year. All the side missions in the system world will have their difficulty lowered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new gift pack with the difficulty lowered. The difficulty has been successfully lowered. Host, Please complete the mission to solve the mystery of Gu Nanli's birth. If the mission fails, the host will be paralyzed in bed for the rest of his life. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment before saying, "Are all the punishment quests in your system world so weird? Would he be paralyzed in bed for the rest of his life? What kind of difficult posture was that? It was too terrifying, unimaginable. Furthermore, what was the mystery of Gu Nanli's birth? Didn't the information clearly state his background? Bai Qi's loyal subordinate, the son of Gu Buda. He had already used the reason of his father's death to attack the Bai family. Could it be that Gu Nanli was adopted? Gu Nanli sat on the sofa in the private room. He looked very leisurely, wearing simple casual clothes. This light color made his complexion even paler. The man was so fair, as exquisite as a carved jade, but he didn't look very masculine. However, Gu Nanli's sitting posture made people not dare to underestimate him. His iron fist made many people automatically retreat 3 feet away. Gu Nanli held the wine glass in his hand, but he didn't drink. Instead, he said lightly, "Back then, how did you lie to Sun Mo?" Sun Mo was Wei Wei Bai's birth mother. Bai Qi loved the woman the most. The man kneeling in front of him was pale, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. "Mr. Gu, what are you talking about?" "I don't know." This man was the owner of this bar. When he was caught by Gu Nanli, he was still in a daze. Address of the full text: https://www. Sashu. Com download of the full text: https://www. Sashu. Com. Chapter 1395. She couldn't believe such a secretive thing back then. How could Gu Nanli still find her? All the clues back then had been destroyed. No one should know. Even Bai Qi was deceived. In addition, Wei Wei Bai had never been injured or seriously ill. So for so many years, the fact that she wasn't the daughter of the Bai family was hidden. Gu Nanli wasn't very angry. He just had a headache. The headache was so bad that he started to hate Wei Wei Bai. She could relieve his symptoms. So when he was feeling uncomfortable, he couldn't help but blame her for not using his medicine. Maybe one day, he would catch her and lock her in a cage. Then, when he wanted to sleep, he would give her an anesthetic injection so that she couldn't move. Then, he could hug her to sleep. Such a malicious idea made him feel that Wei Wei Bai's existence was a little cuter. So, his favorability that had already reached -20 became -18 again. He raised his hand, and his subordinates immediately received his signal. One of them took out a cigarette, lit it, and handed it to the bar owner. The bar owner was very scared, but he didn't dare to not take it. He could only take the cigarette with trembling hands. Gu Nanli took a sip of wine to ease his uncomfortable nerves. Then, he said casually, "Don't be so scared. I'll just chat with you. I'll double the money for the wine." Had he ever seen more than a dozen people holding guns and staring at him covetously while forcing him to chat? Moreover, the bar owner felt that he was done chatting. He was dead, so he couldn't see the double money for the wine. Gu Nanli asked gently, "Back then, Gu Buda asked you to deliver Sun Mo's child. How did you swap me?" Gu Buda was Bai Qi's most loyal subordinate. But later, he betrayed him, and his family was destroyed by Bai Qi. But no one knew why Gu Buda suddenly betrayed him. If Gu Nanli hadn't occasionally heard Gu Buda chatting with others, he wouldn't have known. He was actually Bai Qi's son, and Wei Wei Bai was Gu Buda's biological daughter. Back then, Bai Qi had been attacked by his enemies. He was afraid that Sun Mo, who was about to give birth, would be hurt. He left Sun Mo in Gu Buda's care. Sun Mo went to America, and Gu Buda and his wife followed her. And the doctor was the owner of this bar. Then, the old trick of swapping the leopard cat for the crown prince was easily accomplished. At that time, Bai Qi's career had just started to take a turn for the better when he suffered a fierce counterattack. Because of the crazy revenge of the enemy, the news of Sun Mo's pregnancy was not leaked. She didn't even dare to go to the hospital for an ultrasound. As a result, they did not know the gender of the child in Sun Mo's stomach. Therefore, when Sun Mo gave birth to a boy, but was replaced by the child of Gu Buda's wife, who was also in labor, it was not exposed. But Gu Nanli didn't understand. At that time, Bai Qi was not as powerful as he was later. Why would Gu Buddha want to exchange the two children? After all, Wei Bai was Bai Qi's daughter. At that time, Bai Qi was in great danger. Did Gu Buddha put his daughter's life in a bomb zone and wait for her to die? The boss was sweating profusely. I really don't know what you're talking about. Gu Nanli suddenly raised his hand. A fruit knife on the table had already stabbed the back of the boss's hand. The cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. He curled up on the ground in pain, trembling nonstop. Gu Nanli wiped his fingertips with a tissue and said calmly, "Continue. How did you exchange me back then?" The boss was immediately scared and said, Yes, son Mo. No. Your mother had a difficult labor. If I hadn't saved her in time, she would have bled to death. At that time, she was completely unconscious. She didn't even know what her child looked like. Mr. Gu, please spare me. I was forced. / Chapter 1396. Gu Nanli Dystocia. The boss kept crying in pain, and the back of his hand kept bleeding. He didn't know how to deal with it, so he could only tremble and beg for mercy. Yes, your mother was too worried about Bai Qi, so she didn't pay attention and fell, resulting in dystocia. He didn't dare to hide anything. After all, Gu Nanli had already found him. It was useless for him to hide it, so he confessed everything. At that time, Gu Nanli's wife had just given birth, so Gu Nanli had the idea of swapping you for Wei Bai so that she could live a good life. Gu Nanli was a little confused and said word by word, "Live a good life?" The boss cried bitterly. Yes, a good life. Although Bai Qi had many enemies at that time, your mother's family did a big business and was very rich. Oh, Gu Nanli replied indifferently. The boss said with snot and tears, Your mother, son Mo, was chased out of her family because she loved Bai Qi too much. She said at that time that if Bai Qi died, she would take her child and go to her family. Sun Mo's family was famous for being rich. They didn't have to worry about food and clothing. For Gu Nanli, who was poor and had a gloomy future, it was a terrible temptation. He wanted his daughter to live a good life. After all, at that time, everyone thought that Bai Qi would die and Sun Mo would go to the Sun family. Who knew that Bai Qi would be able to turn things around? Moreover, Sun Mo never mentioned her family again. By the time Gu Nanli reacted, his daughter couldn't be swapped back, and he had to be on tenterhooks. Would Wei Bai be found out? He didn't dare to kill Gu Nanli. After all, if the truth was revealed, he would definitely be crazily retaliated against by Bai Qi for killing Gu Nanli. At least Gu Nanli was still hostage. After such a long time of being on tenterhooks, it would be strange if he didn't betray. That was because Bai Qi's revenge was too quick. Only then did Gu Nanli manage to avoid being used as a hostage by Gu Buddha in exchange for benefits. The boss told him everything. Wei Bai didn't know about this because she was worried that she was young and insensible and would reveal the secret. She always thought that she was the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Gu Nanli was stunned for a few seconds before saying softly, So I'm really not Gu Buddha's child. Everything was just a guess, and there was almost no information to be found. The only person he could find that was related to him was the bar owner, although he already had an idea in his heart. But still, his heart was incomparably cold. Gu Nanli felt a throbbing pain in his temples. He said, You guys really hit it well. Bai Qi was such a shrewd person, but he was ruined because he trusted his brother too much. The boss was trembling so much that he couldn't even speak properly. Mr. Gu, no, Mr. Bai. Gu Nanli looked up. The look in his eyes was terrifying. What did you call me? The boss trembled and covered his bleeding hand, not daring to make a sound. Gu Nanli looked at the cowering boss with a violent and dark gaze that could scare people out of their wits. Who else knows about this? The boss cried and said, No one. I don't even dare to say it in my dreams. After Gu Buddha was killed by Bai Qi, I hid for so many years and didn't dare to say a word. He didn't even dare to be a doctor. He was afraid that if Bai Qi caught him and found out about this old secret, his life would be in danger. Gu Nanli took a deep breath and said softly, Very good. You can go now. Chapter 1397. The boss was stunned and thought that he could leave. However, a man beside Gu Nanli walked over and dragged him out. Only then did he know that he was walking on the road to hell. Gu Nanli sat on the sofa in a daze. He held the wine glass, and his fingernails turned white. Suddenly, one of his subordinates came over carefully. "Mr. Gu, someone saw Miss Bai." Gu Nanli suddenly sneered. "Mr. Gu? Miss Bai?" His tone was indescribably cold and sarcastic. It made people shudder. Gu Nanli took another sip of wine. "What is she doing?" The subordinate hesitated for a moment before saying, "On the dance floor, dancing." "Gu Nanli, is there a man beside her?" The subordinate, "Yes." The reply was a little fearful. Gu Nanli's eyes were as cold and vicious as a poison knife. "She's really living a happy and magnanimous life." He was the only one who had not slept or eaten a proper meal since he was young. The kinship that he had prayed for more than 10 years was destroyed by the words that he eavesdropped on that night. A child who had been swapped. A lowly person who lived in the darkness and rolled around in pain. He suddenly smiled. His hand that was holding the wine glass trembled. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Bring her here. I want her." He couldn't say this sentence out loud. What did he want her for? It had been so many years. Those who deserved to die were all dead. Only their 2 children were still around. Could it be that he wanted to kill her to appease his resentment and unwillingness? The subordinate asked carefully, "Do you want to invite Miss Bai here?" Gu Nanli suddenly exploded and smashed the wine glass on the ground. "Don't call her Miss Bai. She doesn't deserve this surname." The subordinate trembled and didn't dare to say anything. Gu Nanli's breathing was unstable. He panted a few times and suppressed the anger in his eyes. He lay down on the sofa, half closed his eyes, and said slowly, "Go and invite her. If you can't invite her, then drag her away. I don't care what it takes. I want to see her now." The subordinate immediately trembled and then quickly went to invite Wei Bai. However, Wei Bai just happened to hear the notification of her favorability level. The male lead's favorability is at -35. Her favorable impression of him dropped by so many points in an instant. This wasn't a normal drop. Then, she saw a group of people surrounding the dance floor. The burly men with weapons drove them away. However, no one dared to protest. When the dance floor was empty, one of the men who looked like an assistant came over and said respectfully, "Miss Bai, our sir would like to treat you to a drink." "Drink what?" "Poison, or strong sulfuric acid." This person had come with ill intentions. Wei Bai also planned to meet Gu Nanli. Just now, she asked the system what Gu Nanli was doing. The system actually said it didn't know. This made her very wary. After all, things that the system didn't know could be related to side missions. Wei Bai followed those people to the door of the private room. Everyone stopped in front of the door. "You can go in, Miss Bai." Wei Bai nodded. She lit a mint cigarette, casually held it in her hand, and then walked in. After entering, she saw Gu Nanli half leaning on the sofa. His fair face was almost transparent. His beautiful eyes were closed, his black hair was scattered, and his lips were abnormally red. Wei Bai looked at him strangely. "Mr. Gu?" Gu Nanli finally reacted. He looked up lazily and saw her standing at the door. Her eyes were indolent and beautiful as she looked at him. She couldn't be more gorgeous, not a bit less. It was always just right. Gu Nanli looked at her coldly for a while. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and said in a hoarse voice, "Come here." Wei Bai narrowed her eyes dangerously. She was a little impatient with his tone, but she still walked over. Just as she walked to his side, he suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her into his arms. Then he laid down on the sofa and pulled her into his arms. He buried his head in her shoulder and took a deep breath. Then he said in a low voice, "I'll deal with you when I wake up." After saying that, he finally couldn't support himself and fainted. The huge stimulation, the long-term lack of sleep, when he went to find by Wei in a rage, completely broke out. When he saw her, he couldn't think of any hatred. He just wanted to sleep and hold her in his arms. Just like that, she remained motionless and gave him a precious sleep. Wei Bai was hugged and couldn't move. She sighed. "There's no need to wait for him to wake up. He's already torturing me." Not moving for an entire night was simply torture. And Gu Nanli's favorability towards her was so low. What kind of stimulation did he suffer? Chapter 1398. His usual cold and shrewd appearance was so cute because of his soft appearance and the angle of his eyes. He looked so innocent. Wei Wei sighed again. No wonder this guy always had a cold face. Not only did he have a cold face, but he also had to cover his eyes with his bangs. He looked so cold. He had such a cute appearance. It was too unconvincing to be a mafia boss. She saw that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. After thinking for a few seconds, she suddenly reached out to touch his head. It was hot and bloody. He was sweating and had a fever. Wei Wei thought for a while and suddenly reached out to press on his left shoulder. This was where her bullet had entered. Gu Nanli frowned as if he was in pain. This action also made him sober up immediately. The coldness in his eyes returned. Wei Wei grabbed his wrist and said with a frown, "The wound is infected. What is your doctor doing?" Such a serious wound, and it was still infected after so many days? Gu Nanli moved his shoulders and pursed his lips. He then pushed her away and supported his body weakly. There was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. But before she could take 2 steps, he suddenly turned around and grabbed her arm to walk forward. "Follow me." His voice was completely hoarse. Bai Weiwei faintly glanced at his hand. This strength was really big. Then she said without much care, "Where are we going?" "Last night, you pulled me to sleep with you. I don't care anymore. But if you want to continue giving orders, don't you feel embarrassed if you don't get some benefits?" Gu Nanli didn't say anything. He just stared at her. Sister. Back then, he was born a few hours earlier than her. Sun Mo was bleeding profusely. Gubud, his wife, had also started to give birth. It was the nurse who helped her. Later, the nurse was killed. Swapping children was an almost impossible thing, but in that special environment, it was actually so easy to do. So at the very most, she was still his sister. Gu Nanli took a deep breath. Although he said that he hated her, he hated Gubud more. Wei Bai's eyes flashed. She heard all kinds of sounds of the favorability rising and falling. Up and down, at least a dozen times. The last one had no opinion at all. It was like a fence sitter. It finally stabilized. -20. Wei Bai felt that something must have happened to him in this room last night. That was why his favorability towards her was so complicated. Gu Nanli suddenly let go of her hand. His face was flushed red, and he turned to leave. Wei Bai didn't follow him. After all, she didn't allow herself to be too close to him. For someone like Gu Nanli, it was best not to be overly friendly when one did not know what he was thinking. Moreover, there was also a great enmity between her and him for the extermination of her family. She felt that he didn't seem to be the type to have such a low favorability because of the feud. Because there were many people who had a feud with her, the favorability was very stable. Anyway, it was negative. So after the favorability rose, it wouldn't fall back so quickly. Tongzi, what happened last night? The system was eating a bag of dried seaweed prawns that cost 2 days of life. It's the male lead's method of dealing with his enemies. Wei Bai held her chin and said calmly, "It has something to do with me." The system looked at the system's message board. The lines about the side missions were given by the main system. Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m/sashu.com//. Chapter 1399. In any case, it could not let the host guess what the side mission was. So it could only read the script. "No." Wei Bai said. "Then you recorded it. Let me see." System. Wei Bai nodded. "I know you can't tell me." Then what happened last night should be related to the side mission, Gu Nanli's background. But if it's related to his background, why would his favorability towards me decrease? Does his background have something to do with me? System. Damn it, how could you guess that? Wei Bai touched its chin, its brain working quickly. That's weird. It's related to my background. No, if it's related to the previous generation, then it's related to Bai Qi or Sun Mo. Could it be Bai Qi's illegitimate son, my biological brother? or younger brother? The system could not help but remind, biological siblings can't be together. That's the system world's rule. So for so many worlds to have brother and sister plots, they must not be related by blood. It was true that siblings would be blocked. Wei Bai clapped. I get it. Eliminate one possibility. Then the remaining possibility is that I'm not Bai Chi's biological child? System, Wei Bai. You didn't refute it? System, no matter how I refute it, it's true. Wei Bai tried to guess. Gunanli is Bai Chi's biological son? System, Wei Bai EU and EU were both silent for a few minutes. Wei Bai continued to guess. Son, Mo cheated? Bai Chi cheated too? Both cheated at the same time. Son, Mo could have given birth to her with someone else. Then Bai Chi cheated with Gu Buda's wife, leaving only Gu Nanli. No wonder Gu Buda betrayed and killed. Who could tolerate being cuckolded? Every day, a group of horses galloped on the Green Hat. No wonder they wanted to rebel against Bai Chi. The system held back for a while. Host, your guess is too heavy. Wei Bai finished guessing, but she didn't hear the sound of the system announcing the completion of the side quest. It seemed that this mission was not that easy to complete. Because there was plenty of time, Wei Bai didn't feel conflicted. The system couldn't remind him. He was so close to guessing it. Continue guessing, host. After all, the rules were there. If it broke too many rules, it wouldn't do any good to Wei Bai. When Gu Nanli returned home, his body could no longer hold on. His vision turned black, and he staggered. In the end, he reached out to hold on to the wall. The private doctor was called over and re-bandaged his wound. In fact, it had little to do with the wound. Gu Nanli's current condition was mostly caused by insomnia and psychological factors. Although he was very skilled, years of insomnia had already drained his body. If you can't settle down and get a good long-term sleep, it was only a matter of time before his body collapsed. Gu Nanli was lying on the bed with an ice pack on his head. His eyes were cold and filled with ruthless anger. His body was rebelling, and his whole body was cold and hot. Suddenly, his breathing became unstable, and he closed his eyes to sleep. He knew that if he didn't force himself to sleep, then this illness would drag on and become a serious illness. Gu Nanli tried to sleep, but after a while, he suddenly struggled to wake up. He panted, and his face was abnormally red. An unbearable pain stirred his stomach. He finally couldn't take it anymore and coughed. Gu Nanli felt that he had coughed. He took a handkerchief and gently wiped his mouth. Only then did he see that the handkerchief was full of blood. / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on Chapter 1400. The nurse beside him was immediately frightened. She hurriedly ran to find a doctor. The doctor hurried over and gave Gu Nanli a fever-reducing injection. Then there was a series of cumbersome examinations. In the end, the doctor had no choice. You need to sleep, Mr. Gu. Gu Nanli was usually not so weak. He actually said weakly, I can't sleep. The doctor tried to persuade him. Is there anything that can make you feel at ease and let you rest for a while? You've been working so hard. A small illness can become a terrible illness for you. Otherwise, after so many days, the wound on a normal person's shoulder would have already scabbed over. Only his wound was still suppurating. It was because he had endured too much that his immune system could no longer resist the foreign bacteria. Gu Nanli was silent for a while. His face was abnormally red. It was frightening to look at. There was a moment of weakness in his eyes. Of course, it was just a flash. No one saw it. Then the doctor heard him say something vaguely. The doctor wanted to listen carefully, but just as his body was about to approach, Gu Nanli was already looking at him coldly, as if he was displeased that he was too offensive. The doctor was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat and immediately didn't dare to say anything. Gu Nanli lowered his eyes and suddenly said, Give me the phone. The person beside him immediately took the phone. Gu Nanli's fingers hesitated for a moment before he dialed a number that he had never called before. It was just a temporary drug. He had endured for so many years. What couldn't he endure for a Wei Bai? Although he really wanted to completely crush her dazzling and arrogant appearance under his feet, and then watch her be smashed to pieces. If she hadn't been able to make him sleep, he might have really started to suppress and torture her. That night, he did fall asleep, even if he had nightmares later on. But Wei Bai was the first person to pull him out of the swamp when he had fallen into such a deep nightmare. The phone rang for a while, but Gu Nanli felt that his patience was running out. Just as he was about to hang up, the phone was picked up. Hello. It was her voice, lazy, accompanied by the sound of rain. Is it raining? Gu Nanli didn't think much of it. Do you want to do business? Didn't she go to the Chun family to ask for land to clear her name? In this line of work, there were many people who wanted to change careers and turn over a new leaf, but they were all dead. She still dared to take this path. Her courage was commendable. Wei Bai was silent for a few seconds before she said slowly, "What business?" Gu Nanli, sleep with me. Wei Bai, such charming words. If she didn't know that Gu Nanli was really just sleeping, she applauded his wretchedness. Gu Nanli's voice was unusually hoarse and weak. He leaned against the soft pillow and said tiredly, "I'll help you clean up the smuggling business." Bai Chi's smuggling business was the true pillar of the Bai family. It was true that the military fire could not be completely transformed. However, some of the most important and profitable businesses could. It was just that not many people were able to successfully transform these legal businesses. After all, in the business circle, who would be willing to let you steal their business? Even if you have a legitimate business, you can't wash away your dark background. You could be overturned at any time. And Gu Nanli had the power to protect Wei Bai. Wei Bai was silent for a while before asking, "How long will I sleep with you?" System, I feel like I'm listening to some kind of XX transaction. It's filled with all kinds of dirty and unspeakable fantasies. Gu Nanli, until/crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com//transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com/transmigration system. Adonis, come here //